In his previous life, he was the top player in the gaming world, but in this life, he's troubled by credit card debt. When Lin Hao discovers a game in this world identical to the one from his past life, a glimmer of determination appears in his eyes. In a dimly lit rental room, Lin Hao rubs his aching head and takes in the unfamiliar surroundings. He has no choice but to accept the reality that he has transmigrated. To his bemusement, the original inhabitant of this body was also named Lin Hao, a hopeless romantic. Having lost his parents at a young age, he longed for familial affection, and when a girl showed him special attention, he fell head over heels. Unaware of the saying, "There's no free lunch," he maxed out his credit cards buying luxury bags for his girlfriend, only to be heartlessly dumped. The monthly reminder of an 8,888 yuan repayment over 12 installments gives Lin Hao a headache. In his previous life, such a sum was trivial, but in his current situation, it is astronomical. After opening a job hunting app and realizing that without a skill, the monthly salary would be a mere 4,000 yuan. With long hours and delayed pay, Lin Hao promptly closed the app. Working a regular job was out of the question for him. He could only hope that the gaming industry in this world wasn't too backward, as his gaming talent was his greatest asset. Searching for the most profitable online games, Lin Hao was stunned to find that even the 10th ranked game offered legendary equipment for only 100,000 yuan, a shockingly low figure. Surprisingly, this wasn't a small game but a major title. Disappointed, Lin Hao scrolled to the bottom of the list to see the top-ranked game. Tianyu, a masterpiece co-developed by 5 major companies, boasted 100 realism. It took the internet by storm upon release and remained at the peak, with online players continually rising. It was the most profitable online game, where a level 60 legendary item sold for a staggering 6.9 million yuan. Even average players could earn over 10,000 yuan a month by working diligently with the right studio. Lin Hao realized he had been reading an advertisement for a while and couldn't help but criticize the search engine for allowing ads to dominate. Nonetheless, he gleaned useful information. Other games were overshadowed by Tianyu. He clicked on a video with an astounding 180 million views, showing a man in red armor battling a giant bear. The bear had a terrifying 4.2 million health points, but couldn't last more than 3 rounds against Orphan. What shocked Lin Hao wasn't the battle itself, but that the bear's every move mirrored the giant bear from his past life game, Gods and Demons. Even more incredible, the skills Orphan used, Glory, Blood Battle, and Holy Light Judgment, were exclusive to the S-class profession, the Apocalypse Knight. After half an hour of deep searching, Lin Hao exhaled in relief, a smile forming on his face. This, Tianyu, was exactly the same as the Gods and Demons he had dominated in his past life, only with a new name. Finally, he had a way to pay the rent. The renowned Shadow Sword Saint, worried about rent, what a twist of fate. But now, all his past glory would be revived. Tianyu's influence in this world far surpassed that of Gods and Demons in his previous life. By the time he became the top player, Gods and Demons was already in decline, with only millions cheering. Compared to the near 2 billion views now, it was worlds apart. Even more exhilarating, Gods and Demons never went global in his previous life, whereas Tianyu was a truly world-class game, with over 4 billion global players. Lin Hao smiled. Competing with fellow countrymen was nothing compared to the thrill of dominating overseas. Gods and Demons now had a bigger stage, and it was time for him to make his entrance. Although the game had been live for 2 years, Lin Hao didn't mind at all. He recalled his experience playing World of Gods and Demons in his previous life, when he was the same age and just starting to get into gaming. The reason was simple. Those under 18 couldn't buy a virtual helmet to enter the game world. Suddenly, Lin Hao's thoughts were interrupted by a question. A helmet? He sat up straight, anxiously scanning the room. In the small rented apartment, every piece of furniture was clear to see, yet the crucial gaming helmet was nowhere to be found. Rubbing his temples, Lin Hao muttered in frustration, "I can't believe this. You were willing to buy a 100,000 yuan bag for your girlfriend, but wouldn't get a 10,000 yuan gaming helmet for yourself." He opened his phone and looked through his chat history with that woman. 100,000 yuan was enough to constitute a criminal case. Lin Hao hadn't considered reporting it to the police before, thinking it was too much trouble and that he might not recover much money. But now, the situation was different. Even if it took a lot of effort, it was more worthwhile than working to earn money for a new helmet. However, as he reviewed the conversations, he could only smile wryly. Cute Ming. Lin Hao, did you really give me this 100,000 yuan bag? Hao loves Ming. Of course. You said you liked it when we were shopping, so I bought it afterward. Cute Ming. Lin Hao, you're so good to me. Willing to give me something so expensive. You won't regret it later, right? Hao loves Ming. Just take it. Once given, there's no taking it back. Lin Hao, wouldn't do something so shameless. Cute Ming. Hee, thank you, my little cutie. Hao loves Ming. As long as you're happy, my dear. Reading these messages, Lin Hao couldn't help but rub his temples again. No wonder everyone says being love-struck can be deadly, he murmured. This woman was clearly scheming, and I didn't see it. At this point, getting the money back seemed unlikely. Lin Hao immediately changed the nickname. Hao Hao loves Meng Meng. That made him uncomfortable. Wang Yan, right, he said through gritted teeth. You better hope you don't play in the Sky Realm, or I might not be able to resist killing you every time I see you. With no other options, Lin Hao thought of his old middle school friend Lu Yong. Even though they hadn't been in touch for 3 years, Lin Hao sent a message holding onto a sliver of hope. Ah Yong, I'm in trouble. Can you lend me 10,000 yuan for an emergency? Lin Hao didn't have high expectations, even preparing himself for the possibility of being ignored or blocked. However, to his surprise, within 10 seconds, 20,000 yuan was transferred to him, along with a heartfelt message. Let's not talk about borrowing between brothers. Didn't we swear back, then, that if one of us was in trouble, the other would definitely help? Reading this, Lin Hao felt a wave of warmth. This act of kindness in his time of need deeply moved him. After receiving the money, he simply sent a thank you emoji. Since Lu Yong truly considered him a brother, saying anything more seemed unnecessary. Seeing the extra 20,000 yuan in his account, Lin Hao finally felt his nerves unwind. He stared at the phone screen and recalled the earlier embarrassment of having an empty wallet, shaking his head with a wry smile. The price of a virtual reality helmet wasn't cheap. The standard version cost 10,000 yuan, while the high-end version reached 100,000. Lin Hao quickly browsed nearby stores and soon settled on the closest one, ordering the basic version. While waiting for the delivery, he started to organize his previous life's gaming experiences in his mind. The early content of the Heavenly Domain game almost entirely replicated gods and demons. And even if the later stages differed, the variations wouldn't be too vast. He meticulously recalled how to obtain those valuable early game equipment, skills, and items, going over each detail again. Just then, the doorbell rang, and the deliveryman had already brought the helmet. Lin Hao received the package eagerly and tore it open. Inside was a helmet with a futuristic design. Even though it was just the basic version, all the essential features were present. He mused to himself. The helmet's grade had nothing to do with talent awakening. The advanced versions merely offered massage functions and smoother operation. Back when gaming pods hadn't been introduced, the highest grade helmets were once auctioned for nearly $1 million. But now, even the 100,000 high-end versions were left unsold. Ordinary people found 10,000 too expensive, while the truly wealthy had already upgraded to million yuan gaming pods. Lin Hao carefully put on the helmet and lay down on the bed. As the system booted up, a white light enveloped his vision. In the next moment, an epic war scene unfolded before him. Kings of various races like angels, elves, and humans launched a breathtaking charge. Having seen this promotional video countless times, Lin Hao wasn't interested and clicked to skip it. This 6-hour-long promo was not only tedious, but offered no rewards, making it a complete waste of time. The system prompt chimed in appropriately. Ding! Dear player, please choose the profession you wish to select. In front of him appeared dozens of common profession options: swordsman, warrior, mage, archer, assassin, and more. Lin Hao didn't choose immediately. He knew all too well about heavenly domains, pitfalls. Professions could be chosen, but talent awakening was entirely random. This randomness was truly without pattern. You might choose a warrior but awaken a talent related to archery, or worse, a talent that increased spell damage. Unless encountering a special opportunity, such mismatched talents were practically useless. Of course, in certain specific scenarios, these off-track talents could produce extraordinary effects when paired with specific skills, but that's a story for later. Most players wouldn't live to see that day. Thus, the correct selection order should be: awaken the talent first, then choose a profession based on the talent to minimize errors. Lin Hao thought, unless something unexpected happens, I should be able to awaken the S-grade Sword Saint talent again. But now, not only have I traveled through time, even the game has changed, so it seems I can't avoid this unexpected event. Taking a deep breath, Lin Hao suppressed his inner tension. Even if he drew the worst talent, he was confident in his ability to rise, but having a good starting point would certainly be better. System, I want to awaken my talent first. As soon as he spoke, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Dear player, congratulations, you have drawn the SS grade talent, War God. The system's voice suddenly echoed, causing Lin Hao to pause for a moment. An SS level talent, he murmured in disbelief. He had mentally prepared himself for awakening the lowest level talent, but the system had given him an incredible surprise. Lin Hao took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement. An SS level talent was significantly more powerful than an S level one, with the most obvious difference being the number of initial effects. SS level talents had 3 extremely impressive effects, while S level had only 2, and S level and below only had 1. Reflecting on his past life experiences, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel emotional. Across the entire server, only 5 people had an SS level talent, and without exception, they all became top players in the game. Back then, with only an S level talent, he had to expend considerable effort to barely surpass them. In this life, I have a higher starting point. Lin Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although the player base in the heavenly domain had exceeded 4 billion, only 12 people had awakened an SS-level talent. Even if some, like him, had hidden their talents, the number would not exceed 20. Eagerly, Lin Hao checked his talent attributes. Talent, War God. Grade, SS level. Effect 1. When dealing physical damage, the player ignores all defenses of the target. Effect 2. When the target's health is below half, the damage dealt increases to 500. Effect 3. Upon first killing a boss, permanently increases attack power by 100 points, with no upper limit to this growth. Hacks. Lin Hao couldn't help but exclaim. Each of these 3 effects was incredibly powerful. In a game like Heavenly Domain, where defense was incredibly high, the first effect was practically a godsend, effective against both monsters and players alike. The strength of the second and third effects rivaled that of a fully leveled legendary item, perhaps even surpassing it. As Lin Hao was immersed in the joy of his talent, the system's voice spoke again. Dear player, your talent has successfully awakened. Please choose your class. Without hesitation, Lin Hao prepared to choose the swordsman class. In his previous life, he was a swordsman and had reached the pinnacle of skill. He had quick access to top-tier equipment and extraordinary skills. Moreover, this SS-level talent seemed tailor-made for a swordsman. However, just as he was about to confirm his choice, his attention was caught by a scroll-like item in his inventory. The scroll's pattern seemed strangely familiar, causing Lin Hao's finger to hover in midair. Does the game give out scrolls at launch? Lin Hao frowned, pondering. He had never heard of such a thing in either his past or present life. Driven by curiosity, he clicked on the mysterious scroll. Item name, Fury Mage Class Change Scroll. Grade, SS level. Effect 1. Effect 2. Effect 3. Fury Mage Scroll. Lin Hao's eyes widened in shock, unable to hide his inner astonishment. He was very familiar with this scroll. In his past life, he would examine it daily as if it were a family heirloom. Now, it had miraculously appeared in his inventory. Lin Hao stood on the land of a different world, recalling his glorious moments in the game. Although SS-level talents were rare, they did occasionally awaken. However, an SS-level hidden class was an unprecedented existence. He couldn't help but remember the ecstatic moment when he obtained the Rage Mage scroll, yet he was unwilling to start over after reaching the pinnacle. Looking around, Lin Hao's thoughts drifted back to the game world. He speculated that other players might also possess similar SS-level class-changing items, but they were likely left unused due to incompatibility. After all, no one wants to nurture a potential strong enemy. Unless there is an equivalent exchange, these rare items are destined to gather dust in warehouses. Suddenly, a question popped up in Lin Hao's mind. Why was it only the Rage Mage class-changing scroll that traveled with him, while other top-tier equipment vanished without a trace? He closed his eyes, carefully recalling every detail. A sudden realization hit him. It was the Miracle Management Vault. He remembered storing the scroll in this so-called absolutely safe special warehouse. Despite the exorbitant storage fees, 5 gold coins per hour, amounting to over 40,000 gold coins a year, had reluctantly stored the scroll there for safekeeping. Lin Hao opened his eyes, a slight smile on his lips. Although he couldn't ascertain the true nature of the Miracle Management Vault, he couldn't afford to delve into it at the moment. More importantly, he had not only awakened an SS-level talent, but also possessed an SS-level hidden class-changing scroll. A treasure that was hard to come by even in the later stages of the game had become the starting point of his new life. Thinking of the scroll's potential, Lin Hao's heart raced. He recalled having the scroll appraised by an expert and knew its effects complemented his talent. Without further hesitation, Lin Hao decisively used the scroll. A flash of light appeared, and a system notification sounded. Ding! Player has used the SS-level class-changing scroll and successfully changed class to Rage Mage Master. Lin Hao felt the surge of new power within him, recalling the freedom in the game, Heaven's Domain. Any class could use different class-changing items. Even changing from an archer to a mage was possible. Of course, the cost was giving up existing equipment and skills, and previously allocated attribute points could not be changed. With the class change complete, the previously hidden effects fully revealed themselves. Lin Hao carefully examined the newly acquired class information. Class: Rage Mage Master. Grade: SS level. Description: a unique mage class, an anomaly among mages, dealing physical damage that only relates to physical attack. Unique class effect: alters the effects of equipment and skills, changing spell attack to physical attack. Effect 1. Mastery of all elements such as water, fire, wind, and thunder, capable of practicing the highest level forbidden spells, can self-heal and enhance damage, and also apply negative states to enemies. Effect 2. All skills can be used at will, with no need for incantation. Even the most powerful forbidden spells can be cast instantly. Effect 3. Your initial strength increases by 80 points, mana increases by 2,000 points, and maximum mana is amplified, with the amplification proportionate to 100 of your attack power. Lin Hao took a deep breath, feeling the powerful energies surging within him. He knew that a whole new adventure was about to begin. Although Lin Hao had witnessed the effects of the Wrath Mage countless times in his past life, he was still awestruck as he reviewed them once more. His eyes lingered on the attribute panel, savoring the meaning behind each value. Elemental mages, a profession refined to the extreme in the game Tianyu, wield the four basic elements: water, fire, wind, and lightning. Images of elemental mages filled Lin Hao's mind. Water mages summoning raging tides, fire mages with flames dancing in their palms, wind mages surrounded by howling gusts, and lightning mages with crackling electricity at their fingertips. Now, all these elemental powers would converge into his hands alone. Lin Hao couldn't help but smile with a hint of pride, as if he could already see himself becoming unstoppable on the battlefield. The second effect of the Wrath Mage thrilled Lin Hao even more. The ability to instantly cast all spells, including those requiring lengthy incantations, meant he would hold an absolute advantage in combat. He imagined the scene where, while other mages were still chanting spells, he had already delivered a fatal blow, feeling fortunate for his luck. Although the third effect seemed ordinary at first glance, Lin Hao quickly realized its terrifying potential when combined with the War God's talent. The high attack power not only allowed him to disregard mana consumption, but also convert his mana into a second life bar. Lin Hao could almost foresee himself being nearly invincible on the battlefield. With this overwhelming excitement, Lin Hao swiftly completed the final character settings. He fine-tuned his appearance and voice, choosing the simple yet commanding nickname Tianshi. A flash of white light later, he found himself in the novice village 10086, beginning his journey in Tianyu. Although the village housed 100,000 players, the competition for resources was not intense compared to the entire game world. Lin Hao knew that the real challenges lay ahead, where even a single wild boss could spark a fierce battle. But for now, his attention was entirely consumed by his astonishing attribute panel. His strength attribute was an impressive 100 points, far surpassing the average person, and his mana was even more astounding, starting at a whopping 2,300 points. Excitement gleamed in Lin Hao's eyes. He knew this was just the beginning. As his gaze fell on his initial skills, another surprise awaited him. He initially thought that every mage's starting skill was a fireball, but to his surprise, the Fury Master came with 3 skills, and they were far more powerful than a fireball. Lin Hao eagerly examined his skill bar. Flame Burst LV1. A mass of scorching flames gathers in the palm, dealing a fixed 150 of attack power and terrifying damage when released. Intermediate Barrier Skill LV1. With a wave of hands, a semi-transparent energy barrier emerges, with a shield value double the attack power, lasting for 10 seconds. Swift Steps LV1. A faint green light appears underfoot, significantly boosting movement speed. It increases speed by a fixed 10 points, with an additional 10 for every 100 points of physical attack, up to a maximum of 100, lasting for 30 seconds. Capable of attack, pursuit, and survival, these 3 skills are simply perfect. Lin Hao thought with relief. If I only had a fireball, it would be hard to showcase my abilities. He glanced around. The beginner village was sparsely populated, with most players eagerly heading out into the wild. Occasionally, a few newcomers marveled at the game's realism. My gosh, this feeling, these graphics, is this really a game? An experienced player passing by chuckled dismissively. What's the big deal? Wait, why are you taking off your pants? The person frowned. It's not working. I can't take off my underwear. Lin Hao stayed out of it, focusing on planning his development route. With an SS-level talent and hidden profession, he decided to revise his original plan. A swordsman's gear is useless for a mage. I'll have to reconsider, he mused. Let's deal with the hidden boss first. The hidden boss wasn't discovered until 2 years after the game launched, and Lin Hao decided to take it out early, just in case. As he left the beginner village, the number of players surged. Everyone was scrambling for slimes, with even 4 or 5 players surrounding a single small monster. Not all were beginners. After all, the game had been live for 2 years, and even those who hadn't played had learned a lot from videos. Everyone knew that leveling up was the priority at this moment. Lin Hao was indifferent to these low-level creatures. Killing dozens won't even level me up, especially with so many people competing. He headed east, soon reaching a scarcely populated plain. Only a few players were running for their lives from wild wolves. Boss, the monsters here are too fierce, an assassin shouted. I can't even break their defense with a basic attack. Retreat. Quickly, a warrior player yelled. This is a mid to late game leveling area, not for us. They ran for their lives, but the wolves were enraged. One wolf chased the last archer and quickly ended him. Lin Hao didn't intervene, but instead chose another direction to start leveling. The monsters on the plains ranged from level 3 to 6. The beginner village 10086 had only been open for half a day, and the strongest player was around level 6. Normally, Lin Hao wouldn't risk coming here at level 1, but with his SS level talent and profession, he was exceptionally strong, making it easy to challenge higher level enemies. He soon locked onto a target, a frail old wolf grazing on grass. A grass-eating wolf. Lin Hao was stunned. He'd never seen such behavior before. The wolf noticed Lin Hao too. Its cloudy eyes suddenly turned greedy as it spat out the grass and drooled while staring at him. Wow, no wonder it's said to be 100 realistic. This is too lifelike. Lin Hao marveled. It's no surprise it became a world-class game. The realism is far beyond that of gods and demons' world. Old Grey Wolf. Level 3. Health 300. Attack 45. Defense 27. Skill. Pounce and bite leaps high to knock down the target, dealing a fixed 60-120 of attack power damage, with a chance to inflict a binding state. Details: an old wolf driven out of the pack. I didn't want to eat grass, but I couldn't survive otherwise. I found out after eating a lot that grass is actually quite tasty. Even roadside monsters have backstories. Impressive. Lin Hao mused, yet he didn't take the wolf seriously. As the wolf approached, Lin Hao acted decisively. A flame burst was unleashed, and terrifying damage numbers appeared above the wolf's head. In an instant, the level 3 wolf's health bar was emptied, and it died on the spot. Ding! A system notification echoed in Lin Hao's ears, revealing a string of information. Killed a level 3 wild wolf. Gained 30 experience points. Bonus 6 experience points for killing a creature 2 levels higher. A hint of delight flickered in Lin Hao's eyes as he instantly gained 36 experience points. He couldn't help but marvel at how easy leveling up had become. In his previous life, even with an S-level talent, instantly killing a level 3 wild creature was impossible without taking some damage. Ordinary players, faced with such a situation, could only run away as fast as those before him, knowing that a moment's hesitation would mean death. Lin Hao calculated silently. With 27 defense points, although not exceptionally high, it was already impressive for players at this stage. Most lacked equipment bonuses, and their attack power was generally below 20 points, making it difficult to even penetrate defenses. After killing the wild wolf, Lin Hao didn't stop. He continued to search for targets in this area, which was perilous for others, but a perfect training ground for him. He soon spotted a wild boar in the distance, hidden among the grass. This boar was robust and far surpassed the frail old wolf he had just encountered. Lin Hao quickly scanned the boar's attributes. Level 6 wild boar. Health 800. Attack 82. Defense 43. Skill. Charge lasts 3 seconds. Speed increases by 20. Deals fixed 2120 of attack damage. This creature is a bit tricky, Lin Hao thought, but it's manageable. He swiftly analyzed the situation. The boar's 800 health points required 3 Fire Blast spells to take it down. Fire Blast had a cooldown of 1 second, and within 3 seconds, the boar could use charge once. If he only had 1 Fire Blast, Lin Hao would have fled without hesitation, but he had 3. Lin Hao boldly approached the boar. As soon as he was within attack range, he unleashed a Fire Blast without hesitation. A massive damage number floated above the boar's head, interrupting its grazing. It locked its gaze on Lin Hao and launched a charge. Facing the charging boar, Lin Hao remained calm and cast a medium barrier spell on himself. A nearly transparent shield enveloped him completely. In the next moment, the boar collided with him. The impact was enough to instantly kill a level 1 player. Yet Lin Hao emerged unscathed and seized the opportunity to cast another Fire Blast. The boar's health dropped to just 100 points, but instead of fleeing, it launched another attack, as if declaring, "I refuse to let this pesky biped defeat me." It slammed into the shield with great force, causing numerous cracks to appear, but it held strong. Lin Hao silently thanked his luck. The 400 shield points granted by his 200 attack power were indeed formidable. Another Fire Blast flew out, this time dealing an astonishing amount of damage. With the boar's health below 50, it activated the second effect of his War God talent. Lin Hao watched in disbelief as a 4-digit damage number appeared, thinking, "This is like having cheat codes. The level 6 boar owes me 1650 health points, enough for it to die twice over." A system notification chimed again. Killed a level 6 wild boar, gained 60 experience points. Bonus 30 experience points for killing a creature 5 levels higher. With 90 experience points in hand, Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh. My class and talent are just ridiculous. Fighting creatures 5 levels higher is as easy as drinking water. Lin Hao stood in the wilderness, deeply realizing the potential of his starting point. He looked down at the faintly glowing barrier spell in his hand, silently acknowledging that while this shield was strong, it didn't inherit his innate defensive attributes. However, this was just a level 1 intermediate barrier spell, and he could already imagine its impressive effects after upgrading. Just as he was about to continue hunting, something caught his eye. A fallen boar had dropped some gear. Lin Hao quickly approached and discovered it was a skill book. He couldn't help but grin. I didn't expect to be this lucky. He knew that in the game Tianyu, where drop rates were notoriously low, the chance of a common monster dropping a skill book was less likely than winning the lottery. Lin Hao bent down to pick up the collision skill book that shimmered with a white glow. Although he couldn't use it himself, He knew that such timeless skill books were always in demand on the market. He roughly estimated that the book could sell for at least a few $1,000s. With this thought, he unhesitatingly tossed the skill book into the auction house. In Tianyu, equipment and skills are categorized into 5 quality levels: white basic, green intermediate, blue advanced, red top tier, and orange legendary. Lin Hao couldn't help but think of the 3 skills that his anger mage profession naturally came with, all of which were green, and he felt lucky once again. Shaking off distracting thoughts, Lin Hao focused on the task at hand. Triggering the hidden boss wasn't too complicated. Kill 10 ordinary wolves and 1 elite wolf within half an hour, then head to the barren slope to encounter the Wolf King. He had already dealt with 1 ordinary wolf, leaving 9 to go. Lin Hao ventured deeper into the plains, encountering few wolves, but plenty of other creatures. Despite the time crunch, he took a moment to cast several explosive fire spells at the passing monsters. To his surprise, in less than 5 minutes, the system notified him that he had leveled up. Did I really level up this quickly? Lin Hao was incredulous. Tianyu was known for its challenging leveling system, and in the 2 years since its launch, only 3 players had reached level 90. Eagerly, he opened his attribute panel to see how he had progressed. The panel displayed: nickname, Tianshur. Class, Anger Mage. Level, 2 current experience, 160, next level, 1840. HP, 150. MP, 150. Strength, 3080. Constitution, 7. Spirit, 10. Agility, 6. Attack, 220. Defense, 14. Lin Hao gasped. Both his health and mana had increased by 50 points, and his strength had surged by 10 points. This class completely defied his understanding of mages, resembling a fierce warrior more than a spellcaster. He recalled his past life when he changed classes at level 10. Back then, he was fortunate to become an S-ranked Shadow Sword Saint, but the increase in strength was only 5 points, with another 3 added to Constitution. Now this SS rank class had given him a 10-point attribute boost, all in strength. Lin Hao clenched his fist, feeling the power coursing through him. At this moment, he was more determined than ever to make his mark in this world. Although this extreme way of distributing points made him a bit uneasy, he believed that with such a remarkable starting point, he was destined to create miracles in Tianyu. Lin Hao scanned his surroundings and, after skillfully taking down 10 wild wolves, decided to venture deeper into the area. Just then, a system notification interrupted his thoughts. Ding! The skill book you listed at the auction house has been sold for 20,000 credit points. After a 20 transaction fee, you receive 16,000 credit points. Lin Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered to himself, 20,000? He recalled the white skill book he had casually obtained and was shocked. That was equivalent to 5 months' salary at a 4,000 a month job. No wonder this game had become a nationwide sensation, allowing even casual players to earn a decent amount. However, Lin Hao quickly realized the limitations. Frowning, he thought, the drop rate is ridiculously low. After killing so many more monsters, I haven't seen anything worthwhile. Plus, the auction house's cut is steep, only 16,000 in hand. It seems more practical to find someone to trade with directly in the future. Shaking his head, Lin Hao didn't dwell on the issue. His priority was to defeat the hidden boss. He quickened his pace, heading deeper into the plains. As he ventured further, there were fewer players around, from the occasional small team to not a soul in sight. Soon, Lin Hao arrived at the elite wild wolves territory. Expecting it to be deserted, he was surprised to hear heated voices in the distance. Vice President, I can't hold on much longer, a warrior player cried out in despair in front of an elite wild wolf. You have to hold the line, the leading archer shouted sternly. Mage, what are you doing? Heal the front line now. I can't, my skill's on a 3-second cooldown, the water element mage replied helplessly. At that moment, the warrior's health was completely depleted. With the front line gone, the elite wild wolf swiftly took down the lurking assassin. Seeing this, the archer named Tianya Wuyo could only shout reluctantly, retreat. Run quickly. Their losses were significant. Despite investing heavily and maxing out their gear as soon as they entered the game, they had overestimated their abilities. However, escaping wasn't easy. The elite wild wolf relentlessly chased them and took down the lagging short-legged mage. Lin Hao observed all of this quietly, with no intention of helping. He opened the interface and carefully examined the monster's attributes. Elite wild wolf. Level, 6. HP, 301, 3500. Attack, 232. Defense, 143. Skill, Pounce and Bite. No wonder they were so reluctant to leave. They were so close, Lin Hao thought, as he walked towards the wolves. By this time, Tianya Wuyo and the others had finally exited combat, barely escaping. The original 6-member team was down to just 2. Seeing Lin Hao approaching, Tianya Wuyo, panting heavily, asked, Are you alone? His tone was full of doubt. Given that this was the depths of the plains, teeming with level 6 wild monsters, how could a single mage make it here alone? Yes, Lin Hao replied briefly. clearly not wanting to get involved with them. However, his indifferent attitude immediately irked a surviving assassin player. The player glared at Lin Hao and said, "Kid, we're from the Tianya Guild. Show some respect." Lin Hao was unfazed by the threat, completely ignoring it, and left the scene without a second glance. The journey to find the wild wolf took quite a bit of time, and with only 10 minutes left, any further delay would mean starting over. Lin Hao finally appeared in their view, but completely ignored their presence. Vice President Tianya Wiyua frowned slightly, but chose to remain silent. The wild wolf, having left the battle, found a safe spot to lick its wounds. Its health was visibly recovering, and soon reached 1,500 points. The assassin player sneered. "A mere mage trying to steal our kill? Wishful thinking." Tianya Wiyua shook his head, looking serious. "It might not be that simple. This mage coming here alone is clearly no ordinary player." The assassin was unconvinced. "So what if he's skilled? Can he alone take down a half-health elite monster?" Tianya Wiyua didn't argue further and quickly called for teammates in the chat channel. Regardless of whether the mage could solo the monster, the elite was theirs for the taking. Meanwhile, Lin Hao also approached the wild wolf. Surprisingly, instead of attacking to interrupt the wolf's recovery, he quietly waited. Is this guy crazy? The assassin couldn't believe his eyes. The mage is waiting for the monster to regain health. Now the elite wolf's health is back to 2,600 points. Tianya Wiyua was also stunned, thinking, "You don't attack at half health, but wait for full health? Do you have OCD? A boss that 6 of us couldn't handle, and you, a single mage, want to solo it? That's too arrogant." Unaware of their thoughts and indifferent even if he knew, Lin Hao waited for the wolf to fully recover to meet the conditions for the Wolf King's appearance. Before that, even the slightest damage by others wouldn't count as a solo kill. The wild creature's recovery was rapid, and soon its health was fully restored. Seeing this, Lin Hao stepped into attack range and unleashed a fire blast. Lin Hao was used to the damage, but the two onlookers were nearly dumbfounded. "What the heck? Am I seeing things? That's triple-digit damage," the assassin exclaimed, "and not just barely over 100. Tianya Wiyua was equally shocked. They had fought for so long, and their strongest skill only dealt 68 points of damage. Most of the time, it felt like they were barely scratching it. No, even 68 points felt like barely scratching. Tianya Wiyua took a deep breath. Such terrifying damage. Although the elite wolf has lower magic resistance, it still has over 100 points. That means his magic power must be at 500. The two exchanged incredulous looks, thinking, did he get legendary equipment in the newbie village? If it drops, that would be a massive gain. A greedy glint flashed in the assassin player's eyes as he gestured with his dagger. "Vice President, should we take him out?" Tianya Wiyua pondered for a moment, tempted but ultimately restrained himself. "Let's wait. We might not need to act." The assassin player nodded. "Yeah, what's the use of high damage if the elite wolf can take several hits? But the mage will be done for with just one hit." In the newbie village, if a player is killed by a wild monster, they won't lose levels but might drop equipment. The two kept their eyes glued to the battlefield, waiting for the moment when the overconfident mage would fall. Despite being hit by a powerful fire spell, the elite wolf remained vigorous and full of energy. It locked its eyes on Lin Hao and let out a deafening howl before charging at him like an arrow released from a bow. Its sharp claws gleamed menacingly, ready to tear Lin Hao to pieces at any moment. Lin Hao remained calm, quickly casting a spell to boost his speed. His pace increased significantly, yet it still couldn't match the agility of the wild wolf. This was a natural disadvantage for mages. Even with a 20 speed boost and an additional 10 points of fixed speed, he could only barely keep up with an assassin. However, Lin Hao was not flustered. He knew well that a mage's true strength lay in long-range attacks. The 35-meter range of his fire spell became his lifeline, allowing him to dance around the wolf. He skillfully alternated between casting fire spells and dodging attacks. Each time the wolf lunged at him, Lin Hao had already moved to a safe distance, ready to launch another fiery assault. This cycle continued, and the elite wolf, unable to even graze Lin Hao's clothing, had already lost 1,900 health points, leaving it with only 1,600. The astonishing scene left two onlookers utterly speechless, questioning their reality. The assassin player rubbed his eyes, muttering in disbelief. Is this guy called Tianxia cheating? A mage having high damage is one thing, but running as fast as an assassin is just absurd. A hint of seriousness flashed in Tianya Wiyua's eyes, considering that this mage might actually solo the elite wolf. But he quickly shook his head, realizing the wolf's speed was clearly superior. The mage had survived this long due to his precise anticipation. Yet, the gap between them was closing, bringing Lin Hao into the wolf's attack range. Once hit, it would be certain death. Sure enough, as soon as the elite wolf was in range, it unleashed its pounce attack. This move was much faster than a normal attack, and it seemed Lin Hao couldn't escape in time. In a critical moment, Lin Hao decisively cast a mid-level barrier spell on himself. Instantly, a transparent shield enveloped him, with no casting delay whatsoever. The next instant, The wolf's claws struck Lin Hao heavily. Seeing the massive damage number, the assassin couldn't help but exclaim, "He's done for. He's definitely done for." But his celebration was premature. Lin Hao was unharmed and retaliated with another fire spell. The once fierce elite wolf's health bar was instantly depleted, and it collapsed with a thud. The system notification chimed. "Ding, you have slain a level 6 elite wolf, gaining 240 experience points. Defeating a foe 4 levels higher grants an additional 96 experience points." Lin Hao casually brushed off imaginary dust from his sleeve, remarking, "Killing elite monsters sure levels you up fast." Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Oh, it even dropped gear, and 2 pieces at that. Lin Hao effortlessly defeated the elite wild wolf, and the system notification chimed as 2 pieces of green quality gear dropped to the ground. He bent down to pick them up and examine them closely. The first item was a wolf fang dagger, its sharp blade glinting coldly in the sunlight. Lin Hao silently read the equipment details. Green quality, level 6 requirement, suitable for assassins. Effect 1, attack power 39. Effect 2, when dealing damage to an enemy, the next attack's damage is increased by 10. Not a bad little trinket. Lin Hao mused to himself. Should fetch around 2,000 or so. This time, he didn't toss it into the auction house right away but stored the dagger in his system backpack. The 20 auction fee was too steep. He decided to find another way to sell it. The second item was an azure necklace, with a gemstone that sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. Lin Hao checked its attributes. Green quality, level 6 requirement, suitable for mages. Effect, restores 3 mana points per second, and when the wearer's mana is below 50, it restores 5 mana points per second instead. The effect is a bit underwhelming, Lin Hao remarked with a slight frown. But it's better than nothing. I'll keep it for now. He carefully stored both items and turned to leave, leaving 2 players behind, staring in disbelief. Hacker. Vice President, this guy is definitely hacking, the assassin player shouted excitedly. I clearly saw the wolf hit him, but he didn't lose any health. And that damage, 1900 points, an instant kill. He must be using a health lock hack and an instant kill hack. Tianyu Waya shook his head. Although he couldn't see clearly due to the distance, he knew there were no hacks in Tianyu. This player, called Tianshi, is likely a hidden class with high-quality gear. Just then, the assassin player snapped back to reality. Vice President, that mage is leaving, we should chase him. No matter how high his damage is, he's still a glass cannon. I can sneak up and take him down easily. Where do you get your confidence from? Tianyu Waya gave him a sidelong glance. Didn't you see the elite wolf couldn't even hurt him? Do you think your attack power is higher than that of an elite wolf? The assassin realized his mistake but was still unwilling to give up. Then let's wait until the rest of the team arrives, and we can take him together. I suspect he might have a legendary staff. If we manage to loot it, we'll hit the jackpot. Tianyu Waya didn't bother to entertain his wishful thinking. If the mage had struggled with the elite monster, he might have been tempted to intervene. But seeing how effortlessly the mage handled it, he suspected even with the full team, they'd just be walking into their own demise. This was clearly a player on a different level than them. With that in mind, Tianyu Waya opened his friend communication. President, we failed. The elite wild wolf has already been killed. What happened? The man on the other end of the line asked, puzzled. Weren't you just challenging it? Did someone dare to steal our monster? Tianyu Waya took 2 minutes to explain the situation in detail. The voice on the other end sounded surprised. What did you say? A mage soloed a level 6 elite monster, and without taking any damage. Yes, President, Tianyu Waya confirmed. I suspect that player, Tianshi, is a very strong hidden class. He used 3 skills, all of good quality. I didn't recognize the intermediate barrier spell and the swift as the wind skill, but the explosive flame spell was clearly more advanced than the fireball spell. More importantly, that player's operational awareness is extremely strong, able to perfectly anticipate the monster's attacks, as if he had practiced countless times. The man took a deep breath after hearing this, his tone resolute. We must recruit such a skilled player into our Tianyu guild. After the call ended, the teammates hurried over. The warrior player said hopefully, Vice President, let's try again. This time we can definitely succeed. The mage agreed. That's right, we were so close just now. It will definitely work this time. Seeing everyone's excited expressions, Tianyu Wuying sighed helplessly. No need to fight anymore. That elite monster has already been soloed by an expert. Soloed? The teammates exclaimed. A level 6 elite monster with 3,500 health can really be soloed? The highest level in the novice village is only 7. Even they couldn't do it. Who is this expert? Someone asked. Tianyu Wuying shook his head. Tianshi. I've never heard of this name in other games either. After Lin Hao defeated the elite wild wolf, he wasn't in a hurry to head to the wasteland. He knew well that the level 10 Wolf King boss there had 18,000 health and 500 attack power. With his current level 2 strength, even using a medium barrier spell would result in instant death. But he wasn't worried, as he knew a large number of helpers would arrive soon. Sure enough, moments later, a flurry of urgent shouts came from behind. Everyone hurry up. The boss has spawned at the wasteland. I heard it's a hidden boss that's never appeared before. The first kill reward must be great. Then what are we waiting for? Let's rush. If we're late, we won't even get a scrap. Watching the players swarm past, Lin Hao shook his head with an amused smile. If the boss were that easy to kill, it would have been taken long ago. Spreading the news was just because he couldn't handle it alone. Lin Hao took his time and started farming wild monsters. He stood in place, continuously casting explosive flames. Level 3 monsters were killed in one hit, and level 5 monsters couldn't withstand two. Soon, he smoothly reached level 4. After exhausting his mana, Lin Hao returned to the novice village to replenish potions. At this moment, his attributes were: nickname, Tianxue, class, Fury Mage, level, 4 experience, 15004000, HP, 250 MP, 250-200-0260, strength, 50-80 constitution, 7 spirit, 10 agility, 6 attack, 260 defense, 14. Although adding all to strength is nice, Lin Hao hoped to improve agility a bit. Now wasn't the time to consider that. Estimating the timing was about right, he headed towards the wasteland. In the distance, the shouts of players continued, clearly locked in a tough battle. This hidden boss is ridiculous. A player's exclamation rang out across the chaotic battlefield. Lin Hao stood at the edge of the crowd, calmly observing the frenzied melee before him. Nearly 100 players were attacking a massive Wolf King boss, their blades and spells barely leaving a mark on its formidable frame. The Wolf King boss, level 10, had a health pool of 18,000, now reduced to 8,635. Its 500 attack power could claim a life with each swipe of its claws. With 315 defense and 281 magic resistance, most players' attacks were mere tickles. A warrior getting one shot right after meeting the boss. If it weren't for the fact that dying to monsters doesn't cause level loss, I'd have fled long ago. Another player grumbled, frustration evident in their voice. Despite this, no one chose to give up. In the game, Heavenly Domain, as long as a single player didn't deal over 50 of the boss's damage, all participants had a chance to receive loot. The killer and top damage dealer were guaranteed equipment, while the rest relied on luck. Lin Hao scanned the battlefield, searching for the perfect moment and position to strike. His attack power was at 260 points, and once the boss's health dropped below 50, his damage would increase fivefold. This meant that once the boss's health fell below 2,200, he could finish it off instantly with his explosive flame spell. At that moment, the boss's health dipped to 5,400, triggering its summoning skill. 3 elite wolves appeared out of nowhere, joining the fray and adding to the chaos. However, a greater threat loomed. The leader of the Berserk Guild, Berserk Tianxue, flashed a cunning smile and signaled to his nearby subordinates. These well-armed warriors understood and began to discreetly retreat. Ordinary players, unaware of the danger, soon became easy targets for the boss. The healers didn't even have time to cast spells as they watched their teammates fall one by one. Suddenly, a shout pierced through the chaos. "What are you doing?" A water element mage noticed the Berserk Guild's unusual movement. Berserk Tianxue sneered in response. "What are we doing?" "Sending you home, of course." Before he finished speaking, his sword had already pierced the mage's chest. Another guild member followed up with a strike, and the fragile mage vanished in a flash of white light. The battlefield descended into deeper chaos. The warriors of the Berserk Guild tore through the crowd like wolves among sheep, slaughtering indiscriminately. Mages and archers, with no means of self-protection at lower levels, were quickly wiped out. It wasn't until someone shouted in anger, "The Berserk Guild wants all the loot for themselves," that the others realized the betrayal, but by then, it was too late. The public chat in Novice Village number 10086 was flooded with angry messages, making it nearly unreadable, while the respawn point was packed with players hurling curses. "The Berserk Guild are nothing but beasts," one player shouted, clenching his fists in anger. "We fought so hard, and they want to hog all the rewards," another player chimed in. Someone in the crowd pointed into the distance. "Look at that Quangzhan Tianxue, wearing all blue gear, dodging around while fighting monsters, causing so many people to get one-shotted by the boss. Not only are they hogging the loot, but they're also killing others. I lost a whole level and even dropped the blue staff I spent all my living expenses on," a mage player complained, their voice tinged with tears. As the crowd vented their fury, the Berserk Guild had already succeeded in driving everyone out of the combat zone. Though the players were unwilling, they dared not approach again. Seeing that the scattered players posed no threat, Quangzhan Tianxue refrained from further pursuit. After 3 elite wild wolves fell, the boss's health dropped to 3,000 points. Excitement flashed in Quangzhan Tianxue's eyes as he commanded, "When the boss's health drops to 1,000 points, stop attacking. Wait for my signal, and we'll unleash our skills together on my count of 3, 2, 1. This strategy was to prevent lurking assassins from striking at the last moment. After all, in the Novice Village, no one could single-handedly deal 1,000 points of damage. However, when the boss's health reached 2,190 points, Lin Hao changed his mind. With the ranged attackers cleared out, the remaining melee fighters posed no threat to him. A scorching fire blast suddenly hit a warrior, and amidst the single-digit damage numbers filling the screen, this massive figure stood out. The warrior fell immediately, and his puzzled teammates, wondering if the boss had bugged, found themselves on the ground the next second. In just a moment, the Berserk Guild lost 2 members. Only then did everyone realize that a skilled player was ambushing them. Quangzhan Tianxia quickly turned, locking his gaze on Lin Hao, and shouted angrily, "Brother, isn't what you're doing a bit unethical?" Lin Hao smirked. "And backstabbing others is ethical? Strictly speaking, I'm just delivering justice." Quangzhan Tianxia's eyes turned cold. "So, you're set on being enemies with our Berserk Guild?" Lin Hao didn't respond with words, but with action another precise fire blast struck, and a third warrior fell. "You're asking for it," Quangzhan Tianxia roared. "Brothers, get him. Let's teach him what it means to mess with the Berserk Guild, and make sure he knows the meaning of regret." Losing 3 members in an instant pushed Quangzhan Tianxia's anger to its peak. Originally, the team of 8 was already struggling due to the absence of a healer. Now, with 3 members down in an instant, they found themselves in a dire situation caught between the ferocious wolf boss ahead and the devastating attacks of the mage, Lin Hao, behind them. Faced with Lin Hao's overwhelming damage, Quangzhan Tianxia had to make a difficult decision. Although victory seemed within reach, he decisively chose to abandon the boss. Unfortunately, with the highest aggro, he was locked onto by the wolf, making it difficult for him to escape, though others might manage to get away. "If I can't leave," Quangzhan Tianxia thought with a fierce glint in his eyes, "then let's settle this quickly. Brothers, let's take down this mage first, then come back for the boss." Despite the high damage from the wolf, he was confident he could hold out for a while. The others immediately understood the leader's plan and charged at Lin Hao with a roar. "Coward, hiding in the shadows to attack. How dare a mere mage challenge the Quangzhan Guild? Who gave you the courage? Charge, let's take him down." Facing the 4 warriors charging at him, Lin Hao remained calm. He first cast a swift-as-the-wind effect on himself, then unleashed a blast spell. This time, he didn't manage to one-shot them. The warriors, equipped with excellent gear, had over 500 health points, unlike the squishy targets previously weakened by the boss. "Surprised, aren't you?" taunted a warrior who survived the attack. "In a heated fight, I could take you down myself." "Enough talk," the guild's vice president, Wu Liang, commanded. "Anyone with less than 440 health, fall back and recover, then rejoin the fight." The team nodded in agreement, confident that as long as they could close the distance, victory was assured. However, after a brief chase, they were left stunned. Is he really a mage? How is he running faster than me? It's not just the feelings really pulling away. "Vice President, if this keeps up, we'll be worn down, and the boss won't hold out much longer," someone shouted anxiously. Wu Liang looked back and saw Quangzhan Tianxia struggling under the Wolf King's 500 attack power. If not for his excellent gear and survival skills, he would have already fallen. Gritting his teeth, Wu Liang said, "Don't panic, he must have used a speed boost. It won't last long." The group continued the chase, knowing they couldn't afford to give up, as the opponent wouldn't let them go easily. "Damn, I should have checked my horoscope today," Wu Liang cursed under his breath. With excellent gear and 1962 health points, he could withstand 3 of Lin Hao's attacks, and still have 642 points left, theoretically enduring one more hit. As another blast spell targeted him, he prepared to retreat, but as the spell hit, his eyes widened in shock, and the surrounding warriors were equally stunned. An unimaginable number appeared before everyone, sweeping over them like a tidal wave of shock. The 3 survivors exchanged glances, hesitant and bewildered. Their eyes shone with disbelief as they whispered about the absurd damage, wondering if Lin Hao had been cheating all along. "The vice president is dead. Do we still chase him?" one of them asked quietly, his voice filled with uncertainty. Lin Hao didn't give them time to think. With a wave of his arm, he unleashed another explosive fire spell. A blinding arc of flames shot through the air, heading straight for the trio. "Damn it! It's better to die fighting than live in disgrace." "Charge!" one of them shouted, breaking the brief silence. In unison, the 3 charged at Lin Hao. The chase resumed, but without the tank-like vice president, their potion cooldowns became a fatal flaw. Lin Hao's figure flitted ahead, elusive, while the 3 pursued relentlessly but could never close the gap. Spectating players on the sidelines watched intently, their recording devices capturing every thrilling moment. As soon as their speed boost wore off, all 3 were down, sent back to the respawn point. "Wow, that's incredible. Hey, Master, need an accessory for your leg? Master, carry me, I'll pay." Cheers erupted, mingled with taunts aimed at the Berserk Guild. Weren't they so arrogant just a moment ago? Now look, they're done for. Yeah, serves them right. Karma came fast. Listening to the admiration and praise from the crowd, Lin Hao's lips curled into a slight smile as he walked towards the boss. The Berserk Guild was still struggling, but the boss's health showed no significant decline. Holding on this long was their limit, let alone mounting a counterattack. With the boss's health down to 2,100 points, Berserk World's leader realized the situation was hopeless and gave up resisting. He turned to face Lin Hao, his eyes burning with resentment and anger. Kid, don't celebrate too soon. You can't solo a boss with 2,100 health points. Berserk World's leader gritted his teeth. If I can't have it, neither can you. Also, I've got you in my sights. You'll pay for this one day. Lin Hao remained calm, responding lightly. Is that so? I'll be waiting. His eyes revealed a hint of confidence, as if he had already glimpsed future victory. At that moment, the Wolf King suddenly used its bite skill, instantly killing Berserk World's leader. Its scarlet eyes locked onto Lin Hao, but Lin Hao's attention was drawn to the equipment on the ground. This guy's really unlucky, dropping 3 blue items, even his underwear. Lin Hao chuckled inwardly, while also analyzing. But it's no surprise given how many people he killed earlier. The higher the infamy, the higher the drop rate. Reflecting on the loot he gained from defeating 4 warriors earlier, 2 white items, 1 green, and 1 blue, Lin Hao mused. The old saying, there's always profit in crime, holds true. The surrounding solo players eyed the 3 blue items on the ground with greedy eyes. Each could easily sell for 4 or 5,000, someone murmured, licking their lips and calculating the potential profit. The boss's health was still high, and everyone had their own plans. If that mage got killed, the equipment on the ground would be theirs. Some even thought that since the mage had also killed many earlier, if he died, he'd likely drop good loot too. With these thoughts, the spectators grew excited, sensing a lucrative opportunity at hand. They watched Lin Hao closely, thinking, this guy called Tianshi is so powerful, there's no way he doesn't have strong gear. Unfortunately, Lin Hao ended up disappointing them. He casually unleashed what seemed like an ordinary fire explosion spell, but in the next moment, it triggered a stunning transformation. Familiar yet terrifying damage numbers reappeared, and the Wolf King's health bar was instantly depleted, leaving a pile of equipment scattered on the ground. The system notifications chimed consecutively. Ding! You have slain a level 10 Wolf King, gaining 1,000 experience points. Killing a target 6 levels higher grants you an additional 600 experience points. Ding! The War God talent is activated, and you have absorbed the Wolf King's primal power, permanently increasing your attack power by 100 points. Ding! As the first player to kill the Wolf King, you have the opportunity for a village-wide announcement. Would you like to hide your name? Lin Hao unhesitatingly chose no. Concealment was not his style. Immediately, the village-wide announcement echoed 3 times. Congratulations to player Tianshi for achieving the first kill of the Wolf King, earning 10,000 experience points and 10 gold coins. We encourage all players to keep striving. These announcements were significant for the guild, but for Lin Hao, a solo player, they weren't as important. He had no plans to form a guild because his rapid growth rate made it unnecessary to divide his focus elsewhere. The Wolf King boss dropped a total of 6 pieces of equipment. 5 of them were high-grade blue items. The Wolf King's dagger for assassins, the Wolf King's bow for archers, and so on. Despite the generous rewards, Lin Hao couldn't use them. Only the 6th item was a top-tier red staff that he could use. Fable Staff. Quality, red. Required level, 10. Class requirement, mage. Effect 1, magic attack, 168. Effect 2, restores the user's mana by 10 of damage dealt with each attack. Effect 350, chance to inflict the Fable Mark status on the target for 3 seconds with each skill use, increasing damage taken by the target by 50. Raging Mage class effect activated, changing magic attack 168 to physical attack 168. Lin Hao was secretly pleased. This is a great item. With my high damage output, equipping this means I won't have to worry about mana anymore, and it provides considerable damage. The only downside is that I need to be level 10 to equip it. The massive amount of experience points he just earned, including the Wolf King kill and first kill bonus, totaled 11,600 points. At this point, his level had already risen to level 7, and his personal stats had undergone a qualitative leap. Nickname, Tianshi. Class, Raging Mage. Level, 7, current experience 600, 6,400 needed for next level. HP, 400. MP, 400, 200, 0420. Strength, 8,080. Constitution, 7. Spirit, 10. Agility, 6. Attack, 320. War God passive, 100. Defense, 14. Although he was still wearing the system's initial no attribute set, his attack power had reached an astonishing 420 points. The only flaw was his pathetically low defense, but that wasn't much of an issue, as the intermediate barrier spell shield value was unrelated to defense. Satisfied, Lin Hao collected all the equipment dropped by the Wolf King into his system backpack, when he suddenly noticed another item underneath. Wolf King's Skull. Quality, special item. Dropped upon player death. Description, the once dominant Wolf King has been slain by you. Take its skull to the village chief, and you might receive some unexpected benefits. Wolf King Skull. Lin Hao was a bit puzzled. He hadn't heard of this item from killing the Wolf King in his previous life. But upon reflection, it made sense. The first player to kill the Wolf King probably only posted about it to show off. Once their interest waned, they likely didn't bother writing more. After Lin Hao stowed away the special item in his backpack, his gaze returned to the ground. There lay 3 blue pieces of equipment dropped by Quanzhan Tianxia, 2 of which were clearly meant for warriors and must have come from his own gear. However, the third piece caught Lin Hao's eye was another staff. While it wasn't surprising that Quanzhan Tianxia, who had just slaughtered several mages, had a staff in his inventory, Lin Hao was amazed that someone among the scattered players could afford blue equipment. They must be loaded, he thought to himself. Lin Hao carefully examined the attributes of the amethyst staff. Quality, blue. Required level, 6. Class requirement, mage. Effect 1, magic attack 82. Effect 2, increases casting speed by 5. Who would have thought, Lin Hao mused happily, that this is an exceptionally rare weapon that can increase casting speed. Yet he felt a tinge of regret. Too bad this effect is useless for me, as I can instantly cast forbidden spells. Despite this, Lin Hao had no immediate plans to sell it. After all, it was a usable blue weapon that could increase attack by 82 points. He decisively equipped the amethyst staff, and immediately the passive effect of his class, the Furious Mage, activated again, magically converting the 82 magic attack points into 82 physical attack points. Having dealt with everything, Lin Hao turned to leave, but behind him, chaos erupted. Players exclaimed, "Wow, he just one-shot the boss. Such terrifying damage. If I had that kind of damage, I'd dominate the newbie village. So envious, blue equipment everywhere. I think I even saw a hint of red." Someone couldn't help but say, "What's the use of being envious? If you have guts, go snatch it." Another player immediately retorted, "Snatch? More like getting yourself killed. The boss was one-shotted, who dares to snatch?" The news spread like wildfire, and the forums of Tianyu were instantly ablaze. The hottest thread titled, "A God Appears in Newbie Village 10086, Quanzhan Guild's Plans Backfire," garnered over 20,000 views in just a few minutes and continued to climb rapidly. In the comments section, players shared their thoughts. Serves them right. Those guys from Quanzhan Guild really got what they deserved this time. That guy called Tianxia is terrifying. Even with so many people, Quanzhan Guild couldn't handle him, and the boss was one-shotted. I say, the members of Quanzhan Guild are just weaklings. So many of them couldn't beat a single mage. That's not fair. We're not talking about an ordinary mage here. That's Tianxia. True, Quanzhan Guild is annoying, but their strategy wasn't wrong. Who knew that mage would have such high damage and move so fast? But that's no excuse for so many of them failing against a mage. I say, practice more if you're weak. Quanzhan Guild's reputation took a nosedive among players, and many who felt betrayed by them seemed to be living on the forums, venting their anger. Among them, a player named Shui Yuzheng Feng was the most vocal. Having lost his only blue staff, he was furious. Every thread about the incident featured his presence as he relentlessly criticized Quanzhan Guild, posting dozens of messages without repeating a single insult, displaying formidable verbal prowess. Meanwhile, Quanzhan Tianxiao was nearly driven mad with rage. He fumed internally. "You can call me bad, but you can't call me weak." Originally, he planned to build a reputation by securing the first kill of the hidden boss, hoping the 3 announcements in the village would attract a large number of players. But all those plans were shattered, ruined by just one person. "You scoundrel, Tianxia. I will never forgive you." Quanzhan Tianxia cursed through gritted teeth, seething with rage. He spun around, his sharp gaze fixated on Vice President Wu Liang behind him. "Have you analyzed it?" Wu Liang frowned, pondering for a moment before speaking. "Based on the battle footage, this Tianxia seems to be a hidden class." A hidden class in the starter village. Quanzhan Tianxia's eyes widened in disbelief. He muttered to himself, "Tianyu has been live for 2 years now, and those hidden class transfer scrolls were supposed to be one-of right? They were all snatched up in the starter village when the game launched. How could this happen now?" Wu Liang nodded confidently. "I'm sure of my assessment. This Tianxia is probably the only player in recent years to switch classes in the starter village. And his class is undoubtedly overpowered." Quanzhan Tianxia bit his lip in frustration. "I know that all too well." He recalled the recent battle, still shaken. "Even if the Wolf King hadn't held me back, attacking with my team probably wouldn't have made a difference. That guy's damage was ridiculous, like he was cheating. Even his movement speed was faster than ours." Wu Liang continued his analysis. "The effects of this hidden class are terrifying. First, he used at least 2 different class skills, the explosive flame from a fire elemental mage and swift step from a wind elemental mage. This means he's at least a dual element mage. A dual element mage has to be at least in a rank hidden class." "In a rank hidden class?" Quanzhan Tianxia gasped. "There are less than 100,000 A rank hidden classes in all of Tianyu." He was filled with regret. 100,000 sounds like a lot, but there are 4 billion players in the game. Missing out on such a strong class in the starter village is like losing a fortune. Wu Liang didn't stop his analysis. His passive skill is also incredible. Each attack deals consistent damage, but everyone's magic resistance is different. You mean he's cheating? Huang Zhan Tianxia pressed. Wu Liang shook his head. His passive probably allows him to ignore a certain amount of magic resistance, which is why the damage doesn't fluctuate. As for that final explosive damage, it was clearly explosive flame, but the damage was 5 times higher than usual. He recalled carefully. That should be the amplification skill of a thunder elemental mage, the descent of the thunder god. But that's a legendary amplification skill. How did he get it in the starter village? Huang Zhan Tianxia shuddered at this revelation. He also mastered the thunder element. So he's a tri-element mage? His voice wavered. A tri-element mage is definitely in strength talent. Huang Zhan Tianxia's face was full of anguish. If he felt like he had lost a fortune before, now it was like losing 10 fortunes. His own losses were painful enough, but the fact that his enemy had gained such an incredible opportunity drove him mad. Clenching his fists, his eyes burned with jealousy and fury, vowing to find this Tianxia and settle the score. Boss, should we still go after him? This guy seems a bit tricky, one of the lackeys hesitantly asked, fear flickering in his eyes. The exaggerated damage from the Celestial Master seemed to flash before him, sending a shiver down his spine. Hearing this, Huang Zhan Tianxia's eyes flared with anger. He spun around abruptly and grabbed the lackey by the collar, shouting fiercely. Scared of what? No matter how high his damage is, he's just a mage. Our failure before was just about distance. As long as we close the gap, no matter how high his damage, he's done for. Wu Liang stood nearby, nodding repeatedly in agreement. That's right, the president's right. As long as we form a circle around him and don't give him room to maneuver, how many hits can that frail body take? No matter how strong he is, it won't matter. Meanwhile, Tianya Wuya was leisurely browsing the forums. Seeing all the posts cursing the Guangzhou Guild, he couldn't help but laugh. Didn't expect karma to come so quickly, he muttered to himself, recalling the earlier events. Not long ago, after seeing Lin Hao off, he had immediately joined the hunt for the Wolf King boss. With only a small group, he hadn't expected the Guangzhou Guild to suddenly backstab them. When a large number of warriors closed in, he didn't even have time to speak before being instantly killed. Originally, the two guilds had no conflicts, but he wasn't about to just swallow this insult. Just as he was pondering his next move, his communicator suddenly buzzed. Wuya, how's it going? Did that celestial master join us? Came the president's voice. Tianya Wuya replied somewhat awkwardly. President, I haven't contacted him formally yet. I just refreshed a hidden boss and tried to grab the first kill, but got ambushed by the Guangzhou Tianxia people. Ambushed? The president of Tianya Guild, Lu Xiao, instantly darkened. Daring to bully my people, I'll come with you to get back at them later. He paused, then added. Also, you don't need to approach that celestial master anymore. What? Tianya Wuya was momentarily taken aback. Such a powerful player. Aren't we recruiting him? Lu Xiao shook his head. I've already sent someone else. I see. I understand now. Tianya Wuya realized. Elsewhere, Lin Hao returned to the newbie village after defeating the boss. As soon as he stepped into the village entrance, 3 players approached him. Leading them was a female player, who put on what she thought was a sweet smile, and said, Hey there, are you the Celestial Master? Lin Hao didn't answer immediately, but looked at the name above her head, Kawai Mingming. No wonder her way of speaking seems familiar. Turns out it's really you. Lin Hao thought to himself. I didn't go looking for you, but you came to me. Since you're playing this game too, that 10,000 bucks should be paid back with interest. Seeing Lin Hao staring at her in silence, Kawai Mingming felt even more smug. What kind of celestial master, encountering someone as beautiful as me? He's instantly captivated. I'm just so good looking, beauty is a crime. She narcissistically thought, believing she had gained the upper hand. Feigning admiration, Kawai Mingming continued. Celestial Master, can you join our Tianya Guild? The green tea tone made Lin Hao's skin crawl. That's the tone, no one else can fake it, he thought to himself. Tianya Guild? Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. Yes, Celestial Master. Our Tianya Guild is one of the largest guilds in the newbie village, Kawai Mingming explained. You've offended the Guangzhou Guild. Only we can protect you. Heh. Lin Hao chuckled disdainfully, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. You can go back. That Guangzhou Guild, if they dare to cause trouble, it'll be their own bad luck. Adorable Mingming looked at Lin Hao with admiration, her sweet voice carrying a hint of feigned innocence. You're amazing, Master. But this Berserker Guild is just a branch. After leaving the newbie village, they merge with the main guild. Their real leader is a level 60 expert. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, a flicker of interest in his eyes. However, noticing her affected tone, he frowned. Resisting the urge to act immediately, he coldly replied, Don't bother me again. I'm not joining any guild. With that, he turned and left, leaving the 3 standing there, bewildered. Adorable Mingming briefly doubted her charm, but soon smiled confidently. Is he playing hard to get? How childish. Her self-assuredness left the two male players exchanging glances, one murmuring, "Isn't this master a bit too arrogant? He doesn't even care about a level 60 player." The other shrugged. "Who knows? Maybe he's not all there." Both seemed resigned, but adorable Meng Meng remained confident. "Don't worry, he'll come to me eventually." The two male players exchanged puzzled looks, one whispering, "What's with this woman? Where does she get her confidence?" The other quickly hushed him. "She'll keep it down. I heard our guild leader likes her a lot. If you want to stay in the guild, don't talk nonsense." Has our leader never seen a woman before? How could he like someone like her?" The man said, shocked, but he dared not say more. The trio left the newbie village, only to find Lin Hao had followed them. Adorable Meng Meng beamed. "Master, did you come to find me?" Lin Hao nodded, his tone calm. "You're right, I did come to find you." This left the other two players stunned, their worldview turned upside down. They thought, what's going on? Do all the big shots have such unique tastes now? Do they all like green tea personalities? Adorable Meng Meng cast an arrogant glance at the two. "It's all about strategy, don't you know?" But just as she was feeling smug, a massive fireball suddenly hurtled toward her, dropping her health from full to critical in an instant, nearly killing her on the spot. Still shaken, she cast a healing spell on herself, recovering 182 health points. In disbelief, she asked, "Master, did you make a mistake?" Lin Hao was slightly surprised at the water element mage in front of him, thinking her fragile health exceeded 800 points. How good must her gear be? But he quickly sneered, "The more expensive the gear, the better. I'll make sure it all drops." With that, he launched another explosive spell. As the damage numbers appeared, adorable Meng Meng was instantly killed. Even after respawning, she couldn't believe she had died so inexplicably. The other two players, unsure why Lin Hao had suddenly attacked, decided not to stand idly by. The archer swiftly drew his bow, but before he could release the arrow, an explosive spell hit him. Unlike adorable Meng Meng, his equipment wasn't as good, and his health was instantly depleted, sending him back to the respawn point. The last remaining player was a warrior, and facing such an overwhelming difference in strength, he didn't hesitate to turn and flee. Lin Hao sneered, "Don't run. Since you came together, you should leave together." He used his swift as the wind skill to follow closely, silently calculating the cooldown time for his explosive flame spell. Once the spell was ready, the warrior's life would come to an end. After dealing with the last person, Lin Hao approached the body of the player known as Kawai Ming Ming. He remembered seeing something drop from a distance earlier, and upon closer inspection, he was stunned. A red, top-tier piece of equipment was on her. Even more shocking was that its attributes were incredibly powerful. Lin Hao examined the equipment details carefully. Starlight Magic Boots Red Equipment. Level requirement, level 6. Class requirement, Mage. Effect 1, Movement Speed 15. Effect 2, Spell Attack Power 50. Effect 3, triggers the Starlight Blink skill, allowing free movement within a 10-meter diameter, ignoring obstacles, with a 30-second cooldown. Wrathful Mage Class Special Effect. Changes spell attack power 50 to physical attack power 50. Lin Hao's heart raced. This was practically a divine artifact. Though the level requirement was a bit low, everything else was perfect. It's known that only legendary equipment is guaranteed to have active skills, and the chance of top-tier equipment having them is extremely low. These Starlight Magic Boots not only had an active skill, but its effects were astounding. Blink is a skill that remains invaluable even in the late stages of the game. Whether for attacking or escaping, having Blink makes everything much easier. The most crucial part is that the cooldown for Starlight Blink is only 30 seconds. Spatial movement skills are exceedingly rare. Lin Hao recalled that in his previous life as a top player, he only had one similar skill, but with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Now, at the start of the game, he had acquired an even more powerful skill. Lin Hao was so excited, he almost logged out on the spot. The virtual reality helmet would forcefully log out a player if it detected a dangerously high heart rate to prevent sudden death. He took a deep breath to calm himself, marveling at the woman's luck while feeling grateful that the treasure was now his. Lin Hao calculated in his mind that if he were to sell the Starlight Magic Boots, $10,000 wouldn't even cover a fraction of its value. Even if he priced it at 10 million, people would likely scramble to buy it. This was a huge win. Meanwhile, Kawai Ming Ming respawned at the revival point, her face twisted with anger. That jerk. Why did he kill me? She pondered for 3 minutes, unable to understand. However, upon learning that her two companions had also met their demise, she felt less angry. So he was targeting everyone, not just me. That's fine then. As for the dropped Starlight Magic Boots, she honestly didn't care. She wasn't very skilled at the game and had only entered it at Lu Xiao's request. Although she had seen the equipment's attributes, she didn't understand their significance. Just then, her communicator buzzed. The guild leader of Tianya Guild asked curiously, "I just saw that you died. What happened?" "Lu Xiao," Kawai Mingming said, aggrieved. "I was killed by that master. I was polite to him, but he went crazy and killed all 3 of us." "What?" Lu Xiao asked in surprise. "Didn't you tell him you were with Tianya Guild?" Kawai Mingming replied angrily. I said that. And then he killed me. She felt she hadn't lied. It was the truth. She was killed right after she finished speaking. At this moment, Lu Xiao was seething with anger, thinking to himself, this arrogant kid, first he offends the Guangzhou Guild, and now he slaps me in the face. Does he intend to use us as a stepping stone to establish his own guild later? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Cute Ming Ming added fuel to the fire, her voice tinged with a sob. Lu Xiao, the Starlight Magic Boots you gave me were destroyed too. Starlight Magic Boots? Lu Xiao asked with a frown. What are those? They're the level 6 red equipment that dropped from the wild boss earlier. Cute Ming Ming reminded him, her tone carrying a hint of expectation. Lu Xiao nonchalantly waved his hand. Oh, I see. If they're gone, they're gone. Once we leave the novice village, I'll get you something better. In his eyes, level 6 equipment was insignificant, something he could easily hand out to his subordinates. He was unaware that these boots possessed the rarest spatial displacement skill in the entire domain. If he knew, he might be infuriated every day. The uniqueness of the novice village meant that once you left, you couldn't re-enter, and items from the outside couldn't be brought in. But for Lu Xiao, the red equipment from the headquarters after leaving the village would allow him to change a set with each level up. This was the foundation accumulated by the large guild over 2 years of pioneering. Thank you, Lu Xiao, but I don't want equipment. I want revenge. Cute Ming Ming insisted. A cold glint flashed in Lu Xiao's eyes. Don't worry, that guy named Tianxia slapped me in the face. How could I let him walk away unscathed? He paused. But this matter needs to be postponed. I'm about to chop someone now. After hanging up the phone, Tianyao Wuyo urgently reported while pointing at a distant figure. President, he just killed me. Very well. Lu Xiao waved his hand. Brothers, charge with me. The Guangzhou Guild dared to kill my people. I want them to know the meaning of defeat. The players behind him were fired up, shouting as if they'd been injected with adrenaline. Lu Xiao is mighty. Charge. Let's kill them back to level 1. And so, the 2 largest guilds in Newbie Village 10086 engaged in their first direct confrontation. Meanwhile, Lin Hao arrived at the village chief's house, which was crowded with players. He planned to leave and come back when there were fewer people. However, as soon as the village chief saw him, he excitedly stood up and asked, Young man, did you perhaps kill the Wolf King? Lin Hao stopped in his tracks, thinking this might be a chain quest. Without a word, he took out the Wolf King's skull, and the village chief's expression grew even more excited. Young man, no, brave warrior. Thank you for ridding our village of such a scourge. As soon as the village chief finished speaking, the system notification sounded. Ding, congratulations on completing the hidden quest, the Wolf King's Scourge. Reward, Auction House, Supreme Token. Auction House, Supreme Token. Grade, Special Item, cannot be dropped. Found a player, Tianxia. Description, one of 100 ultra-rare items issued worldwide, currently owned by 97 individuals. Holding this token exempts you from auction house commission fees when selling items. Lin Hao was astonished to discover that this was actually a supreme level token. In his previous life, he had rarely even heard of such a token, let alone owned one. He only knew that obtaining it was related to a hidden quest. This token was undoubtedly a treasure. Lin Hao recalled that in his previous life, he only had a VIP level token, which reduced the auction house commission from 20 to 10. Now, he wouldn't have to pay any commission at all. He couldn't help but feel relieved, as he had been considering whether to join a guild to sell extra equipment. Now, it seemed he could avoid all that hassle. Lin Hao quickly opened his backpack and dumped all the unnecessary equipment into the auction house. Just then, the village chief finally finished his lengthy praises and looked at Lin Hao with a smile. Young warrior, I have a task for you. Can you complete it? As soon as he finished speaking, the system notification sounded. Ding. The village chief has given you a quest. Go to the cave deep in the forest and kill 10 black bears. Reward, a random green skill book for your class. Lin Hao's eyes lit up. In the game, Tianyu, skill books were rare items. The main way to obtain them was through quests, as getting them from monster drops was incredibly unlikely and purely a lucky bonus. Faced with a green skill for his class, Lin Hao wasn't going to pass it up. Besides, he was planning to level up anyway, so completing the quest along the way was perfect. After accepting the quest, Lin Hao headed toward the eastern forest. The monsters on the outskirts were weak, and low-level creatures couldn't withstand even a single blast flame spell from him. Lin Hao didn't linger and continued deeper. Before long, the surrounding monsters became noticeably tougher. Suddenly, a patterned leopard appeared in his view. The system showed, patterned leopard level, 8 HP, 1100 attack, 239 defense, 113 skills, pounce and bite. This patterned leopard was certainly a dominant creature in the forest, but it posed no threat to Lin Hao. Without hesitation, he cast a blast flame spell. Ever since equipping the Starlight Boots, his damage had increased significantly, and even a regular blast flame could inflict impressive damage. Lin Hao calculated that if he had a full set of equipment, a single blast flame could probably take down the leopard instantly. However, he currently only had a weapon, boots, and a non-damage boosting azure necklace. Without powerful attributes, equipment was merely transitional. As he leveled up, lower-level gear would eventually become obsolete, so he didn't plan on buying anything special, just rely on drops. The leopard, enraged by the blast flame, charged at Lin Hao with incredible speed, closing the distance in an instant. It opened its jaws wide, ready to use its pounce and bite skill. For an average player, facing such a swift attack would be overwhelming. But Lin Hao remained calm and unleashed another precise blast flame, striking the leopard's vital spot. The explosive spell was unleashed at point-blank range. The fanged leopard's sharp teeth were nearly on Lin Hao's head, glinting with a chilling light. Without a shield, a single bite would spell doom for Lin Hao. However, facing this seemingly dire crisis, Lin Hao remained unfazed, his eyes gleaming with confidence. For a skilled player like him, timing was just basic gameplay. With a deafening explosion, the leopard's form vanished in the blaze. The system notification chimed. Ding! Killed level 8 fanged leopard. Gained 96 experience points. Bonus of 10 points for defeating a foe 1 level higher. Lin Hao frowned, calculating in his mind. Only 106 experience points for a leopard seemed a bit low. He shook his head, accustomed to the generous rewards from defeating enemies 4 or 5 levels higher, making the extra 10 points seem insignificant. Unbeknownst to him, if other players heard his thoughts, they'd probably curse him. Getting 100 experience points at once and still complaining? What about us who have to split a boar among many? After defeating the leopard, Lin Hao continued deeper into the cave, casually clearing small monsters along the way, his experience points climbing to 5,200. He needed just 1,800 more to level up. In the dim, damp cave, a large black bear was sleeping at the entrance. Suddenly, feeling a burning sensation on its head, it opened its eyes groggily. It was met with a massive fireball, its intense heat nearly singeing its fur. 2 explosive spells hit precisely, reducing the unfortunate bear to a pile of experience points before it could even let out a cry. Lin Hao cautiously explored further down the cave, alert to his surroundings. However, he was unaware of the sneaky figure peeking from the jungle behind him. President, target confirmed. The master has entered the cave, a hushed voice urgently reported. Good, Huang Zhan Tianxiao replied calmly, a ruthless glint in his eyes. I'll bring the team over shortly. Don't go in and alert him. He then hurriedly led his group toward the cave. This time, he brought everyone along. Despite some incidents on the way, there were still 14 members, including himself. That made 15 warriors. As long as they blocked the cave entrance, the master would have no escape. Unaware of the looming danger, Lin Hao was focused on his hunt. In under 3 minutes, he swiftly dispatched 5 black bears. These bears were generally level 8, not much stronger than the leopard. The only challenge was that the cave was narrow. One explosive spell startled nearby bears, causing 3 massive ones to charge out at once. Facing 4 level 8 monsters, Lin Hao had to activate his swift step skill, maneuvering deftly in the cave to create distance. Though it took some effort, he still managed to complete the battle unscathed. That's the advantage of being a ranged fighter, Lin Hao thought with relief. If I were still a melee class like a swordsman, facing 4 level 8 black bears with over 1,000 health each, I'd have to run. In fact, a typical level 7 mage encountering these bears would also have to flee. While the bear's magic resistance wasn't very high, it was over 200 points. A regular mage's fireball spell dealing 100 damage would be quite good, but such damage was negligible to 4 black bears. Moreover, normal mages couldn't outrun the bears, and their fireball spells weren't instant, both factors leaving them defenseless against the bears. It's a pity, Lin Hao mused as he continued exploring, considering his skill setup. I don't have any area effect skills. Otherwise, my monster clearing speed could increase several times. He looked forward to what surprises the future green skills might bring. Even a weaker single target attack skill than the explosive spell would do. Since spell cooldowns are calculated separately, 2 single target skills could still greatly boost my combat power. Lin Hao delved deeper into the cave, blissfully unaware of the danger quietly approaching. Outside the cave, Huang Zhan Tianxiao's team had silently surrounded the entrance, setting the stage for a thrilling showdown. As Lin Hao was lost in thought, a massive figure suddenly flickered in the darkness. Squinting to get a better look, he realized it was an unusually large black bear, significantly bigger than its peers. In this pitch-black cave, if not for his high vigilance, he might have missed this dangerous creature. Lin Hao quickly pulled up the monster's information. Elite black bear, level 10, health 6,200, attack 326, defense 275. What surprised him even more was that this elite black bear possessed 2 skills. Skill 1, Super Regeneration. When health falls below 50, it instantly restores 20 of its health, with a minimum of 2,000 points. This effect refreshes every 10 seconds. Skill 2, Charge. Lin Hao couldn't help but gasp. Passive skills are extremely rare among monsters, not even mini-bosses have them. And this Super Regeneration is a rare red quality passive, its value even surpassing some legendary skills. He quickly calculated the power of this skill in his mind. Early on, 2,000 health points could fully revive many players. Later, for those tank classes with massive health pools, a single recovery could mean 20,000 health. More terrifyingly, as long as it isn't killed instantly, it can trigger again every 10 seconds. If this skill dropped and was sold to those high health, high defense players, it could easily fetch millions. Of course, such dreams are best left as dreams. The drop rate for skills from monsters is already ridiculously low, let alone for passive skills. Unless luck is extraordinarily on one side, it's better to stay grounded. Despite his racing thoughts, Lin Hao's actions were swift. He immediately cast a blaze spell, with familiar damage numbers appearing in the air. He then cast fleet-footed on himself to prepare for the upcoming endurance battle. Although the elite black bear's agility was much higher than that of an average black bear, it still couldn't keep up with Lin Hao's pace. With increased attack power, the effect of fleet-footed also intensified. At this moment, Lin Hao's speed had increased by 50, and with an additional 15 movement speed boost from his Starlight Mage boots, he could barely keep up with the level 10 elite monster. The low base agility of the mage class was always a weakness, but fortunately, Lin Hao's spells were instant cast, otherwise he might have been killed during casting. After some maneuvering, the elite black bear's health had dropped below 50, while Lin Hao remained unscathed. He couldn't help but marvel. The Fury Mage, this SS class profession, combined with an SS class War God talent, seemed like a design oversight too overpowering. Even though the elite black bear's passive skill activated, restoring 2,000 health points, the 10-second cooldown was already fatal for Lin Hao. He cast 3 consecutive blaze spells, suppressing the elite black bear's health below the kill threshold in just 3 seconds. The terrifying damage appeared above its head, and the elite black bear was instantly killed. The system notification sounded, announcing that Lin Hao not only gained 500 experience points, but also earned an extra 150 points for defeating an enemy 3 levels higher. Lin Hao was secretly delighted. This kill was as efficient as hunting 6 ordinary black bears, yet it took hardly any time. He glanced around effortlessly, realizing his strength far surpassed that of ordinary people. Other teams would probably prefer to challenge the Wolf King boss, which doesn't regenerate health. After all, most teams currently can't deal 2,000 damage in 10 seconds, leaving them helpless against the elite black bear. As the elite black bear's body vanished, an unknown item emitting a faint red glow appeared on the ground. Lin Hao's heart raced as he quickly moved forward to inspect it. When he confirmed it was a passive skill book, excitement was written all over his face. The attributes of the Super Regeneration skill book were tantalizing. Red quality, no class requirement, with the effect of instantly recovering 20 of health when below 50, with a minimum of 2,000 points, and it could be triggered every 10 seconds. Lin Hao could hardly believe it as he held the skill book, feeling as if he were dreaming. He recalled hearing that challenging higher-level enemies increased drop rates, but he had never paid it much mind. Now, he suddenly realized that, for someone as lucky as him, even a slight increase in probability could yield astounding results. Lin Hao pondered whether he should consult a fortune teller about his hidden attributes. Carefully placing the skill book into his system backpack, Lin Hao decided not to learn it for now. Although precious, it didn't fully align with his class, so trading it might be a wiser choice. Just then, a commotion came from the cave entrance. Guangzhou Tianxia led a grand procession of guild members. An excited warrior player reported that the Celestial Master was definitely still inside the cave. Guangzhou Tianxia nodded in satisfaction and immediately ordered the exit to be sealed. "Brothers, let's trap him in," Guangzhou Tianxia exclaimed. "In this narrow cave, let's see how that mage can deal with us. Stand side by side, and don't leave any gaps." His subordinates quickly moved, blocking the already narrow passage completely. Confident, Guangzhou Tianxia commanded everyone to start recording, ready to upload the footage of defeating the Celestial Master to the forums to showcase the guild's prowess. However, some members began to question whether such a public display was making a mountain out of a molehill. Someone volunteered to handle the Celestial Master alone to gain fame. Amidst the clamor of opinions, Guangzhou Tianxia shouted angrily, "Quiet down. Don't underestimate the opponent. Show your true skills. Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. If anyone slacks off, don't blame me for being harsh." After the warning, the atmosphere in the cave became much more tense. Although no one dared to mention a duel again, many still looked skeptical. Using 15 warriors to gang up on a single mage seemed like overkill. In the pitch-black cave, the group cautiously moved forward. Suddenly, Guangzhou Tianxia's gaze fixed on a solitary figure ahead, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. "Kid, didn't expect karma to catch up with you so quickly, did you?" Lin Hao turned around, his gaze calmly sweeping over the fully armed warriors before him. "Oh, it's you guys. What's up? Are you too scared to think straight?" "Of course, I'm here for revenge." Guangzhou Tianxia tightened his grip on his greatsword and charged without another word. He understood the trope of villains losing due to talking too much, and although he didn't see himself as a villain, he wasn't about to give Lin Hao a chance to catch his breath. Brothers, charge with me and take him out immediately. The sight of more than 10 warriors charging together was particularly impressive in the narrow cave, with their footsteps echoing off the walls. Such a formation could instantly take down not only a frail mage, but even the strongest tank class. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Hao didn't retreat. He stood his ground. Quang Tianxia was momentarily puzzled by Lin Hao's intentions, but when he noticed the calmness on Lin Hao's face, he felt a twinge of unease. Yet, the charge was already underway, leaving him no room for hesitation. As the distance between the two parties rapidly closed, a precise explosive fireball struck a warrior's head. The moment the damage numbers appeared, the warrior's health bar was wiped clean. What terrifying damage, Quang Tianxia thought, his expression serious. He clearly remembered that during their last encounter, Lin Hao's damage was just over 400, not enough to instantly kill a full health warrior. Now it had doubled. When the gap shrank to 10 meters, another explosive fireball flew towards Quang Tianxia. Save your effort, he taunted. My health is over 4,000 now. Can you really kill me? The 10-meter distance vanished in an instant. Quang Tianxia's greatsword was the first to slash at Lin Hao, with the warriors behind him rushing forward, not wanting to miss this fleeting opportunity. Faced with such overwhelming attacks, even an intermediate barrier wouldn't suffice. Yet, Lin Hao remained unfazed, having already prepared his life-saving move. The moment Starlight Flash was activated, Lin Hao vanished without a trace. When the barrage of attacks landed, there was no one in sight. What happened? Quang Tianxia stared incredulously at the empty space ahead. Boss, we must have already killed him, right? A subordinate tentatively asked. Quang Tianxia shook his head. There was no sensation of hitting anything. He definitely escaped. The boss is right. There's no system notification of a kill, Wu Liang said, frowning in confusion. But how did he disappear just now? Did he somehow learn the assassin's stealth? Invisibility doesn't mean you're untouchable. If you're hit, you'll still take damage. Just as everyone hesitated, a massive fireball suddenly came whistling from an unexpected direction, striking a warrior with precision. It's the Tianxia. He's gotten behind us. A player's terrified shout pierced the air. What? That's impossible. Quang Tianxia's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked around. How could a living person slip through when they had almost completely blocked the passage? However, Lin Hao gave them no time to think. With a wave of his arm, another explosive fireball descended. In mere seconds, 2 more players fell to his fireballs, and the battle turned in an instant. Now, you're surrounded by me. Lin Hao's voice was so calm it was almost cold, as if stating an obvious fact. The idea of one person surrounding a group seemed absurd, but the members of the Quangzhan Guild couldn't laugh. The players who had initially underestimated Lin Hao now found themselves instinctively retreating. You fools! Quang Tianxia's face turned livid with anger. That guy has only one attack skill. Everyone, charge together and don't give him a chance to breathe. Although he still couldn't figure out how the Tianxia had stealthily maneuvered behind them, the priority was to eliminate him quickly. The guild leader's angry command steadied the players' nerves. After all, no matter how formidable, he was just one person. How could he possibly turn the tide? Yet reality quickly struck them hard. The Tianxia might not be able to overturn the heavens, but they were certainly not gods. With his rapid movement skill activated, Lin Hao moved like a gust of wind, employing a Hitandran strategy. The warriors chasing him from behind struggled to close the gap. In this game of cat and mouse, Lin Hao managed to take down 8 more players. Now, only 5 enemies remained, and Quang Tianxia's health had dropped below half. Although the distance between them was closing, since even the furious Tianxia needed to turn back to aim when casting skills. At this critical moment, Quang Tianxia seized the fleeting opportunity. Not only did he launch a charge, but he also activated another powerful skill. Fearless Charge. Quang Tianxia roared, his speed suddenly surging. Tianxia, I know you have a skill that multiplies damage by 5, but you can't kill me. Lin Hao narrowed his eyes, his expression serious. He recognized this as the most practical red skill acknowledged by warrior classes. Fearless Charge not only increased the user's speed by 50, but also granted complete damage immunity during the charge and enhanced the next basic attack. This enhanced attack not only ignored space, but also dealt a 200 damage increase to enemies within 5 meters of the locked target. Looks like I'm not the only one with an opportunity, Lin Hao remarked, his expression growing even more solemn. The figure of Quang Tianxia shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, instantly surpassing Lin Hao's speed. His eyes were locked onto his target ahead, and the great sword in his hands gleamed with a cold light as he unhesitatingly launched into an empowered fearless charge. Boom! A blurred shadow flashed by, and Quang Tianxia suddenly appeared above Lin Hao's head. Gripping his great sword with both hands, he aimed its edge downward and roared menacingly. Tianxia, die. You want to kill me? You're 100 years too early, Lin Hao replied calmly, swiftly activating an intermediate barrier spell. The great sword fell with a thunderous crash, causing the ground to tremble. Damage numbers in the thousands appeared above Lin Hao's head, prompting Quang Zhan Tianxia to laugh maniacally. Kid, keep going crazy. Behind him, the warrior players wore expressions of delight. This chase had been a nightmare for them, with heavy casualties along the way. Whoever ran fast was instantly killed, and none had managed to get close to Lin Hao. If not for their leader's relentless pursuit, they would have long lost the courage to continue. However, their smiles soon froze. Although damage numbers in the 4 digits appeared above Lin Hao, his health remained untouched. A transparent shield enveloped his body, its value dropping from 1104 to 96. Finished? Now it's my turn to strike back. Lin Hao shouted, unleashing a scorching explosive flame spell. Quang Zhan Tianxia, already at half health, had no chance to react and fell dead instantly. The remaining 4 warrior players were stunned. The Tianxia, who should have been killed, was unharmed and had instead taken down their leader. Seizing the moment of their shock, Lin Hao launched another precise explosive flame spell, taking out another player. Now, only 3 members of the Quang Zhan guild remained. Don't be afraid, everyone. Attack together. His swift steps effect has worn off. Wu Liang shouted, seizing the opportunity. Good observation, Lin Hao silently praised. Although the enhancement skills didn't show status icons, the casting effects were unmistakable, like the faint green circle appearing underfoot during swift steps. The remaining 2 warriors realized this was a rare chance and charged at Lin Hao with all their might. Unfortunately, they had already used their charge skills earlier, limiting their speed boost. In just 2 seconds, Lin Hao took down another warrior. Yet, this time, Wu Liang managed to hold his ground. Tianxia, miscalculated this time, huh? My health is over 1,000 points. Wu Liang laughed wildly. With 2 warriors attacking together, you're doomed. Well done, Lin Hao nodded calmly. Although he had held back somewhat, forcing him to use all his skills, the Quang Zhan guild did have some skill. In the next moment, Lin Hao activated Starry Flash, easily evading their attack. Then, with another precise explosive flame spell, he took down 1 more warrior. Now, the Quang Zhan guild had only 1 member left standing. From 10 meters away, Wu Liang stared at Lin Hao with wide eyes, incredulously asking, "Did you just use Flash?" Lin Hao simply nodded. You guessed right. This simple confirmation left Wu Liang even more astonished. How is that possible? Getting Flash in the newbie village? Are you secretly the developer's favorite? His reaction was understandable after all. In the game Tianyu, a spatial displacement skill like Flash was extremely rare, with many players searching for it in vain for over 2 years. Before Wu Liang could ask more, Lin Hao flicked his wrist, and a fire blast spell shot out. As the damage numbers flashed, Wu Liang's system notification sounded. Watching the respawn countdown, he finally realized they had been wiped out by just 1 person. Reflecting on the battle in the cave, the pitch-black environment had left him confused, but now he understood. This celestial master wielded a super-advanced flash skill, with a cooldown possibly as short as 30 seconds. After defeating all the members of the Berserk Guild, Lin Hao began collecting the loot. To his surprise, there were 15 pieces of equipment scattered on the ground, indicating that everyone had dropped their gear. Strange, he pondered. This drop rate is clearly abnormal. Normally, only players with a high sin value are guaranteed to drop equipment, and dying once should clear all sin value. Several of these people had already died once, so they shouldn't have dropped gear again. Just then, the system notifications rang out. Ding! All the equipment you listed at the auction house has been sold. Total sales, 160,000 credit points. Ding! As a holder of the Supreme Auction House token, no transaction fees were deducted. You received the full 160,000 credit points. Those trash items sold for over 100,000. Lin Hao was quite surprised. Although the previously sold gear included some blue quality items, their level was too low. A level 10 blue item was statistically inferior to a level 15 green item or a level 20 white item. Even he thought they were just transitional gear, yet someone was willing to pay a high price for them. The rich in this world are truly wealthy, Lin Hao mused, recalling how he had been worried about the cost of a helmet and his debts before entering the game. He casually listed the 15 newly acquired items on the auction house, though their value was clearly less than before. Mostly white items, a few greens, and just 1 blue item, likely fetching at most 20 to 30,000. Sigh. I've really changed. When even 20 or 30,000 doesn't catch my eye, Lin Hao joked to himself as he turned back to the cave. He quickly completed the task of hunting black bears, and, on his way back to the newbie village, cleared a few obstructing monsters. With the accumulated experience points, his level increased again, reaching level 8. Without hesitation, he allocated all his attribute points to strength, and even without any equipment, his attack power had already reached an impressive 320 points. When Lin Hao returned to the newbie village, the Celestial Forum was abuzz with a hot topic: the large-scale guild war at newbie village number 10086. As he opened the forum, a series of posts about the Berserk Guild's loot exploits caught his eye. It turned out the Berserk Guild had not only slaughtered the leader and vice-leader of the Tianya Guild, but had also decimated most of its members, causing their infamy levels to skyrocket. Curious, Lin Hao quickly skimmed through the details of the event. The Tianya Guild had been incredibly unlucky. While they were attempting to take down the Wolf King boss, the Berserk Guild ambushed them. Liu Xiao, the leader of Tianya, then led a counter-ambush against the isolated members of Berserk, hoping to turn the tide. However, they hadn't anticipated that Berserk was gathering forces to attack Tianshi. The 19-member team from Tianya found themselves increasingly surrounded during the battle, ultimately managing to kill only 5 opponents before being wiped out. Consequently, the label of useless shifted from the Berserk Guild to Tianya Guild. Reading this, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel sorry for the Tianya Guild. In a fair fight, even if the Berserk Guild could win, it wouldn't be so decisively. The key to their victory was the precise intervention of their warrior players, who directly dismantled Tianya's backline, sealing the outcome. Just as Lin Hao was about to leave the forum and attend to other matters, a new post caught his attention. The title was provocative, Blockbuster of the Year, and Censored Leak. Upon clicking in, Lin Hao was stunned. The star of the 4K video was none other than himself. The video vividly documented his obliteration of the Berserk Guild, clearly filmed from the perspective of a Berserk Guild member. The comments section was in an uproar, amassing over 10,000 comments in mere minutes. From playful jests like, "I took off my pants for this," to astonished remarks like, "The Tianshi leader is incredible, taking on 15 and wiping out the Berserk Guild," to fangirl comments like, "That line 'you're surrounded by me' was insanely cool." The reactions kept pouring in. The most popular comment read, "Even from the recording, you can feel the immense pressure from Tianshi. If it were me, I wouldn't last 3 seconds. With Tianshi's involvement, we might actually dominate players from other countries in the next World Boss Showdown." However, there were dissenting opinions as well. The experts from Japan and America aren't to be underestimated. Their skills are on par with Tianshi's. The debate continued, with no signs of cooling down. "You always criticize, but can't do anything yourself. The Celestial Master will definitely take down the world boss." The forum was buzzing with arguments, but Lin Hao found himself intrigued by this world boss he had never heard of. As a veteran player of the game, Gods and Demons, this new game mechanic piqued his curiosity. After quickly closing the thread, Lin Hao launched into a detailed search. Soon, the concept of this special dungeon came to light. The world boss is a time-limited, ultra-difficult dungeon that requires all players to work together to defeat. Not only are the rewards substantial, but it's also the perfect stage for players from around the world to showcase their skills. However, the most startling fact was that in the 2 years since the game's launch, no one had ever successfully defeated a world boss. Various strategy content creators asserted that it was part of the game design, claiming the world boss was impossible to kill. Lin Hao smirked, his eyes glinting with determination. Impossible to kill? They just haven't met me yet. For him, the tougher the challenge, the more it fueled his fighting spirit. Checking the game time, he noted there were only 3 hours left until the world boss would appear in the novice village. Each country had only 10 spots available for participation, and the criteria were simple. Players just needed to be in the top 10 of the novice village dungeon leaderboard. However, Lin Hao wasn't in a rush to speed through the dungeon, knowing he had plenty of room to improve his skills. Meanwhile, Guangzhou Tianxia was fuming. The blockbuster, uncut footage of their guild being wiped out by the Celestial Master had gone viral on the forum, exposing their humiliation. After learning that Xiao Lu uploaded the video and then left the guild, Guangzhou Tianxia, though enraged, quickly calmed down. "Brothers," he said, taking a deep breath, his voice tinged with frustration, "I miscalculated this time. The Celestial Master's strength is beyond what we expected, and at this stage, we can't handle him. But once we leave the novice village, I have 100 ways to deal with him. For now, let's avoid direct confrontation and fight another day." Seeing the dejected faces around him, Guangzhou Tianxia played his trump card. "You've all worked hard lately, and instead of leveling up, you dropped 2 levels. Here's a 2,000 cash bonus for each of you as compensation." Instantly, the gloomy atmosphere lifted. "Boss Guangzhou, I'll follow you to the ends of the earth." "Yeah, President, losing twice is nothing. We'll get our revenge sooner or later." Even though he temporarily boosted morale with money, Guangzhou Tianxia couldn't bring himself to smile. Unless they defeated the Celestial Master, they'd always be a laughingstock in others' eyes, and more importantly, headquarters wouldn't look kindly on him. The room in the village chief's house was small, yet packed with a variety of players. After Lin Hao quickly submitted his task, a system notification sounded, and a green light flashed by. The random skill he received made his eyes light up. Flame Burst LV1, a rare area attack skill. The skill description stated, it deals a fixed 50-150 of attack power damage to enemies at the explosion center, and surrounding enemies suffer an additional 100 splash damage. With this skill, my efficiency in farming monsters can at least double. Lin Hao calculated to himself while opening the system panel to check the auction house. All the equipment he had listed earlier had sold, but the total earnings were only 22,800 credits, a figure that made him frown. After all, a single collision skill book he casually looted before had sold for 20,000. The total price of 15 pieces of equipment didn't even compare to one skill book, highlighting the value retention of skills. Even skills acquired during the novice period might be useful at level 90 and beyond, whereas level 10 equipment would be obsolete by level 15. Lin Hao had considered buying a few practical skill books from the auction house, but quickly abandoned the idea. Almost all players who chose the mage class were wealthy in real life, with dedicated personnel monitoring the auction house 247 to snatch up skill books the moment they were listed. Given his current situation, competing with them was out of the question. As he pondered, a player suddenly burst through the door, their excited voice echoing in the room. Everyone, hurry up and fight the boss. The plains outside have a refreshed boss. Another boss. The room instantly buzzed with excitement as people rushed out, eager to get a few hits in, hoping to score some green gear. Lin Hao immediately got up and followed. Although outdoor bosses spawned at fixed locations, the timing was completely random, and such opportunities couldn't be missed. More than the equipment drops, he was interested in the 100 attack power attribute bonus. Crossing through the novice village, a vast plain stretched out before him. In the distance, he could already see the silhouette of the giant rabbit boss, with its attribute panel appearing. Giant rabbit boss level 8. Health, 10,000. Attack, 399. Defense, 273. Magic resistance, 251. Skill 1. Carrot Strike throws a giant carrot, dealing fixed 50-100 attack power damage. Skill 2. Recovery eats a carrot, restoring 20 of health. A level 8 boss, and players are already at level 6. As long as their equipment is sufficient, they'll eventually wear it down. Lin Hao quickened his pace. Although he didn't expect any spectacular drops, even regular loot was a source of income. As he pushed through a thicket, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Trusting his instincts, he cast an intermediate barrier on himself. In the next instant, a cold glint came out of nowhere, followed by an assassin-clad player appearing with a look of shock on their face. How? How did you notice me? Lin Hao hid in the bushes, activating his stealth skill, confident that the Celestial Master would never detect his presence. However, just as he launched his attack, the Celestial Master seemed to have anticipated it, immediately casting a shield spell. This left Lin Hao puzzled. Before he could dwell on it, the Celestial Master had already flung a fireball spell directly at him. As an assassin well-versed in countering mages, Lin Hao knew his advantage lay in the Shadow Strike during his stealth state, which could inflict 150 damage. If not for the Celestial Master's quick reaction, the one on the ground would have been the latter. Afterward, the Celestial Master casually revealed the truth. In this world of Tianyu, which claimed to simulate reality 100, the faint sound of a dagger slicing through the air was a fatal flaw. While the stealth skill could conceal one's presence, it couldn't mask the sound of footsteps snapping dry twigs. For the Celestial Master, who had experienced thousands of similar scenarios, this faint sound was a beacon signaling impending danger. A regular player might not even notice it before meeting their end. Come on out. I know you're there. Lin Hao called into the thick bushes ahead. Silence followed, with no response. Interesting, he chuckled, then activated his swift stride skill. He knew that the intermediate shield spell only lasted 10 seconds, with a 30-second cooldown being its critical weakness. If the enemies were numerous, staying would only lead to his demise. As Lin Hao turned to retreat towards the novice village, Lu Xiao couldn't hold back any longer and jumped out from the bushes. Surround him quickly, he shouted. Instantly, a large group of players emerged from all directions, encircling Lin Hao. Oh, Celestial Master, aren't you supposed to be powerful? Why did you run earlier? Lu Xiao laughed triumphantly. Are you the leader of the Tianya Guild? Lin Hao asked, frowning. That's right. Lu Xiao nodded, then angrily added. I sincerely invited you to join us before, but not only did you refuse, you killed my members. Did you think you could get away with that? Yeah, exactly. Adorable Meng Meng jumped out from the bushes, fuming. You killed those too, and you didn't spare me either. Lu Xiao won't let you off. Lin Hao glanced around, his expression serious. Your Tianya Guild really holds me in high regard, sending 18 people to deal with one mage. Fortunately, he hadn't acted recklessly earlier, or he might have already respawned at the revival point. Unlike the Berserker Guild, which consisted solely of warriors, the Tianya Guild had a complete roster of class mages, assassins, archers, and warriors posing a far greater threat than a group of warriors alone. Who do you think leaked the information about the wild boss? Lu Xiao sneered. After we kill you, the wild boss is ours too. It's killing two birds with one stone. He laughed heartily, pleased with his scheme. Adorable Meng Meng immediately chimed in. Lu Xiao is amazing. Only Tianya Wuyo shook his head silently, his gaze towards Lin Hao filled with complexity. They were meant to be comrades fighting side by side, but unfortunately, The Celestial Master had chosen the wrong path. Just as cute Ming Ming was about to speak, a massive fireball suddenly plummeted from the sky. Her heart skipped a beat, but she quickly calmed down when she realized the fireball wasn't aimed at her. It struck Lu Xiao with precision, instantly depleting 908 points of his health. The disaster didn't end there. The explosion's shockwave spread out, and the 6 ranged players standing around Lu Xiao weren't spared. Known among players as glass cannons, 3 of them were killed on the spot, leaving only cute Ming Ming, Tianyao Wuyo, and Lu Xiao standing. At that moment, everyone realized with a start that the Celestial Master had mastered an area attack skill. While they had been waiting for the shield's effect to wear off, the Celestial Master had been patiently waiting for them to reveal themselves from behind their cover. Cute Ming Ming stared blankly at the 3 bodies on the ground until Lu Xiao's angry shout snapped her out of it. What are you standing there for? Heal me. Oh, right. She hurriedly cast a healing spell, and a green 284 floated above her head. Seeing her nearly depleted health bar restore, she breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Xiao, however, was almost exploding with anger. I meant heal me. I'm obviously his next target. Even as he spoke, another fire blast was already on its way. In the nick of time, Tianyao Wuyo leaped in front of Lu Xiao, taking the fatal hit for him. In just a few seconds, Lu Xiao's side had lost 4 members, including the vice president, Tianyao Wuyo. He fired an arrow that dealt 423 damage to the shield while shouting, "The Celestial Master is out of skills. Let's go." Cute Ming Ming finally mustered the courage to cast a water ball spell. With a crisp crack, the shield with 1144 points shattered, and the excess 27 damage pierced through, hitting Lin Hao his first injury since entering the game. Lu Xiao was thrilled. To him, a Celestial Master without a shield was just a regular fragile mage. Judging by the slight health loss, this Celestial Master probably had no more than 400 or 500 health points, easily breakable. As the players swarmed, Lin Hao remained calm. He first cast a fire blast, instantly killing 1 player, then took the initiative to strike, tapping a swordsman on the head with his staff. Lu Xiao was about to mock this desperate move, but the damage number that appeared made him doubt his eyes. The swordsman was instantly killed. How is this possible? Lu Xiao exclaimed. A mage dealing over 500 damage with a basic attack? That's insane. To him, the Celestial Master's magical damage was exaggerated enough, but this seemed like a game glitch. After all, a staff's basic attack is physical, and even maxing out strength shouldn't result in such terrifying damage. Just then, a thought suddenly flashed through Lu Xiao's mind. He knew that mages could channel their mana into their staffs, turning normal attacks into magical damage, but that was clearly a skill exclusive to melee mages. What puzzled him even more was that the staff should emit a faint blue glow when performing this skill, yet the weapon of this Celestial Master showed no such sign. Could it really be pure physical attack? Lu Xiao frowned deeply. He would rather believe that the opponent had mastered some special skill than accept that a mage's attack power could surpass his own. There was no time to think further. Lu Xiao quickly drew his bow and arrow, and his men also launched their attacks. The Celestial Master, with only 400 or 500 health points, would surely die even if his health were 10 times greater. However, just as the barrage of attacks was about to hit the target, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. The Celestial Master's figure suddenly vanished, and in the next instant, he reappeared behind them, slashing down another team member. Blink! Lu Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, "A hacker! How did he get such a late-game skill in the newbie village?" Nearby, cute Ming Ming's expression changed upon hearing this. Lu Xiao, is that blink skill really hard to obtain? Hard is an understatement. Lu Xiao instinctively replied. If this skill were on the market, people would pay $1 billion or 2 to get it. What? Cute Ming Ming gasped, her face turning pale. She finally grasped the true meaning of losing $1 billion, because she had indeed lost $1 billion right now. Seeing her on the verge of fainting, Lu Xiao looked puzzled. What's wrong with you? Overexercised yesterday. Hurry. Cute Ming Ming was on the brink of tears. Kill that Celestial Master quickly. My $1 billion is on him. That blink comes with my starlight boots. What? Lu Xiao's mouth dropped open. Why didn't you say so earlier? Although she had mentioned it before, he hadn't taken it seriously. Had he known the starlight boots came with blink, he would never have let her touch that gear. Cute Ming Ming looked aggrieved. I didn't know the skill was worth so much, and you never asked me. Lu Xiao was exasperated, but the priority was to retrieve the starlight boots even if they were low-level gear. The spatial displacement skill made them a rare treasure. 2 billion might be an exaggeration, but $1 billion was definitely achievable. However, he didn't lack money and had no intention of selling. Meanwhile, Lin Hao's attacks showed no sign of slowing. As soon as Flame Burst cooled down, he cast it again, leaving only 7 of Lu Xiao's original 18 men standing, including Lu Xiao himself. Learning the truth about the Starlight Blink, Lu Xiao was furious and made the worst possible decision for an archer. He pursued actively. Kill the Celestial Master, he shouted to his remaining subordinates. I'll reward each of you with 50,000 cash. Spending 300,000 for a chance to kill seemed like a bargain to Lu Xiao. The Celestial Master had killed so many, his sin value must be high, and with luck, they might even loot some gear. Upon hearing these words, a gleam of greed instantly flashed in the eyes of the crowd. The lure of $50,000 temporarily made them forget their fear of Lin Hao, and with bloodshot eyes, they charged at him. However, their speed seemed laughable in front of Lin Hao, always maintaining a distance from him, and in the blink of an eye, 2 more fell under his spells. The crowd knew they should retreat in time and let the slower ones be the scapegoats, but the temptation of $50,000 numbed their reason like poison. Maybe I can catch him in the next second? This wishful thinking ultimately cost them all their lives. As Lin Hao moved, he coldly watched these pursuers rushing towards their deaths. His gaze finally landed on Liu Xiao, who was relentlessly chasing him from behind. I thought you had some brains, but it seems I overestimated you. Using a wild boss to lure the target and then ambushing them is indeed a good strategy, but unfortunately, you encountered me, not those ordinary mages. Liu Xiao stopped in his tracks, gritting his teeth. Enough talk. Hand over the starlight boots, and we'll call it even. Otherwise, it's a fight to the death. Lin Hao couldn't be bothered to say more and unleashed a blast flame spell. The fiery explosion followed instantly, showcasing the advantage of instant cast skills. The cute Ming Ming beside Liu Xiao didn't even have time to cast a healing spell before watching Liu Xiao fall. Stop, don't kill me. Ming Ming, seeing she was the only one left from the Tianya Guild, immediately put on a pitiful expression. Master, if you return the starlight boots to me, I'll be your girlfriend. These words filled Lin Hao with intense discomfort. Sorry, you're not worthy. Also, don't add master after my nickname. It makes me sick. Before he finished speaking, he swung his staff to attack. Although Lin Hao's normal attack damage was considerable, he rarely used it. The stiffness after a mage swings their staff was too deadly during the time of one normal attack. A warrior could slash twice, an assassin could stab 4 times. Only a flash could ignore the stiffness and activate instantly. Otherwise, normal attacks were mostly a burden. After defeating all the members of the Tianya Guild, Lin Hao acquired 3 pieces of equipment. 2 were plain, and the last was a common green item dropped from Ming Ming, a blue ring. This green quality gear only had the effect of restoring 10 mana points per second, but it was better than nothing. Lin Hao equipped it casually and turned towards the giant rabbit boss. The battle took nearly 3 minutes, and when he arrived at the boss's location, he found its health had only decreased by 1. Just as he was secretly amazed at the player's strength, a warrior player suddenly cursed. What's wrong with this boss? It automatically regenerated 3 times in just 3 minutes. How are we supposed to fight this? Yeah, this is just ridiculous. A player sighed, watching the giant rabbit boss continuously regenerate its health. Other bosses can be worn down with enough people, but this guy's healing speed outpaces all our damage combined. The surrounding players looked at the giant rabbit leisurely munching on a carrot, their expressions growing more dejected. Every minute, the giant rabbit would unleash a healing skill, while their collective effort could only chip away 18 of its health in the same time, rendering their efforts futile. Just as everyone was about to give up, 2 striking 3-digit damage numbers suddenly flashed on the battle screen. Amidst the sea of low damage points, these 2 908 damage numbers stood out brilliantly. Holy crap, a pro has arrived. The crowd buzzed with excitement, turning to look around. Soon, someone identified the newcomer. It's Master Tianshi. Master Tianshi is incredible. If Guangzhou Tianxiao saw this damage, he'd be blown away. Isn't that expected? Master Tianshi has already soloed those guys twice. Listening to the chatter around him, Lin Hao nodded slightly in response to the friendly glances from other players, feeling a bit surprised. It seemed his reputation in the novice village was quite positive. Soon after, Lin Hao focused on the battle. With a few casual skills, he dealt more damage than others could in 3 minutes. With frontline players taking the hits, Lin Hao abandoned any evasive maneuvers and stood firm, dealing damage. In less than 10 seconds, the 10,000 health giant rabbit boss fell to his attacks. His final strike dealt an astonishing 4,540 damage, leaving the onlookers wondering if this was even the same game. System notifications chimed in quick succession. Ding! You have slain an 8th level giant rabbit, earning 800 experience points. Ding! Your War God talent has activated, absorbing the rabbit's primal power, permanently increasing your attack by 100 points. Ding! You are the first player in Novice Village 10086 to kill a giant rabbit. You have the opportunity to announce this to the entire village. Do you wish to hide your name? Lin Hao chose no. Without hesitation, keeping things under wraps was never his style. Soon, the village announcement rang out twice. Congratulations to player Tianshi for achieving the first kill on the giant rabbit, earning 5,000 experience points and 5 gold coins. We hope all players continue to strive for excellence. This reward was half compared to the first kill of the Wolf King, but Lin Hao wasn't surprised. The Wolf King was a unique hidden boss first kill, while this was just the first kill of the giant rabbit in Novice Village 10086. However, the 5,000 experience points were still significant, leaving him only 2,000 experience points away from level 9. Once he reached level 10, he could equip the Fable Staff, further enhancing his strength. The giant rabbit dropped 5 pieces of level 8 blue gear, but no red gear. 4 of them were useless, with only the last item, the furry feather boots, having some value. Furry feather boots. Quality, blue. Level, 8. Class requirement, none. Effect, movement speed 10, additional 20 speed when injured. As footwear, they were decent, but the speed boost was not as good as his current Starlight Magic boots. Moreover, without taking damage, the 10 speed increase was still inferior to the Starlight Magic boots. Lin Hao packed all his equipment into the system backpack and turned to leave the plains. The scattered players behind him were as silent as mice, watching his figure fade into the distance, with none daring to cause trouble. This is the power of intimidation by a strong player in this dog-eat-dog gaming world. Solo players must consider 2 things before robbing: whether they can win and how to handle retaliation. Clearly, angering someone as formidable as Lin Hao over loot from an 8th level boss would be a foolish trade-off. On his way back to the beginner's village, Lin Hao browsed the forum. A new hot topic quickly caught his attention, even overshadowing the previous discussion about his annihilation of the Berserker Guild. The headline read, Xia Rufin, president of the Proud Dragon Guild, defeated by Arai Masato from Japan. This title made Lin Hao raise an eyebrow. Xia Rufin was one of the top players in Xia country, having recently set a global record for the fastest completion of a level 90 dungeon. Yet today, this peak player had been defeated by a Japanese opponent. The comments section below the post was filled with dismay. Didn't expect God fan to lose. That Arai Masato is indeed skilled. The assassin class is too overpowered. Even the Apocalypse Knight can't handle it. You can't say that. Assassins are naturally better at duels. Don't lose heart. This must be God fan deliberately showing weakness to mislead his opponent. But God fan used all the exclusive skills of the Apocalypse Knight and still lost. These comments piqued Lin Hao's interest. Logically, the Apocalypse Knight should counter the assassin, unless the opponent had mastered some core skill capable of reversing the battle. Soon, Lin Hao found the replay video of the arena match. The short 3-minute match saw both sides trading blows with legendary skills for the first 2 minutes and 50 seconds, neither gaining the upper hand. However, in the last 10 seconds, the assassin suddenly surged, astonishingly one-shotting the Apocalypse Knight, who had a whopping 180,000 health and high duel resistance. Seeing this, Lin Hao's eyes narrowed. Being someone who often dealt with assassins, he immediately recognized the key. Arai Masato had mastered the assassin's most crucial legendary skill, King of Shadows. The skill's description, though brief, was undeniably powerful. An assassin who masters this skill is the true ruler of darkness. Its effect certainly lives up to the King title. Once activated, the player enters a void state, ignoring all damage and becoming untargetable before attacking. This isn't just a regular stealth ability of an assassin, but a truly invincible state, lasting for a full 10 seconds. And this is merely the first effect of the skill. The Shadow King's second core ability is even more lethal while in a void state. He can lock onto a target, completely ignoring all defenses, and even penetrate shields to attack. This effect also lasts for 10 seconds, meaning that during this time, the proud defense system of the Apocalypse Knight becomes utterly ineffective. This makes the assassin a natural nemesis for mage classes. However, it is the third effect that truly allows him to defeat the Apocalypse Knight in a short time. Each attack adds a nightmare effect to the weapon, inflicting an additional true damage equal to 100 of his own attack. The combination of these 3 effects, any one of which could change the course of the battle, explains why Xia Ruofan was defeated. From the battle replay, it is clear that the opponent from the island nation is well versed in the skill set of the Apocalypse Knight. Every skill Xia Ruofan cast was anticipated by the opponent, indicating a meticulously planned challenge. It is likely that the opponent began strategizing for this duel the moment they acquired the Shadow King. Even so, Xia Ruofan's strength should not be underestimated. Despite being at a severe disadvantage with his core skills countered, he managed to hold on for a full 9 seconds before falling. Just one more second, and the scales of victory might have tipped completely. However, at their level of competition, even a slight increase in health is incredibly difficult to achieve. In the Aolong Guild's stronghold, Xia Ruofan, clad in legendary equipment, wore a serious expression. Miscalculated, he muttered, rubbing his temples. I didn't expect that island player to have already mastered the assassin's core skills. The Shadow King's 10-second invincibility put immense pressure on him, whereas his own invincibility skill lasted only 3 seconds at most. Although legendary skills are powerful, their long cooldown means they can only be used once per battle, requiring cautious timing for each use. More challenging still is the need to constantly guard against sudden attacks from the opponent. I'm sorry, brother fan, Bei Mu Shui said, full of guilt. I still haven't found an effective counter strategy. Although there are several health recovery skills, None fit our needs within the realm of physical classes. Xia Ruofan shook his head and comforted her. It's not your fault. If those skills were so easy to obtain, I would have mastered them long ago. Alas, if I'd known, I shouldn't have accepted this duel. The shield warrior sighed helplessly. Bei Mu Shui immediately retorted. There are only 3 level 90 players globally now. The first 2 have already dueled. If Brother Fan avoids the fight, how is that different from admitting defeat? Schwer is right, Xia Ruofan sighed softly. I had to accept this challenge. Avoiding it would only embolden them further. I originally thought that mastering the Apocalypse Bastion would allow me to handle the assassin easily, but I didn't expect to be outmaneuvered. The Apocalypse Barrier, a legendary passive skill exclusive to the Apocalypse Knights, is truly formidable. When a player's health drops below 50, a golden light automatically appears, instantly forming a shield equivalent to their maximum health. This shield not only absorbs damage, but also has a unique self-repair ability. Every attack that deals damage also restores the shield's value. The shield lasts for 30 seconds, and if it remains unbroken by the end of this period, the remaining shield value is converted back into health, reviving the player. The power of this skill is undeniable. With high enough attack power and sufficient health, an Apocalypse Knight can become nearly invincible on the battlefield thanks to this shield. Xia Ruofan, as a top-tier Apocalypse Knight, has honed his skills far beyond the average. However, he was caught off guard when his opponent, an assassin, used the Shadow King skill, which completely bypassed the shield and killed him instantly, not even waiting for the 30-second duration to end. At this moment, Xia Ruofan found himself deep in thought. Previously, he had complained that the 30-second duration was too short, wishing it could be extended. Now, he wished it could be reduced to just 3 seconds. If that were the case, he was confident he could have defeated the assassin. Unfortunately, this was merely wishful thinking. Brother Fan, Bei Mu Shui suggested, her eyes lighting up. How about I cast a time reversal on you? It's a top-tier survival skill. Once applied to a target, it can completely save their current state. On Lin Hao Celestial Master Profession attribute panel, it clearly displays Rage Mage Celestial Master Level 8, Experience Points 6,000,8000, Health Points 400, Mana Points 400. With equipment bonuses, his strength reaches an astounding 2,672 points, Constitution 170 points, Spirit 7 points, and Agility 10 points. Even barehanded, his base attack power is as high as 540 points. Adding the bonus from equipment, his total attack power has soared to 672 points. However, behind this formidable offensive capability lies a significant shortcoming: a relatively low defense and health, which is a common flaw among all mage professions. This issue is not apparent in the early stages, as all players are at the starting phase. But as the game progresses into the mid to late stages, when everyone's damage begins to skyrocket, the shield provided by his mere level 1 green skill, Intermediate Barrier, becomes inadequate. This weakness was fully exposed during the recent battle against the Tianya Guild. In the game Tianyu, the primary way to upgrade skill levels is through skill books of the same type. However, mage skill books are always in high demand in the market. Even the most basic white skill books are hard to come by in the auction house. Lin Hao thought, with the top-tier status of the Aolong Guild in Xiagua, they couldn't possibly be lacking in advanced skill books. His gaze fell on the red-quality passive skill book, Super Healing. The value of this skill book is so high that it can even be compared to an average legendary skill. Exchanging it for a legendary mage skill shouldn't be too much, Lin Hao calculated to himself. During this special period, maybe I could even get 2. But he quickly dismissed this idea. Taking advantage of the critical moment when Xiagua's top guild is fighting against the island nation would undoubtedly provoke public outrage. Lin Hao began to carefully recall various legendary mage skills, hoping to find one that could help him the most. What I lack now is not offensive capability, but survival means. He realized that facing high-damage assassins, the current Intermediate Barrier skill was inadequate. After 5 minutes of filtering, he listed over a dozen legendary skills that could enhance survival: damage transfer, dimensional space, time reversal. Each one powerful enough to be tempting. The key now was to confirm which skills the Aolong Guild had. Just as Lin Hao was delighted about the legendary skill he was about to acquire, a practical problem emerged. How do I contact the Aolong Guild? As Xiagua's largest guild, Aolong receives countless harassing messages daily, and ordinary channels simply couldn't reach them. After removing his helmet, Lin Hao rubbed his stiff neck and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder this 10,000 helmet comes with a massage function. Just a few hours of play, and it's like this. He then picked up his phone to search for contacts. Although the Tianyu game can sync phone functions, as a first-time player, he hadn't had the chance to bind it yet, so he had to operate offline. Suddenly, he remembered his friend A Yong had once boasted on social media about joining the Aolong Guild. The Aolong Guild had developed 9 major branches with a total membership of 100,000. Although Lin Hao doubted that Lu Yong could directly contact the guild leader Xia Ruofan, he still sent a message with a try-and-see mindset. A Yong, Do you have the contact info for a group leader in the Alone Guild? After waiting a long time without a reply, Lin Hao pondered for a moment and directly dialed the phone. The members of the Alone Guild were in the meeting room, intensely discussing strategies when a clear notification sound interrupted the heavy atmosphere. Everyone's eyes turned to Yong Wang, who offered an apologetic smile as he prepared to decline the untimely call. However, upon seeing the caller's name, he immediately answered. Hao, I'm in a meeting. Get to the point, Yong Wang said urgently. Lin Hao picked up on his tone and didn't beat around the bush. Do you have the contact information for the leader of the Alone Guild? Sure, I'll send it to you later, Lu Yong replied, as straightforward as ever, not questioning Lin Hao's purpose. This was his way to help a brother out without asking questions. But Lin Hao was anxious. It can't wait. Your leader's next match is about to start, and I have something he urgently needs. What is it? Lu Yong asked instinctively. A skill book, super healing. What? Lu Yong exclaimed, his voice suddenly louder, startling everyone else in the meeting room. Although they couldn't hear the call, Lu Yong's expression of surprise and delight clearly indicated good news. How, are you serious? Lu Yong quickly confirmed. Are you sure you have a red passive skill book called Super Healing? Everyone in the meeting room straightened up at this. Super Healing was a god-tier skill for tank classes, with Xia Ruofan's health reaching 180,000, higher than most tanks. Acquiring Super Healing would make them unstoppable against assassins. The excitement was palpable. Even Xia Ruofan turned around, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Yes, I really have a red passive skill book called Super Healing, Lin Hao replied with a hint of exasperation. Do you think I can't read if I don't specify the name? Reassured by Lin Hao's confirmation, Lu Yong explained with a laugh. I just didn't want you to mix up Super Healing with Superior Healing. Even though they're only one word apart, their effects are worlds apart. Indeed, Superior Healing is a blue active skill, while Super Healing is a red passive skill, with vastly different values. At this point, Xia Ruofan chimed in. Yong, tell your friend that if he's willing to sell Super Healing to the Alone Guild, he can name his price. Lu Yong nodded, curious about how Lin Hao acquired such a rare skill, but now was not the time to ask. He relayed. Hao, our leader says you can name your price if you're willing to sell Super Healing to the Alone Guild. He added in a lower voice. Hao, feel free to ask for a high price. Trading it for a legendary skill is perfectly reasonable. He was worried Lin Hao might not realize the true value of the skill book and settle for an ordinary red skill book, which would be a huge loss. After all, even among red skill books, the difference in value could be astronomical. Xia Ruofan, overhearing the whispered advice, rolled his eyes and thought, does lowering your voice make you think I can't hear? Do I look like someone who likes to take advantage of others? On the other end of the line, Lin Hao's voice was resolute. I've chosen the mage class, so I only want mage skills. He then rattled off a list of skill names with ease: damage transfer, dimensional space, time reversal, naming a good dozen legendary skills. Lu Yong listened in confusion. Even though he'd been in the heavenly domain for 2 full years, most of these skill names were completely unfamiliar to him. He only recognized time reversal because Bai Mishue from their guild had already learned it. How? Lu Yong said awkwardly. It seems like we don't have any of those. Really? You don't? Lin Hao was stumped. He thought perhaps the difference between heavenly domain and the world of gods and demons meant these skills were just called by different names. So he asked, what legendary mage skills do you guys have? At this point, Xia Rufin chimed in. Let me answer that. Our AO Long Guild currently has 3 unused legendary mage skills. However, she hesitated. These are all offensive skills, which might not be what you're looking for. But I promise, whenever we acquire new skills, you'll be our first priority. All offensive skills, huh? Lin Hao sighed, as offensive skills were precisely what he didn't lack. Just as he was about to agree and do Xia Rufin a favor, he had a sudden thought. Do you have the red passive skill book for Mana Barrier? Mana Barrier? Xia Rufin pondered for a moment, then checked the guild warehouse. Yes, we do have one. Lin Hao was thrilled. He hadn't expected to actually find this skill just by asking. Although it was only of red quality, it was more valuable to him than a legendary skill. This skill could only be obtained by defeating specific monsters, and its drop rate was extremely low. Xia Rufin looked puzzled. Are you sure you want this? She pulled up the skill information. Mana Barrier, red quality, mage exclusive passive skill. Its effect is to convert all damage into mana consumption, with each point of mana offsetting 2 points of damage, continuing until mana is depleted, at which point actual damage is taken. She explained in detail, for 99 of players, this skill is a drawback. Take our guild's strongest mage, Bai Mishue, for example. She's level 86, mostly equipped with legendary gear, and her mana is just over 50,000. While it sounds impressive to negate 100,000 damage in the late game, that's just 2 skills from an enemy. The real kicker is, without mana, a mage is useless. They can't even cast spells. You can revive health with healing spells, but once mana is gone, you're done for. Lin Hao understood but didn't reveal his thoughts, simply saying firmly, Yes, President Xia, that's the one I want. Xia Rufin nodded, but felt compelled to warn him. It's doable, but I must clarify its biggest downside. The mana requirement is insanely high. Without over 100,000 mana in the late game, you can't ensure survival while still having enough mana to cast spells. She paused and explained in layman's terms. You might not grasp what 100,000 mana means. Let me tell you, the mage with the highest mana right now has just under 60,000, and they're level 89 with little room for improvement. Lin Hao looked at the communication interface with some surprise, pondering Xia Rufin's attitude. It was unusual for a trading partner he had never met to seriously analyze the pros and cons for him. Typically, in a one-off deal, the other party wouldn't be so invested. This rare sincerity made Lin Hao quietly note this potential long-term partner in his mind. No problem, I'll take this one, Lin Hao replied firmly. All right, Xia Rufin nodded decisively. He keenly observed Lin Hao's reaction, secretly assessing that this seemingly ordinary trader might have some special hidden profession. If so, it might be worth trying to win him over. Our transaction is complete, Xia Rufin paused, but our guild has 3 legendary skills. If you're willing to join the Oolong Guild, you can choose one. Before he finished speaking, Lu Yong couldn't contain his excitement and chimed in. Ah how? This is a huge opportunity. The president is personally inviting you. When I joined, I had to beg and didn't even get a basic skill. The guild members exchanged exasperated glances at Lu Yong's words. Someone whispered, think before you speak, making us sound stingy. Another defended Lu Yong. Now that your skills have improved, don't you get the treatment you deserve? Most, however, focused on Xia Rufin's unusual behavior. How could a stranger receive such generous treatment from the president? Even branch presidents seeking legendary skills were often dismissed by Xia Rufin with a simple waste. Yet, what shocked everyone more was Lin Hao's response. Thank you for your kind offer, President Xia, Lin Hao said, his tone gentle but firm. But I'm used to being a lone wolf. Lu Yong was stunned on the spot. Ah how, are you serious? Although others remained silent out of politeness, their faces showed disbelief. To them, this stranger seemed overly arrogant, dismissing even the Oolong Guild. Only Xia Rufin maintained his usual composure, as if he had anticipated this outcome. This calmness reinforced his belief that Lin Hao was indeed a true expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't be indifferent to legendary skills. Such a person, even if not currently powerful, would surely achieve great things in the future. I understand. Xia Rufin nodded slightly. Joining a guild offers many conveniences, but also comes with constraints. This transaction was meant to be an equal exchange of 2 red passive skill books, but the super healing skill holds special value for me, especially at this moment. Consider it a favor I owe you. If you need help in the future, I can assist you once. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they ended the communication. Lin Hao couldn't help but admire. President Xia is truly sincere. For him, the value of super healing was indeed significant, but the importance of a magical barrier was even greater. Lin Hao initially assumed that the president of the Proud Dragon Guild would be as arrogant as the guild's name suggests. However, despite Xia Rufin's impressive credentials, he turned out to be surprisingly approachable. Once Lin Hao put on his helmet and entered the game, Heavenly Domain, his friend request list immediately lit up. 2 new requests appeared before him, I am the Brave King and Dragon Overlords. The latter was Xia Rufin's in-game nickname, and the contrast between this domineering name and his gentle personality was intriguing. After adding both individuals, the system chimed with a clear notification. Ding Dragon Overlords has used a restricted area trading scroll on you. Transactions between you and the Proud Dragon Guild will bypass the novice village limitations, allowing for trading, gifting, and other operations with a limit of 3 items. The trade with Xia Rufin was straightforward. After a simple exchange of items, they each went their separate ways. However, another chat window erupted with messages, as Lu Yong's words came in like a barrage. Ah how? When did you start playing Heavenly Domain? How did you get the super healing? What level are you now? Faced with this barrage, Lin Hao rubbed his temples. With anyone else, he would have ignored it, but with Lu Yong, he replied cheerfully. I just started today, got the super healing by chance while fighting an elite monster, and I'm not even level 10 yet. Wow, brother, your luck is incredible. Lu Yong's amazement was evident through the screen. I've killed over 10,000 elite monsters in the past 2 years and haven't even seen the shadow of a red skill book, let alone a passive skill. It's all just luck, Lin Hao replied, shaking his head lightly. Then he got to the point. You didn't just reach out to chat. You're trying to recruit me into the Proud Dragon Guild, aren't you? Hee, you guessed it right away. Lu Yong's honest laughter seemed to come through the text. The power of the Proud Dragon Guild is bigger than you can imagine. Joining us would be really worthwhile. Lin Hao shook his head again. He was well aware of the reputation of the #1 guild in the country, but with his SS level talent and profession, along with invaluable experience from his past life, he preferred to be a lone wolf. In his previous life, he managed to rise solo without such a promising start. So in this life, He was even less inclined to be constrained by others. Ah, well, okay then. Lu Yong sighed, knowing Lin Hao's character, and refrained from pushing further. You said you're a mage, and I happen to have a green skill book. You should take it and use it. What he received was an intermediate barrier technique, a skill Lin Hao already had. It was a pleasant surprise, as it allowed him to upgrade his intermediate barrier technique to level 2. Although Lin Hao knew there were probably many mage skill books in the Proud Dragon Guild's warehouse, he didn't request an exchange. The guild's warehouse was a shared repository of loot for all members, and even the guild leader couldn't redistribute it at will. Xiao Rufin must have made a trade-off to procure the magical barrier skill book. It's like a small trading market, where bartering is the unwritten rule. Looking at the intermediate barrier technique in his hands, Lin Hao's thoughts began to stir. In the future, if he obtained skills he couldn't use, he might be able to exchange them through Lu Yong within the Proud Dragon Guild, which would be much more convenient than scouring around himself. After Lin Hao closed the communication panel, he eagerly took out the skill book for the intermediate barrier spell. As a soft glow passed over it, the skill instantly advanced from level 1 to level 2. Feeling the surge of energy within him, Lin Hao was quietly delighted. This upgrade not only increased the shield value from double to triple the attack power, but also extended the duration from 10 to 15 seconds. Although pleased with this enhancement, Lin Hao knew it was still insufficient for survival. His gaze fell on the mana barrier skill book he had just acquired, and a smile crept onto his face. While others saw this skill as useless or even detrimental, to him, it was akin to a legendary treasure. Lin Hao quickly calculated. Each point of mana could absorb 2 points of damage, and as an anger mage, his initial mana was 2,000 points higher than other classes. Even better, this skill could increase the maximum mana based on attack power. Combined with the Warlord's attack boosting talent, it was a perfect synergy. Despite being only level 8, Lin Hao's mana was already at a staggering 3,072 points. After learning Mana Barrier, he could effortlessly absorb 6,144 points of damage. Lin Hao couldn't help but feel smug. A level 8 character with 6,000 health points was unmatched. Even those so-called tanky warriors would have to concede to him. Reflecting on the giant rabbit boss with only 10,000 health points he had encountered before, Lin Hao marveled at his transformation. Once a fragile character, he had quickly become a force even tanks envied. Indeed, there are no useless skills in the world. Used correctly, any skill can become a divine ability. Lin Hao's attention shifted to the Fable Staff. This weapon, acquired from the Wolf King boss, had an effect he once overlooked but now found invaluable. Restoring 10 of the damage dealt as mana with each attack made it a lifesaver when mana equated to life. Lin Hao couldn't help but exclaim, "Amazing!" Standing outside the cobweb-filled cell in the rookie village's underground, Lin Hao stared at the seemingly fragile wooden door, muttering to himself, "Next, let me uncover the secrets hidden here." He recalled a post from his previous life, detailing how to unlock the 7 seals. Though the process was extremely complicated, it posed no challenge for Lin Hao. He had a simpler, more efficient method. Blink. The power of spatial displacement revealed itself at this moment. Lin Hao's lips curled into a smile as he prepared to uncover the truth. With just a single thought, Lin Hao accomplished something that would take others 7 days and nights. He found himself in a dim underground cell, surrounded by complete darkness without a hint of light. Cautiously, Lin Hao groped forward, surprised to discover that the cell was much larger than he had imagined. As he felt his way through the darkness, he finally reached the end of the cell where he found a source of light. A man was shackled to the wall, dressed in a luxurious ceremonial robe, his hair disheveled. 7 candles were burning around him, their flames flickering eerily, casting dancing shadows in the silent cell. Lin Hao shivered involuntarily, thinking that if this weren't a game, he might have already turned and fled in fear. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "This game is way too realistic. If someone had a heart condition, they might just keel over on the spot." At that moment, the man on the wall seemed to sense movement and slowly lifted his head. Despite his unkempt appearance, his face was surprisingly refined, contrasting sharply with the eerie underground cell. Upon seeing Lin Hao, his expression turned excited. He spoke in a voice hoarse from long disuse, 2,000 years. "Finally, I've seen a living person." Hearing this, Lin Hao felt a chill run up his spine, wondering if this guy was locked up for eating people. Sensing Lin Hao's fear, the man offered a gentle smile and said, "Young one, there's no need to be afraid. I won't harm you." However, the man's expression soon turned puzzled. "These 7 candles haven't been extinguished, meaning the seal outside hasn't been broken. How did you get in here?" Lin Hao saw no need to hide anything from this NPC and replied directly, "I have mastered the skill of spatial displacement." "What?" The man's expression turned to one of extreme surprise. In this land of exile, someone has acquired the skill of spatial displacement. Lin Hao thought to himself that, in the eyes of this NPC, the beginner's village was referred to as the land of exile. After his initial surprise, the man said, "Since you can enter here, it means we are fated to meet. Young one, Would you be willing to set me free? Suddenly, a system prompt appeared before Lin Hao. Ding! The Abyssal High Priest has given you a quest. Unlock the final seal and release the Abyssal High Priest. Reward? Lin Hao was taken aback. This guy was the Abyssal High Priest. He quickly recalled the game's faction distribution. In the realm, there were only two major factions, the Church of Light and the Abyssal Church. One represented light, the other evil, and all other factions were insignificant in comparison. In his previous life, Lin Hao had gone through great lengths to join the Church of Light, acquiring legendary equipment and skills. But this time, he decided to change his strategy. As an anger mage, he was naturally more aligned with the evil faction and could learn forbidden techniques banned by the Church of Light. Once he learned these techniques, he would automatically become an enemy of the Church of Light. Since he had to choose one of the two factions, opting for the Abyssal Church, which allowed the learning of forbidden techniques, seemed more advantageous. Moreover, the second in command of the Abyssal Church was right before him, a chance more valuable than obtaining a magic barrier, saving him countless detours. Lin Hao was thrilled. He hadn't expected to encounter the greatest force of the evil faction right in the beginner's village. This unexpected boon filled him with anticipation for his future gaming journey. As Lin Hao was about to accept the task, the system suddenly blared with a series of urgent warning sounds. Warning! Warning! You are approaching the abyss. This choice will have significant consequences on future events. Please choose carefully. The alert repeated 3 times, making Lin Hao's eardrums buzz. Frowning, he recalled that when he joined the Church of Light, the system hadn't reacted so intensely. From what he knew, many players who joined the Abyss Church had never mentioned such a situation. This unusual warning stirred a hint of doubt in Lin Hao, but he quickly brushed it off. We're playing Heavenly Domain now, not the past world's God and Demon Realm. Some differences are normal, Lin Hao reassured himself, then decisively chose to ignore the risks and confirmed his choice. The system's warning finally ceased, and the Abyss High Priest suddenly burst into hearty laughter, his voice deep and magnetic. Haha, little one, you've made a very wise choice. Since you're willing to help me, you're one of us now. As soon as he finished speaking, the system prompt chimed in. Ding, player has joined the Abyss Church. Abyss Church main quest activated. Before Lin Hao could process everything, he saw the Abyss High Priest close his eyes, and, upon reopening them, his pupils glowed a fiery red, like 2 burning flames. Ding, the Abyss High Priest has bestowed an eternal blessing upon you. Your agility attribute has increased significantly. Agility 100. My God, 100 points in agility. Lin Hao exclaimed, staring in disbelief at his status panel. His agility, originally a mere 6 points, skyrocketed to 106 points. This meant that even an 8th level assassin using stealth and speed skills couldn't touch him. His speed, once a weakness, had become his strength. Not only did his movement speed increase dramatically, but his attack speed was now astonishingly fast, allowing him to wield his staff quicker than an assassin could swing a dagger. Lin Hao couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. If I say I'm not cheating now, who would believe me? He recalled the holy water distributed by the old men of the Church of Light, diluted who knows how many times, requiring a whole jug just to gain 10 random attribute points. In comparison, the Abyss High Priest's generosity was truly astounding. No wonder the system warned me 3 times. It's because this could disrupt game balance, Lin Hao realized. 100 agility points are impressive even in the late game, and in the early stages, it's practically game-breaking. However, the surprises didn't end there. The Abyss High Priest had another unexpected gift for him. As a member of the Abyss Church, how can you not know forbidden arts? The High Priest said with a mysterious smile. Ding, the Abyss High Priest is teaching you the forbidden art, taunt. Do you accept? Accept. Lin Hao replied without hesitation. Ding, you have learned the forbidden art, taunt. When this art is used, if members of the Church of Light are nearby, they will immediately attack you. Please be cautious. Taunt. Lin Hao was puzzled. Isn't that just a regular skill? How did it become a forbidden art? With questions swirling in his mind, Lin Hao eagerly opened the skill information. He was anxious to discover what made this taunt so special and why it was considered a forbidden art by the Church of Light. The forbidden art of taunt quality is a special skill strictly banned by the Church of Light, only attainable by those who join the Abyss Church and hold its level or higher hidden magic profession. Lin Hao stared at the skill's description, initially finding it unremarkable. However, upon closer examination, he suddenly realized it was a divine skill. The unique aspect of this taunt skill is that it can be applied to any target, not just oneself. The caster can choose another target to immediately attack for a duration of 10 seconds. Even more astonishing, all creatures on the field will prioritize attacking the taunted target, with the caster being the only one unaffected. Countless scenarios of utilizing this skill flashed through Lin Hao's mind. During team challenges against a boss, he could casually throw a taunt at a teammate he wasn't fond of and then lock the target on the boss. For the next 10 seconds, that unfortunate teammate would become the boss's primary target. The Abyss High Priest noticed that Lin Hao had not fully grasped the skill's intricacies and explained, "Do not underestimate this skill. There's a reason it's classified as forbidden by the Church of Light." He recalled a past event, his face showing a rare smile. There were once two factions whose leaders were at odds, yet had to ally due to mutual interests. While they were wary of each other, someone quietly cast a taunt. The scene that followed, oh my. The High Priest's tone turned serious. Other spells might have debatable reasons for being forbidden, but this skill unquestionably deserves it. It's been 2,000 years since that great war, and no one, except me, should still know this forbidden art. Well, now there's you. Gratitude surged in Lin Hao's heart, and he solemnly promised, "Thank you, High Priest, for this gift. I will definitely rescue you." At that moment, the system notification sounded, updating the main quest, Rescue the Abyss High Priest. The quest introduction revealed the High Priest's tragic 2,000-year imprisonment in the exile land. Despite his immense power, he couldn't break the seal from within. Today, however, there seemed to be a glimmer of hope. As Lin Hao was about to leave, the High Priest called him back. "Hold on, young one, I have something else for you." Lin Hao was astonished. Having already received so many benefits, he felt a twinge of guilt. In a raspy voice, the High Priest continued, "The final barrier sealing me is difficult to break from the outside with your current strength. Now, let me lend you another helping hand." The system notification sounded once more, with the Abyss High Priest bestowing upon Lin Hao a special scroll, Anti-Spot Outburst. This was a unique treasure exclusive to the upper echelons of the Abyss Church. Lin Hao accepted it without hesitation. When he realized the scroll's effects, Lin Hao was utterly stunned. This mysterious gift from the upper ranks of the Abyss Church had power far beyond his imagination, as if it opened a door to limitless possibilities. Lin Hao gazed at the scroll in his hand, a wave of excitement surging through him. This Anti-Spot Burst quality special item was a rare possession exclusive to the upper echelons of the Abyss Church, obtainable only as a gift from an NPC. It could be used only once, but its effect was exceptionally powerful. It could temporarily elevate a skill of red or lower quality to the highest level, and for 10 seconds, boost damage by an additional 200. For Lin Hao, a mage whose core strength lay in his skills, this item was nothing short of a game-changing trump card. It could even instantly raise a red skill to its maximum level. Red skills were already the pinnacle of upgradable skills, and obtaining just one was considered lucky, let alone maxing it out. Lin Hao couldn't help but think of the fearless charge used by Quanzhan Tianxia. Even at level 1, this skill boasted multiple powerful effects, including invincibility, damage increase, speed boost, and area attack. If it could be raised to level 5, it would likely surpass even ordinary legendary skills. However, upgrading Fearless Charge to level 5 was far more challenging than acquiring a legendary skill. With this Anti-Spot Burst scroll, Lin Hao could experience the power of a max-level skill for a brief 10 seconds, with an additional 200 damage boost, making him nearly invincible. He secretly hoped that if he could break the seal alone, he might claim this powerful item for himself. After leaving the Novice Village, Lin Hao headed straight for the Cliff Mountains, the most dangerous area around the Novice Village, where monster levels were generally above level 8. However, for Lin Hao now, the dangers there posed no threat. As soon as he stepped into the Cliff Mountains, Lin Hao encountered his first Monstera level 9 Sky Cloud Leopard. This beast had 2,000 health points, 203 attack power, and 153 defense power, far surpassing monsters of the same level elsewhere. But to Lin Hao, it was just a fragile target. Lin Hao's attack power had already reached 672 points. He casually unleashed an explosive flame spell, instantly dealing a whopping 1,058 damage, evaporating half of the Sky Cloud Leopard's health. Before the beast could react, Lin Hao followed up with a flame burst. In less than 2 seconds, the Sky Cloud Leopard, with its 2,000 health points, was reduced to a lifeless corpse on the ground. Nice! Lin Hao chuckled softly, immensely satisfied with his strength. Along the way, he encountered a variety of monsters, but none could withstand more than 2 seconds under his assault. Lin Hao breezed through the area, effortlessly advancing toward his destination. The tongues of fire from the blaze spell had barely licked the air before the fire burst followed closely behind. Both skills hit the enemy almost simultaneously, and the cooldown for the blaze spell was already reset. Lin Hao felt the terrifying power of the instant cast skills of the Rage Mage. His fingers danced across the keyboard, enabling him to release 2 blaze spells and a fire burst within a second. Coupled with the War God's talent, even level 10 wild monsters couldn't survive more than 2 seconds before him. It was a massacre without suspense. Despite this, Lin Hao wasn't deliberately hunting for monsters. Although the monsters here offered richer experience points, they were merely the small fry of the beginner village. He didn't want to linger too long, as he was nearing the end of level 8. All he needed was to kill one more boss to break through to level 10. However, fate seemed to enjoy playing tricks on him. As Lin Hao was casually traversing the area, a reckless monster suddenly appeared. Elite Cloud Serpent, level 10, HP 8000, attack 406, defense 352, skills, constrict, venom. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. This creature's health was almost comparable to an outdoor boss, and its other attributes even surpassed it. In the past, he would have turned and fled, as his fragile build and snail-like speed couldn't withstand such a high-attack monster with 8,000 health. But now, things were different. The blaze spell and fire burst slammed into the elite Cloud Serpent almost simultaneously, instantly evaporating over 2,000 of its health. Just as the serpent was about to use constrict, Lin Hao activated swift steps, easily dodging to a safe distance. When it attempted to spit venom, it found Lin Hao had already moved beyond its attack range. With a significant boost in agility, speed was no longer Lin Hao's weak point. Once swift steps was activated, the elite Cloud Serpent could only eat dust behind him while enduring the relentless bombardment of the blaze spell and fire burst. Ding! Killed level 10 elite Cloud Serpent. Gained 800 experience points. Bonus 160 experience points for defeating an enemy 2 levels higher. Lin Hao marveled at the experience points, which were akin to a boss. He suddenly realized that this was the true leveling paradise. Luckily, no other players could hear Lin Hao's thoughts, otherwise, they might be furious. This was no leveling paradise, it was a player's nightmare. Even a small monster here was daunting for an average player, let alone an elite Cloud Serpent. One wrong move, and there would be no chance to escape. Yet Lin Hao not only effortlessly killed the elite Cloud Serpent, but the experience points also boosted him directly to level 9. As expected, all attribute points were added to strength. Lin Hao was delighted, wishing every level up could be like this. The sudden increase of 100 agility points meant he wouldn't have to worry about speed until level 30. Before dying, the elite Cloud Serpent also dropped a piece of blue equipment, a blue longbow. Lin Hao had no use for it, so he decided to sell it along with some other junk equipment he had acquired. He planned to save some money to buy a gaming pod, and then move out of his shabby rental apartment. Although his ultimate goal in gaming was to return to the top, improving his living conditions was the immediate priority. After defeating the elite Cloud Serpent, Lin Hao continued his ascent to the mountaintop. Suddenly, a furious shout came from behind. Heavenly Master, this time, you won't escape. Lin Hao turned to see Liu Xiao of the Tianya Guild leading a large group of people surrounding him. He scanned the area and noticed that members of the Quanzhan Guild were also present. The two major guilds had joined forces, with over 60 people, determined to take him down. Lin Hao smirked, unsurprised, and said, I never thought you two enemies would join forces. He glanced mockingly at Liu Xiao, thinking to himself, for the Starlight Boots, this guy is willing to lower himself and ask his foes for help. It seems there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Liu Xiao and his group stopped just outside of spell range and threatened. I'll say it again, hand over the items, and we'll let this go. Otherwise, I'll make you quit the game. Lin Hao chuckled dismissively and turned to Quanzhan Tianxia. Aren't you curious why the Tianya Guild would set aside their differences to ask for your help? Quanzhan Tianxia frowned, indeed finding it strange. He remembered Liu Xiao as someone who cared about appearances. During the previous battle with the Wolf King boss, even after they offered compensation for accidentally killing a few of his people, Liu Xiao refused to let it go. It was baffling that such a prideful person would ask for help and offer a hefty reward. Seeing this, Lin Hao calmly stated, because I have the Starlight Boots, which come with an extremely powerful spatial displacement skill. Hearing this, Quanzhan Tianxia's pupils contracted. Just as he was about to speak, Liu Xiao shouted, now attack. Before the words fully left his mouth, 6 daggers lunged at Lin Hao from all directions. Lin Hao disdainfully muttered, pathetic, and instantly cast a mid-level barrier spell. He was accustomed to these diversion tactics followed by sneak attacks. The 6 daggers struck simultaneously, and the damage from the stealth attack was indeed considerable. Any other fragile mage might have fallen right there. Liu Xiao jumped up in excitement, shouting, great, we won. You're 1,000 years too early to challenge me. Lin Hao scoffed, really? With that damage, you're just giving me a tickle? Liu Xiao's expression changed dramatically. What? You're not dead. Liu Xiao's jaw nearly hit the floor, his eyes filled with disbelief. To ensure the assassination was foolproof, he had spent a fortune to hire the infamous assassin, Shui Wuming. This assassin didn't disappoint, delivering a staggering blow of over 1,500 damage in a single strike. However, to everyone's astonishment, the target, a celestial master, remained completely unharmed, as if the attack had never occurred. The 6 fierce attacks combined inflicted over 4,600 damage, a number that left everyone present gasping. Even a berserker, known for their high health, would struggle to withstand such a fierce attack, let alone a seemingly fragile mage. Cheater. This word echoed in Liu Xiao's mind. Not only him, but even the warrior Quanzhan Tianxia was equally shocked. As a warrior focused on maximizing health, Quanzhan Tianxia had painstakingly increased his health to 4,500 points. Yet, This seemingly frail mage possessed even greater survivability. For Lin Hao, however, these attacks were merely trivial nuisances. His level 2 intermediate barrier spell provided a shield value of 2076 points, and the remaining damage only drained around 1,000 mana points. After enduring all the attacks, Lin Hao unhesitatingly cast a flame burst. Since the enemies were clustered around him with nowhere to hide, everyone was caught in the powerful spell. In an instant, 5 assassins fell to the ground, with only Shui Wuming barely surviving due to his remarkable vitality. Lin Hao was slightly surprised that the assassin who dealt the most damage to him hadn't fallen immediately. But this did not affect the final outcome. A precise blazing flame spell struck Shui Wuming, ending his life. With the last assassin sent back to the respawn point, the meticulously planned assassination by the Tianya Guild was a complete failure. However, to Lin Hao's delight, the bodies of the 6 assassins dropped 3 rare red items. These items included a dagger, a pair of knee guards, and a ring, all of which boasted top-notch attributes for their level. The ring, in particular, named the Power Strike Ring, caught Lin Hao's full attention. The Power Strike Ring, unrestricted by class, significantly boosted attack power. For Lin Hao, attack power was the most crucial attribute. It not only increased damage output, but also strengthened his shield, and even enhanced his mana, allowing him to endure more damage. Lin Hao couldn't help but marvel at the lengths the Tianya Guild went to for this assassination attempt. Although he had joked that the attacks were merely tickling him, it was undeniable that the assassin's attack power was nearly on par with his. Of course, this was partly due to his incomplete gear, as he was still using a level 6 staff. Once Lin Hao put on the Power Strike Ring, his attack power immediately surged by 200 points. This significant boost further enhanced his capabilities, laying a solid foundation for his upcoming adventures. The assassination attempt failed, and the members of the Tianya Guild were completely intimidated by Lin Hao's nearly invincible stance. They stared at him in disbelief. Not only was his damage output terrifying, but even more shocking was his unyielding health bar. Over 4,600 points of damage landed on him, yet it was as if it disappeared into a void, leaving no trace. Lu Xiao's sharp eyes caught a subtle anomaly. The blue bar of the Tianshi was decreasing. As the guild leader, he quickly analyzed the mystery. I get it, Lu Xiao exclaimed with sudden realization. The Tianshi must have some passive skill that makes his mana absorb damage first. Once his mana runs out, he's finished. This discovery rekindled Lu Xiao's hope. Determined to get those precious Starry Sky boots, he was willing to pay any price. Don't be afraid, everyone, Lu Xiao shouted, his voice filled with determination. No matter how strong the Tianshi is, he's still just one person. Proceed with Plan B and keep closing in. As a shrewd leader, Lu Xiao had long prepared for contingencies. They had the advantage in numbers, and the mountaintop was just ahead. If they could corner the Tianshi, he would have nowhere to run, no matter how fast he was. However, at that moment, Guangzhou Tianxia showed an unwilling expression. The original plan was for his men to charge and draw fire, but the current situation made him reluctant to send his subordinates to their deaths. Yet the allure of the Starry Sky boots was hard to resist. Lin Hao keenly sensed the underlying tensions between the two sides, and suddenly wore a meaningful smile. Guangzhou Tianxia, he said with a hint of mockery in his voice. You better watch out for traps. Lu Xiao didn't tell you about the Starry Sky boots from the beginning. His plan is to get them, and then take you out along with them. Now that the secret's out, you're already competitors. Watch your back for his knife. That's nonsense, Lu Xiao shouted harshly, a hint of panic in his voice. Brother Guangzhou, don't listen to the Tianxi's attempts to sow discord. Stick to the original plan, and I'll double your reward. Guangzhou Tianxia remained silent for a moment, ultimately nodding. The priority was to take down the Tianxi first. Everything else could be dealt with later. He launched a charge, intending to force the Tianxi to use his speed-boosting skills. Just at this critical moment, Lin Hao suddenly taunted Lu Xiao behind him. Caught off guard, Guangzhou Tianxia instantly lost control of his body and charged straight at Lu Xiao. At such close range, Lu Xiao had no time to dodge. Even more terrifying, Guangzhou Tianxia's sword, beyond his control, was raised high and then came crashing down. Lu Xiao fell inexplicably, not even having time to utter a scream. This sudden change left everyone present momentarily stunned. The members of the Tianya Guild were dumbfounded, while those from the Guangzhou Guild were equally bewildered. Vice President Wu Liang looked confused. What's going on? Aren't you supposed to give a heads up before making a move? But this bewilderment was fleeting. With their leader acting, the rest couldn't just stand by. In the next moment, the members of the Guangzhou Guild seamlessly lifted their swords and began stabbing their temporary allies beside them. Their practiced movements made it clear this wasn't their first betrayal. Tianya Wuyue was utterly enraged. The last time, he had been backstabbed just like this. Was history about to repeat itself? Brothers, he roared. Guangzhou Tianxia's gang of bastards doesn't know what honor is. Kill them. The members of the Tianya Guild were also thoroughly incensed. In this world, nothing was more repulsive than betrayal from one's own teammates. In the blink of an eye, a chaotic battle erupted between the two sides. Huangzhang Tianxiao realized something was amiss, but it was too late. Countless glistening blades were already swinging toward his head, as if intent on slicing him to pieces. At this point, if he claims that it was all an accident, no one would believe him. Since that's the case, he might as well go all out and finish them all off. Lin Hao stood to the side, observing the chaotic battlefield where both sides were locked in a fierce struggle. He clapped gently, applauding the decisive actions of Huangzhang Tianxia. As expected from the leader of the Huangzhang Guild, his methods were ruthless and resolute. To prevent being backstabbed, he preemptively backstabbed others. This clever move earned Lin Hao silent admiration, while he inwardly laughed at the foolishness of the Tianxia Guild members. Huangzhang Tianxia keenly noticed that Lin Hao, the Tianshi, was instigating the conflict. He suddenly realized that his earlier inexplicable attack on Lu Xiao was undoubtedly due to this guy's meddling. Meanwhile, the members of the Tianxia Guild were enraged, attacking with increasing ferocity, their eyes burning with a determination to fight to the death. At the same time, Lu Xiao, in his dying moments, saw the system notification and instantly understood why he was attacked. Ding, player Tianshi has used forbidden technique. Ton on you. Lu Xiao was taken aback. Tianshi had mastered a forbidden technique. But now was not the time to ponder this. He quickly opened the team channel, attempting to persuade his teammates to stop, but it was all in vain. His teammates, blinded by rage, had no time to pay attention, let alone check the messages. Even if they did see them, they wouldn't stop, as halting their attacks would only invite a counterattack from the Huangzhang Guild. Seeing that the situation was reaching its peak, Lin Hao lost interest in the dog-eat-dog chaos and headed straight for the mountaintop. Arriving at the cliff's summit, Lin Hao was surprised to find a massive formation standing where there should have been barren ground. He cautiously approached the formation, first drinking a blue potion to restore his mana. Once his mana was fully replenished, he tentatively cast a Fire Blast spell. The moment the Fire Blast hit the formation, the entire mountaintop trembled slightly, and the space began to distort. A colossal creature was slowly emerging from a spatial black hole. Once fully revealed, it occupied half of the mountaintop. Lin Hao was shocked to realize it was a gigantic Xuanwu. The system immediately displayed the attributes of the Xuanwu. Xuanwu Divine Beast Juvenile. Dawn level, 10. HP, 120,000. Attack, 2,000. Defense, 2,000. Magic resistance, 2,000. Skill 1, Roaring Impact. Unleashes a powerful destructive shockwave from its mouth, dealing 200 of its attack power as area damage. Skill 2, Full Body Hardening. Increases its defense by 200 for 3 minutes when the skill is activated. Skill 3, Stomp. Stomps the ground 3 times, causing 50, 100, and 150 of its attack power as area damage. Lin Hao gasped in disbelief. How could a level 10 boss have such attributes and skills? Compared to the Wolf King boss in the beginner village, it was like night and day. He suddenly recalled that the Abyssal High Priest had mentioned that breaking the seal from the outside would be a bit difficult. Now it seemed like a bit difficult was an understatement. It was an impossible task. If not for acquiring a mana shield, he would have been instantly killed, and even with the shield, it would be futile. Taking a deep breath, Lin Hao realized he must give it his all. The moment the Xuanwu Juvenile appeared, the entire mountaintop was completely isolated by the formation, and Lin Hao found himself unable to leave. This meant he couldn't rely on speed to maneuver. However, Lin Hao never intended to do so, as the Xuanwu Juvenile's long-range skills would undoubtedly have a greater range than his own. In a clash of courage, Lin Hao decisively launched his attack, unleashing both the Blazing Flame spell and Flame Burst directly at the young Xuanwu. With the blessing of the War God's talent, Lin Hao's strike bypassed the formidable defense of 2,000 possessed by this mythical beast. Ordinary players would struggle to even scratch such a formidable defense. Lin Hao mused to himself, acknowledging the might of the Xuanwu, even in its juvenile form, as something beyond the capabilities of players from the novice village. He suddenly realized that by using a flash to escape past the wooden door in the dungeon, he might have bypassed a crucial item needed to defeat this boss. However, he had no regrets, as he was unwilling to endure the grueling 7-day, 7-night gaming marathon. The young Xuanwu roared in fury upon being attacked, then raised its forelimbs to stomp the ground with wild abandon. Sensing danger, Lin Hao quickly employed his swift-footed skill to retreat to the edge of the formation. Yet, it was all in vain, as the shockwave from the stomp easily bridged the distance and struck Lin Hao forcefully. Fortunately, he had activated an intermediate barrier spell just in time, but even so, the young Xuanwu inflicted a terrifying 6,000 points of damage. The shield shattered instantly, leaving Lin Hao to bear over 3,000 points of damage, all absorbed by his mana. His mana pool drastically reduced by over 1,000 points, and he knew another hit would send him back to town. Luckily, the young Xuanwu seemed incapable of consecutive skill releases, but Lin Hao had only 10 seconds to act. In this critical moment, Lin Hao pulled out a special scroll given to him by the Abyssal High Priest. Though he had intended to save it for later, he now had no choice but to use it. As the scroll unfurled, a blood-red light enveloped him. With the system prompt, Lin Hao unhesitatingly chose to upgrade his Blazing Flame spell to its maximum level. The spell's level skyrocketed visibly, jumping from level 1 to level 5 in an instant. At its maximum level, the Blazing Flame spell dealt a fixed 300 damage plus 300 of his attack power, a stark contrast to its initial version. While the upgrade alone was not astounding for Lin Hao, the scroll's additional 200 damage boost dramatically increased the skill's power. Casually casting what seemed like an ordinary Blazing Flame spell, Lin Hao was startled by the terrifying damage numbers that followed. The strike's power far exceeded his expectations. The level 5 explosive flame spell was supposed to deal 2,976 points of damage, but the special scroll increased this damage by 200. A flicker of excitement passed through Lin Hao's eyes as he felt an unprecedented surge of power. The cooldown of the explosive flame spell dropped from 1 second to just 0.5 seconds, a minor change that brought about a significant boost. Lin Hao's hands moved swiftly, casting one explosive flame spell after another as if they were limitless. Scorching fireballs traced brilliant arcs in the air, each strike landing precisely on the massive body of the Xuanwu cub. In just 3 to 4 seconds, 6 terrifying hits erupted in quick succession, rapidly reducing the Xuanwu cub's health to below half. It was at this moment that the terrifying power of the war god's talent truly manifested. The same explosive flame spell hit the same spot, but this time it produced a staggering damage number. A victorious glint appeared in Lin Hao's eyes, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. In just 5 seconds, the Xuanwu cub's health had dropped to the execution threshold. The giant beast seemed to sense the danger and opened its massive maw, preparing a dazzling light orb. However, Lin Hao's attack speed was far superior. While the Xuanwu cub was still gathering energy, Lin Hao's explosive flame spells rained down like a storm. With an earth-shattering wail, the enormous body of the Xuanwu cub began to disintegrate, eventually dissolving into a flash of white light, leaving behind a field of loot. Lin Hao glanced at the timer. Only 6 seconds had passed, and the special scroll still had 4 seconds of duration left. A sudden surge of uncontrollable excitement welled up within him, and Lin Hao was eager to find another target to unleash his power. Just then, a figure appeared before him, and Lin Hao instantly became alerted was the Abyssal High Priest, freshly freed from his seal. The Abyssal High Priest took deep breaths of fresh air, his face radiating satisfaction. Ha ha ha, 2,000 years, and this is the air outside. It's so fresh. His voice was filled with the joy of freedom. Lin Hao wasn't surprised to see the Abyssal High Priest here. Although there were still 7 seals outside the door, they were only meant to keep outsiders from entering, and they posed no challenge to a strong figure like him. The Abyssal High Priest quickly adapted to his surroundings and turned to Lin Hao, saying, "Young one, you've done very well. Exceptionally well. I didn't expect you to be able to handle the divine beast cub, but you exceeded my expectations. Here is your reward." The system notification immediately sounded. Ding, the Abyssal High Priest has gifted you a special item. The Dark King's Gift. Item name, Dark King's Gift. Description, this item is said to be crafted by the Dark King himself and is given only to his most trusted subordinates. There are only 8 pieces in the entire realm, 1 for each of the 8 elders of the Abyssal Church. Effect, gain dark value based on the strength of defeated players, which can be used to upgrade skills. This item cannot be dropped, bound to, Tiansure. Lin Hao's eyes lit up. This special item, which could enhance skill levels, delighted him. However, the generosity of the Abyssal High Priest far exceeded his expectations, as the system notification sounded again. Ding, the Abyssal High Priest has gifted you a special scroll, Anti-Spot Burst. Lin Hao was overwhelmed with joy as this powerful scroll fell into his hands again. He recalled the astonishing damage dealt when he used the green skill earlier, and couldn't help but imagine the power if he used a blue or even red skill instead. As Lin Hao reveled in his happiness, the system notification sounded once more. Ding, the Abyssal High Priest has bestowed upon you the Eternal Blessing, permanently increasing your strength attribute by 100 points. At this moment, Lin Hao could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Wow." Although he had already expressed his amazement, he couldn't help but think again. This isn't just the Abyssal High Priest. He's like a long-lost family member. After granting 3 significant rewards, the Abyss High Priest spoke slowly, his voice carrying a hint of mystery. "There is a considerable destiny between us. I hope that next time we meet, you'll be even stronger." As soon as he finished speaking, with a wave of his robe, a pitch-black portal appeared behind him. The High Priest's figure gradually disappeared into this mysterious entrance, leaving Lin Hao to face the barrage of system notifications alone. The system notifications chimed incessantly in Lin Hao's ears. "You have slain the complete form of the Xuanwu hatchling, earning 100,000 experience points. For defeating a creature of a higher level, you receive an additional 10,000 experience points. The War God talent is activated, absorbing the essence of the Xuanwu hatchling, permanently increasing your attack power by 100 points. 110,000 experience points. Lin Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the numbers flashing before him. Everything that happened today felt like a dream, almost too wonderful to be true. His level skyrocketed to 10, and the remaining 100,000 experience points were stored in his experience pool, ready for him to use once he left the novice village and reached the main city to level up instantly. Lin Hao's suspicions were correct. This fully formed hatchling must have had its attributes sealed by some item, as ordinary players would have been unable to handle it otherwise. Defeating a fully powered Xuanwu hatchling was the only way to earn such a generous experience reward. The system notification sounded again. You are the first player to slay the complete form of the Xuanwu hatchling. You have the option to make a village-wide announcement. Would you like to hide your nickname? Without hesitation, Lin Hao chose no. Immediately, the announcement echoed in every player's ears. Congratulations to player Tianshi for achieving the first kill of the Xuanwu hatchling, earning 10,000 experience points and 10 gold coins. We hope all players will continue to strive for excellence. The announcement repeated twice to ensure everyone heard the news. Lin Hao couldn't help but smile, recalling how he used to be thrilled with the first kill reward of 10,000 experience points, which now seemed insignificant. He realized that once someone experiences the taste of a large reward, they no longer care for the smaller ones. At this moment, his experience pool had surged to 110,000. Meanwhile, a large group of players gathered on the mountainside, shivering in the biting wind. Having just resurrected, Lu Xiao had stopped the fighting between the two guilds. Although the Tianya guild had suffered losses, they could endure them compared to the value of the Starlight boots. 3 minutes had already passed, and they all gathered on the mountainside, thinking they could trap Tianshi. However, they were blocked by an invisible barrier, forced to wait in the cold. Huang Zhan Tianxia looked confused and asked, "What's going on? Why can't we reach the summit?" Lu Xiao clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth, "Do you even need to ask? It must be Tianxi's doing." As everyone stood there, unsure of what to do, the invisible barrier at the summit suddenly shattered, and the path reopened. At the same time, the village-wide announcement reached everyone's ears. "Xuanwu hatchling? What kind of boss is that?" Tianya Waya asked curiously. Lu Xiao, however, didn't care about that and urgently shouted, "Who cares about the boss? Our only goal is to take down Tianshi." Before he finished speaking, he led the charge toward the summit. In his view, Tianshi had just gone through a fierce battle, and his condition must be poor, making it the perfect time to strike while the iron is hot. In the crowd, a streamer excitedly spoke to the viewers in the live stream. "Guys, it was worth giving up the small monsters I was farming to come here for the spectacle. 2 major guilds teaming up to trouble a lone expert is rare news indeed." The streamer, known as Brother Zhilong, walked with a hint of excitement in his voice. "I've never even heard of this Xuanwu hatchling boss before. It sounds really strong. For the Celestial Master to solo such a boss, no wonder he's the top solo player in Newbie Village 10086. However, the livestream chat had different opinions. "Top solo player? That's a bit much. Many experts are just low-key," one comment floated by. "Yeah, I don't think the Celestial Master is that strong. It's just high damage. Once your gear is set, any mage can deal that kind of damage," another viewer agreed. "In my opinion, people are overhyping the Celestial Master. If 2 major guilds go after him, I bet he won't last 3 seconds, a confident voice chimed in. 3 seconds? That's too short. I bet 10 seconds, another person immediately responded. Listening to these reactions, Brother Zhilong understood. With Newbie Village 10086 just opening, most players entering the game at this time are likely just turning 18. They're all peers, and no one wants to admit they're inferior. The ones praising the Celestial Master are a minority. The majority still think, "I'm second only to the best." Meanwhile, Lin Hao had already leveled up to 10 and equipped the level 10 Fable Staff. This weapon not only had 86 more attack points than the previous Amethyst Staff, but also completely outclassed it in effects. Lin Hao looked at his new attribute panel with satisfaction. Nickname, Celestial Master. Class, Fury Mage Celestial Master. Level, 10 Current Experience 110, 00010, 000. HP, 500. MP, 5002, 000, 1298. Strength, 11,080. Constitution, 7. Spirit, 10. Agility, 6. Attack, 580300 War God passive. Defense, 14. Total attack with equipment, 1298. Lin Hao was very pleased with these stats, as they far surpassed other players in both survival and damage output. Just then, Lin Hao noticed a glint of gold among the drops from the Xuanwu Hatchlinga legendary item. As he moved forward to check it out, a commotion erupted behind him. Lu Xiao approached with a group, a smug smile on his face. "Ha! Celestial Master, you're still here. There's a cliff behind you. Let's see where you'll run this time." Lin Hao frowned, a hint of impatience in his voice. You again? You're really persistent. Lu Xiao sneered, his gaze on Lin Hao's nearly depleted mana bar. Looks like you're not in good shape. I told you before, if you don't hand over the items, I'll chase you to the ends of the earth. Just then, Tianya Wuyue, with sharp eyes, shouted, Boss, look ahead, ahead. What's Lu Xiao followed the direction of the pointing finger, his voice cutting off abruptly. Is that a legendary item? The golden glow almost blinded everyone. Greed flashed in Lu Xiao's eyes, but his gaze remained fixed on Lin Hao. While a legendary item was tempting, it paled in comparison to the starry sky boots. Even if there were 10 legendary items on the ground, he would prioritize dealing with the Celestial Master. Now, there was just one more reason to act. Clearly, Huangzhan Tianxia thought the same. After all, a spatial displacement skill wasn't something any legendary item could compare to. Their eyes met in the air, each seeing the determination in the other's gaze. The leaders of the two major guilds were only slightly surprised by the legendary equipment before quickly regaining their composure. However, the audience in the live stream was in an uproar. Oh my god, that's legendary gear. It's my first time seeing such an artifact up close. If only I could get it. The Tianya Guild and the Berserk Guild really live up to their reputations. With legendary gear and a bunch of red equipment on the ground, they can stay calm with just a glance. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to look away. Tianxia is in such a dire situation. He just killed a boss and didn't even get to pick up the loot before he's in trouble. Sigh, going up against two major guilds is really biting off more than you can chew. With a cliff behind him, jumping would be a dead end too. The live stream chat was filled with pessimistic voices, but Jiong had a different perspective. He thought that the Xuanwu Cub, which could drop legendary gear, must be a powerful boss. Tianxia's ability to defeat such a monster alone was no small feat. Just then, Jiong suddenly noticed 8 assassins appearing in front of Tianxia. These assassins had been hidden until now, and their sudden appearance made Jiong realize that Tianxia was in grave danger. The moment they revealed themselves, the assassins drew their daggers and lunged at Tianxia. Among them, Jiong even recognized the top assassin player Shui Wuming. Tianxia is really done for now. Jiong quickly changed his opinion. 8 top-tier assassins ambushing a mage. Is there any chance of survival? If it were me, I'd probably be taken down without even having a chance to react. However, Lin Hao was no ordinary player. Just as the daggers were about to hit, he instantly used Starflash Blink. The 8 daggers struck air as Lin Hao reappeared 10 meters away. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his staff and unleashed an immensely powerful flame explosion. In an instant, all 8 assassins fell to the ground. Even Shui Wuming, who was previously hard to defeat, couldn't withstand this flame explosion. The opponent's growth was nowhere near Lin Hao's level. The parable staff not only dealt damage but also rapidly restored Lin Hao's mana. A string of blue numbers appeared above him. 199,129,129,129. The over 1,000 mana points previously consumed by the Xuanwu Cub had mostly been replenished. The parable staff was undoubtedly the perfect weapon for Lin Hao's current state. Relying solely on mana potions wouldn't suffice. The highest grade mana potion available in the beginner village could only restore up to 200 mana points, with a 30-second cooldown. The parable staff, however, could restore mana equal to 10 of the damage dealt, without any cooldown restriction. After defeating the 8 assassins, the Dark King's gift was also triggered. Defeating Shui Wuming, dark value 20 points. Defeating Yitiao Aiku Pao to Yu, dark value 8 points. Defeating the Lurker from the Shadows, dark value 6 points. The 8 assassins contributed a total of 84 dark value points to Lin Hao, significantly enhancing his power once again. When Lin Hao checked his skill status, he was surprised to find that upgrading a green skill only required 200 points of dark value. This number was far below his expectations, making him realize that earning dark value was much easier than collecting skill books. Of course, this was also related to his current powerful strength, as he could instantly defeat 8 not-so-weak players at once, a feat that most people could not accomplish. In this way, Lin Hao effortlessly resolved a crisis that others would consider certain death. In the live stream, the game streamer Zhilong, though experienced, hesitantly asked, "Was that a blink just now?" His tone was filled with disbelief, as this was the beginner's village, not a high-level map for players around level 90. The audience was also amazed and envious of the rare skills the Celestial Master possessed. In contrast, Lu Xiao and his companions remained unusually calm. Even though their assassination attempt failed, their faces showed no sign of surprise. Outsiders might mistakenly think they were showing the demeanor of experts, but in reality, they had long become accustomed to such situations, numbed inside. If the Celestial Master were so easily assassinated, they would be shocked and wonder if he was still the man they knew. After the assassin squad was completely wiped out, Lu Xiao was not discouraged. However, when he noticed the opponent's rapidly increasing mana bar, he couldn't help but feel a headache. Using mana to offset damage was one thing, but having an absurdly high mana pool was another. instantly regenerating a large amount of mana. It was as if he was using a cheat, an all-powerful cheat without weaknesses. Lu Xiao felt a wave of pressure but did not intend to give up. After adjusting his mindset, Lu Xiao quietly said to his teammate beside him, "It's your turn, Guangzhan." Guangzhan Tianxia nodded in response, his expression serious. This time, he didn't refuse because he was likely the only one who could withstand the Celestial Master's attacks. As Guangzhan Tianxia charged forward, Lin Hao unceremoniously cast an explosive fire spell the moment Guangzhan entered his spell range, followed by a fiery explosion. Lin Hao's damage was still terrifying, but Guangzhan Tianxia's health clearly exceeded 4,000, so the second attack did not trigger 5 times the damage. When the explosive fire spell's cooldown was over and Lin Hao cast it again, Guangzhan Tianxia had already used his fearless charge. During the charge, he was in an invincible state, directly immune to Lin Hao's attacks. At the same time, Lu Xiao and the others naturally wouldn't miss this perfect opportunity. Just as Lin Hao's 2 skills landed, the players behind him scattered and surged forward. As soon as the ranged players entered shooting range, they immediately launched their attacks, with more than 10 ranged attacks hitting Lin Hao first. Although Lin Hao activated his shield immediately, he still took over 600 points of damage, and his mana was reduced by more than 300 points. With fearless determination, Berserk World charged towards Lin Hao like an arrow released from a bow. His speed suddenly increased, and in the blink of an eye, he was about to enter the range for a powerful attack. Yet, Lin Hao remained motionless, as if waiting for something. Berserk World felt a surge of joy, thinking, Master, meet your doom. He had leveled up to level 10, with all his equipment renewed. He was confident that this strike would inflict at least 2,000 points of damage. Just as Berserk World was about to succeed, Lin Hao's lips curled into a slight smile. "Did you really think you were invincible?" Before his words were even finished, the screen went black, and a kill notification appeared. Berserk World was thunderstruck, his mind blank. "Ow, how is this possible? Isn't Fearless Charge supposed to be invincible?" he muttered, then suddenly realized. "Wait, it was the moment I launched the enhanced attack." This momentary clash lasted less than a second. Berserk World was completely subdued, finally realizing that the master was on an entirely different level. The sudden downfall of Berserk World felt like a heavy blow to the hearts of the charging warriors. Their leader, using an invincible skill, couldn't even touch the master, shattering their understanding. Could it be that the master was holding back last time? This thought sent chills down their spines. The master's power seemed like an unfathomable abyss. Each time they thought they reached the bottom, they realized it was just the tip of the iceberg he chose to reveal. Despite their growing desire to retreat, they had no choice but to press on. Although Berserk World had fallen, he created an excellent opportunity for close combat professions. At this moment, their weapons were just half a step away from reaching the master. To avoid being wiped out by a fiery explosion, they deliberately kept their distance. The ranged professions were also poised, ready for the next round of attacks. By all accounts, Lin Hao should have been cornered, but his face remained calm and unruffled. The more people, the better. The more, the merrier. Lin Hao calculated to himself. If I kill them all, I should gain 200 dark points, just enough to upgrade a skill, equivalent to getting a green skill book for free. With this thought, a smile played on Lin Hao's lips. He then selected an unfortunate warrior and unleashed the forbidden art, Taunt. The warriors, who had been charging with their group, suddenly found their teammates turning against them. Before they could react, swords were already piercing through that unlucky fellow's body. "What the you guys?" The warrior couldn't finish his sentence before he fell dead. The other warriors were dumbfounded, unable to understand why they had suddenly turned on their comrade. Meanwhile, the mages and archers 30 meters behind were equally baffled, completely at a loss as to why there was suddenly infighting up ahead. Since the taunt skill only had a range of about 20 meters, they were not affected and could only watch this bizarre scene in confusion. The next wave of attacks descended on Lin Hao like a storm, even fiercer than before. Over 6,000 points of damage instantly slashed his health, and this time he couldn't activate the intermediate barrier spell, forcing him to endure the deadly blow. Fortunately, the explosive damage from his previous encounter, where he instantly killed Guangzhan Tianxia, had fully restored his mana. Otherwise, he might have already fallen. The threat from the ranged classes was giving Lin Hao a headache, but the group of warrior players in front of him unexpectedly became his power bank. They had just gathered to take down a companion and hadn't had time to retreat when they were hit by Lin Hao's flame burst. In an instant, 15 warriors fell simultaneously, creating a spectacular scene. Meanwhile, Lin Hao's mana began to surge wildly. Numbers like 199, 129, 129 kept flashing, and in no time, he had regained over 2,000 mana points. Lu Xiao was dumbfounded. Victory had been within reach, just one more strike to take down the Celestial Master. However, the idiots from the Guangzhan Guild had unwittingly helped him. He never imagined that the taunt skill could be used this way, a perfect tool for gathering mobs. While he wasn't sure if the skill worked on monsters, he was already consumed with jealousy. The demonstrated effect alone proved it was no less than a godly skill like Blink. Zhilong was completely impressed, secretly admiring. This is true domination. Celestial Master, you're my hero. He watched, blood boiling, as one person suppressed two major guilds. Such a feat would be unbelievable if told. The audience in the live stream had to admit the vast gap between themselves and the Celestial Master. Some sheepishly confessed, I thought the Celestial Master was just average earlier. Now I feel embarrassed. Another viewer excitedly commented, incredible, absolutely thrilling. One person taking on a whole group. Others marveled, how many skills does the Celestial Master have? The damage is explosive, yet he acts as if nothing happened. As Lin Hao unleashed the flame burst, he immediately activated Swift Steps. All his skills were on cooldown now, and using special scrolls was the only option for a hard fight, but he felt his opponents weren't worth it. Seeing the Celestial Master suddenly turn and flee, Lu Shao snapped back to reality and shouted, don't just stand there, chase him. He's out of skills, don't give him cooldown time. However, reality was harsher than expected. The group, with their fragile little legs, couldn't even catch up to an assassin, let alone Lin Hao. His 100 agility points left everyone in awe. Who knew a mage could run so fast? They had barely taken 2 steps when they realized the Celestial Master was already over 10 meters ahead. Unbelievable. Is he really a mage? Everyone present began to doubt their existence, feeling like they were playing a completely different game. With the speed the Celestial Master displayed, even a level 10 assassin with speed buffs would be left in his dust. Boss, should we keep chasing? Someone asked uncertainly. Chase. Lu Shao gritted his teeth. No matter how fast he runs, ahead there's a cliff. Where else can he go? Just then, Tianyo Wuya shouted in alarm. Guildmaster, the Celestial Master, he's coming back. What? What's going on? Lu Shao hadn't finished speaking when a blast spell came roaring towards them. Tianyo Wuya fell to the ground, unable to withstand the terrifying damage. No squishy target could survive it. Lin Hao swiftly struck down Tianyo Wuya, the leader of the opposing force, with a single slash and then surged into the enemy ranks like a bolt of lightning. The previously relentless pursuers scattered like startled birds, fleeing in panic. This breathtaking scene left Zhilong stunned, unable to recover from his shock for a long time. Before him, Lin Hao seemed like a god of death emerging from the depths of hell. No one dared to meet his gaze, let alone resist him. Just then, a cry pierced the chaos. Wait, I'm not one of them. This is a mistake. But Lin Hao, already consumed by the frenzy of battle, chose the simplest and most brutal approach, spare no one. At this moment, Lin Hao was like a tiger among sheep. With most of his abilities off cooldown, he faced more than a dozen defenseless mages and archers, moving through them as if they were non-existent. Once the intermediate barrier was activated, the enemy's sporadic attacks couldn't even dent his shield. In contrast, every strike from Lin Hao claimed a life, simultaneously restoring a significant amount of his mana. Amid the chaos, Lu Shao's voice rang out in the team. Don't run, prepare your skills, and attack together. No sooner had he spoken than a fiery explosion spell landed squarely on his face, instantly killing him. Lu Shao's fall plunged the remaining players into panic, with more fleeing than those still struggling to fight. Lin Hao coldly remarked, after this, hopefully, you'll learn a lesson. In just a few minutes, he had sent all his enemies back to the respawn point. Surprisingly, Lin Hao's condition was even better than before the battle. Not only was his health full, but his mana was also maxed out. This was thanks to the special effect of his parable staff, which restored mana upon dealing damage, combined with the passive benefit of the mana barrier, making it a perfect tool for team battles. However, this combo was not something everyone could replicate. Lin Hao possessed an exceptionally high mana pool and explosive damage output, both indispensable. If either of these conditions were restricted, the effectiveness would be greatly diminished. After wiping out the 2 guilds, Lin Hao glanced at the scattered equipment on the ground. Most were white and green items, which he collected and casually tossed into the system's auction house. He then checked his dark value in astonishing 416 points. This is truly unexpected, Lin Hao mused. I originally thought breaking 200 would be impressive. The high dark value early on was largely because the assassins were quite skilled, granting several points each. Though the ordinary players only contributed a point each, the likes of Guangzhan Tianxia and Lu Shao provided a significant amount. While their abilities seemed average to Lin Hao, compared to solo players, they were indeed considered experts. With 416 dark points, he could upgrade 2 green skills. Lin Hao was surprised that the game designers of Tianyu hadn't set any traps regarding dark value. Regardless of the green skills level, the upgrade cost remained the same. This design made Lin Hao remark, the game's planners clearly haven't had training at the Goose Factory. After some thought, Lin Hao decided to allocate the points to intermediate barrier and swift foot. He understood the principle of solid support and flowing output. Attack skills like flame burst and explosive fire spell could be replaced with higher damage skills at any time. But support skills like intermediate barrier and swift foot required equally powerful counterparts for a perfect substitution. Lin Hao stood beside the corpse of the young Xuanwu, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He had just leveled up 2 skills and was now ready to check the equipment dropped by the boss. The intermediate barrier spell had reached level 3, doubling the shield value to 4 times the attack power with a duration extended to 20 seconds. Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction. This green skill was already outstanding among its peers. After Swift Step reached level 2, the fixed movement speed increased from 10 points to 15 points. Although this slight increase was negligible for Lin Hao at the moment, the effect of gaining 12 movement speed for every 100 points of physical attack, up to a maximum of 120, with a duration extended to 35 seconds, caught his attention. Taking a deep breath, Lin Hao's gaze fell on the 6 pieces of equipment on the ground. 5 were level 10 red equipment, and among them, a red robe caught his eye. Xuanwu Green Robe. This level 10 red equipment for mages increased maximum mana by 100 points and spell defense by 102 points. More intriguingly, when the wearer's health dropped below 20, it generated a shield that absorbed damage equal to 100 of spell defense. Lin Hao smirked. It was a decent piece for a regular mage, but for someone like him who focused on strength, the shield generated by that spell defense would barely reach 50 points, as fragile as paper. Nonetheless, he donned the robe after all. It was free and could be somewhat useful. The last piece of equipment made Lin Hao's eyes light. UPA Legendary Orange Shield. Xuanwu Shield. This level 10 warrior shield had astonishing effects. It increased physical defense by 200 points, with an additional 300 points when health was below 50. More exciting was the ability for the wielder to hold the shield with both hands, creating a large shield barrier that could protect up to 5 people. The shield value was 500 of the holder's defense, with a cap of 10,000 points. While the shield was active, physical defense increased by another 500 points for 30 seconds. Lin Hao gasped. A mere level 10 shield offering such exaggerated effects was incredible. Even a warrior with no defense could gain a 5,000 point shield, equivalent to half the health of a giant rabbit boss. He quickly calculated the value of this shield. Without the third effect, it might be worth around 100,000. But with it, the value easily increased tenfold, reaching 1 million. Lin Hao couldn't help but think of Xiao Rufan's Celestial Knight. Though he didn't know the exact figures, he estimated Xiao Rufan's defense should be no less than 20,000 points. If there were no cap, this shield could provide him with a 100,000 point shield and protect his teammates. Such an effect would absolutely be worth 1 million. Lin Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he began to contemplate how these pieces of equipment could enhance his abilities and yield profits. This shield was completely useless to Lin Hao, so he casually tossed it into the auction house, intending to sell it to the highest bidder. However, he never imagined that this seemingly insignificant action would stir up such a storm in the game world. At the headquarters of the Berserk Guild, Wu Liang was routinely browsing the system auction house. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, and he shouted excitedly, Guild leader! Guild leader! Look at this! Berserk Tianxia, still frustrated after being solo killed by the master, replied impatiently, Look at what? But when his eyes fell on the item information in the auction house, his hands started to tremble involuntarily. A legendary shield. Berserk Tianxia gasped. Although he had seen many legendary items, and the guild's inventory had some, shields were always scarce. The entire guild only had 3 legendary shields, and they were all taken. Even after leaving the novice village, he never had a chance to get one. This shield, despite its slightly lower level, had incredibly powerful effects. Its defense and survivability capabilities could be used until level 50 or 60. Berserk Tianxia's breath quickened as he thought that this shield was practically tailor-made for him. At this point, the bidding for the shield had skyrocketed to 203,300. Without hesitation, Berserk Tianxia raised his bid to 500,000. He was determined to win this shield. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao from the Tianya Guild noticed the sudden jump to 500,000 and immediately realized it was likely Berserk Tianxia making the bid. Although he couldn't use the shield himself, there were plenty of warriors in the Tianya Guild, and he couldn't just give up. More importantly, he didn't want Berserk Tianxia to succeed. Despite their previous cooperation, once the master was dealt with, the situation could change. With this in mind, Lu Xiao increased the bid by another 100,000. On the other side, Berserk Tianxia hadn't realized who was competing with him, but Wu Liang had a suspicion. Guild leader. I suspect this shield might have been dropped by the master. We can't let him get it cheaply. Wu Liang explained, knowing that items dropped by monsters often had a strong connection to the monsters themselves. Seeing the name, Xuanwu Shield, he immediately linked it to the system notification that the master had slain a Xuanwu cub. After being reminded, Berserk Tianxia realized this too. So what do you suggest? Even if we can't let the master have it cheaply, we can't give up on the shield either. Wu Liang smiled. Guild leader, why not send Lu Xiao a message, telling him that if he gets the shield, we'll join forces against the master and won't ask for any reward. You mean Lu Xiao is the one competing with me? Berserk Tianxiao was a bit puzzled, but he trusted his brother's judgment and made the call. The two quickly reached an agreement, and the bidding for the shield stopped at 600,000. Lu Xiao even promised to personally deliver the shield if he won. As the auction countdown was nearing its end, both believed they had it in the bag when a surprise occurred. Or rather, it wasn't much of a surprise, considering they weren't the only wealthy guilds in the entire domain. At the last moment, the price of the Xuanwu shield was forcibly pushed to 1.2 million. Berserk Tianxia had no choice but to grit his teeth and spend 1.5 million to secure the Xuanwu shield. In the end, the calculations of the two major guilds led to nothing. Not only that, but the final price far exceeded their original expectations. Lin Hao watched in awe as his game account balance skyrocketed by 1.5 million. He couldn't help but marvel at the sheer number of wealthy players in the game. A mere level 10 shield could fetch $1 million price, reminding him of the time he was captivated by a nearly 7 million level 60 legendary item before starting the game. Now he realized that the level 60 legendary item might not have been that impressive after all. He pondered the game's economic system. Truly powerful legendary items were often traded for other items, much like rare skill books. Only the unwanted equipment and skills were sold for cash. Taking off his helmet, Lin Hao stretched widely, but felt a stiffness in his neck and a fog in his head. You get what you pay for, he muttered to himself. High-end gaming pods were a different story. With enough nutrient solution, you could stay in them for a month without issue. With $1 million in his account, Lin Hao sprang into action. He found a luxurious apartment to settle into, ordered a topophthalene gaming pod, and made sure to pay off the original owner's 100,000 debt. Thinking about how the adorable Meng Meng had initially cost him 100,000 but ultimately brought him a 1,000-fold return, Lin Hao couldn't help but smile. After all, those Starlight boots were worth at least $1 billion. An hour flew by. The efficiency of the gaming pod delivery company was astonishing. He placed the order half an hour ago, and it was delivered and installed promptly in the middle of the night. Lin Hao thought it was either excellent service or a fear of customers changing their minds. Even though the gaming pod was ready, Lin Hao didn't jump into the game immediately. He opened a video site and, as expected, saw that Xia Rufin's victory over Japan's Arai Masato was trending at the top. In just a few minutes, the view count had surpassed 1 million, and the comments flooded in like a tidal wave. Lin Hao skimmed through the comments. I told you, this was Vanguard showing weakness to the enemy. 2 big wins in a row, Vanguard is amazing. I almost broke into a cold sweat in the second match, thought he was going to be taken out again. But then his health suddenly shot up by 40,000. That assassin's expression was priceless. I'm heading to the Japanese forums to see if they're still laughing. Lin Hao closed the video. The outcome was clear, and there was no need to waste time. With only an hour left before the world boss appeared, he decided to speedrun the newbie village dungeon to earn the challenge qualification and break the dungeon record for a red skill book. Time was tight, and Lin Hao took a deep breath, ready to face the upcoming challenge. While Lin Hao was dealing with real-world matters, the legend of the Celestial Master continued to dominate the top spot in the newbie village section of Forum 10086. The post titled 2 Major Guilds Joined Forces to Besiege the Celestial Master, only to be wiped out, remained incredibly popular, attracting countless onlookers. The Celestial Master is so cool. I wish I could be his girlfriend, one player exclaimed excitedly. Someone get this love-struck fool out of here, another player joked. Let's talk about something else. The discussion quickly shifted to the Celestial Master's prowess. The Celestial Master is incredibly powerful, not only dealing massive damage, but also possessing a comprehensive skill set. The 2 major guilds are like children in front of him, completely powerless. Someone confessed, I used to call the Berserker guild members noobs. I was wrong. It's not that they're weak, it's that the Celestial Master is just too strong. Suddenly, a question interrupted the praise. Do you think the Celestial Master could clear the newbie dungeon in 10 minutes? 10 minutes? Who do you think you're underestimating? Someone responded dismissively. Yeah, with the Celestial Master's skills, clearing it in 5 minutes would be no problem, another player agreed. However, some disagreed. I think that's a bit impossible. Clearing it in 5 minutes would rank in the top 100 nationwide. I agree it's unlikely, a rational player analyzed. The Celestial Master is strong in bursts, but dungeons test overall strength. A quick burst isn't enough, you need endurance. Meanwhile, oblivious to the heated debate on the forum, Lin Hao had already entered the game and was heading towards the dungeon on the village's eastern side. In less than 5 minutes, he arrived at the dungeon entrance. The newbie dungeon was sparsely populated, as most players were waiting to challenge it in their best condition to maximize rewards. A large stone tablet stood at the entrance, with the left side displaying the player rankings for Newbie Village 10086, listing only a few names, including Berserker World and Lu Xiao. The right side was densely packed with the national leaderboard, where Lin Hao noticed Xia Ranfan's name prominently in 3rd place. The tablet showed Berserker World's completion time as 10 minutes and 25 seconds, while Xia Ranfan was 3rd nationally with a time of 3 minutes and 16 seconds. Most striking was the top-ranked Wunyan, the only player to complete the challenge in under 3 minutes, with a time of 2 minutes and 56 seconds. These records could be found not only on the tablet, but also detailed in the honor board of the Heavenly Realm. The honor board was divided into 3 sections: dungeon speedrun rankings, world boss damage rankings, and level rankings. Notably, the game did not have weapon or equipment rankings. In this game, the attributes of weapons and equipment were not the most crucial aspect, their effects were. However, since effects varied from person to person and were difficult to objectively evaluate, a corresponding ranking could not be established. To evaluate someone's strength, you should first look at the speedrun rankings for dungeons, then check the world boss leaderboard. Lin Hao's gaze was fixed on the entrance to the novice dungeon in front of him, with only one goal in mind: to clear it and claim the top spot worldwide, earning the 100 reward of a class-specific red attack skill book. For others, completing the dungeon in under 3 minutes might seem impossible, but for Lin Hao, it's a piece of cake. The dungeon doors swung open with a thunderous sound, and Lin Hao stepped in without hesitation. The first challenge was 5 green-skinned goblins wielding chipped and battered butcher knives, glaring menacingly at him. These goblin warriors were all strong and robust, level 10, with 1,000 health, 466 attack, and 289 defense, making them a nightmare for novice players outside. It's no wonder only 3 people have completed the novice dungeon so far. But today, these goblins faced Lin Hao, and they were destined to be annihilated. Lin Hao calmly observed the goblins' positions, and as they charged at him, he precisely timed a fire blast. In an instant, all 5 goblins fell simultaneously, and the system notifications rang out. Ding! You have killed a level 10 goblin, earning 300 experience points. First-time dungeon entry, experience points doubled, gaining an additional 300 experience points. This notification sounded 5 times, and Lin Hao quickly amassed 3,000 experience points. Although not a single goblin hair dropped, Lin Hao didn't mind, as the drop rate increased from 1 in 10,000 to 2 in 10,000 made little difference. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Guangzhou Tianxia and Lu Xiao had gathered their forces and surrounded the area. Upon receiving the news, they swiftly mobilized all available personnel. Lu Xiao, still harboring doubts, turned and asked, "Are you sure you can withstand the Celestial Master's damage?" Guangzhou Tianxia gripped his legendary shield confidently, replying, "I've switched all my gear to defense-related items. With the Xuanwu shield activated, I can gain 10,000 shield points. That's the total health of the giant rabbit boss. Even if the Celestial Master's damage is high, there's no way they can one-shot me, right?" Lu Xiao, despite feeling uneasy, could only nod in agreement. He had initially planned a long-range ambush with ranged classes, but Guangzhou Tianxia's analysis made him abandon that idea. Given the Celestial Master's extraordinary reaction speed, a long-range ambush seemed unrealistic. The two exchanged glances, both awaiting the moment that would change the game's landscape. Meanwhile, Lin Hao was cutting through the dungeon with astonishing speed, racing towards the top of the world leaderboard. Their strategy was straightforward and direct. Guangzhou Tianxia faced the Tianxia alone, cleverly neutralizing the taunt skill's effect. The surrounding area had been cleared out, not even a stray dog in sight, leaving the taunt skill to affect only the Tianxia himself. Guangzhou Tianxia activated his shield in advance, ensuring that even if taunted, he would remain unharmed. As long as he could withstand the first wave of attacks and force the Tianxia to use his flash skill, the following volley would be lethal. To ensure absolute success, they employed a full 50 archers this time. Although the guild had limited members, money can make anything possible. These 50 were well-known experts from the novice village, each with an attack power of no less than 500 points. A single volley could inflict at least 25,000 damage points, making it difficult for the Tianxia to withstand such a fierce assault, no matter how substantial his mana pool might be. Guangzhou Tianxia also spared no expense to purchase a taunt skill book. Whether it was to control the Tianxia or if he used flash to evade, the next volley would be deadly. It was as if the victory was already in the bag, and Guangzhou Tianxia couldn't imagine any scenario where they would fail. However, despite this being their best chance of victory, Lu Xiao felt increasingly uneasy. They had prepared thoroughly, and if they lost this time, it might truly be hopeless. To suppress his anxiety, Lu Xiao changed the topic and asked, "Do you think Tianxia can clear the novice dungeon in 5 minutes?" Guangzhou Tianxia pondered for a moment and replied, "I think it's possible. While the forum says Tianxia is strong because of his burst power, only we know that his explosive output is actually his norm. Clearing the dungeon in 5 minutes wouldn't be surprising, and even if he did it in 3, I wouldn't be shocked." His high regard for Tianxia confirmed the old saying, "The person who knows you best is often not your friend, but your opponent." Through several encounters, Guangzhou Tianxia had profoundly experienced Tianxia's terrifying power, an oppressive presence unimaginable to those who only watched videos. Tianxia's strength seemed like a bottomless pit, with astonishing progress every time they met, making one wonder if he had been holding back before. Lu Shao nodded in agreement. He valued this opponent, who had repeatedly wiped them out more than anyone else. Huangzhan Tianxiao remarked meaningfully, I actually hope he can succeed in 3 minutes, even claim the world champion's title. Seeing Lu Shao's puzzled expression, he explained, that way, after we kill him, we can truly make a name for ourselves. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had already reached the second level. The difficulty had clearly increased, with the number of goblins unchanged but the composition altered. The original 5 warriors were adjusted to 2 warriors, 1 shield bearer, and 2 archers, significantly increasing the tactical challenge. The combination of melee and ranged monsters posed no threat to Lin Hao, but it did delay him slightly. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a fire blast, instantly taking down 3 charging melee monsters. Then, in just 2 seconds, he accurately took out the archers hiding in the back. Including travel time, Lin Hao completed the first level in under 5 seconds. However, the second level took him nearly 6 seconds just to kill the monsters. Shaking his head, he thought to himself, still too slow. If only I had a wide-range attack spell, I could wipe them all out in an instant. Fortunately, his thoughts weren't overheard by Huangzhan Tianxia and his team. They had just reached the second level, already 2 minutes in and struggling. 3 melee monsters clung to them like glue, hindering their progress, while archers from the back seized the opportunity to fire arrows relentlessly. If not for their strong abilities, they might have perished. In contrast, Lin Hao blazed through 2 levels in about 10 seconds, a gap in skill that was truly intimidating. The difficulty of the third level ramped up again. This time, Lin Hao faced 3 2-meter-tall goblin ogres. Each ogre boasted 3,000 health points and 462 attack power. Despite their high attack and health, their sluggish movements posed no threat to Lin Hao. He effortlessly used explosive flames and fire blasts to reduce these giants to ashes. At the final level, the boss finally appeared. It resembled a regular goblin but wore a crown and had an ornate backpack slung at its waist. Its attack power was formidable, but its defense was pitifully low. Goblin King. Level 10. Health 10,000. Attack 500. Defense 86. Skill. Pull random items from its backpack, causing unknown effects. This Goblin King skill was just as Lin Hao remembered. In the game, Shun Mo Tianxia, a player once gained 10 permanent attribute points from it. According to that lucky player, the Goblin King had thrown an unknown potion at him, which permanently boosted his attributes. The news caused an uproar, with countless players rushing in hopes of getting attribute points. However, successful attempts were exceedingly rare. Data analysts calculated that the probability of the Goblin King throwing an attribute potion was less than 1 in a million. Lin Hao didn't believe he would be that lucky and had no intention of wasting time. Without hesitation, he cast an explosive flame spell. The Goblin King let out a piercing scream after taking damage and hurled a handful of potions at Lin Hao. 400. The damage numbers appeared. Lin Hao's luck wasn't great this time. Out of the 4 potions thrown by the Goblin King, 3 were explosive potions, and only 1 was a healing potion. This attack dealt a total of 2,000 damage, which could have been fatal to a more fragile class. However, Lin Hao remained unharmed. He immediately cast a level 3 intermediate barrier spell. With an attack power of 1298, his shield value was a massive 5,192 points. As he raised the shield, Lin Hao quickly unleashed a fire blast. The advantage of instant cast spells was evident. As the damage numbers appeared, the explosive flame spell cooled down just in time. In just 1 exchange, the Goblin King suffered 5991 damage, reducing its health to 4,009 points. Seeing its health drop to less than half, the Goblin King seemed enraged. It let out a strange howl and hurled its entire backpack at Lin Hao. Lin Hao was stunned, witnessing the Goblin King's sudden move. This scene was completely unexpected, as he had never heard of such a tactic from this boss in his previous life's memories. His mind raced, speculating that he might have triggered some hidden mechanism by dealing over 50 damage in a very short time. Just as Lin Hao was about to use Starshine Flash to evade, he changed his mind. The Goblin King was wildly throwing numerous potions at him, with bottles and vials drawing arcs through the air. Lin Hao stood still, allowing the potions to hit him one after another, as shattered glass and colorful liquids splattered everywhere. 400. 400. Damage and healing numbers continuously popped up above Lin Hao's head. Among this cascade of numbers, 3 special notifications caught his attention. Ding! The Goblin King has used a strength potion on you, permanently increasing your strength attribute by 10 points. Ding! The Goblin King has used a life potion on you, permanently increasing your health by 100 points. Ding! The Goblin King has used a life potion on you, permanently increasing your health by 100 points. Lin Hao calculated in his mind, unsure whether to call this luck good or bad. The Goblin King's entire bag of potions dealt 8,800 points of damage while restoring 2,800 points, equivalent to 11 explosive potions, 7 healing potions, and 3 permanent enhancement potions, totaling 20 potions. Once the bag was emptied, the Goblin King was left with no means of attack, running around frantically and shouting. Lin Hao seized the opportunity and unleashed a powerful explosive spell, instantly reducing the Goblin King to ashes. System notifications followed in quick succession. Ding! You have slain the 0-10 level dungeon boss, the Goblin King, earning 2,000 experience points. As this is your first time entering the dungeon, your experience points are doubled, granting an additional 2,000 experience points. Ding! You have slain the 0-10 level dungeon boss, the Goblin King. The God of War talent is activated, and you have absorbed the Goblin King's essence, permanently increasing your attack power by 100 points. Ding! You are the first player to clear the dungeon within 1 minute, with a final clear time of 28 seconds. Ding! You have achieved an unprecedented feat and have the opportunity for a nationwide announcement. Would you like to hide your nickname? Lin Hao was somewhat surprised, not expecting speedrunning a dungeon to have such high rewards in the realm. Previously, when he first killed the Hidden Wolf King and the fully formed Xuanwu hatchling, the announcements were only village-wide. Now, merely clearing a novice village dungeon had escalated to a national announcement. He decisively chose no. Immediately, a deafening nationwide announcement echoed 3 times. National announcement. Congratulations to player Tianxia for achieving first place in the 0-10 level novice village dungeon with an outstanding time of 28 seconds, earning 10,000 experience points, 10 gold coins, and a red attack skill book for their class. We hope all players continue to strive for excellence. After the system announcement ended, Lin Hao checked his status. His experience pool had accumulated 131,500 points, and what excited him even more was the rare red skill book that appeared in his inventory. Lin Hao's lips curled into a smile, eager for the adventures that lay ahead. Seeing the color of the skill, Lin Hao's heart began to race uncontrollably. His eyes were glued to the screen, silently hoping this would be a wide-range attack skill. While single-target skills have unmatched advantages when dealing with bosses, the thrill of clearing a field with one strike using area attacks is something only those who have experienced it can truly understand. Lin Hao knew well that in the early stages of the game, leveling up was paramount. No matter how powerful the equipment, without the right level, it would just be a distant dream. He recalled the Flame Burst skill he had acquired earlier. Although it was a decent area attack skill, its green quality already determined its upper limit. With a nervous heart, Lin Hao opened the skill book. When the words Red Lotus Shockwave appeared on the screen, he couldn't help but gasp, even questioning if he was hallucinating. After repeatedly confirming, he finally believed that this was indeed the legendary skill, second only to the mythical level, the most powerful area attack skill. The skill description appeared on the screen. Red Lotus Shockwave LV1. Effect. Creates a wave 5 meters wide and 30 meters long. Damage. Fixed 500-300 of attack power and area damage. Special. Deals double damage to shields. Has a penetrating effect. Lin Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just from the damage alone, a level 1 Red Lotus Shockwave already rivaled a level 5 Fire Blast. More astonishingly, it was an area attack, not a single target skill. This meant that even those hiding at the back of the team, as long as they were within a 30-meter range, would be hard-pressed to escape. However, such a powerful skill naturally had its drawbacks. The first was the staggering mana cost 500 mana points per use, which was astronomical for an average level 10 mage. Yet, Lin Hao felt relieved, knowing that with the support of the Parable Staff, this issue wasn't too significant for him. Next was the lengthy cooldown time, a full 300 seconds. Lin Hao understood this was a common drawback of powerful skills, something he couldn't change at the moment. Finally, and most critically, was the 3-second charge time required to release the skill. In battle, 3 seconds could mean the difference between life and death. Enemies wouldn't just stand there waiting for him to cast the skill, they might scatter the moment he began charging. Therefore, Red Lotus Shockwave often needed to be paired with control skills, but once it hit, its devastating damage could turn the tide of battle. For this reason, players had nicknamed this skill the Red Destruction Ray. Lin Hao recalled the game's 5 shockwaves: Red Lotus, Purple Lotus, Yellow Lotus, White Lotus, and Black Lotus. These 5 skills in the same series, aside from their color differences, had identical effects and were recognized as the strongest area attack skills below the legendary level. Lin Hao was filled with anticipation, eager to unleash the power of this formidable skill in actual combat. Lin Hao stood in the dungeon, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He had just acquired the rare skill Crimson Lotus Shockwave, and couldn't help but recall the legends about the 5-colored shockwave. Rumor had it that collecting all 5 colors of shockwaves could transform into the immensely powerful Reaper's Descent skill. Although this rumor had never been confirmed, Lin Hao felt it was quite possibly true. After all, there must be some deeper meaning behind designing 5 identical skills with different colors. He shook his head, temporarily setting aside this seemingly unattainable idea. Collecting all 5 shockwaves was far more challenging than acquiring 5 random legendary skills. However, Lin Hao had already found a way to overcome the biggest weakness of the Crimson Lotus Shockwave's Rage Mage Master could instantly cast any skill. This meant the Crimson Lotus Shockwave no longer required a 3-second charge time, making its power comparable to legendary skills. Eagerly, Lin Hao checked the skill details, hoping that the Dark King's gift would be generous. To his delight, this special item could not only upgrade red quality skills, but also required surprisingly few dark points, only 1,000. Considering that leveling a green skill required 200 dark points, and the difficulty of obtaining a red quality skill was at least 100 times harder than a green one, Lin Hao couldn't help but praise the game's developers for their generosity. As Lin Hao reveled in the joy of upgrading his skills, he noticed the 3 items dropped by the Goblin King. Upon closer inspection, 2 were ordinary blue gear, nothing special. The 3rd item, however, was a special consumable tracking potion. This item could designate a target within a 100-meter range and display the target's coordinates on the map for the next 3 hours. Lin Hao quickly collected the items and then checked his attribute changes. This dungeon run had been quite fruitful, yielding a significant amount of experience and notable attribute improvements. His attack power increased by 100 points, strength by 10 points, and health by 200 points. Now, even at level 10, his strength attribute had reached 300 points, and with the War God talent boost, his attack power soared to an impressive 1,000 points. Including equipment bonuses, his total attack power astonishingly reached 1,418 points. This meant even the simplest explosive flame technique could inflict over 2,000 damage. While Lin Hao was immersed in the joy of his skyrocketing power, a commotion erupted within the Proud Dragon Guild. Brave King was about to follow the guild leader to farm monsters when he heard that someone had completed the Novice Village dungeon in a staggering 28 seconds. This news hit Brave King like a heavy blow. 28 seconds? His face was filled with disbelief. Who is this godly player? Although there were tens of thousands of novice villages, the dungeon settings were identical. This achievement had undoubtedly dropped a bombshell in the gaming community. I am Yong Wang, a late-blooming gaming expert who understands the significance of speedrunning this dungeon. In the early stages, my reputation was not noteworthy. I ranked beyond 60th in the starter village dungeon, and I was nowhere to be found on the global leaderboard. However, a familiar name Tianxia suddenly caught my attention. I quickly opened my friends list, and, to my disbelief, discovered that Tianxia was actually my brother. This revelation left me completely stunned. Recalling Lin Hao's experience of gaining super healing abilities, I couldn't help but reassess. Aside from luck, Lin Hao's strength was clearly formidable. Clearing the starter dungeon in 28 seconds is a jaw-dropping achievement. It not only shattered the record, but also left the second place trailing by over 2 minutes. I couldn't help but wonder, could he have used some kind of instant kill cheat? It was unbelievable. Ahead, Xiao Rufin's eyes flashed with shock. He had long anticipated Tianxia's extraordinary potential, but he hadn't expected him to reach such an astonishing level. A 28-second clear meant Tianxia's attack power was terrifying, capable of instant killing any enemy he encountered. This incredible achievement caused a nationwide sensation. The system announced it 3 times across the country, spreading Tianxia's fame instantly. Originally, the title Tianxia was only somewhat known in the 10086 starter village. Considering there are thousands of such villages in the heavenly domain, even being outstanding in one's own village meant little on a national scale. But now, everything had changed. Just opening the starter village dungeon speedrun leaderboard, Tianxia's astounding record would be impossible to miss. A 28-second clear, this achievement thoroughly overshadowed the second place. The second place record had dominated the leaderboard for over a year, never surpassed until today, when it was not only broken but completely crushed. Tianxia's astonishing performance sparked a heated discussion on the Heavenly Domain forum, with every major section buzzing about it. The 10086 starter village section was especially active, with nearly every post revolving around the name Tianxia. 28 seconds to clear, Tianxia is my idol. Amazing. Clearing in under 30 seconds, this achievement is unprecedented and likely won't be surpassed. Haha, the top national speedrunner from our 10,086 starter village. I feel like I'm superior to other players when I speak now. I remember someone saying Tianxia couldn't clear it in under 5 minutes. Where are they now? Why aren't they speaking up? At this point, who would dare to speak out? We keyboard warriors never fight uphill battles. Players on the forum were chatting enthusiastically, but soon felt it wasn't enough. Many moved to international forums, where the excitement on Japanese forums was no less than back home. After all, it wasn't long since Xiao Rufin defeated Arashima Masato. The once arrogant Japanese players found their forum nearly overrun after their loss. Weren't you saying how great assassins were? Why did you lose? Yeah, what nonsense about assassins being unbeatable. How could they stand against our godlike player? I suggest you train for a few more years. Maybe then you'll catch up to our godlike player's shadow. The Japanese players were frustrated, but a loss was a loss, an undeniable fact. Moreover, they were the ones who initiated the challenge. leaving them with no ground to argue. Just as they decided to swallow their pride and wait for things to calm down, players from the 10086 starter village flooded in, joining the lively discussion. On the other side, the group, led by Quang-Zhan Tianxia, who had been prepared to ambush from the bushes, was left in stunned silence after hearing the national announcement, clearing the level in 28 seconds. This record completely shattered their understanding of the game. Lu Xiao was in disbelief, his mouth slightly open and eyes wide. Quang-Zhan Tianxia was also taken aback. He knew Tianxia was strong, but he hadn't realized he had severely underestimated his opponent's strength. After exiting the instance, Lin Hao cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Although the beginner's instance area wasn't crowded, it wasn't usually deserted either. Yet at this moment, it was eerily quiet, with not a single person in sight. His gaze landed on a bush ahead, and his instincts told him something was off there. As a cautious player, Lin Hao had no habit of rushing into investigations. Even though he was confident in his abilities, he didn't want to take unnecessary risks. He gave the suspicious bush one last look before decisively turning to leave. Seeing this, Lu Xiao, hiding in the bushes, stomped his foot in frustration. Damn it, that Tianxia seems to sense something's wrong and isn't coming this way, he whispered anxiously. Quang-Zhan Tianxia, however, was not surprised and didn't show much disappointment. I told you, a powerhouse like Tianxia is strong not only in skill but also in awareness. Trying to ambush him with these tactics is nearly impossible. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but sigh. If Tianxia had approached, he could have immediately used a taunt skill. Whether forcing Tianxia to use a flash or hitting him directly, the next wave of attacks would leave Tianxia with no escape, leading to his instant defeat. Unfortunately, Tianxia didn't fall for it, which was consistent with Quang-Zhan Tianxia's impression of him being extremely cautious. As Lin Hao was about to leave, Quang-Zhan Tianxia made a swift decision and jumped out of the bushes. Tianxia, I challenge you to a duel, he shouted, a hint of nervousness in his voice. Lin Hao turned to face the suddenly appearing Quang-Zhan Tianxia, finding it somewhat amusing. After being wiped out by him so many times, he still had the courage to challenge him? Lin Hao thought to himself, if there wasn't anyone else hiding in those bushes, he would write his name backward. All right, since you want a duel, I'll oblige, Lin Hao said, waving his hand and sending a powerful fireblast towards Quang-Zhan Tianxia. Seeing the fiercer fireball than before, Quang-Zhan Tianxia was startled. With each encounter, Tianxia's strength seemed to improve remarkably, and the damage increased each time. Fortunately, he had been prudent enough to activate a shield in advance. Otherwise, he would have been in critical condition by now. Wasting no time, Quang-Zhan Tianxia immediately initiated a fearless charge, using it to negate the fire explosion's damage. Lin Hao, observing his opponent's desperate stance, became even more convinced that there was something suspicious about the bush ahead. So it was you who bought my Xuanwu shield, Lin Hao said calmly, showing no signs of panic. Is it the Xuanwu shield that gives you the confidence to duel me? Quang-Zhan Tianxia didn't respond, focusing instead on utilizing the invincible time of his fearless charge. Since Lin Hao hadn't approached the bushes, his attack route was forced to extend. As he closed in on Lin Hao, the invincible charge time was about to run out. But Quang-Zhan Tianxia remained unflustered. His shield still had 7,823 points of value, and he had more than 4,000 health points remaining. How could he be instantly killed? He was convinced that as long as he could get close enough to land a taunt, whether Lin Hao used a flash to evade or not, Tianxia would be the one to fall in the end. Lin Hao watched intently, his eyes sharp as he closely monitored the closing distance, calculating the duration of his fearless charge with precision. The moment the golden glow enveloping Quang-Zhan Tianxia faded, Lin Hao sensed an opportunity. However, this time, Quang-Zhan Tianxia had learned from his previous defeat and, instead of launching a power attack, opted to use a taunt skill. In an instant, the great sword in Quang-Zhan Tianxia's hand turned blood red and emitted a menacing glow. Lin Hao recognized the threat immediately being struck would mean instant taunting. In a split second, Lin Hao activated his Star Flash, leaping 10 meters back like a phantom. Seeing Lin Hao forced to use Star Flash, Quang-Zhan Tianxia excitedly shouted, "Now's the time." Before he finished speaking, Lu Xiao and his group surged out from the bushes like a tide. However, due to Lin Hao's timely retreat, they found themselves out of range and had to rush forward. Lu Xiao wasn't concerned about the brief delay. He knew that Star Flash had a 30-second cooldown, and 3 seconds was more than enough to finish Lin Hao. "Let's see how you survive this, master," Lu Xiao murmured with a cold smile. Lin Hao looked around, surprised to find that the number of archers emerging from the bushes far exceeded his expectations. There were at least 50 of them. "You sure think highly of me," Lin Hao mused wryly. He knew that such a barrage would be too much for anyone to withstand. But Lin Hao remained calm and quickly decided that the best defense was a strong offense. If he could take them all out instantly, he wouldn't have to endure any damage. With that thought, he unleashed the Scarlet Lotus shockwave. A sinister red lotus appeared before Lin Hao, with a destructive red orb rapidly forming at its center. Seeing the red lotus, Quanzhan Tianxiao was terrified and bolted. Damn, it's the Scarlet Destruction Beam. Even with confidence in his health, the skill's fearsome reputation was daunting. Behind him, Lu Xiao recognized the skill as well, but he understood it better. The Scarlet Destruction Beam requires 3 seconds to charge. To deal full damage, you need to predict or control it in advance. Neither is feasible with only one opponent. Lu Xiao scoffed and shouted, "Spread out. You'll be dead in 3 seconds." However, before he could finish, a blinding red beam shot forward, to everyone's disbelief. Quanzhan Tianxia, at the front, couldn't even take a step before being engulfed by the beam. The Scarlet Lotus shockwave dealt double damage to shields, instantly shattering his shield and inflicting the remaining 1685 damage directly. Those behind, including Tianyao Waya, fared even worse. Despite being further back, the damage was unabated. Huge damage numbers floated above their heads in rapid succession. As they had charged out in a dense formation, the shockwave instantly wiped out 12 people. It wasn't until the beam dissipated that Lu Xiao snapped back to reality, muttering in disbelief. Instant cast. How is this possible? He had never heard of anyone casting the formidable Scarlet Lotus shockwave instantly. Shocked, Lu Xiao realized they might have underestimated their opponent's strength. The moment the shockwave dissipated, Lin Hao charged forward like a tiger released from its cage, launching a fierce attack on Quanzhan Tianxia. The scorching flames of the explosive flame technique and the ordinary attacks boosted by the War God's blessing struck almost simultaneously. 2 damage numbers flashed in quick succession, and Quanzhan Tianxia was instantly killed, sent back to the respawn point before he could even let out a scream. Standing at the respawn point, Quanzhan Tianxia was dumbfounded, his mind echoing with disbelief. Did my 10,000 point shield just vanish like that? Meanwhile, Lin Hao had activated Swift Pace. With 106 agility points enhancing him, he moved like a bolt of lightning, outpacing even assassins. He breached the enemy's rear lines as if it were an unguarded territory, wielding his staff like a melee mage, each strike precise and deadly. Although his basic attacks had no additional buffs, they were more than enough to instantly kill these fragile rearline characters. Lin Hao cut down 6 archers as if he were slicing through vegetables. The surrounding players finally snapped out of their daze, with someone exclaiming in terror, "A hacker! How can a staff deal such terrifying damage? Not only is the damage high, but the swing speed is faster than an assassin's dagger. It's absurd. What kind of hack is this, and can I get one too?" Despite their shock, their professional instincts kicked in. Several archers immediately raised their bows and unleashed a volley at Lin Hao. They had assumed that a fragile mage entering the backlands would be instantly killed, but reality defied their expectations. A transparent shield instantly enveloped Lin Hao, with a shield value of 5,672 points. It was then that everyone realized why Lu Xiao had hired so many archers to deal with a single mage. They had thought this would be a massacre, only to find the roles of butcher and lamb completely reversed. Facing such an overwhelming power disparity, the crowd fell into despair. They couldn't defeat Lin Hao nor outrun him, as if trapped in a nightmare. Only Lu Xiao took off running immediately, having faced the Celestial Master many times. He knew that if the Celestial Master wasn't instantly killed, victory was already out of reach. Though the Celestial Master's shield was thick, it was nothing compared to his mana pool. More terrifying was that the Celestial Master could not only use mana to absorb damage, but also recover mana by dealing damage. In a prolonged battle, who could rival him? Thus, Lu Xiao decisively chose to flee, becoming the only one to escape unscathed. Seeing Lu Xiao about to escape the range of his spells, Lin Hao snorted. "You've bothered me so many times, and you think you can just escape easily? Now it's my turn to hunt you down." With that, he pulled out a special tracking potion, locked onto Lu Xiao, and threw it with precision. The potion hit Lu Xiao squarely on the back, yet he remained oblivious, still smug about his successful escape. Meanwhile, the other players left behind were all effortlessly taken down by Lin Hao. After the battle ended, Lin Hao's condition remained perfect. The scattered attacks had posed no real threat to him. After dispatching these players, he collected a variety of equipment, but most were common green items, with a few blue ones and only 2 red items, neither suitable for Lin Hao's use. After tossing these spoils into the auction house, Lin Hao began to check his dark value. Lin Hao unexpectedly discovered that the battle had earned him 630 points of dark value. Each opponent contributed an average of 12 points, a testament to their formidable strength. However, Lin Hao was unaware of this since he could defeat them with just a single basic attack. With the 630 points gained, plus the 16 points he had previously, his total dark value reached 646 points. He was now only 354 points away from upgrading the Crimson Lotus Shockwave. Lin Hao opened the map and noticed a small red dot stationary in place. He waited patiently for a moment before silently approaching. It turned out that Lu Xiao, after escaping from the novice dungeon, intended to return to the beginner village to lay low but accidentally encountered a wild boss. With Lu Xiao's current level and strength, Taking on the wild boss alone was just a matter of time, so he didn't want to miss the opportunity. To be safe, he notified guild members to come and assist. 5 minutes later, Lin Hao had stealthily moved to a position 30 meters behind Lu Xiao, using the bushes for cover. He watched coldly as 7 or 8 people attacked the boss and thought to himself, "You've tried to ambush me several times. Now it's my turn to teach you a lesson." The wild boss was an 8th level giant deer, with attributes slightly higher than the giant rabbit boss. It had 12,000 health points and 300 defense points, making it quite formidable. However, against the entire Tianya guild, whose members were mostly level 10, it was struggling. In just 5 minutes, the boss's health had already dropped to 7,321 points. If Lin Hao had arrived any later, the boss might have already been defeated. The battle continued, with revived players constantly joining in, bringing their numbers to 16. Unfortunately, there was no sign of Guangzhou Tianxia. The boss's health was dropping rapidly, soon falling below half, with only 5,960 points remaining. At this moment, Lin Hao made his move. "Let me show you what harvesting capability means," he thought to himself. The Crimson Lotus shockwave was unleashed instantly, forming a 5-meter-wide beam of light. In the next moment, the figures ahead were engulfed in red light, leaving only floating damage numbers behind. The Crimson Lotus shockwave left nothing in its wake. The half-health boss suffered over 20,000 points of exaggerated damage, enough to kill it twice. Lu Xiao, as Lin Hao's primary target, couldn't escape his fate, along with Tianya Wuya and 4 other unfortunate souls who were also instantly killed. The system notification sounded. "You have killed an 8th level giant deer, gaining 800 experience points. Level difference of 2, experience reduced by 160 points." The 20 reduction in experience was no surprise to Lin Hao. This was a game mechanism designed to prevent high-level players from indiscriminately slaughtering low-level monsters, which would affect the experience of newcomers. Overall, the game encouraged players to challenge higher-level monsters, but discouraged hunting low-level ones. Killing monsters below level 5 would not yield any experience points. However, Lin Hao wasn't concerned about this small amount of experience. His experience pool had already accumulated over 130,000 points, making this change insignificant. Ding! The War God talent activated, and Lin Hao absorbed the primal power of the giant deer, permanently increasing his attack power by 100 points. Then, a system notification sounded. "Player who first killed the giant deer in Newbie Village 10086. You have the opportunity for a village-wide announcement. Do you wish to hide your name?" Lin Hao chose no. In an instant, the entire Newbie Village echoed with the system's announcement. "Congratulations to player Tianxia for achieving the first kill of the giant deer, earning 5,000 experience points and 5 gold coins. We hope all players continue to strive forward." Before the announcement had fully faded, Lin Hao activated the Swift as the Wind skill, charging out like a whirlwind. Within just 3 minutes, the recently respawned players were sent back to the spring before they even realized what happened. 16 players down, contributing 200 dark points to Lin Hao. Seeing he needed just 154 more points to reach his goal, Lin Hao was determined to maximize his gains. At the entrance of Newbie Village, the recently revived Lu Xiao looked frustrated. "Damn Tianxia, like a ghost haunting me," he thought angrily. He had hoped for a narrow escape, only to find that his death had merely been postponed. This feeling of delayed demise made him regret missing out on a boss even more. Tianya Wuya took a deep breath, hesitated, and finally voiced his thoughts. "Guild leader, we should steer clear of Tianxia from now on. His skills and awareness far surpass ours. We're not in the same league." Lu Xiao sighed, reluctantly agreeing. "He is indeed formidable. For now, let's avoid provoking him. Once we reach the main city, I'll make sure to settle the score." At that moment, Guangzhou Tianxia led his group out of the village. He was relieved he hadn't left earlier, as he would have lost a level in mere minutes. "I agree we should avoid Tianxia. He's too powerful at this stage, and even combined efforts are futile. But once we're out of the Newbie Village, I have 1,000 ways to take him down." "Oh, is that so?" A familiar, teasing voice came from ahead. Hearing it, the group became instantly alert, with many trying to flee. However, against the instant-cast Red Lotus shockwave, their speed was futile. With his attack power increased by 100 points, the Red Lotus shockwave was even more powerful than before. It was still a one-hit kill for Tianya guild members, but for Guangzhou Tianxia, it made a significant difference. Previously, he could withstand 2 hits. Now, like others, he was downed in 1. "This is ridiculous, absolutely insane." Guangzhou Tianxia stared at the death countdown on his interface, feeling a mix of emotions. Tianxia's rapid growth was astonishing, making Guangzhou's own progress seem insignificant. "Enjoy your moment, Tianxia. Once we're out of the Newbie Village, I'll pay you back double," he vowed silently. This round of kills brought Lin Hao to 80 dark points, bringing his total to 1126. Initially, he planned to upgrade the Red Lotus shockwave to level 2, but a new thought occurred to him. Although the Red Lotus Shockwave was immensely powerful, its long cooldown made it unsuitable as a primary attack method, serving more as a trump card. Lin Hao stared at the accumulated dark points in his hand, weighing whether to upgrade his explosive flame skill to the maximum level. As his only sustainable output skill at the moment, enhancing it seemed valuable in the short term. However, the growing number of choices left him in a quandary. He decided to postpone the decision and shifted his focus to the upcoming world boss battle. With 5 minutes left on the countdown, Lin Hao kept a vigilant watch in the novice village while browsing the forums for useful strategies. Surprisingly, the hottest topic wasn't about the world boss, but a heated debate with players from a neighboring island nation. Frowning, Lin Hao recalled that Xia Rufin had already defeated the island nation with overwhelming force. So why was there such a fierce argument? Curious, he quickly skimmed through the most popular posts and soon understood the situation. To his surprise, he found himself caught up in the controversy. It turned out that the island nation players, still bitter over their defeat, were unwilling to concede, though their words had softened. Players from the 10086 novice village seized the opportunity to boast, invoking the name Tianshi and claiming he was the strongest new player, having broken novice village dungeon records that the island nation couldn't match. These remarks only fueled the island nation players' anger, prompting them to retaliate by belittling the Xia nation players, claiming that aside from Xia Rufin, the rest were worthless. Some mocked. So what if you clear the novice dungeon in 28 seconds? That doesn't prove anything. Others taunted. You say he's the strongest newcomer, but don't even make the top 3 in the world boss fight. As the argument intensified, even the island nation's strongest newcomer, Minister Takeda, joined the fray, vowing to compete with Tianshi. Intrigued, Lin Hao looked up Minister Takeda's profile and discovered he was a hidden class phantom ninja. Although Lin Hao wasn't familiar with the class, he guessed it was similar to a hidden assassin class in the Xia nation. Attaining a hidden class in the novice village was no small feat, but to Lin Hao, In's class hidden class was hardly a match for the wrathful Tianshi. With a smirk, Lin Hao decided to surprise his opponent. He quickly composed a message. You can choose how to compete. I'm willing to wager a legendary skill. What can you offer me? The message caused an uproar on the forum. Comments like legendary skill? This Tianshi guy must be something. Getting a legendary skill book in the novice village. And does our Minister Takeda have a legendary skill? Flooded in, mixed with disbelief and awe. Leaning back in his chair, Lin Hao wore a confident smile. He knew the real showdown was just beginning, and he already held the advantage. The world boss was about to descend, and a true test of strength was on the horizon. As players from the island nation were consumed by anxiety, Minister Takeda's response struck the forum like a sledgehammer. Heavenly Master, do you really have the legendary skill book? Or are you just trying to scare me off because you know you can't beat me? His words immediately garnered widespread support from the island players. The minister is right. How could a novice village have legendary skills? This Heavenly Master is clearly bluffing. Pathetic people from Xia, always playing these little tricks. If you don't dare to compete, just say so. Haha. With all the bragging on the forum, I thought this Heavenly Master was something special, but turns out he's just a coward. The Xia players felt stifled by the overwhelming criticism but were unable to refute it, unsure if the Heavenly Master truly possessed the legendary skill. Just as the situation seemed at an impasse, Lin Hao's post appeared like a timely rain. Are you serious? The so-called strongest newcomer from the island nation can't even produce a legendary skill? You set the stakes, so show us if you have the guts. Lin Hao's provocative words enraged Minister Takeda. Do you think legendary skills are as common as cabbages? Even veteran players at level 70 or 80 haven't seen them, and you make it sound worthless? Fine, open your eyes wide. Before he even finished speaking, Lin Hao had already posted a screenshot of the Starlight Boots information. Players flocked to see it. Initially thinking the Heavenly Master was mocking them, how could a level 6 pair of boots compare to a legendary skill? However, when they saw the third effect, everyone was stunned. Oh my god, what kind of artifact is this? This is ridiculous. Level 6 boots this powerful. The Starlight Blink skill is simply game-changing, with a 30-second cooldown. The most shocking part is that such a low-level red equipment has an active skill, and it's the rarest space skill. Could this Heavenly Master be the developer's favorite child? The odds are lower than winning the lottery 10 times in a row. The comments section exploded, with countless players rushing to tag Lin Hao and offering exorbitant prices to buy it. Boss, 2 million, sell it to me. Get lost, you pauper. Heavenly Master, I'll offer 5 million. 5 million? That's nothing. Boss, I'll pay 100 million. The frenzy of bidding left everyone in awe, making people wonder if the saying, who doesn't have 50,000 at home, was meant to average with these wealthy players. Lin Hao ignored these offers, but his communicator suddenly buzzed. Lu Yong curiously asked, Hao, your luck is out of this world. Be honest, are you the developer's favorite son? Lin Hao rolled his eyes. What are you thinking? This wasn't dropped from monsters, it was looted from a kill. What? Lu Yong was so shocked he couldn't speak. The person you looted must be furious. Didn't they give you trouble? Lin Hao spoke as if discussing the weather. Of course they did. They've chased me several times. One guild wasn't enough, so they teamed up with others. Lu Yong couldn't help but worry. Are you okay now? Lin Hao sighed, a slight frown on his face. He spoke softly. Things are indeed quite troublesome. I've only counterattacked them a few times, and now that group of guys is hiding in the newbie village, not daring to show their faces. Upon hearing this, Lu Yong's eyes lit up, and he gave a thumbs up in admiration. Wow, that's ruthless. I wonder which unlucky fellow crossed you. They must be having a hard time. Lin Hao's lips curled into a slight smile, but then he composed himself and got to the main point. Let's talk business. I guess you're here to trade for my Starlight Mage boots. Lu Yong shook his head, his expression serious. That's where you're wrong. I know you won't trade them. I'm here to warn you not to accept this wager. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. Oh, you think I'll lose? Lu Yong nodded, his tone filled with concern. I know your burst damage is high. You can even clear the newbie dungeon in 28 seconds. But a world boss is different. No matter how high your burst is, it won't matter. If you can't maintain output, you'll be overtaken quickly. Lin Hao confidently replied. Don't worry, I've got this. My burst damage is indeed high, but my sustained output isn't weak either. Lu Yong sighed. All right then, just be careful and don't be overconfident. After ending the call, Lin Hao saw that the time was right and immediately posted on the forum provocatively. Do you have anything to say now? If you can't even come up with a wager, don't embarrass yourselves. Minister Takeda was silent for a moment, weighing his options. Although the Starlight Mage boots aren't skill books, the equipment isn't bound and can be traded. Despite being lower in level and only suitable for mages, the skill Starlight Flash is highly valuable, enough to exchange for a legendary skill book. Minister Takeda stared at the image of the Starlight Mage boots, his eyes flashing with desire, thinking that if he obtained them, he could trade for a legendary skill book useful to him. He quickly replied, Who says I can't afford it? Take a look at this. With that, Minister Takeda sent an image. Lin Hao opened it to find information about a key, the key to the Archmage's legacy, a special item. The description read, it can be used to open the treasury left by the Archmage in the world. By passing the Archmage's test, one can gain unimaginable opportunities. Lin Hao was secretly thrilled. I didn't expect that just by bluffing a bit, that guy Takeda actually had something good. Although he didn't know exactly what was in the Archmage treasury, he had opened the Sword Saint's treasury in his past life, gaining not only a legendary skill book for swordsmen, but also other opportunities. In terms of value alone, it wasn't inferior to 2 legendary skill books. More importantly, he needed the Archmage's legacy. The forum buzzed with excitement, with many offering to buy the key, but Takeda refused them all. Thus, both developed a keen interest in each other's stakes, and the wager was set. Lin Hao taunted. Master, let's see who can deal the most damage during the world boss raid. Takeda responded with a cold laugh. Just what I was hoping for. With so many witnesses, I trust you won't back out if you lose. Lin Hao retorted. The arrogance of the people from Xia is astounding. I should be saying that to you. The rivalry between the two was about to ignite, and players on the forum held their breath, eagerly anticipating the outcome of this epic showdown. 5 minutes flew by in an instant. During this brief time, Guangzhou Tianxia and Lu Xiao, having learned their lesson, hid in the novice village, not daring to show themselves. Suddenly, the system issued 2 consecutive notifications. Ding! The world boss, Ancient Wasteland Lizard, is about to descend in the novice village. Eligible players, please prepare. The system initiated a 30-second countdown, giving players the option to forfeit the challenge. Lin Hao immediately chose to accept. As soon as the countdown ended, his vision went blank. When the scene reappeared, Lin Hao found himself in a vast, white space. It was crowded with excited players who began to chat eagerly. Awesome! I finally get to see the world boss. I've spent so much time in dungeons for this challenge that I'm almost bald. Tell me about it, but it's all worth it. Seeing the world boss in person is way more thrilling than watching videos. Start the live stream. I almost turned from an entertainment streamer into a hardcore player. Zhilonggu was so excited he almost cried, recalling the torturous days in the novice dungeons. As the players were fervently discussing, the system issued another prompt. Ding! Detailed information about the world boss has been detected. Players, please check it yourselves. The world boss's information, which was previously all question marks, became viewable. Even though the game had been running for 2 years, the boss's skills remained largely unknown. The Ancient Wasteland Lizard had up to 50 different skills, randomly selecting 3 for each battle. Only when the battle began would players know which 3 skills they would face. Despite this, the boss's terrifying attack and defense attributes still intimidated the players. To give them a fighting chance, the system allowed them to choose 1 blessing before the battle started. Eagerly, Lin Hao checked out the details of this never-before-seen boss. Ancient Wasteland Lizard World Boss. Level 10. Health 20 million. Attack 1,500. Defense 1,500. Magic resistance 1,500. Skill 1 Stomp. viciously tramples the ground 3 times, dealing 50, 100, and 150 attack damage in an area. Skill 2, Furious Roar, deals 200 attack damage in an area in front, with a 50 chance to induce fear in enemies. Skill 3, Scale Hardening, increases defense and magic resistance by 100 for 60 seconds. Damn, it's Stomp, one mage player complained. This is bad. This group wipe skill will kill me even if I hide in the back. Yeah, we're really unlucky. Another player chimed in. Both Stomp and Furious Roar are area attacks. We're doomed. However, there were also optimistic voices. No big deal. I refuse to believe my luck is so bad that all the skills will target me. Zhilong appeared relaxed, showing none of the worry that was evident on others' faces. As a streamer, he had no interest in fighting the boss. He just wanted to seize this rare opportunity to broadcast. Once he gained forum access, he immediately launched a global live stream. Viewers flooded in like a tidal wave, with numbers surpassing 100,000 and quickly approaching 200,000 within seconds. Zhilong was so excited he almost cried, secretly rejoicing. Mom, I've finally made it. He was now reaping the benefits of the gamble between the Celestial Master and Minister Takeda. But to convert these viewers into loyal fans, he knew he needed to rely on his own skills. The live stream was bustling with activity. Players from the island nation were gloating, predicting the Celestial Master's inevitable defeat. They believed that the Celestial Master, being fragile, would be instantly killed without choosing survival blessings against 2 group output skills. Some even envied Minister Takeda for acquiring a legendary skill effortlessly. Players from Xia, however, were not about to back down, staunchly defending the Celestial Master. They emphasized that while the Celestial Master might not have high health points, his shield value exceeded 5,000, far beyond everyone's expectations. Some exaggeratedly claimed that even if the sturdiest player on the field perished, the Celestial Master would likely remain unscathed. As players from both sides held their ground, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Divine blessings descend. Players can choose one from the following blessings for enhancement. The system then listed 5 distinct blessing options, each offering a unique balance between output and survival. Most players opted for Blessing 1, considering it the strongest choice for survival. Although it sacrificed some output, they understood that only by staying alive could they continue to deal damage. If they died, everything would be lost. In this life and death showdown, every player was weighing pros and cons, trying to find the best survival strategy. Meanwhile, Zhilong's live stream had become the perfect witness to this thrilling gamble. Over 90% of the players opted for Blessing 1, a cautious and safe choice that was undoubtedly the most secure. However, a few confident players took a different approach, choosing Blessing 2 and 3, hoping the lifesteal effect would ensure their survival. To everyone's surprise, Minister Takeda chose Blessing 4. This blessing, which offered little more than an increase in health, was an extremely risky path. His gaze fell on his 2 red skills, and a slight smile played on his lips. Desperate counterattack and bloodthirst seemed tailor-made for Blessing 4. Confidence gleamed in Minister Takeda's eyes as he calculated how to use this combination to crush his opponents. However, what truly shocked everyone was Lin Hao's choice. When he decisively chose Blessing 5, the entire field fell silent. Players in the live stream from Japan couldn't help but laugh, questioning the logic behind this decision. A mage choosing Blessing 5? Isn't that suicidal? What good is a 500 attack boost? Does he plan to club the boss to death with his staff? If his health drops below 90, he dies instantly. Isn't that courting death? Not only Japanese players, but also those from China were puzzled by Lin Hao's choice. Minister Takeda couldn't resist taunting. It seems you're here to gift me legendary skills. The generosity of Chinese players truly amazes. Despite the skepticism, Lin Hao remained unusually calm. He thought to himself, you'll all see why I chose this blessing soon enough. With the blessing selection complete, the world boss finally appeared. The previously empty space began to distort and collapse, and with a deafening roar, a colossal creature emerged. The ancient wasteland lizard, an enormous monster, made the 500-plus players present feel as insignificant as ants. Its thunderous roar was both a threat to the players and a declaration that the challenge had officially begun. Despite their shock, the elite players from various countries were undeterred. They quickly adjusted their strategies and launched a fierce assault. Melee players had no choice but to stand on the front lines, a position of great risk but the only way to maximize their output. Soon, damage numbers began to appear above the ancient wasteland lizard's head, signaling the official start of the battle. The players, empowered by blessings, experienced a significant boost in their strength. Even when facing 1,500 points of defense, they could easily inflict nearly 1,000 points of damage. Among these formidable players, Minister Takeda stood out, dealing around 1,400 points of damage with each swing of his dagger. It's worth noting that a Phantom Ninja's strength is usually agility rather than attack power. While others were still building up power, Takeda's dagger had already slashed through the air like a gust of wind, a accumulating over 4,000 points of damage in an instant. Takeda is truly amazing. Over 4,300 damage. He's in a league of his own. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Haha. When it comes to output, who can compete with Takeda? Another player chimed in. However, a cold voice interrupted the cheers. What's there to brag about? Just 4,300? That's nothing compared to Tianshi. This statement caused a stir. Someone retorted. That's right, Tianshi has dealt over 4,000 damage without any buffs. Hearing this, the players from the island nation scoffed. Just a momentary burst. Minister Takeda can do that too. In this competition, that so-called Tianshi is bound to lose. Exactly, another island player agreed. He chose a blessing with no benefits, where his health drops below 90, and he dies instantly. Can he withstand a single roar of rage? The players from Xia were momentarily speechless. Although some suspected that Tianshi's damage might be related to physical attacks, but Tianshi seemed like a magic-based class. A mage focusing on physical attacks? They had never seen such a playstyle. Even melee mages still dealt damage with spells. Amidst the confusion, the first round of output from ranged classes began. Archer players, though slightly lower in single-hit damage, had incredibly fast attack speeds, dealing around 800 points per round. Mages, with skills on cooldown, still dealt impressive damage, with each attack not dipping below 1,000 points. Suddenly, a staggering number appeared in the damage list. This number stood out among the 4-digit damages, drawing everyone's attention. Some thought a player had unleashed a trump card right from the start, but in the next moment, the same astronomical number appeared again. The crowd was so shocked they nearly stopped. Could a level 10 player really deal such damage? If it were a finishing move, it would be understandable. But how were these consecutive high numbers possible? These two astounding damage numbers were Lin Hao's doing. His attack power was already high, and with a 500 boost, his total attack reached an astonishing 9,180 points. Therefore, even his regular explosive flame and fire blast could produce such outrageous damage. The atmosphere in the live stream ignited instantly, with viewers demanding the host to open the damage leaderboard to see which expert was behind such terrifying damage. Zhilong quickly obliged, opening the leaderboard. At the top was Tianshi. Tianshi, 27,640. Minister Takeda, 4,350. Rain is coming, 3,679. Seeing Tianshi's damage at the top, the island players were left speechless. Even though they had been somewhat prepared for this, actually witnessing the number sent shivers down their spines. Such terrifying damage had the real Tianshi descended into the game world. The damage stats of the Tianshi on the leaderboard were like a bolt of lightning, leaving Takeda, the second-place contender, far behind. This astounding gap left players from Xia country in disbelief. They knew Tianshi was strong, but not to this extent. It must be due to the blessing's bonus effect, someone quickly speculated. Faced with such terrifying damage stats, everyone could only come to one conclusion, as hard as it was to believe. The Tianshi was actually following a physical attack route. Ridiculous, a mage using physical attacks, someone exclaimed. What kind of insane damage is this? The players from the island nation looked grim, realizing the situation was not in their favor. In terms of damage output, Minister Takeda had been completely outpaced. Fire Blast and Flame Surge are just ordinary green skills, someone analyzed. There's nothing unusual about them, and they sustain output just fine. Darn, Boss Takeda is going to lose this time, an island nation player muttered. What do you mean going to lose? It's 100% certain loss, a Xia country player immediately retorted. Don't get cocky. Another island nation player shot back defiantly. Sure, Tianshi's damage is high, but he chose Blessing 5, so if his health drops below 90, he'll instantly die? You can't deal damage if you're dead. Exactly, what's the point of leading temporarily? Someone chimed in. Tianshi is just showing off. If our boss Takeda picked Blessing 5, he could deal explosive damage too. Although the island nation players were trying to save face, their points were not entirely without merit. Just then, the ancient wasteland lizard launched a counterattack, raising its forelimbs and stomping the ground, triggering a screen-wide stomp attack. No one could dodge it, and everyone had to withstand the damage. Some fragile players were severely injured on the spot. Lin Hao's head displayed the 3 highest damage numbers across the field, enduring a staggering 4,500 points of damage, far exceeding anyone else. However, to the island nation players' disappointment, Lin Hao's health remained untouched. Upon closer inspection, he was surrounded by a transparent shield with a value of 36,720 points. Hacker! The island nation players in the live stream shouted, on the verge of a breakdown. Is this even human? A level 10 with over 30,000 shield? Report him. Tianshi must be cheating. Although Xia country players were also shocked, they stood firmly by Tianshi's side. If you're bad, just practice more. Don't immediately call someone a cheater. Exactly, don't you recognize an intermediate shield spell? Just because your stats are inferior, don't accuse others of cheating. Don't celebrate too soon. Island nation players countered. Intermediate shield spells last at most 30 seconds. And then what? he'll die on the spot. As players from both sides clashed with words, the ancient wasteland lizard revealed its true terror. Right after the stomp, it unleashed a furious roar with no delay, demonstrating a fearsome combo ability. A massive group attack dealing up to 3,000 points of damage once again swept across the battlefield like a tidal wave. Although the area of effect had shrunk considerably, more than half of the players were still caught in it. The damage cut through the battlefield like a sharp blade. The frontline players barely held on with their high defenses, while the more fragile ones in the back fell like paper, with none taking less than 2,000 points of damage. Lin Hao stood at the eye of the storm, perfectly absorbing the highest damage of 3,000 points, yet remained unscathed. Meanwhile, dozens of the fragile backline players around him fell instantly, highlighting the stark contrast in their abilities. After enduring 2 rounds of fierce attacks, the surviving players retaliated with a frenzied counterattack. They were well aware that the boss's skills had cooldowns. Based on insights from numerous videos, they knew this was a rare 8-second window for output. Even though the ranged classes suffered heavy losses and overall damage output dropped significantly, the collective effort during these brief 8 seconds still resulted in an impressive 3 million damage. Lin Hao's damage output was like a precise war machine, unaffected by the surrounding chaos. He skillfully cast Explosive Flame and Flame Burst, dealing an astonishing 120,000 damage in just 8 seconds, with his total output surpassing 150,000. In comparison, the second-ranked Takeda Minister, despite his best efforts, could barely reach 50,000 damage. Realizing this vast gap, Takeda's face darkened with frustration. If player-versus-player attacks were allowed, he might have already lost his composure. At that moment, the cooldown for the ancient wasteland lizard's skills ended, and the second round of combo attacks began. A single stomp instantly took out the players who lacked healing means, followed by a furious roar that initiated a brutal reaping mode. This fierce combo resulted in dozens more players meeting their demise. However, Lin Hao's shield remained unyielding, like an indestructible fortress. Even though blessings had significantly boosted his shield value, the duration remained unchanged, presenting a potential risk. Just then, the ancient wasteland lizard's health dropped to the critical 75 mark. Its massive body began to emit an eerie blood-red mist, and it seemed to grow even larger. Players who had watched previous videos knew that the boss had entered its second phase. Whenever its health decreased by 25, the boss would enter a brief invincible state and gain a random skill. This time, it acquired a skill that struck fear into everyone's summon. The ancient wasteland lizard used brute force to tear open space, creating a rift to an unknown realm. From it emerged 50 powerful minions, and more terrifyingly, this skill could be used again in a short period. The battlefield became even more complex and dangerous, and all players tensed up, bracing for the even more challenging battle ahead. The blood-red mist dissipated, bringing the invincibility of the ancient wasteland lizard to an abrupt halt. At that moment, it fiercely rammed its sharp horn into the void, causing the fragile space to crack open instantly. Within a heartbeat, 50 creatures, each less than a meter tall, surged from the fissure. These beings, known as the wasteland bat demons, had wings on their backs, faces twisted like demons, and clutched tridents in their hands. A system alert sounded, and everyone stared in shock at the attributes of the wasteland bat demons. Level 10. Health 10,000. Attack 1,000. Defense 1,000. Magic resistance 1,000. Skill Blood Feast restores health equal to the damage dealt. The strength of these creatures made everyone gasp. In the outside world, they would undoubtedly be top-tier level 10 bosses. Despite having only one skill, it was an extremely powerful passive ability. Even more shocking was the sudden appearance of 50 such formidable foes. The wasteland bat demons launched a fierce attack as soon as they emerged. The melee players in the front line immediately cried out in anguish. These monsters attacked with lightning speed and dealt astonishing damage. Even more terrifying, they coordinated their assault, focusing on a single direction, ignoring other areas entirely. Players caught in their path were instantly in dire straits. While the attack of 1 or 2 bat demons could be withstood, who could resist the onslaught of 7 or 8 at once? More despairingly, not a single player extended a helping hand. The melee classes might have been too crowded to get through, but the mages and archers in the backline were truly indifferent. Their spells and arrows rained down solely on the boss, disregarding the life and death of their comrades, as if they had a tacit understanding. Indeed, they did, for they were not allies but competitors. Fewer competitors meant greater rewards, so who would foolishly lend assistance? Their only thought was to seize the opportunity to deal damage. However, this selfishness soon met with retribution. Once the wasteland bat demons had slaughtered the warrior players in their path, they broke through to the rear. Faced with this, the mages and archers showed no sign of panic, as if they had anticipated this outcome. Even as their companions fell around them, they remained focused on attacking the boss, displaying remarkable composure. Their actions were guided by valuable lessons learned over 2 years of challenging world bosses. the fate of others was irrelevant. Defeating summoned creatures held no significance, and only damage dealt to the boss counted. Instead of wasting time on minions, it was better to focus on the boss. After all, the boss would become increasingly difficult to handle in later stages, making every second in the early phase crucial. Their judgment proved correct. When the boss activated its scale hardening ability, its defense surged by 100. Attacks that previously dealt 1,000 damage were suddenly reduced to a paltry few points, unable to penetrate its defense. This state lasted for a full minute. Seeing the pitiful 2-digit damage above the boss's head, many players were relieved they hadn't bothered with the minions. Otherwise, their output in this battle would have been significantly reduced. However, they also realized they couldn't possibly survive until the fight's end. This minute was destined to be their last. However, to everyone's astonishment, the Celestial Master's damage remained terrifyingly high, unaffected by the boss's increased resistance. This is freaking cheating, someone couldn't help but curse. Is this even possible? We're only hitting for a few dozen to 100 points, some even not breaking through the defense, and the Celestial Master is still hitting 5-digit numbers. Just asking, is the Celestial Master forgetting to turn off his hacks? Another player questioned. This is a world boss. It's making me feel inadequate. This damage is so ridiculous. It's like absurdity itself opened the door to absurdity. Minister Takeda's expression grew increasingly grim. After the boss activated its scale hardening, his output was severely limited, barely hitting over 100 points. This should be a period of output fatigue for everyone. Yet the Celestial Master's damage remained explosive. If this continued, he feared not even a rocket could catch up. Fortunately, the Wasteland Bat demons were extremely effective, instantly slaughtering the rear-line mages and archers like cutting through butter, and were closing in on the Celestial Master. It wasn't that the mages and archers were too weak, but they weren't even trying to resist. Since they were doomed anyway, why reduce the pressure for other competitors? Better to take everyone down with them. Thus, the Wasteland Bat demons crushed their way through, quickly reaching Lin Hao. They attacked him ferociously, but Lin Hao remained indifferent. With his shield having 3 seconds left, why waste it? Everyone watching felt like the boss was hitting not a monster, but their pride. Luckily, it was about to end. Seeing the Celestial Master's transparent shield thinning, the Island Nation players were almost moved to tears. It's been so tough, finally it's over, someone sighed. This shield is ridiculously thick. Ha. The Celestial Master is done for now, right? Another gloated. Once the shield breaks, he'll be instantly killed. 3 seconds passed in a flash, and as the Island Nation players hoped, Lin Hao's shield completely vanished. The Wasteland Bat demons, excited, raised their tridents and lunged at Lin Hao. Just as it seemed unavoidable, Lin Hao used a star flash to retreat 10 meters, leaving the players who had been hiding behind him to bear the brunt. Damn, don't come over here. Yamit, help. Please, even if it's just a scratch, let me shoot 2 more arrows. The Wasteland Bat demons ignored the cries and continued their massacre, turning players into corpses. Lin Hao used them as a meat shield, while a sinister red lotus appeared out of nowhere. In the next moment, a devastating shockwave hit the monster group in front. After the shockwave dissipated, the once rampaging Wasteland Bat demons were annihilated, not even leaving a trace behind. The players watching the live stream were left speechless by the terrifying area damage. Oh my god, that skill just now looked like the Red Lotus Shockwave. Red Lotus Shockwave? What's that skill? Are you new here? You don't know Red Lotus Shockwave, but you must know the Red Destruction Ray, right? What? That was the Red Destruction Ray. No wonder the damage and range were so absurd, but I remember the Red Destruction Ray has a charge time. The Celestial Master seemed to cast it instantly. No need to guess, it was indeed instant. I didn't even see the Lotus clearly before the shockwave was unleashed. I almost didn't recognize the skill. Wow, instant cast Red Destruction Ray. Is this really not cheating? The hopes of the players from the Island Nation were dashed once more, yet Minister Takeda's confidence remained unshaken. Although he didn't know much about Tianshi, he was convinced that the skills of a level 10 mage were limited. The cooldown for the intermediate barrier spell had just ended, Starlight Flash had been used, and Red Lotus Shockwave required another 300 seconds to cool down. How could Tianshi possibly withstand the next wave of attacks? This thought also crossed the minds of many players from the Island Nation, reigniting their hope. As long as Tianshi was defeated, the opportunity to catch up would arise. They were full of confidence in Minister Takeda. Meanwhile, players from the Summer Nation began to worry. The boss's skills were about to cool down completely. Could Tianshi really hold out? Just then, Brother Zhilong cleared his throat and reassured everyone. Don't worry, Tianshi definitely won't fall. This statement immediately grabbed everyone's attention. However, Brother Zhilong didn't elaborate further, simply shaking his head and saying, as I said before, you all don't truly understand Tianshi's strength. He recalled the battle at the Cliff Mountains and knew that Tianshi had an incredibly powerful survival skill. As long as his mana wasn't depleted, Tianshi wouldn't go down. But others were unaware of this, and the Island Nation players mocked. People from the Summer Nation just love to be stubborn. How can a mage survive without any survival skills? Sure, I admit Tianxue is impressive, but at the end of the day, he's just a fragile mage. Just as the Summer Nation players were about to retort, the ancient lizard of the wasteland launched another attack. A full-screen stomp caused massive damage numbers to appear above everyone's heads. Lin Hao, as usual, took the full brunt of the damage, totaling 4,500 points. Normally, this would instantly kill a level 10 fragile mage who hadn't chosen the life-boosting blessing. However, before the Island Nation players could celebrate, they were left dumbfounded. Despite Tianxue taking such high damage, his health remained completely intact. What the heck? A health lock hack. It's confirmed, Tianxue is cheating. Didn't the official statement say there are absolutely no cheats in the game? So what is this? The Island Nation players were in an uproar, while the Summer Nation players remained relatively calm. Although Brother Zhilong knew the truth, he chose to stay silent. A player's skills and talents are private and strategic secrets, and since Tianxue hadn't disclosed it, he felt it wasn't his place to reveal it. Among the audience, some sharpie players noticed that although Tianxue's health didn't decrease when he took damage, his mana bar seemed to shorten slightly. They weren't sure and wondered if they were seeing things. In reality, under the blessing effect, Lin Hao's attack power had increased by 500. This not only enhanced the intermediate barrier spell, but also benefited the mana shield. As an anger mage Tianxue, Lin Hao's mana increased along with his attack power, now exceeding 13,000 points. The mere 4,500 points of damage only reduced his mana by 2250 points. Without closely watching the mana bar, it was nearly impossible to notice this subtle change. Until the deafening roar of the ancient desert lizard echoed once more, causing a wave of players to fall instantly, everyone finally snapped back to reality. They were shocked to realize that the Tianxue's mana bar was indeed decreasing slowly. Although the skill Mana Shield was extremely rare, seasoned players could deduce its presence from its unique characteristics. In the live stream, a viewer claiming to be the strongest analyst suddenly spoke up. I know why Tianxue remains unscathed. This statement was like a bombshell, instantly igniting the audience's curiosity. Questions like, tell us quickly, and is Tianxue really cheating? Flooded in urgently. The strongest analyst, unfazed, explained calmly. Tianxue has likely learned the red passive skill Mana Shield. Are you kidding? Someone immediately retorted. That trash skill is rare, but how powerful can it be? In the face of skepticism, the analyst remained unruffled and analyzed logically. Firstly, after Tianxue is attacked, his health doesn't budge, but his mana decreases. Secondly, he takes full damage. Even the weakest mage should have some defense, even if they're naked, but the damage from the boss wasn't reduced at all. These traits are exactly like Mana Shield. Of course, there's a chance of an even rarer skill, but what's certain is that as long as Tianxue's mana isn't depleted, he's invincible. This reasoning quickly garnered widespread agreement from the audience. Praise like, amazing, and it completely matches the characteristics of Mana Shield, echoed throughout. However, what was even more astonishing was Tianxue's incredible mana capacity. Someone quickly calculated. Even if Mana Shield can convert 1 point of mana to offset 2 points of damage, he should have lost 2,250 mana, but the decrease in his mana bar was less than 16th. Does this mean Tianxue's mana exceeds 13,000? As soon as the words were out, the calculators shook their head, dismissing their own guess. No way. How could a level 10 mage have 13,000 mana? This is blatant cheating. The debate intensified, with more people convinced that Tianxue was cheating. What was even more despairing for the island players was that while Tianxue dealt incredible damage, his mana instantly refilled. 1,382. 1,382. 1,382. Seeing Tianxue with full health and mana, the island players were in utter despair, and someone couldn't help but lament. This is ridiculous. Even if I were cheating, I wouldn't dare go this far. Minister Takeda's face was as dark as a stormy sky. He knew he was facing inevitable defeat, as the disparity in strength was too great. Yet, he refused to concede. Despite Tianxue's seemingly limitless abilities dealing massive damage, having enormous mana, regenerating mana from attacks, possessing strong defenses, and mastering powerful skills like Blink and Crimson Wave. Damn it. The more I think, the more hopeless it seems. Takeda cursed under his breath, but he gritted his teeth and persisted. Whether it's the starry boots or the arcane key, they are rare treasures. If I don't give it my all now, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. At that moment, the ancient wasteland lizard unleashed its summoning skill once again, like an unexpected storm. A spatial rift tore open, and 50 wasteland bat demons surged out, their wings tracing black arcs in the air as they flew directly towards the direction of the celestial master. The island players watched this scene with excitement gleaming in their eyes. They exchanged victorious glances, as if they could already see the celestial master's downfall. Someone couldn't help but chuckle softly. Huh? This is perfect. The celestial master is definitely done for now. Another player shook his head and sighed. The celestial master has such bad luck, both waves of monsters chose to target him first. Having high damage isn't always a good thing, someone analyzed. He drew all the boss's aggro to himself. Who else would the monsters attack? Someone else showed sympathy for other players on the same path as the Celestial Master. Those players who were on the same path as the Celestial Master are really out of luck. If they were on another path, they might have survived another wave. In stark contrast to the excitement of the island players, the players from Xia were filled with worry. Their eyes were fixed on the direction of the Celestial Master, their hearts full of unease. Someone quietly analyzed. The players on the Celestial Master's path have already been wiped out, and if the monsters attack again, they'll have a clear path. What worried them even more was, the Crimson Lotus Shockwave is on cooldown. How will the Celestial Master fend off 50 powerful wasteland bat demons? Minister Takeda stood still, watching the bat demons fly straight past them without a glance, and couldn't help but blurt out, "What's that old Xia saying? Oh, this is what they call Tianzhu Yi." At this moment, all eyes, whether from the players present or the audience in the livestream, were focused on the Celestial Master. He became the sole focus of attention, with everyone holding their breath, eager to see if he could turn the tide in this desperate situation. However, Lin Hao's expression remained as calm as ever, as if the bat demons flying towards him were nothing more than dust in the air. He continued to focus on casting skills at the boss, seemingly unaffected by the impending crisis. This sight made the island players even more ecstatic. Someone mocked, "Heck, keep struggling, no matter how much damage you do, it won't matter. Minister Takeda will catch up sooner or later." Minister Takeda wore a confident smile, thinking to himself, "I don't believe the Celestial Master can turn this around in such a desperate situation." As the wasteland bat demons closed in on Lin Hao, almost touching his face, he finally glanced up slowly. He knew these bat demons were formidable, and with his main skills on cooldown, even he would struggle to handle them. Even if he used Fire Blast paired with Explosive Flame technique, he could only take out half of them, and the remainder would still be lethal. But Lin Hao's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. He had a trump card, prepared for just this moment. Forbidden Skill, Taunt. Lin Hao murmured the skill's name, his gaze sweeping towards Minister Takeda, who was still frantically fighting monsters, bestowing the skill effect upon him without hesitation. In the next moment, a miracle occurred. The bat demons, which had been aggressively closing in on Lin Hao, suddenly and inexplicably changed direction as if pulled by invisible strings, heading towards Minister Takeda instead. Minister Takeda was dumbfounded as he received a shocking system notification. "Ding, player Celestial Master has used Forbidden Skill. Taunt on you." His mind went blank, and he muttered to himself. The Celestial Master actually learned a Forbidden Skill at level 10. In shock, he watched the swarm of bat demons descending upon him, feeling a chill run down his spine, his hair standing on end. The uninformed island players were completely bewildered. They looked at each other, utterly confused. What's going on? Why aren't the wasteland bat demons attacking the Celestial Master, but going after Minister Takeda? Someone couldn't help but complain. This is too strange, it completely defies the game's mechanics. Some even speculated, "I don't get it. Could the Celestial Master actually be the game's developer?" Minister Takeda had no time to explain. He was sweating profusely and urgently called out to the surrounding players for help. "Does anyone know Purification? I've been taunted." Upon hearing this, everyone was even more puzzled, asking, "What do you mean, taunted?" It's a well-known fact that level 10 monsters don't have taunt skills. However, at this moment, Minister Takeda looked pale, sweat beading on his forehead, as he quickly explained, "The Tianzhu used a forbidden technique to cast a taunt effect on me. The monsters are attacking me uncontrollably." Upon hearing this, everyone present suddenly understood. It wasn't that the monsters had taunted Minister Takeda, but rather that Minister Takeda had been forced to taunt the monsters. The top analyst widened his eyes in astonishment and said, "If what Minister Takeda says is true, the effect of this forbidden technique is simply unbelievable. It's not only on par with legendary skills, but even more practical." Minister Takeda had no time to marvel at the power of the skill. His face was filled with despair. Even though he was confident in his abilities, he didn't think he could handle 50 wasteland bat demons on his own. Worse yet, there wasn't a single mage in the entire team who knew purification magic, at least not among the living ones. Faced with so many wasteland bat demons, Minister Takeda had no intention of resisting. Although his maximum health had increased by 100, his total health was only 8,000, not enough to withstand even a single hit from each of them. But escaping was impossible too, as the taunt effect left him with nowhere to hide. Among the surrounding players, aside from a few from the island nation, almost no one was willing to give up attacking the boss to help him deal with the smaller monsters. Players from other regions were even less likely to help. Minister Takeda felt utterly hopeless, acutely aware of the vast gap between himself and Tianzhu in terms of skill diversity and functionality. Although he had an enhanced stealth skill, it was useless in the taunt state. In despair, Minister Takeda shouted, "Brothers, focus fire on the small monsters first. If our front line falls, you're next." However, his plea fell on deaf ears. The boss's scale hardening time had ended, and everyone was racing against time to deal damage, afraid of missing the rare opportunity. Meanwhile, some players who had chosen Blessing 1 began to revive and joined in the attack, but none spared a glance at Minister Takeda. Minister Takeda was both anxious and angry, yet he was helpless. In the blink of an eye, 50 wasteland bat demons surrounded him. At this moment, even with his powerful skills, he felt incredibly powerless. Each of his strikes could deal over 2,000 damage, but immediately afterward, multiple damage numbers would appear above his head. Even more despairing was the fact that the wasteland bat demon's health continued to recover. Under the onslaught of the monsters, Minister Takeda couldn't last even 3 seconds before his health bar was emptied. Even activating Blessing 4's effect was to no avail. After barely taking down a few small monsters, he ultimately fell. In the livestream, the Island Nation viewers were dismayed. Just moments ago, they had been gloating over Tianxi's misfortune, but now the tables had turned, and disaster struck their own camp. They were left speechless, while the Xia country players were overjoyed. Weren't you just laughing happily? Why don't you keep laughing? Yeah, why so silent now? I actually prefer your defiant attitude. I must say, Takeda was quite impressive, managing to kill 18 wasteland bat demons alone. But compared to our Tianxi, there's still a significant gap. The Island Nation players were left speechless, having hit a wall twice in a row, feeling utterly frustrated. Meanwhile, Minister Takeda's situation was even more dismal. Not only did he lose his life in vain, but he also handed over the mage god's key to others. Revived players surged into the battlefield like a tidal wave, their timing impeccable. The boss's skills were all on cooldown, like a fierce beast stripped of its claws. The players seized this fleeting opportunity, unleashing a barrage of firepower, with damage numbers pouring in like rain. However, the boss quickly regrouped, and its stomping and furious roars swept across the field once more. In an instant, Lin Hao stood as the sole combatant on the battlefield, as others either lay on the ground or had turned into corpses. The boss's health bar slowly dropped to 50, signaling the arrival of the third phase. Although Zhilong Gu had fallen, he had chosen Blessing 1, granting him one chance to revive. At this moment, he played the role of a special corpse, neither out of the game nor in a hurry to revive, seemingly waiting for the perfect moment. The live stream continued, but the number of viewers plummeted. The reason was simple. The power of the third phase boss would increase by at least twofold, a fear that haunted all players. Historically, no one had survived under a third phase boss for more than 10 seconds. The world challenge seemed to have reached its end. After the defeat of Minister Takeda, players from other countries quietly left, another spectacle vanished. Yet, faced with this unprecedented challenge, Lin Hao showed a fighting spirit. The real battle starts now. Lin Hao's voice echoed globally through the live stream. A so-called unkillable boss? I want to see what happens if I try to kill it. His words were like a thunderclap, shocking all viewers. Killing the world boss? The idea seemed utterly absurd. Since the launch of the game, no world boss had ever been defeated. The best result was reducing its health to 42. Moreover, most challengers were already down, and the ancient wasteland lizard still had a full 10 million health points remaining. It was like attacking a mountain with an egg. Experienced gamers knew that bosses grew stronger in later stages, with hidden mechanics being the real killers. Many believed Lin Hao had lost his mind. Facing a world boss with 10 million health alone, even a regular boss would be an impossible task for a level 10 player. At that moment, the blood mist around the boss dissipated entirely. As it exited its invincible state, it gained a new skill, Eternal Empowerment. This passive skill permanently increased its attack, defense, and magic resistance by 100. The ancient wasteland lizard's attributes soared from 1500 to 3000, a simple numerical change that translated into a cataclysmic power boost. The surviving players were grateful for having maximized their output earlier, as breaking through its defenses now would be nearly impossible. If the boss activated its scale hardening ability, they wouldn't even stand a chance. It seemed the predictions of the gaming veterans were coming true. The world boss simply couldn't be defeated. Yes, in the past, every time the boss's health dropped to 50, it would gain an incredibly strong passive ability. This time, I would call it the simplest yet most domineering effect ever. Lin Hao's eyes were fixed on the boss's health bar, secretly anticipating what might happen. He recalled the challenges of the past 2 years and had never witnessed what skill the boss would activate at 25 health. But just as this thought crossed his mind, he shook his head in self-mockery. I guess I'll never see it in this lifetime. At that moment, the chat exploded with comments, and the boss suddenly activated its scale hardening skill. Lin Hao's eyes widened as the boss's defense skyrocketed to an astonishing 6,000 points. This sight made many players who had just become fans of the Tianxi shake their heads in disbelief. 6,000 defense points? Did the game developers even intend for anyone to pass this level? Someone complained in the chat. However, as everyone was in shock, Lin Hao made his move. He knew well that no matter how high the defense, it was meaningless against his talent. With a wave of his staff, a searing flame instantly formed. Explosive flame technique. With Lin Hao's low shout, a scorching fireball whistled out and slammed into the boss. The next moment, a damage number appeared that left everyone dumbfounded: 69100. Holy crap, what kind of damage is that? The boss's dual resistance went from 1500 to 6000, yet the Tianchu's damage increased instead? Unbelievable. This is the power of the Tianchu. The chat was filled with voices of shock and disbelief, but Lin Hao furrowed his brows. He quickly calculated. At this rate of damage, even without considering other factors, it would take nearly 150 seconds to defeat the boss. During that time, the boss's summoning skill might cool down, and his Red Lotus shockwave might not be ready. With this in mind, Lin Hao didn't hesitate to use his dark points to upgrade the explosive flame technique to the maximum level. Explosive flame technique LV5, dealing fixed damage of 300 of attack power. As the system notification sounded, Lin Hao felt a surge of powerful energy entering his body. Not only did the damage double, but more importantly, the cooldown time shortened to an astonishing 0.5 seconds. In the next moment, Lin Hao attacked again. This time, the damage from the explosive flame technique was even more astounding: 139200 points. Moreover, the attack frequency increased significantly. Lin Hao's staff swung continuously, and blazing fireballs were launched one after another as if they cost nothing. Each time an explosive flame technique hit the boss, the next one was already on its way, relentless and unending. The viewers in the live stream were completely numb, feeling as if they were watching a battle between two world bosses. I'm completely stunned, everyone. How is this output even possible? It suddenly increased so much. I just want to ask, is Tianyu really not cheating? Then what am I seeing right now? However, despite the fierce onslaught, the ancient wasteland lizard was not defenseless. Its damage had increased by 100, but it still couldn't deliver a fatal blow to Lin Hao. As long as it couldn't one-shot Lin Hao, the damage was meaningless because every time Lin Hao dealt damage, his mana would instantly refill. Blue numbers of 13,920 kept appearing above the Tianchu's head, with just one explosive flame technique fully replenishing his mana. Thus, everyone witnessed this incredible scene. A Tianchu in a green robe wielding an unknown red staff, calmly trading blows with the world boss amidst explosions. Lin Hao's robe fluttered in the violent energy, yet it didn't disrupt his rhythm. This scene left all the viewers with one question. Which one of you is the real world boss? The boss's health was dropping at an astonishing rate, plummeting from 10 million to 8 million, 7 million, and then 6 million. The viewers in the live stream were left speechless, their jaws practically on the floor in disbelief. A level 10 mage had just dealt nearly 140,000 damage with a single explosive fire spell. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would have believed such a sight? The audience was so stunned that all they could do was flood the chat with exclamations of OMG, unable to find any other words to express their shock. As Lin Hao continued his onslaught, the ancient wasteland lizard's health quickly dropped to a mere 25. It entered its final stage, shrouded not in a blood-red mist, but in a thick black fog. Within this fog, the lizard's body began to disintegrate, as if being swallowed by the darkness. Everyone's eyes widened at this sight. It was the first time they'd seen the boss use this skill. Instantly, forums and chat channels were abuzz with activity. Everyone, come check this out. The master has pushed the boss to its final stage. Head over to Zhilong's live stream. Yeah, right. Final stage? If anyone falls for that, I'll laugh at them forever. Such a cheap trick for views. Aren't you afraid of backlash for lying like this? Why not just say the master soloed the world boss? People these days, they'll do anything for a bit of attention, even if it means losing their minds. That's a world boss, with a full 20 million health points. Even if it stood still, you'd be hitting it all day and still not finish it. Despite the skepticism, people couldn't resist flocking to the live stream to see for themselves. Zhilong's viewer count hit a new record, surpassing 10 million. However, when he saw the follower count, his heart sank. These viewers were only interested in the world boss and the master, not him. Worse still, he was currently dead in the game and couldn't even speak to engage the audience. The number of viewers kept climbing, with 9 out of 10 tuning in with disbelief. They planned to curse the misleading streamer and leave, but when they saw the boss's health down to just 5 million, they were left speechless. The ancient wasteland lizard had indeed entered its final stage. The black fog around it was spreading, and its massive form flickered in and out of view. When the fog finally cleared, everyone was shocked to see that dozens of new monsters had appeared where the boss once stood. At first, some thought the boss had used a summoning skill again. However, sharpie players quickly noticed that the newly appeared creatures were not wasteland bat demons, but smaller versions of the wasteland ancient lizard. The once massive boss had shrunk to half its size, and its health had plummeted to 2.5 million, yet it was still shrouded in a faint mist. Experienced players didn't need to check the details. They instantly realized the boss had split. Their suspicions were confirmed. The wasteland ancient lizard had divided into 50 smaller versions of itself. The attributes of these clones were astonishing. Level 10. Health 50,000. Attack 3,000. Defense 3,000. Magic resistance 3,000. Skill 1. Trample. Skill 2. Furious Roar. Skill 3. Scale Hardening. Skill 4. Weakness summons wasteland bat demons, but with low obedience to the clones, only able to summon 5 strong wasteland bat demons. Skill 5. Eternal Empowerment. When players saw these attributes, they were collectively shocked. What the heck? This is insane, someone exclaimed. Apart from the health and skill 4, all the other stats are copied from the boss at its peak. How are we supposed to fight this? This is madness, another player agreed. Which crazy designer came up with this final stage? Facing 50 peak bosses at once is just asking for death. Some even suggested a more terrifying possibility. If all 50 bosses use the summoning skill at the same time, calling forth 250 wasteland bat demons, that scene would be unimaginable. This made everyone gasp. Someone despairingly said, "We're doomed. Even if a god came down, they'd have to kneel." This game designer never intended for anyone to clear this level. "I think it could be worse," a calm voice analyzed. "The boss still has 2.5 million health left. It might be able to split into another 50. Wow," everyone exclaimed. No wonder it's a world boss. Even at level 10, it truly lives up to the term terrifying. The livestream audience, however, was thrilled, grateful to witness the world boss's ultimate move. As expected, the wasteland ancient lizard clones didn't disappoint and immediately used their summoning skill upon appearing. The already unstable space shattered instantly, and a massive swarm of wasteland bat demons flooded into the battlefield. A total of 250, arriving precisely. Including the 50 wasteland ancient lizard clones and the original, there stood 301 terrifying monsters on the battlefield. Opposite this massive army stood only Lin Hao, the celestial master, fighting alone. Faced with such an overwhelming disparity in strength, everyone expected to see a hint of panic on the celestial master's face. However, Lin Hao remained as calm as ever, composed and unflustered. The hearts of the female viewers in the live stream began to race, and a wave of infatuation swept over them. Wow, he's so handsome. This is a true man, unfazed even when the world crumbles. So inspiring, I think I'm in love. Celestial Master, I want to marry you. Dowry of 1 billion, and I'll add more if needed. The male players were filled with envy and jealousy because many of these female fans were known to be wealthy. Getting close to just one would mean a carefree life for generations. Some of the envious male players couldn't help but comment sourly. He's just acting. If you're going to die, you might as well die looking good. Lin Hao was unaware of the commotion in the live stream. He gazed at the swarm of demons and monsters, the corners of his mouth lifting into a slight smile. Good. Now this feels like a world boss. With that, Lin Hao decided to reveal his full strength and prepare for battle. As the sky filled with menacing demons and ghosts drew closer, Lin Hao knew it was time to use his trump card. He retrieved a faintly glowing scroll from his storage space, his reward for breaking the Abyssal High Priest seal, Anti-Spot Burst. Lin Hao gazed at the scroll in his hand, recalling its unique feature. It could temporarily elevate a red level or lower skill to its maximum level, adding an extra 200 damage for 10 seconds. This special item, exclusive to the higher-ups of the Abyss Church, could only be obtained through an NPC gift and was a one-time use tool. Without hesitation, Lin Hao activated the scroll. In an instant, a sinister blood-red light enveloped him. The system's notification sounded. You have used the special scroll, Anti-Spot Burst. Please select the skill you wish to enhance. Upgrade Crimson Lotus Shockwave to max level. Lin Hao commanded decisively. The level of Crimson Lotus Shockwave began to soar rapidly, reaching level 5 in the blink of an eye. Lin Hao quickly checked the skill details. Crimson Lotus Shockwave LV5 releases a light wave 10 meters wide and 60 meters long, dealing fixed 3,500 attack power and area damage. It inflicts triple damage on shields, possesses a piercing effect, and is unaffected by monsters or players blocking it. Lin Hao marveled silently. This was undoubtedly the strongest area skill below legendary level. The 500 area damage was the pinnacle of percentage-based damage, perfectly complementing the War God's innate bonuses. At max level, Crimson Lotus Shockwave had reached legendary status, with its cooldown reduced from 300 seconds to 120 seconds. Lin Hao quickly calculated. With his current damage output, he was confident in instantly killing all monsters on the field except the main boss. However, he suspected the boss could split once more, and the scroll's effect would vanish in 10 seconds. He decided to leave a couple of monsters alive, to defeat them once his skills had cooled down. When the boss split again, he would have all his skills ready, boosting his victory chances to over 90. However, plans can change unexpectedly. Just as Crimson Lotus Shockwave reached level 5, its skill icon began to flicker ominously. Lin Hao's heart tightened, fearing a mishap at this critical moment. Suddenly, the skill icon stabilized, transforming from the original vibrant red lotus to a chilling white skull. The system notification immediately followed. Ding! You are the first player to synthesize the special skill, Death's Descent. You have the opportunity for a global announcement. Would you like to hide your name? Death's Descent. Lin Hao was momentarily stunned. Rumor had it that collecting 5 different colors of shockwaves was needed to synthesize this skill. He hadn't expected that maxing out one could achieve it. Even more thrilling was the opportunity for a global announcement with its debut. Lin Hao completed the beginner's village dungeon at lightning speed, securing first place with ease, yet only received a national announcement. This stark contrast highlighted the rarity of the Death's Arrival skill. Faced with a hidden option, Lin Hao chose no without hesitation. In an instant, the entire game world was shaken. A global announcement thundered in the ears of every player, repeating 3 times. Congratulations to player Tianxia for being the first to synthesize the special skill, Death's Arrival, earning 10,000 experience points and 10 gold coins. We hope all players continue to strive for excellence. This rare triple global announcement immediately captured the attention of all players. After all, an event triggering a global announcement was no small feat typically. Players only received such recognition upon reaching level 90. To date, there had only been 3 global announcements for individual players in the realm of Tianyu. Players from around the world buzzed with speculation. Who is Tianxia? What is Death's Arrival? Why does that name sound so familiar? Could someone have collected all 5 colored shockwaves? This is insane. Tianxia must be a powerhouse from some country, right? I know. He seems to be a new player from Xia country, currently battling the world boss. What the heck? A new player acquired 5 ultra-rare red skills. Suddenly, a flood of players poured into Zhilong Ji's livestream. Watching the viewer count skyrocket, Zhilong Ji's heart raced and his breathing quickened, forcing him to close his eyes to calm down. He didn't want to be forcibly logged out by the Tianyu system due to an abnormal heart rate, considering the game's motto, "You can die, but don't die while playing the game," to avoid tarnishing Tianyu's reputation. The live stream's popularity continued to soar, further fueled by the arrival of 2 renowned level 90 experts Long Ao, Xiong, and Araki Masato, intensifying the excitement. Xia Ruo fan shook his head as he gazed at the screen, filled with countless monsters. Even from his perspective as a top-level player at level 90, these monsters seemed like mere fodder. They couldn't penetrate his defenses even if he stood still. If he were only level 10, he would have already perished. This showed that Tianxia's strength far surpassed his own early days. While the legendary Death's Arrival skill was impressive, Xia Ruo fan was more intrigued by Tianxia himself. Meanwhile, Araki Masato wore a complex expression, deep in thought. Lin Hao immediately examined the skill's effects. Death's Arrival, centered on oneself, summoned death to block time and space. Wielding a massive scythe to deal fixed damage of 5,000 plus 600 attack power within a 200-meter radius. This damage ignores shields, and enemies struck down by Death's Scythe cannot be revived or resurrected. Death's Scythe comes with a reap effect. For each target killed, reduce cooldown by 1 point. If the skill is refreshed immediately after being used, it transforms into Death's Return. Death's Return. Within 30 seconds, use again without cost to unleash Death's Arrival, with this instance of damage being unavoidable and ignoring invincibility, followed by a cooldown period. Lin Hao gazed at the scene before him, utterly shaken. The power of the Death's Descent far exceeded the legendary skill he had heard of, forcing him to reassess his previous skepticism. A quick glance at the skill's information revealed that its cooldown was the same as the max-level Crimson Lotus Shockwave, only 120 seconds. Undoubtedly, this was the most formidable area attack skill in the heavenly domain, unmatched by any other. At that moment, hundreds of wasteland bat demons surged toward Lin Hao like a black lightning bolt, closing in on him in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, 50 wasteland ancient lizards' split bodies uniformly raised their front limbs, poised to unleash their stomp skill. Lin Hao sighed inwardly. If such a grand scene were made into a single-player game, the production costs would be astronomical. But there was no time for reflection now. He realized that the game's planners didn't regard players as people. Clearly, they never intended for players to have a chance at defeating the world boss. The entire livestream audience held their breath, all eyes fixed on Lin Hao. A common question arose in their minds. Could a mere level 10 mage really work a miracle? Lin Hao answered affirmatively with his actions. Confronted by the overwhelming horde of monsters, he advanced instead of retreating, charging into the monster ranks under the astonished gaze of the onlookers. In the next moment, Lin Hao decisively unleashed Death's Descent. A colossal figure appeared midair, cloaked in black, wielding a scythe, and emanating an ominous aura. Just a glance was enough to instill the terror of facing death. Within the range covered by the Grim Reaper, time and space were completely locked. The outside world couldn't enter, and everything inside was frozen. Simply put, if a player were trapped inside, all active skills would be nullified, including spatial movement skills like Blink. Trapped targets couldn't move or dodge. Even if someone reacted quickly and tried to use Blink in advance, they couldn't traverse this space. More despairingly, Blink's range was only 10 meters, while Death's descent covered 200 meters, making escape impossible even if one tried to flee beforehand. Once trapped, they could only endure the fatal strike. Logically, such a powerful skill would have several restrictions. First, it would be incredibly difficult to obtain, and second, it would consume a massive amount of mana. A max-level Crimson Lotus Shockwave required 2,000 mana points, while Death's Descent demanded a staggering 5,000. For an ordinary level 10 mage, even acquiring this skill wouldn't enable them to gather enough mana to cast it. However, Lin Hao could easily meet this requirement. The most critical limitation was the 3-second charge time needed to cast the skill. If attacked or controlled during this time, the skill would be immediately interrupted. But Lin Hao's Storm Mage talent completely ignored this restriction, allowing him to cast the skill instantly. For Lin Hao, these 3 limitations were meaningless, resulting in an incredibly powerful skill. The moment the Grim Reaper appeared, the battle's outcome was sealed. As the Reaper swung its scythe, every monster's head displayed a terrifying 5-digit damage number. All monsters, except the main body, including the 50 Wasteland Ancient Lizard's split bodies, were instantly killed. The corpses of the slain monsters emitted red light, which was absorbed by the Reaper's scythe. Until the shadow of death completely dissipated, the crowd at the scene seemed to awaken from a dream, their exclamations echoing one after another. One-shot kill on the whole field. Wow, that's unbelievable. Is this the power of the Reaper's arrival? The range and damage are off the charts. The top analyst appeared stunned, quickly calculating before saying, preliminary estimates suggest this damage range is at least 100 meters, possibly even wider. Previously, the strongest legendary skill only covered about 80 meters. Someone asked in confusion, how did the Celestial Master get such a powerful skill at level 10? The top analyst shook his head, frowning. It might be related to the mysterious scroll the Celestial Master showed before. But now's not the time for discussion. The crisis isn't over yet. Sure enough, after all the monsters turned to ash, the black mist surrounding the ancient wasteland lizard began to disperse. In the next moment, the ancient wasteland lizard vanished, replaced by 50 new wasteland lizard fragments. On closer inspection, these fragments were different from before. They were enveloped in a transparent white shield with a shield value of 50,000 points. This was a new skill the boss's body acquired at the moment of dispersal, Primal Shield. Its effect was to generate a shield with 100 life value. The atmosphere in the livestream was instantly filled with regret. I thought the Celestial Master could really clear the world boss, but I guess I was too naive. Such a pity, just missed it by a little. There's nothing to be done. It's the classic a miss is as good as a mile. Even if the Celestial Master could use the Reaper's arrival again, the damage wouldn't be enough to wipe out all the monsters. Besides, such a powerful skill must have a cooldown of at least 5 minutes, right? The audience's pessimism wasn't without reason, as only Lin Hao knew the true effect of the Reaper's arrival across the entire domain. A dense swarm of 250 wasteland bat demons was summoned again, yet there wasn't a trace of panic on Lin Hao's face. He secretly chuckled, a shield? That's just walking into a trap. Having used the Reaper's arrival to kill 300 monsters earlier, the skill instantly refreshed. Not only that, but the refreshed skill had evolved into a more powerful Reaper's return. Thus, everyone witnessed an astounding scene. The Reaper, which had just vanished, reappeared in midair, but this time, the originally gray scythe had turned a terrifying blood red. With a gentle swing, all the monsters were instantly obliterated. Before the crowd could react, the system notification sounded. Ding! Global announcement. The World Boss Challenge has ended. Congratulations to players Celestial Master, Minister Takeda, and Luminous Green Island for achieving the top 3 damage rankings. The notification sounded 3 times in succession, as if to ensure the whole world knew of this astonishing result. 3 announcements echoed throughout the live stream, followed by a shocked silence. The audience, as if waking from a dream, stared at their screens in disbelief. The Tianxia had succeeded. He accomplished what 4 billion players could not, defeating the world boss. The live stream erupted with fervent cheers. Players from the Xia Kingdom were ecstatic, flooding the chat with praise like Tianxia is awesome and strongest newcomer. In contrast, players from the island nation were devastated, regretting their decision to join the spectacle and wishing they had left the stream sooner. Although the players who participated in the challenge lost, they still felt a sense of pride. Competing alongside the Sunto legendary Tianxia was satisfying enough. Besides, the rewards for defeating the world boss for the first time were sure to be substantial. Perhaps they might even receive a piece of legendary equipment. Minister Takeda consoled himself with this thought. Although he lost the key of the God of Law, he still came in second place. Surely, getting 2 pieces of legendary equipment wasn't too much to ask. Even if they were only level 10, they could help offset the loss. As he pondered this, a system notification shattered his hopes. Ding! Player team has defeated the world boss for the first time. rewards doubled. Minister Takeda's spirits lifted, but the second notification plunged him into despair. Ding. Detected that player Tianxia dealt over 50 of the damage, claiming all rewards. Minister Takeda was dumbfounded, left with only one thought. Don't do this to me. You're making me look like a fool. Although the World Boss Challenge had ended, the aftermath was just beginning. On the Tianyu forum, over 90 of the threads were buzzing about the event, with discussions about Tianxia being the most heated. Why is Tianxia so strong at level 10? Can we replicate it? This thread was particularly lively, with thousands of comments in just a few minutes. Players were keenly interested in ways to enhance their own abilities. One analysis suggested, I think Tianxia was able to defeat the boss because his overall strength is incredibly high, with no visible weaknesses. For an average mage to replicate his path is simply a pipe dream. I wholeheartedly agree. Another player chimed in. Tianxia's strength is so exaggerated, having one such person is enough. A second one would be aiming for the stars. However, some disagreed. I think you're right that fully replicating Tianxia's strength is unrealistic, but surely we can copy part of it? This sparked the interest of many mage players. They began analyzing Lin Hao's skills and arrived at a startling conclusion. The mana shield was severely underestimated. While Tianxia's damage output was indeed outrageous, without the mana shield support, he wouldn't have had the chance to deal such damage. The mana shield was the foundation of Tianxia's ability to attack safely. With one mana point able to absorb 2 points of damage, it effectively halved all incoming damage. More importantly, since mana absorbed the damage, players no longer had to worry about true damage skills from other players or monsters. This is a divine skill, players exclaimed excitedly. As a result, the price of mana shield skill books skyrocketed dozens of times, becoming almost unattainable. Once overlooked, the mana shield became the hot commodity everyone was vying for, as players rushed to capture a fraction of Tianxia's prowess. However, they conveniently forgot one crucial point. Their magic power wasn't even a fraction of Lin Hao's. This harsh reality hit their pride like a sledgehammer. When Quanzhan Tianxia and Lu Xiao, the pair of inseparable friends, heard the news, they exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with shock, which quickly gave way to relief. They secretly felt fortunate. The stronger the Celestial Master, the more justified their defeat seemed, making it less embarrassing. Back when the Celestial Master challenged the world boss, these two had already left the beginner's village. If they hadn't, they would have faced a dilemma. Unable to leave without reaching level 10, and outside, the Celestial Master was waiting. The thought of it was terrifying. Now, they felt a bit lucky because all the players who went to challenge the world boss left empty-handed, with the Celestial Master taking all the rewards for himself. At that moment, Quanzhan Tianxia's communicator suddenly rang, interrupting his thoughts. The caller ID showed it was his elder brother, Quanzhan Bafang, the real leader of the Quanzhan Guild. They couldn't form a guild in the beginner's village, so they were only using a temporary name. Once they left the village, his followers would join him in creating a new branch. As soon as the call connected, Quanzhan Bafang's voice came through, filled with disappointment. I heard you and the Celestial Master are in the same beginner's village, and you don't get along? Quanzhan Tianxia's heart skipped a beat, knowing that this was inevitable. Nervously, he replied, Big brother, that Celestial Master is unbelievably strong. He can take down the world boss alone. I'm really no match for him. Humph. Quanzhan Bafang snorted in dissatisfaction. I want to know why such a promising new player was right under your nose, and you didn't recruit him, but instead made an enemy of him? Quanzhan Tianxia was taken aback and cautiously asked, Big brother, didn't you say our guild only recruits warrior players? Fool. Quanzhan Bafang scolded. Rules are dead. Are you too? Yes, I've died several times already, Quanzhan Tianxia said, trying to defend himself. Big brother, I didn't want this either, but that Celestial Master is too aggressive. He doesn't respect our guild at all. He snatched my boss right in front of me and killed us all. Hearing this, Quanzhan Bafang was even more furious. Fool. You offended a top player over a low-level wild boss. Quanzhan Tianxia knew it was too late to explain that he didn't realize how powerful the Celestial Master was at first. Hesitantly, he asked, So, what do we do now? Should I apologize to him? To his surprise, Quanzhan Tianxia found that he wasn't as unwilling as he thought. Apologizing to someone far superior didn't seem so humiliating. However, Quanzhan Bafang was even more enraged by this suggestion. He sneered, Apologize? The Quanzhan Guild has never apologized since its creation. No matter how strong he is, he's just a level 10 player. Without that 500 attack blessing, his damage isn't that scary. Hearing this, Quanzhan Tianxia felt a surge of joy. This was the older brother he remembered proud and bold. Although he didn't feel humiliated by the thought of apologizing to the Celestial Master, it didn't mean he liked bowing down. He wasn't a masochist, after all. So, big brother, how do you plan to deal with the Celestial Master? Quanzhan Tianxia eagerly asked. Quanzhan Bafang confidently replied, It's simple. The Celestial Master has so many treasures in his possession like the starlight boots and the mage key things everyone covets. Does he think he can keep them to himself as a mere level 10 mage? If no one knew, it would be one thing, but now everyone does. It's like a child flaunting gold in a marketplace. If he comes to his senses and joins our guild, I might spare him. Otherwise, I'll hunt him until he quits the game. The beginner's village has a special mechanism where players who leave cannot return, but outside the village, there are no restrictions. As for high-level players targeting a level 10 novice, who cares about the shame? In the face of treasures, pride is negligible. Huangzhan Bafeng believed he wasn't the only one with this mindset. And he was right. Liu Xiao also received a call from his sister, who was even more interested in Lin Hao's possessions because her class was a mage. The Celestial Master's power couldn't just come from the Starlight Boots. There must be other, more powerful items. Since the Celestial Master would never willingly hand them over, she had no intention of recruiting him. The moment he stepped out of the safe zone, she would strike him down with force. She didn't believe the Celestial Master could stay in the city forever, avoiding leveling up. As everyone was lost in their own thoughts, Lin Hao eagerly examined his spoils of war. The world boss had been disintegrated by the black mist, similar to a mechanical monster self-destructing, which meant his war god talent couldn't come into play. However, the generous rewards more than made up for this. Lo Shi had acquired a total of 12 legendary items. Lin Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. The sheer number of items was enough to leave over 80 of players in the heavenly realm in awe. Although level 10 legendary gear wasn't as valuable as higher level equipment due to level restrictions, its rarity was still astonishing. He recalled how defeating a full health young Xuanwu had only rewarded him with a single legendary item, and he couldn't help but feel grateful for this haul, which was 12 times greater at the cost of just one scroll. His fingers moved swiftly across the virtual interface, carefully examining the attributes of each piece of equipment. Although these items could easily be exchanged for millions in wealth, he wasn't tempted. After all, being debt-free and maximizing benefits was the wise choice. He remembered a hidden quest that required a large number of legendary items, which he thought he would only be able to complete in the later stages of the game. To his surprise, he now had the opportunity to attempt it. The quality of the equipment was exceptional, as expected from a world boss drop. 5 of the items were suitable for mages, making up almost half of the loot. Lin Hao was slightly frustrated to find that 3 of these 5 items were shoes. However, considering the powerful skill like Star Flash, the slight attribute boost from these shoes seemed insignificant. The remaining 2 mage items were a staff and a robe. The staff had impressive base attributes, with an attack power 120 points higher than his current fabled staff, along with an additional 400 attack points. But what Lin Hao lacked the least at the moment was output capability. His damage output was already overflowing. More critically, the staff lacked the crucial mana absorption effect. Weighing his options, Lin Hao decided to stick with the fabled staff. However, the robe caught Lin Hao's attention. Its value was almost on par with the Starshine boots. He examined the orange-colored Wasteland robe closely. Quality, orange. Level, 10. Class requirement, mage. Effect 1. Increases maximum mana by 500 points, and both magical and physical defense by 200 points. Effect 2. When the wearer's health drops below 10, instantly restores 1,000 health points. Can be triggered once every 30 seconds. Effect 3. Triggers the Arcane God's Protection effect, allowing spells to be cast without consuming mana for 30 seconds, and reduces the cooldown of a red or lower quality skill by half. While under Arcane God's Protection, the wearer is immune to all basic negative statuses such as blindness, bleeding, freezing, and stun. Lin Hao was utterly captivated by this robe. The 30-second invincibility duration was the longest among the skills he knew. This meant he could virtually maintain an invincible state throughout an entire battle. Even more thrilling was the fact that the Arcane God's Protection could be triggered even when under control, making it an incredibly powerful life-saving trump card. Lin Hao stood on the teleportation platform, and the scene before him changed instantly. He found himself back in the familiar Moonwatch City, surrounded by towering mountains, with Mooncatcher Mountain being the most magnificent. This mountain, reputed to be the tallest in the celestial realm, seemed as if it could pluck the moon from the sky. Lin Hao recalled his one and only previous climbing experience, where he was inundated with the sight of couples, feeling out of place as a single person despite the breathtaking scenery. As soon as he stepped into the main city, system notifications poured in like raindrops. Checking his experience pool, Lin Hao discovered he had accumulated 141,500 experience points. With a series of notifications, his level skyrocketed by 9. Without hesitation, he allocated his Rage Mage attribute points to strength, declaring his focus on unstoppable power. Lin Hao quickly reviewed his attribute panel. Nickname, Tianshi. Class, Rage Mage. Level, 19. Current experience, 155,001,9000. HP, 1,150. MP, 4,230. Strength, 390. Constitution, 7. Spirit, 10. Agility, 106. Attack, 1,280. Defense, 14. These stats, bolstered by various talents and blessings, far exceeded those of other mages at his level. Even a level 30 player might be impressed. And these were just his base stats. With equipment bonuses, his attack power soared to 1698, and his mana reached an impressive 5,148. Lin Hao was secretly delighted, realizing his strength had reached an astonishing level. Moreover, he had acquired a rare piece of equipment that allowed him to use skills even when controlled, greatly enhancing his survivability. The only downside was its 500-second cooldown. While no monsters in the novice village could use control skills, Lin Hao knew that once he left, such enemies would be abundant. More importantly, after level 10, players' skills would become more diverse, with each class having its control skills. Lin Hao was aware that his biggest weakness was his resistance to abnormal statuses. No matter how high his damage or endurance, being controlled could still lead to a quick defeat. But now, with this equipment, he no longer had to worry about that. Besides this artifact, Lin Hao also obtained 12 legendary items, nearly 100 blue items, and over 20 red items. Although most were not of high quality, they could fetch a decent amount of money at auction. Lin Hao quickly organized his inventory, listing unnecessary items in the auction house. After handling these tasks, he decided to leave this now uneventful place, using the teleportation platform to return to the novice village before heading to the city. Standing in Moonwatch City, Lin Hao couldn't help but be drawn to the distant Mooncatcher Mountain. He pondered that someday, when he was strong enough, he might challenge that peak again. But for now, his goal was clear: become stronger and conquer this game world. Women and scenery could wait. At this moment, his sole focus was on enhancing his power. Lin Hao stepped into Moonwatch City, tightly clutching the elusive mage's key. Although this bronze key appeared unremarkable, it exuded a mysterious aura that sent shivers down one's spine. It was about 10 centimeters long, with ancient patterns etched on its surface, and simply holding it conveyed a sense of extraordinary power. Carefully, Lin Hao placed the key into his system backpack, temporarily resisting the urge to unlock the treasure vault. The reason was simple: he still didn't know the exact location of the vault. Although someone in his previous life had successfully opened the mage's vault, that person kept the location a secret. This reminded Lin Hao of his own knowledge of the Sword Saint's vault, which he also chose to keep confidential. An idea struck him, and Lin Hao decided to use this advantage. He quickly posted a message on the forum. "I know the exact location of the Sword Saint's vault, and am willing to exchange it for the mage's vault location." As a first post by the Celestial Master, combined with his current fame, this message immediately caused a stir. The forum buzzed with activity, comments pouring in like a tidal wave. Some exclaimed, "A master has appeared," while others rushed to make connections, with some even offering exorbitant prices to become friends. However, amidst the clamor, Lin Hao astutely noticed that the true experts remained silent. After closing the forum, Lin Hao cautiously scanned his surroundings. Moonwatch City was bustling, with newcomers and veteran players mingling. The monsters around the city ranged from level 10 to 30, and most players' levels fell within this range. Yet, Lin Hao's attention was quickly drawn to an anomaly. Within just a few minutes, he spotted 7 players wearing level 40 gear. This discovery immediately put Lin Hao on alert. In this low-level area, the presence of high-level players was no coincidence. He scoffed, thinking, "It seems they're after me." Their greed is blatant. Although the city was a safe zone where these players wouldn't dare act rashly, Lin Hao knew that the real danger lay outside the city. Once he stepped beyond the gates, he would likely find himself surrounded, not only by these opportunistic individuals, but possibly by some guilds as well. Despite the situation, Lin Hao remained remarkably calm. He had faced countless similar scenarios in his previous life and was well accustomed to them. How would he navigate his way out of danger this time? Lin Hao's challenge against the world boss caused quite a stir, but he wasn't worried. Although players couldn't directly teleport to cities they hadn't visited, there were always ways to get there, albeit with some inconvenience. As he was about to head to the office, notifications on his friend's page kept flashing. It was then that Lin Hao noticed a series of messages from his friend, Wanai Wang. He opened the messages to find a stream of urgent words. In the first half, Wanai Wang excitedly asked Lin Hao where he got such an impressive cheat. His words filled with joy for his friend. However, the tone shifted drastically in the latter half, becoming filled with concern. "Aha, where are you now? Why haven't you replied? Are you in danger?" Wanai Wang asked anxiously. A minute later, he added, "If you're in trouble, send me your location, and I'll bring people to help." Lin Hao felt a warmth in his heart after reading these messages. He quickly replied, "I'm fine. I've been in Wangwei City all along." Wanai Wang immediately responded, "That's good. You should stay in the city for now. I'll bring people over. Your situation is dangerous. A level 10 mage with treasures like the starry magic boots and the mage's key is bound to attract attention." Lin Hao nodded and replied, "I know, but don't worry, I can handle it." Wanai Wang was even more anxious. "You might not be able to handle this. This time, it's not players of your level who might target you. Players at levels 40, 50, or even 60 could make a move. Their skills, attributes, and techniques are far beyond what a level 10 rookie can handle. Faced with his good friend's genuine concern, Lin Hao patiently explained, "Don't worry, really. I might not win a fight, but if I want to leave, they can't stop me. Besides, you can help me this time, but can you help me forever?" When Yon Wang fell silent. He knew well the strength of the Aolong Guild. No one dared to disrespect it. But the problem was, it wasn't his guild. He was just a team leader and couldn't represent the entire guild. Stepping up for a friend once or twice was okay, but doing so repeatedly was not feasible. With this in mind, when Yon Wang advised, "Why don't you just join the Aolong Guild? That way, you won't have any worries. Even if those people are greedy, they won't dare to act against a member of the top guild in Xia country. Our guild leader is very protective." Lin Hao shook his head, somewhat helpless. He had made it clear he wasn't afraid of those outside, so why didn't they believe him? Just then, Lin Hao noticed a message from Xia Rufin. He breathed a sigh of relief, using this as an excuse to silence Yon Wang and stop further persuasion. After ending his conversation with Yon Wang, Lin Hao's attention immediately shifted to the flashing new message indicator on his communication interface. It was a message from Xia Rufin, straightforward and to the point. "Long AO heroes, are you up for a trade? Starshine boots and mage key for 3 legendary mage skills and 2 from other professions." Lin Hao frowned slightly, thinking to himself, Xia Rufin sure is direct and efficient, diving straight into trade talks. I just showcased my prowess by taking down a world boss. Shouldn't there be some congratulations first to build rapport? After a moment of deliberation, Lin Hao cautiously replied, "The Starshine boots and mage key are very important to me. I don't intend to trade them." Though Xia Rufin's offer seemed generous, 5 legendary skills for 2 items, Lin Hao astutely sensed that the 3 mage skills were likely those offensive ones he'd seen before. In terms of damage output, what could rival Death's Descent? More importantly, while there are many offensive skills, a spatial movement skill like Starshine Flash, with only a 30-second cooldown, is extremely rare. Lin Hao calculated that he was confident in acquiring more offensive and damage-dealing legendary skills in the future, but the chances of encountering another Starshine Flash were slim. As for the mage key, while the contents of the mage's treasury were a mystery, they were undoubtedly priceless. The thrill of opening such a blind box far surpassed known rewards. Upon Lin Hao's refusal, Xia Rufin wasn't surprised and didn't persist. Just then, a thought struck Lin Hao. Previously, when he traded super healing for a mana shield, Xia Rufin had promised him a favor. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Hao tentatively asked, "President Xia, you mentioned you owe me a favor. I'm in a bit of a bind now." As the president of the Aolong Guild, Xia Rufin was well-versed in the game's unwritten rules and immediately grasped Lin Hao's situation. "You mean those high-level players, or even guilds might be eyeing your loot, planning an ambush in the wild?" Lin Hao nodded in confirmation, having already formed a plan in his mind. He had no intention of using this small favor to make the Aolong Guild make countless enemies. Besides, he hadn't been shortchanged in their last exchange. The mana shield had become crucial for his survival. Lin Hao's bottom line was to use this lingering favor along with the mage key to secure Xia Rufin's protection and an additional legendary skill. Unexpectedly, Xia Rufin readily agreed. "No problem. I'll warn them to behave." Lin Hao reread the message in disbelief. Xia Rufin hadn't taken the opportunity to demand the Starshine boots or mage key. This unusual behavior left Lin Hao pondering. Was President Xia overly confident, dismissing other guilds, or did he place exceptional value on this favor? Regardless, it was a pleasant surprise for Lin Hao. He didn't have to give up the mage key and yet secured strong protection. Lin Hao felt a surge of joy and newfound curiosity about this mysterious ally, Xia Rufin. Lin Hao stood at the crossroads, weighing his future options. Even if he could find a way to move to another city, troubles would still follow him like a shadow. It would just be a new group of envious people, and he would likely have to hide and avoid attention, unable to walk openly. This was not a life he wanted. Xia Rurin's generosity surprised Lin Hao. She showed no signs of wanting to negotiate terms. Lin Hao didn't want to take advantage of her kindness. Although he was unwilling to trade the mage's key, he did have some valuable information for the guild. "Thanks for your help, President Xia," Lin Hao said with a slight smile. "I know a strategy that might be useful for you. Would you like to hear it?" Xia Rurin's eyes lit up with interest. She knew Lin Hao had just left the beginner's village, so the strategy must relate to it. Although the beginner's village wasn't significant in the grand scheme of things, its uniqueness couldn't be ignored. "Sure, let's hear it," Xia Rurin nodded. Seeing her interest, Lin Hao got straight to the point. "You know the Goblin King, the boss in the beginner's village, right?" Xia Rurin nodded with a hint of disappointment. "You mean the one with a very low chance of throwing attribute potions at players? The odds are too low. It's not worth the time." Lin Hao's lips curled into a mysterious smile. "The odds are indeed low unless you're exceptionally lucky. But I know a way to guarantee the drop of attribute potions." "What?" Xia Rurin's fingers trembled as she typed, her eyes wide with disbelief. A guaranteed drop of attribute potions? How is that possible? A thought flashed through her mind. If this were true, it would mean that every player in their guild could gain additional attributes for free. Even if just a little, any gamer knows that such differences accumulate over time. Lin Hao dropped another bombshell. In that instance, I got 3 attribute potions, increasing my strength by 10 points and my maximum health by 200. 3. Xia Ruren found it hard to remain calm. She took a deep breath to steady herself. Before obtaining an advanced class, everyone could only increase their maximum health by 50 points and attributes by 5 during early leveling. This already put him 2 to 3 levels ahead of others. That beginner's village boss, is that generous? Xia Ruren wanted to question its validity, but held back. After all, Lin Hao had no reason to deceive her. Lin Hao continued, I think my luck was a bit off. At the time, 20 potions were thrown at me, and only 3 were special attribute potions. With better luck, it could have been 4, 5, or even more. Xia Ruren's breathing quickened. 3 already seemed like a lot, and there could be more? She urged eagerly. Lin Hao, tell me how to trigger this. I owe you one. Lin Hao was startled, thinking, is it really that serious? This might make people think your favors are cheap. But from Xia Ruren's actions, she valued her favors highly, which seemed contradictory. Was there something he didn't know? Lin Hao's mind raced, considering many things in an instant, but he didn't regret sharing the information. The strategy wouldn't generate any value if kept to himself. He explained, the method to trigger it is simple. I managed to reduce the boss's health by half within 3 seconds. After that, the boss went berserk and threw its entire bag of potions at Metwenty in total, with 3 being special attribute potions. Lin Hao spoke lightly, but Xia Ruren shook her head with a wry smile. Dealing half the boss's health in 3 seconds was something very few players in the entire country could achieve. Otherwise, everyone would speedrun in under a minute. Not to mention the risk of getting hit by several explosive potions in a row, which could be fatal. In summary, it was not easily replicable, and she felt she owed a favor too soon. However, Xia Ruren couldn't go back on her word. She would have to find a way to maximize the benefits. As their conversation was about to end, Xia Rufen solemnly advised, Tianshi, you have exceptional potential. Don't waste it. The Tianyu is more important than you might think. It's best to focus on enhancing your skills there, and set aside real-world matters for the time being. Lin Hao, hearing this, frowned slightly and asked in confusion, isn't Tianyu just a game? How can it be more important than reality? Xia Rufen shook his head, hesitating to say more. The fewer people who knew the secret, the better. He hadn't even told his own sister. If the news got out, it would lead to widespread panic with unimaginable consequences. After their talk, Lin Hao continued to ponder the deeper meaning of Xia Rufen's words. He knew someone like Xia Rufen wouldn't speak carelessly. Although he didn't understand why Xia Rufen valued Tianyu so much, Lin Hao's goal remained unchanged to stand at the pinnacle of the world. Meanwhile, Xia Rufen didn't forget his promise to Lin Hao. He entrusted the matter to Bei Muxue, who could fully represent the Aolong Guild, while he began organizing the strategies he had just acquired. Upon receiving the instructions, Bei Muxue acted immediately, choosing the most direct and effective approach. She used a server-wide announcement 3 times. From now on, Tianshi is under the protection of Aolong Guild. Anyone who wants to mess with him needs my permission first. This move instantly caught the attention of all players in Xia country, especially those with ulterior motives. Huangzhan Bafong frowned and asked, has Tianshi joined the Aolong Guild? Bei Muxue replied bluntly, no. Huangzhan Bafong complained, your Aolong Guild is too overbearing. He's not even one of yours. Bei Muxue coldly retorted, do I need your permission to do things? Listen up, I'm backing Tianshi. If you have a problem, try it. If I don't make you quit the game, you're tougher than I thought. Huangzhan Bafong, though frustrated, didn't dare to openly challenge them. Even though he was a skilled player over level 60, any elite team leader from the Aolong Guild could easily defeat him. That's the stark difference between an ordinary guild and the nation's top guild. However, not everyone was willing to stay silent. Miss Lu spoke up, it's fine if your Aolong Guild wants to protect someone, but if he starts killing and looting under your banner, do we just have to tolerate it? Your Aolong Guild is too domineering. Are ordinary players not people? Her words resonated with many onlookers, who joined the discussion. Miss Lu is right. Are we ordinary players just here to be killed and robbed? Wow, I thought Aolong Guild was righteous. Guess not. Miss Lu's words cleverly twisted Bei Muxue's intentions into making it seem like Aolong Guild was helping Tianshi bully others. However, there weren't many openly criticizing Aolong Guild, just a few scattered voices in agreement. The influence of the Aolong Guild stands like a towering mountain at the center of the gaming world. Countless ordinary players have grown under their protection, and now, with Xia Rufen's overwhelming defeat of the strongest player from an island nation, this mountain seems to reach even higher into the clouds. Such a guild cannot be easily tarnished by mere words. Amidst the buzzing discussions, Bei Muxue's voice cut through like a gentle breeze. Unlike some people, the Celestial Master doesn't bully the weak. Even when he was unbeatable in the novice village, he never harmed ordinary players without reason, did he? Her words were like a pebble causing ripples on a calm lake, prompting many players to nod in agreement. After all, with the Celestial Master's incredible strength, if he intended to cause havoc in the novice village, who could stop him? Sending more players would just be futile. However, at that moment, Huangzhan Tianxiao abruptly interjected, like a sharp knife piercing the discussion. The Celestial Master isn't a good person at all, he said through gritted teeth. I was focused on fighting a boss, and he not only took my monster, but wiped out my entire team for no reason. It's outrageous. His words were like a thunderclap, shocking the crowd. Some bystanders immediately questioned, really? Is that true? I think it might be true, someone cautiously said. If it weren't, lying would just embarrass him. But others quickly countered, that's naive. The Huangzhan Guild has embarrassed themselves more than once. I believe the Celestial Master wouldn't do that, and if he did, there must have been a reason. Exactly, another voice chimed in. We all know what kind of people are in the Huangzhan Guild, don't we? Lin Hao listened to these discussions, somewhat surprised by the unexpected support. But he didn't remain silent. He spoke up directly. I was just aligning with the voices of many players. Your Huangzhan Guild first backstabbed teammates, and then relentlessly hunted solo players. What injustice is there if I killed you? The forums of Newbie Village 10086 still have records of your glorious deeds. Even if you've forgotten, the players you killed and backstabbed haven't. The Celestial Master's absolutely right. A player with the username, who dares to compete, immediately jumped in. The Huangzhan Guild is just a bunch of trash. When fighting monsters, they just try to take advantage, and at crucial moments, they backstab teammates. And they even blew up my only blue staff. You guys are just shameless. Who dares to compete? Was known for his combat prowess and had gained some fame for his fiery exchanges both on the forums and in the game. His words triggered a chain reaction, and a large group of former victims stood up, harshly criticizing the Huangzhan Guild. Huangzhan Tianxia was left speechless, unable to counter the truth of their accusations. He felt deeply frustrated. You guys are unbelievable. All this fuss over being killed once. Seeing their allies falter, Miss Lu wanted to interject, but Bei Muxue spoke first. I don't care what grudges you have, just don't bully a level 10 newbie with your level 50 or 60 skills. If the Celestial Master is killed by players on the same map, that's his issue, and I won't interfere. Lin Hao nodded in agreement. The map I'm on has players and monsters between levels 10 and 30. You can bring as many as you want within that range. Arrogant brat. Miss Lu seized the opportunity to say, you said it yourself, don't regret it if you get killed. Lin Hao responded nonchalantly. Bring it on, if you dare. Fine. In that case, we'll show some respect to the Aolong Guild. Huangzhan Bafeng nodded. They thought the matter would end there, but the crowd erupted again with criticism. Did I hear that right? A player over level 60 wants to kill a level 10 player. Have they no shame? Can't believe they said that. If not for the Aolong Guild's intervention, would they already be on their way? Disgusting, typical of Huangzhan and Tianya guilds, bullying the weak while blaming the Celestial Master. The two guilds faced another wave of insults, but their leaders remained indifferent, as tangible benefits were all that mattered to them. With this, the situation was finally resolved. Lin Hao's reputation had become deeply ingrained in people's minds, and even the bravest of guilds wouldn't dare send players over level 30 to challenge him anymore. Some guilds, thinking themselves clever, came up with a misguided plan, believing that sending level 30 players to defeat a level 10 Tianxia wouldn't be difficult. Naively, they thought that no matter how strong a Tianxia was, he was still just level 10. If one level 30 player couldn't win, then they'd send 10 or 20 together. After exiting the chat channel, Lin Hao looked around and noticed that the 7 level 40 players still hadn't left. He squinted, smiling inwardly, as he realized they were likely a group of independent players banding together. Their eyes were fixed on Lin Hao, filled with a greedy glint. Lin Hao understood their intentions. They coveted his starlight boots and the mage's key. Together, these items were worth over 200 million, an astronomical sum for most players. If they managed to loot and sell them, the interest alone from putting the money in the bank would be enough to live comfortably for several lifetimes. As for the Aolong Guild's retaliation, the allure of such immense wealth made these players indifferent. They figured, with such a fortune, who would care? At worst, they'd quit the game. What could the mighty Aolong Guild do? Retaliate against them in real life. This was the mindset of independent players, or rather, those who felt they couldn't achieve such wealth within the game. They were tempted by the idea, as they had nothing to lose. Guilds, on the other hand, had to consider their reputation with Aolong Guild, unless they were willing to dissolve, which was unrealistic. Lin Hao looked at these players coldly, fully aware of the situation. Anyone with even one piece of level 40 legendary gear wouldn't take such a risk. This meant their equipment was average at best, and their attributes likely couldn't surpass his own, even at level 19. His level 10 gear only made them mistakenly think they had a chance. Turning away, Lin Hao headed towards the Church of Light. Although Moonlight City had no hidden quests, it did have a branch of the Church of Light. In fact, all cities did, as their influence spanned the entire realm. The entrance to the Church of Light was crowded with players, creating a bustling scene. As Lin Hao moved through the crowd, he overheard their complaints. "Stop pushing. Who stepped on my foot? Which jerk is grabbing my butt? Believe me, I'll crush you. I have a feeling I'll definitely join the Church of Light today." Lin Hao knew that to join the Church of Light, players had to complete a series of challenging tasks. This was something every new player had to do upon leaving the novice village. Find a faction to join. Besides the Church of Light, there were various other factions like the Adventurers Guild, Archer Alliance, Mage Alliance, City Guards, and Couriers. Each faction had its own unique quests and offered exclusive rewards. The higher the faction's limit, the more valuable the rewards. As the world's most prominent faction, countless players, including Lin Hao in his past life, sought to join the Church of Light. There, he had acquired 6 legendary skills, countless legendary items, and various rare and precious artifacts. Of course, he also endured numerous pursuits, which he now recalled with a sense of nostalgia. In the Church of Light, those rewards were attainable if one was strong enough. By contrast, joining a minor faction meant a lower ceiling, where obtaining even red gear would be a blessing. Standing at the edge of the crowd, Lin Hao reminisced about his past experiences, a smile playing on his lips. This time, he intended to conquer the world with even greater prowess. All right, you might fool others, but don't fool yourself. You've been saying the same thing every day. As soon as those words were spoken, a male player, looking almost insane, suddenly rushed into the crowd. He was clutching a ceramic jar tightly against his chest, his face beaming with joy. Inside that jar was the holy water bestowed upon new members by the Church of Light. "Ha! I did it! I joined the Church of Light," he shouted excitedly, his voice brimming with uncontrollable joy. Without hesitation, he lifted the jar and drank the holy water in one gulp. Immediately, his eyes lit up, and he exclaimed with excitement, "Lucky me, my strength attribute increased by 10 points." Hearing this, the surrounding players looked on with envy. An increase of 10 strength points was equivalent to what an average player would earn after leveling up twice. It's through such seemingly small, yet crucial gains that the gap between players gradually widens. However, what truly made others envious was his successful entry into the Church of Light. In this world, those who could join the Church of Light were considered the elite of the elite, with boundless prospects. For those who failed the Church of Light's trials, their only option was to join the Adventurers Guild or their respective professional alliances. While these factions were formidable and top-tier in their own right, they were still a notch below the Church of Light. More importantly, these organizations had a large number of members, which meant that tasks and rewards were less substantial. As for the Abyssal Church, it was an even more elusive and challenging faction to join. Finding them in the first place was a monumental task. Even if one managed to locate them, passing their stringent trials was necessary to join. Failure meant no second chances, unlike the Church of Light, which allowed players to repeatedly attempt missions, regardless of how many times they failed. Despite the high difficulty of joining the Abyssal Church, it was known for offering the most generous rewards. After all, the players who managed to join were few, and their resources were vast, making them the only faction capable of standing toe-to-toe with the Church of Light on the battlefield. However, joining the most powerful faction wasn't always the best choice. Every faction had complex alliances, rivalries, and their own agendas. For players lacking strength, getting involved in these conflicts might not be wise. Lin Hao watched the newly minted Church of Light members' exuberance and shook his head. Just 10 attribute points. Was it really worth such excitement? When he joined the Abyssal Church, the High Priest had granted him 100 attribute points, along with forbidden techniques and ultra-rare scrolls. That was a true gift. Lin Hao's purpose wasn't to join the Church of Light. He already had his allegiance. However, a peculiar issue troubled him. Despite the Abyssal Church's main quest being active, his task list hadn't updated. This was a first for Lin Hao, so he came to the Church of Light to see if he could trigger any special events. The reason was simple. Hidden here was a high-ranking NPC from the Abyssal Church. In the later stages of the game in a previous life, this NPC revealed their true identity, the Abyssal Church's executor. At this moment, the executor was posing as the leader of the Church of Light in Moonwatch City. Recalling his past experiences, Lin Hao smirked. That cunning old fox had once given players a mission to attack a small Abyssal Church unit. The enemies lying in wait there outnumbered them tenfold, nearly leading to the player's annihilation. Only a few, including Lin Hao, barely managed to escape. Afterward, the old fox vanished without a trace. It was unclear whether the Church of Light had uncovered his identity and eliminated him, or if he had quietly returned to the Abyssal Church to report. Standing before the Church of Light's grand entrance, Lin Hao's gaze was deep and determined. This time, he intended to unravel the mystery himself. Lin Hao stood outside the bright church in Wangyue City, his gaze fixed on a bald man in a white robe. He realized he had come at the wrong time. The church personnel outside were merely ordinary NPCs, not the target he was looking for. Unable to enter the church, Lin Hao decided to wait patiently. He recalled the places his target frequented daily, calculated the time, and found he only needed to wait another half hour. To pass the time, Lin Hao opened the game forum for Heavenly Domain. As a popular game, it naturally had a black market and information dealers. While the black market was hard to find, information dealers were everywhere. Among them, the top analyst was renowned both in and outside the circle for their excellent reputation. Lin Hao clicked into the website created by the top analyst. The page was beautifully designed, free of cluttered ads, and allowed users to choose their own color scheme and background, showing the creator's attention to detail. Lin Hao narrowed his search to Wangyue City, and dozens of titles immediately appeared, covering everything from quick leveling methods to hidden quests. These recently updated pieces of information were quite pricey, with the cheapest costing 10,000 credits, clearly targeting elite players. Despite the high prices, Lin Hao purchased a few pieces of information that piqued his interest. After comparing them, he found they were very similar to what he already knew. Although he spent some money, it confirmed the high accuracy of the site's information. Next, Lin Hao tried searching for information related to the mage's treasury, but found nothing. However, he did discover many players offering rewards for information on various treasuries. Driven by curiosity, he searched his own name, Heavenly Master. The search results surprised Lin Hao, with dozens of titles related to him popping up immediately. The view counts for these personal intel pieces were astonishing, with the most popular one having sold 1,000 copies, and even the least popular having sold over 100. This clearly indicated that since the world boss battle, he had gained some fame in Heavenly Domain. Seeing the sales volume of these pieces of intel, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel a bit envious. In such a short time, just by selling his personal information, these people had earned nearly 50 million. Lin Hao silently complained to himself. This is outrageous, selling my intel without even giving me a cut. It's absurd. In comparison, all his hard work had only earned him a few modest goals. Lin Hao clicked on the most purchased intelligence report with a hint of disdain. He was eager to see what this so-called top analyst was selling. However, when the page loaded, his eyes widened in disbelief. A single report was priced at 100,000. It was outright daylight robbery. What shocked him even more was that 1,000 people had already paid for it. Lin Hao's frustration reached its peak as he thought, I just want to see my own information, and it costs 100,000? Is there no justice in this world? Fuming, Lin Hao exited the payment page and searched for information on Xia Rufin. Soon, his expression shifted from anger to shock. The amount of information on Xia Rufin was staggering, ranging from trivial daily matters to core skills, covering everything. Each piece of intelligence was priced at no less than 100,000, with the most popular one reaching a staggering 10 million and already having sold 168 copies. At that moment, Lin Hao's perspective changed dramatically. Comparing it to his own intelligence, which topped out at 100,000, he suddenly felt a bit slighted. Wasn't this underestimating him? Without further hesitation, he paid to purchase his own report. Upon entering, Lin Hao read carefully. As of now, the general intelligence on the strongest newcomer player, Tianxue. The following content is based on personal speculation with an 80 accuracy, hence priced at 100,000. 1. Although Tianxue is a mage, his damage is solely linked to physical attacks. 2. Capable of instantly casting massive spells, including Death's Descent. 3. Possesses an ultra-rare legendary amplification skill, tentatively identified as Thunder God's Arrival, which can increase damage by 5 times. 4. Attacks can ignore enemy dual resistances, speculated to be an innate talent effect. Exact figures are unknown, but it can bypass at least 6,000 points. 5. Highly likely to be a hidden class mastering 3 elements. Level is no less than SS, possibly SSS as speculated. Skills possessed: Mana Barrier, Explosive Flames, Flame Burst, Intermediate Barrier, Swift Steps, Star Flash, Crimson Shockwave. Special item: Mysterious Scroll, tentatively identified as a scroll that can evolve skills, temporarily classified as an evolution scroll. Evaluation: deservedly the title of the strongest newcomer. Recruitment level: SSS. Special skill: Death's Descent. Speculated effect: damage range of 100,200 meters, specific ratio unknown but extremely terrifying. Can be cast twice in a short period, damage ignores shields. Note: this is only speculation, the actual power might be stronger. Evaluation: undoubtedly the strongest area attack divine skill. After browsing through the intelligence, Lin Hao looked at the comments section. Amidst the exclamations, someone questioned, an SSS class? Is this a joke? Another commented, although no SSS class has appeared since the opening of the Heavenly Domain, Tianxue's strength indeed makes it possible. Someone else eagerly declared, at all costs, I must recruit Tianxue. Don't compete with me, he's mine. Reading these comments, a smug smile crept onto Lin Hao's lips. He finally realized that his value in this world was far beyond what he had imagined. Lin Hao scrutinized the information on the screen, his brow furrowed. This self-proclaimed strongest analyst indeed had some skills, managing to gather such accurate intel on their first encounter. However, Lin Hao wasn't worried, as he knew the exposed information was just the tip of the iceberg. His true advantage was never his skills and equipment, but his SS-level talent and profession. These external factors were merely branches sprouting from the main trunk. Lin Hao pondered. Did this so-called analyst know he had an SS-level hidden profession? But did they know he was an SS-level rage mage? Did they understand the true power of this profession? Not to mention, they had no clue about Lin Hao's SS-level talent, not even the specifics of the death's arrival effect. Thinking of this, Lin Hao couldn't help but chuckle coldly. However, one thing irked him: these people were freely trading his information without his consent, without giving him a single cent. One day, I'll make you pay, Lin Hao vowed silently. Daring to freeload off me like this. Despite his words, he knew that for now, there was little he could do against them. After all, even Xia Rufen's information had been up there for 2 years, yet the site remained unscathed. To carry out so many offenses and still stand tall, there must be formidable forces backing them, possibly a major conglomerate in the real world. Just as Lin Hao was about to exit the site, a blood-red title suddenly grabbed his attention, pinned prominently on the page. The sudden burst of red text shattered the previously clean and fresh page atmosphere. Heaven's Domain is a conspiracy. The abilities in the game can be brought to. Lin Hao's eyes widened, his heart racing. Yet, just as he was about to click for details, the entire message vanished into thin air. This bizarre occurrence left Lin Hao puzzled, with countless speculations running through his mind. Could it have been a slip-up by the administrator? No, that's impossible. Why post it, and then immediately delete it? Was it discovered and removed by someone with authority? Lin Hao fell into thought. For ordinary people, such baseless claims might be laughable, like someone suddenly declaring the end of the world. But Lin Hao was different. As a transmigrator, he knew there were many inexplicable things in the world. However, what was the latter part of that title trying to convey? Was it suggesting that game abilities could be transferred to reality? Lin Hao shook his head, recalling that he felt no abnormalities when logging off earlier. Besides, with 4 billion players in Heaven's Domain, if there were any anomalies, they would have been discovered long ago, making it impossible to keep it a secret. Despite this, Lin Hao remained convinced that Heaven's Domain was far from simple. Xia Rufen's cautionary words still echoed in his mind. He must know something. But since Xia Rufen chose not to speak, Lin Hao understood that pressing for answers would be futile. Filled with questions, Lin Hao closed the webpage, deciding to stay vigilant and watch how things unfolded. No matter what secrets the Heavenly Domain holds, my task remains the same: to keep getting stronger. After logging out of the website, Lin Hao glanced around. The place was still bustling with players, a sea of people. The 7 players who had been tailing him were still persistent, following closely behind. A cold glint flashed in Lin Hao's eyes as he decided to deal with these clueless individuals first. He turned and headed towards the city gates, and the 7 followers immediately perked up. A young man with dyed yellow hair chuckled quietly. "Boss, that Tianxia finally left." "Yeah, I didn't expect it to happen so soon," agreed the burly warrior wielding a large sword, looking pleased. "Once we finish this job, we'll never have to worry about food and drink again." The yellow-haired youth laughed heartily. "Haha, 2 billion. With that kind of money, who would dare call me ugly? All right, enough talking. Let's move," the leader whispered sharply. Thinking they were undetected, they continued to follow sneakily. Outside Wanyue City, 2 NPC guards clad in elite armor stood watch at the gates. They observed with indifference, knowing that as long as trouble didn't spill into the city, they wouldn't intervene even if someone died. Lin Hao exited the city gates, followed by the 7. They tried to blend in with other players leaving the city, hoping to ambush Lin Hao. However, their clumsy scheme had long been seen through. As soon as they emerged from the crowd, Lin Hao spun around, unleashing a red shockwave filled with destructive energy. "Red Lotus Shockwave," he shouted, the searing energy hurtling towards the 7. With a loud boom, damage numbers flashed amidst the light. Lin Hao's sudden attack startled nearby players, who quickly backed away in alarm. Some were about to curse, but realizing who they were dealing with, they fell silent in fear. When the red destructive beam dissipated, everyone was surprised to see that the 7 were still standing. "Oh my god, what kind of experts are these? Their health is over 5,000. No wonder they dared to provoke the Tianxia. If I had that kind of power, I would too. Damn, there are so many pros out here. Why is my health just over 2,000? What's one more pro in the mix?" The surrounding players chattered excitedly, eager for the spectacle. Although the 7 level 40 players were severely injured, they were indeed still alive. Lin Hao had never expected to kill them in one blow. That would be too dull. The 7 exchanged shocked glances, realizing that the Tianxia had been aware of their pursuit all along and had likely lured them out intentionally. Before, they might have arrogantly questioned, how can a level 10 mage have such confidence? But now, seeing their precarious health bars, they had to admit they underestimated the Tianxia's strength. Lin Hao's decisiveness and ruthlessness were beyond their expectations. Without hesitation or a single word, he had acted directly. This made them shiver with fear. Tianshi, aren't you afraid of hitting the wrong target? Amidst the shock, Lin Hao's opponents quickly distanced themselves from each other, but it was too late. The flame burst, empowered by the Fury Mage's innate abilities, erupted instantaneously, hitting the player at the forefront without any casting delay. The scorching wave swept through, and the aftermath struck the other three. The power of the War God's gift was fully displayed at that moment, instantly eliminating 4 opponents in one move. As the enemies fell, the Dark King's blessing began to take effect. System notifications flashed continuously. Killed, don't want to be a couch potato, dark points 101. Killed, wish to get rich, dark points 103. Killed, don't call me Blondie, dark points 105. Seeing the sudden surge in dark points, Lin Hao almost couldn't help but laugh. This was too easy. Gaining over 400 dark points effortlessly far exceeded his expectations. He quickly analyzed this phenomenon. Previously, killing level 10 players typically granted 3 to 10 dark points, rarely exceeding 10. Logically, defeating level 40 players should yield 20 to 40 dark points. Yet, these ordinary level 40 wanderers provided such generous rewards. It seemed that acquiring dark points was not only related to the opponent's strength, but also closely tied to the level difference between them. The onlookers were left in awe by the explosive damage displayed by the mage. No wonder he's a mage. Someone who can solo a world boss is truly impressive. This damage is off the charts. I doubt even if I reach level 40, I'd be able to deal such damage. Don't doubt it. Unless you master some incredibly powerful legendary skill, it's impossible. And the mage used just a regular flame burst. Listening to these discussions, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel a touch of disdain. With such little strength, they dared to ambush me? He thought to himself. A regular level 40 player, without any special opportunities, should have around 3,000 health points. But level 40 equipment attributes are far superior to those at levels 10 or 20. With strong enough gear, an increase of 10 to 20,000 health isn't out of the question. Yet these people's health bars were only around 700 to 800, pathetically weak. A thought flashed through Lin Hao's mind. If he summoned Death's Descent using an explosive scroll, these level 40 guys would likely be instantly killed. But he quickly dismissed the idea. Not only because he didn't have any scrolls left, but also because it wasn't worth wasting them here, even if he did. The 3 players who survived by chance had a strong sense of apprehension in their eyes, but soon launched a counterattack. Level 40 players were not comparable to level 10 novices. In terms of health, attack, defense, speed, or even operational awareness, they were much stronger. They moved swiftly, with the leading warrior player rushing towards Lin Hao at top speed, widening his mouth in a roaring posture. Watching this self-assured opponent, Lin Hao chuckled inwardly. Interesting. Is this your confidence? Lin Hao was well acquainted with the Blood Battle Roar taunt skill. Unlike a regular taunt, this is an area effect skill that can control multiple targets within 5 meters and is unleashed so quickly that it's nearly impossible to dodge. Although Lin Hao possessed this Starlight Blink spatial displacement skill to easily evade it, he chose to remain still. The next moment, an ear-splitting roar erupted. A system notification popped up. Ding! You have been taunted by player. I only worship the god of wealth and can only use normal attacks against this player for the next 10 seconds. Got him, shouted. I only worship the god of wealth, excitedly, seeing how easily the Celestial Master fell into the trap. The other 2 players sneered, mocking the so-called Celestial Master, as they raised their weapons to strike Lin Hao. To them, a controlled Celestial Master was just a sitting duck. The onlookers began to chatter. Some lamented that the Celestial Master couldn't overcome the level gap. Others scorned the high-level players for bullying a newcomer, and some speculated about the potential profits from obtaining the Starlight Boots or the Archmage's Key. Voices rose and fell, with some fearing retaliation from the Proud Dragon Guild, while others doubted whether the desired equipment could be obtained in one go. However, just when everyone thought the outcome was sealed, a cool, radiant light enveloped Lin Hao. As the light faded, all abnormal statuses on Lin Hao vanished without a trace, replaced by shimmering starlight, a sign of a special buff status. With Archmage's protection active, I'm immune to all abnormal statuses for 30 seconds. Lin Hao thought to himself. This scene left the 3 players utterly terrified, nearly causing them to scream. Although they didn't recognize the Archmage's protection, the cleansing effect was evident. What shocked them even more was that the Celestial Master could use a cleansing spell while being contralead a trait of legendary spells. Is this Celestial Master really a newbie? They wondered, filled with doubt. How did he come out of the beginner's village with a full set of legendary skills? We've been playing for a year and a half, reached level 40, and still haven't touched a legendary skill book. After regaining his mobility, Lin Hao instantly unleashed an LV5 explosive flame spell. The scorching flames cut through the air like a lightning bolt, hitting the foremost swordsman player with precision. The terrifying damage of 26,970 points instantly reduced the opponent to ashes, leaving no time for even a scream. At the same moment Lin Hao struck, another player's ordinary attack landed on him. Though it was a mediocre blow, it still dealt over 2,000 damage, enough to instantly kill a typical level 10 fragile mage. However, Lin Hao remained unmoved, as if the damage wasn't even enough to scratch him. Without waiting for the opponent to react, Lin Hao launched another explosive flame spell. The fireball traced a beautiful arc in the air, hitting the player who had just attacked him with precision. As the opponent fell, Lin Hao felt a warm flow surge into his body, instantly restoring 2,697 points of mana, replenishing the over 1,100 points of mana he had just expended. I only worship the god of wealth was left dumbfounded by the scene. In less than a minute, his carefully assembled team was reduced to just him, while the fearsome celestial master remained unscathed, his health and mana bars glowing at full capacity. Despite this, I only worship the god of wealth was unwilling to give up. He was secretly relieved to have one last trump card mighty brick toss. Although the name wasn't particularly appealing, it was a warrior's ultimate control skill. If it hit, it would send the opponent flying and knock them down. If they collided with an obstacle midair, it would cause significant damage and stun them. A single skill offering 3 negative effects, it was undoubtedly a powerful control technique. I only worship the god of wealth felt a surge of joy, even though there were no obstacles behind him, as long as he could trigger the flying and knockdown effects, preventing the celestial master from recovering mana through attacks. He was confident he could end the battle quickly. However, the ideal was far from reality. Lin Hao seemed to have anticipated this move. Although a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, he made no attempt to dodge, allowing the greatsword to sweep towards him. It worked. I only worship the god of wealth couldn't help but cheer, but the next second, he was stunned. The celestial master stood as steady as a mountain, not even budging an inch, let alone being knocked back. Failed. How could this be? I only worship the god of wealth suspected the celestial master was cheating. Since obtaining this skill, it had never failed before. Even if the opponent reacted quickly and activated purification, they should have been sent flying at least a few meters. Yet, the celestial master stood motionless, as if in an invulnerable state. Wait, invulnerable? I only worship the god of wealth finally noticed the faint starlight surrounding the celestial master. Although he didn't know what skill this was, he understood that his inability to knock back the celestial master was definitely related to it. This was likely an extremely rare skill that provided long-term immunity to control effects. Despair washed over I only worship the god of wealth like a tide. A level 40 player leading a 7-man team, using all means including a sneak attack, was still utterly defeated. The celestial master's status was still at full capacity, highlighting the vast disparity in their strengths. If given another chance, he would never have made such a grave mistake. However, Lin Hao gave no opportunity for repentance. Another powerful explosive flame spell roared out, instantly annihilating the entire level 47 player team. The battle concluded, with Lin Hao's figure still standing tall, as if the fierce clash had been nothing more than a trivial warm-up. In the crowd of onlookers, a fan was so excited that their voice changed pitch. Master Tianshi, you're my idol. You're amazing. A level 10 mage beating up 7 level 40 players, leaving them defenseless, and still being in perfect condition afterward. I bet Master Tianshi was holding back, didn't even use the starlight flash. Lin Hao heard the words of admiration from his fan and humbly waved his hand. He was about to speak when more voices of praise filled the air. To be precise, I'm not a level 10 player, but level 19, Lin Hao said calmly. This statement was like a bombshell, exploding among the crowd. Exclamations and discussions erupted. No way. Did I hear that right? Level 19? Is he leveling up with a rocket? I'm also from newbie village 10086. Why am I only level 10 now? Isn't it obvious? It's because the master accumulated experience in the newbie village. With his skills, he can clear monsters instantly. How could he not level up fast? Many people posted recordings of the battle on the forums, with eye-catching titles like, "Shocking. Tianshi single-handedly defeats 7 level 40 players." Initially, some thought it was clickbait, but upon watching, they realized the title was actually quite modest. This is unbelievable. Without video proof, I wouldn't believe it at all. After watching the video, I think their levels should be swapped for it to make sense. Even more unbelievable is that Tianshi wasn't even using his full strength. Those 7 level 40 players couldn't even gauge his true power. The player's surprise was understandable. In the game, once players reach level 30, they need to complete an advancement challenge. After that, the experience needed to level up doubles, but the attribute points gained also double. Therefore, a level 40 player, even without equipment, has much higher stats than most level 10 players with equipment. However, even the most exciting gossip can become stale. Just as everyone was about to disperse, a new piece of news arrived. Shocking. Those 7 players were ambushed by King Yong's team upon returning to Dragon City. What's going on? The newcomers were bewildered. Haha, I knew this would happen. They tried to show off after the AO Long Guild made a statement, and they got what they deserved. Serves them right. 7 level 40 players bullying a level 10 newbie, only to get beaten up themselves. They've embarrassed themselves completely. Poor kids, they brought it on themselves. I didn't think the AO Long Guild would act so fast. It's hard to believe Tianshi isn't connected to them. Forum players were both amused and relieved they hadn't made a move. Against a super player like King Yong, they wouldn't even have the chance to escape. Lin Hao wasn't aware of the discussions on the forum, but those people had indeed been called over by him. Since they wanted to make a move against him, they had to face the consequences. If failing only meant losing 1 level, his future wouldn't be peaceful. He was confident leaving this matter to Liu Yong. Now, any player over level 30 who wanted to attack him would have to seriously consider if they could bear the consequences. By defeating those 7 players, Lin Hao gained nearly 800 points of dark value. Combined with what he had left from upgrading Explosive Flame, he had a total of 1,006 points. In the past, he might have considered upgrading Flame Burst, but ever since realizing the power of Death's arrival, he was eager to make it a permanent skill. So this time, he used all the dark value to upgrade Crimson Lotus Shockwave without hesitation. With 1,006 points of dark value, Lin Hao had enough to upgrade the Red Lotus Shockwave to the next level. He focused on the skill panel, and the data for Red Lotus Shockwave LV2 appeared before him. It created a light wave 6 meters wide and 35 meters long, dealing a fixed 1,350 of attack power and area damage. If the target had a shield, it would deal 2.2 times the damage to the shield. The Red Lotus Shockwave had a penetration effect, meaning its path would not be blocked by monsters or players. Lin Hao compared the data before and after the upgrade, and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The increase was impressive, far surpassing the Explosive Flame spell. The cooldown time was reduced from 300 seconds to 250 seconds, which was a modest improvement, but the ease of upgrading filled Lin Hao with joy. He marveled at how this method of upgrading was 100 times simpler than searching for a brand new Red Lotus Shockwave skill book. Lin Hao's attention turned to a special item in his backpack, the Dark King's Gift. This seemingly insignificant item was worth more than all the equipment he had, even more than the rare starry boots and the mage god's key. Even the wilderness robe paled in comparison. Thinking about this, Lin Hao eagerly anticipated his next encounter with the Abyss High Priest. The generosity of this NPC was truly astonishing. After defeating those level 40 solo players, Lin Hao gained not only a significant amount of dark value, but also 2 pieces of equipment. Both were level 40 green items with unremarkable attributes, not even matching up to his level 10 gear. Lin Hao sighed inwardly, realizing this was the true plight of solo players. Without a guild for support, they had few opportunities to compete for resources. However, joining a guild wasn't all beneficial either. Lin Hao recalled the various restrictions faced by guild players: uncertainty about equipment ownership, the risk of losing gear, and unfair distribution of loot. He felt relieved that he never considered joining a guild, not even one with relatively fewer restrictions like the Proud Dragon Guild. After tossing these junk items into the auction house, Lin Hao returned to Moon City. Since the auction house eliminated commission fees, it had become his go-to place for offloading unwanted items. Although the profits were minimal, the convenience saved him a lot of effort. Lin Hao strolled to the Moonlight Inn, the most popular spot in Moon City. The place was bustling, with every seat taken except for the window seat in the far left corner. He knew that spot was reserved for the Moon City Light Church's leader, who arrived promptly at 5 p.m. every day. The inn buzzed with chatter, filled with a mix of NPCs and players. Most players were there to take on tasks from the dense collection of NPCs. However, the Moonlight Inn wasn't accessible to just anyone. Without a certain status, even the servants wouldn't spare you a glance. This status related to the faction players chose to join. Lin Hao stood at the entrance, quietly observing the bustling scene, contemplating his next move. Generally speaking, the stronger a player's faction, the higher their status and the fewer restrictions they face. However, Lin Hao is an exception. He joined the Abyss Church, a taboo organization. This identity hangs over him like the sword of Damocles. If exposed, not only would he be expelled from the city, but he might also be hunted by the Church of Light. Engaging with NPCs in the city would be akin to courting death. Despite not being able to swagger in openly due to his identity, Lin Hao has countless ways to infiltrate. He glanced at his watch, sensing the time was right. But when his gaze swept to the inn's second floor, he couldn't find his expected target. This unusual situation made Lin Hao suspicious. The officer was always as punctual as clocking in for work, appearing every day at 5 p.m. without ever changing seats. Could something have gone wrong? With this doubt in mind, Lin Hao nonchalantly approached the inn's entrance. More players were gathered at the door than inside, their eyes gleaming with envy as they watched the elegantly dressed, impressive-looking NPCs. These NPCs were like walking treasure troves, triggering any task with them promised generous rewards. In fact, any one of these NPCs held significant status in Moon City, and completing their tasks would at least earn a piece of red equipment. Seeing Lin Hao stride forward, the players wore expressions anticipating a show. Previously, a clueless player attempted to force their way in, only to be tossed out like trash by a servant. That player's pride was wounded, and they returned to provoke more trouble, resulting in their current stint in jail. Although time in the game world flows twice as fast as reality, the player is still stuck for a day and a half. Worse yet, the servant just issued a warning that anyone else who tries to barge in will be jailed for 7 days. Many players were schadenfreude smiles, but some kindly warned, "Hey, buddy, you can't go in there." Lin Hao turned around, calmly replying, "No worries, I have a way in." Just as someone was about to mock him for being overconfident, they recognized his familiar voice and, seeing the nickname above his head, were stunned. "Holy crap, it's Tianshi. Boss, you're my idol, can I get your autograph?" Seeing the boss up close, "You're even more handsome than in the videos." "Tianshi, I have a daughter." "Never mind, she's not worthy." The crowd, initially eager to see him fail, instantly changed their demeanor, showering him with the enthusiasm of fans. Lin Hao, accustomed to such reactions, remained unfazed, offering a polite smile and continuing his way into the inn. The atmosphere outside the Wang Wen became tense. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the newly arrived celestial master from the novice village, curious about how he would tackle this seemingly insurmountable challenge. No one was watching for amusement anymore. Instead, a complex mix of anticipation and doubt filled the air. Lin Hao faced the servant's obstruction with calm composure. He casually mentioned being a friend of the executor, his tone carrying an undeniable arrogance. This statement was like a heavy blow, instantly breaking down the servant's defenses. The once haughty servant suddenly became respectful, repeatedly apologizing and completely changing his attitude. "Sir, I apologize for not recognizing you. Are you here to see Master Lu?" The servant asked, now speaking humbly. Lin Hao cast a cold glance at him, his voice full of disdain. "How can a servant like you even get your master's name wrong? Besides Hui Yunwu, the executor, is there anyone else?" These words completely dispelled the servant's doubts. He apologized profusely and respectfully led the way. The players outside watched in astonishment. They were amazed at how easily Lin Hao had turned the arrogant servant into such a compliant guide, even personally leading the way. Someone exclaimed, "That's incredible. That's the power of a celestial master. We can't even get in the door, and he has an NPC leading him." "That's not all," another player added. "I've been watching here for a while, and I've never seen that servant lead an NPC before." Everyone couldn't help but marvel at the difference. How could players from the same novice village, number 10086, be so far apart in skill? Lin Hao followed the servant through the opulent corridors to a luxurious tea room. Though the space was small, it exuded the owner's taste and status. The walls were adorned with famous paintings and calligraphy, and while Lin Hao couldn't appreciate them, he could guess their immense value. In the center of the tea room was a jade tea table, accompanied by 2 exquisite chairs. The incense on the table gently wafted upward, its subtle fragrance soothing the mind and seemingly dispelling all worries. Lin Hao stood by the window, overlooking the view below. This spot not only offered a wide perspective, but was also an ideal location to handle emergencies. However, to Lin Hao's slight surprise, the person he was expecting was not there. The tea room was empty, with only the rising smoke silently conveying a sense of waiting. Just as Lin Hao was about to ask a question, a servant quickly approached and respectfully said, "Sir, please wait a moment. My master has urgent matters to attend to today and will be here shortly." Lin Hao understood that this was an unexpected situation. Keeping a calm demeanor, he asked, "What is so urgent?" The servant gave a troubled smile and gently shook his head. "Forgive me, but my master has instructed that this matter cannot be disclosed." "Oh, so, I'm considered an outsider now." Lin Hao narrowed his eyes, looking at the servant with a meaningful gaze. The servant, unnerved by Lin Hao's look and unsure of his relationship with the executor, hastily apologized. "Please forgive me, sir. My master has a fine collection of premium teas. Please enjoy some while you wait." With that, he quickly retreated, not giving Lin Hao a chance to question further. Seeing that he couldn't get any information, Lin Hao had no choice but to let it go. However, his curiosity was piqued. What could possibly require the personal attention of the Abyss executor? He recalled that in his previous life, the Abyss Church didn't have any major activities during this period. As Lin Hao pondered, the servant returned, this time with a tray holding a cup of fragrant tea. Although Lin Hao wasn't knowledgeable about tea, he was drawn in by the intoxicating aroma. "Sir, this is my master's treasured tea, the Millennium Bodhi." The servant carefully placed the cup on the table and pushed it towards Lin Hao. He began to enthusiastically explain the tea's origins and preparation process, as if he could go on for 2,000 words. Lin Hao impatiently interrupted, "All right, I get it. Just leave the tea here and you can go." Once the servant left, Lin Hao rubbed his temples, enjoying a moment of peace. The tea released its fragrance quietly on the table, but he was not in the mood to taste it. It wasn't until he grew a bit impatient that he finally picked up the cup and took a sip. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Ding! You have consumed the Millennium Bodhi. This tea has a special effect, permanently increasing your mental attribute. Spirit 1. Lin Hao was astonished, not expecting a sip of tea to enhance his attributes. He picked up the cup again, finding the taste slightly bitter, but the aroma overwhelmingly pleasant. After a few more sips, the system notifications continued to ring. By the time he finished the cup, his mental attribute had increased by a total of 22 points. Lin Hao couldn't help but marvel at how this tea surpassed the holy water from the stingy light church. It was just unfortunate that it boosted his mental attribute, which wasn't as useful for a physical attack-based mage like him. As he was musing to himself, the servant returned and, seeing the empty cup, asked with a beaming smile, "Sir, are you satisfied?" Lin Hao shook his head slowly, not satisfied. The servant was shocked, thinking, "You drank it all and still say you're not satisfied? What kind of logic is that?" Lin Hao cleared his throat and explained, "The tea is excellent, but it doesn't quite suit my taste. Usually, your master prepares teas that strengthen the body for me. Bring me a pot of that, will you?" A pot. The servant was dumbfounded, wondering how this gentleman could be so greedy. He couldn't help but blurt out, "But aren't you a mage? Why do you need to strengthen your body?" Lin Hao instructed the servant to brew some tea, and the servant found himself in a dilemma. His previous arrogance vanished, replaced by a look of difficulty. But then he thought, anyone who could mention his master's full name must be an important guest. Surely, the master wouldn't blame him, right? Weighing his options, he agreed decisively. Lin Hao was somewhat surprised by the servant's quick agreement. He had intended to apply pressure, but the other party complied first. It seemed that knowing the executor's name made the servant mistakenly believe Lin Hao was a close friend of his master. As he anticipated the effect of the tea, Lin Hao opened his information panel. At that moment, he received a message from a friend on his phone. Thanks to the synchronization feature of the gaming pod, he could view it in the celestial realm as well. To his surprise, the sender was someone he had nearly forgotten. Cute Ming Ming. How? I've thought about it. You've been really good to me. I've decided to give you a chance. Just send a 520 red envelope, and we'll get back together. The message ended with a shy emoji. Lin Hao almost spat out the tea he had just sipped. He was annoyed with himself. Why did I impulsively open this message? Judging by the situation, she was likely dumped by Lu and now wanted to find a backup. No wonder her presence had been missing from the Tianya Guild recently. On the other end, Wang Yuyan was wallowing in self-pity. She sighed. I never thought I'd be so downcast, having to go back to this simp. Ever since losing the Starlight Boots, the Lu who claimed to love her had turned his back. She cursed angrily. Men are all the same, not one good among them. As her anger boiled over, her phone suddenly vibrated. It was a reply from Lin Hao. She smugly thought, he's still head over heels for me. Though she was sure Lin Hao would accept her, she didn't expect him to reply so quickly and without hesitation. However, when she opened the message, she was stunned. Instead of a red envelope, there was a glaring message. You need help. I suggest seeing a neurologist. She couldn't believe it and checked repeatedly, her anger soaring. But when she tried to retaliate, she found she had already been blocked. Bastard. Wang Yuyan gritted her teeth, unable to comprehend how he could change so much in just a few days. After blocking this strange person, Lin Hao felt refreshed. The reason he hadn't done so sooner was that he wanted to recover the 10,000 yuan. But now there was no need, as she had already paid for the Starlight Boots. Just then, the servant returned with a tray, placing it on the tea table with exquisite tea sets. Lin Hao gestured happily. Put it down. No need for an introduction. The servant nodded with a wry smile and exited. Looking at the full pot of tea, Lin Hao was filled with anticipation. He poured the tea into a cup and drank it all in one go. Lin Hao picked up the teapot, unconcerned about the potential outrage from tea enthusiasts over his actions. He downed a full cup of tea in one gulp, eyes fixed on the system notification. Ding! You have consumed Sheng Bushi. This tea has a special effect. Your maximum health has been permanently increased by 100. His eyes lit up, and his heart raced. A single cup of tea could increase his maximum health by 100 points? It felt like a windfall. Eagerly, he poured another cup and drank it down. Ding! You have consumed Sheng Bushi. This tea has a special effect. Your maximum health has been permanently increased by 100. With 2 cups, his health had increased by 200 points. Lin Hao was secretly delighted, yet slightly worried. Special items in the heavenly domain typically had limits, with attribute points not exceeding 30 and health points not exceeding 300. The special foods and potions he had encountered all adhered to this rule, known as resistance. Anxiously, Lin Hao poured a third cup and drank it in one go. Ding! You have consumed Sheng Bushi. This tea has a special effect. Your maximum health has been permanently increased by 100. Holding his breath, he poured a fourth cup. Time seemed to stand still as he nervously awaited the system notification. Ding! You have consumed Sheng Bushi. This tea has a special effect. Your maximum health has been permanently increased by 100. He had surpassed the 300-point limit. Thrilled, Lin Hao continued to drink cup after cup until the entire pot was empty. Ding! The effects of Sheng Sheng Bu Shi have reached their limit. Further consumption will not yield special effects. Satisfactorily rubbing his slightly protruding belly, Lin Hao opened his attribute panel. To his amazement, he had consumed 10 cups of Sheng Sheng Bu Shi, increasing his maximum health by a total of 1,000 points. Considering his original health was only 1150 points, with 200 of those gained from defeating a goblin boss. This was incredible. Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh. A mage with not only high physical attack and speed, but now also a health pool rivaling that of traditionally tanky classes. He imagined that in the future, if he claimed to be a mage, no one would believe him. Lin Hao stood in the hall of the Abyss Church, looking around with satisfaction. This trip had been quite fulfilling, but a hint of doubt crept into his mind. He had been waiting for almost half an hour, yet the executor was nowhere to be seen. Just then, a crisp system notification broke the silence. Ding! The main quest has changed. Please check it yourself. Lin Hao was stunned, his brow furrowing. Could the main quest really change? He recalled that at the Church of Light, the main quest was to eliminate the Abyss Church. By that logic, now that he was at the Abyss Church, the task should be to eliminate the Church of Light. This sudden change was difficult for him to comprehend. Filled with curiosity, Lin Hao opened the system panel and carefully examined it. A new task description appeared before his eyes. The former Abyss High Priest, Du Guting, whom you saved, thought he could regain power upon returning to the Abyss Church. However, the current Abyss High Priest allied with others to injure him. As the player who helped him break the seal, you must make a choice. The panel displayed two options. Option 1, sever ties with Du Guting. Don't drag me down. Option 2, stand by him and help him regain his peak. If I helped you once, I can help you again. Below the task information, a countdown quietly began, giving Lin Hao 600 seconds to think. Such a lengthy decision time clearly indicated that this was a crucial choice, one that would profoundly affect the future direction of the main storyline. Lin Hao couldn't help but marvel at the game's realism. He recalled power struggles in real life. Deceased leaders were revered, while living predecessors often became thorns in the side of those in power. Du Guting's betrayal was not surprising. After all, who would willingly relinquish power? But this real-world logic appearing in the game, and even creating a new faction, truly surprised Lin Hao. This had never happened in his past gaming experiences, where Du Guting was still languishing in prison. Lin Hao carefully analyzed Du Guting's situation. Although Du Guting was personally powerful, very few people would likely follow his faction. Calling it a minor faction was inappropriate because Du Guting alone could easily defeat all small factions. However, referring to it as a top-tier faction was also inaccurate, as it lacked the foundation and core strength of other major factions. Worse yet, he had now offended both the Abyss Church and the Church of Light, the two top forces. Lin Hao was caught in an unprecedented dilemma. He clearly remembered Du Guting's generosity. Joining his faction would undoubtedly lead to better treatment. Although Du Guting's faction lacked the depth of top-tier factions, as a renowned powerhouse across the realm, even a small portion of his treasures would allow Lin Hao to surpass other players. More importantly, it gave Lin Hao a rare opportunity to face the highest boss, converse with him, and accept tasks something unimaginable in other factions. However, great opportunities often came with equally great risks. The pursuit by the Abyss Church and the Church of Light was no joke. It could truly corner someone. Offending one already turned the main quest into a hellish difficulty, and being at odds with both major forces was almost tantamount to quitting the game voluntarily. Lin Hao took a deep breath, closed his eyes and thought for a moment, and finally made his decision. Let's go for it. He opened his eyes, determination shining in them. The bigger the waves, the more valuable the fish. Those who don't dare to take risks will always remain mediocre. Deep down, Lin Hao had a passion for adventure, just like in his past life, where he relentlessly surpassed those before him. After careful consideration, he resolutely chose the second option. Instantly, the main quest refreshed. Within 60 minutes, head to Mount Jiaoyue and meet with Du Guting. Reward, unknown. Did Du Guting go to Mount Jiaoyue? Is he healing there? Lin Hao frowned slightly. If I arrive late, will he leave directly? With that thought, Lin Hao stood up abruptly and addressed the servant who had just entered the room. Tell your master I have urgent matters to attend to, and will visit another day. The servant looked troubled upon hearing this. He glanced at the empty teapot on the table, suspicion creeping into his mind. Is this guy just here for a free meal? Not knowing Lin Hao's true abilities, the servant didn't dare to act rashly. He stood in the doorway pretending to be casual, but spoke firmly. Sir, please wait a moment. My master will be here shortly. Lin Hao, however, paid him no mind and waved his hand lightly. In the next instant, a flash of starlight appeared, and his figure passed through the servant, disappearing outside the door. The servant was left stunned, immediately adopting a respectful demeanor, a teleportation skill That's the mark of a top-tier expert. He quickly asked, "Sir, what should I call you?" "Celestial Master." Lin Hao's voice echoed from afar. "Celestial Master? What an impressive title." The servant muttered to himself, while Lin Hao had already left Wangyue City, speeding towards Mount Zhaoyue to the east. Time was of the essence, and Lin Hao couldn't afford to be distracted by monsters. Yet, some creatures were determined to get in his way. Suddenly, a vibrant snake leapt from the bushes, blocking his path. The system prompt appeared. Rainbow Snake. Level 20. HP 5000. Attack 730. Defense 640. Skills: Constrict, Venom, Bite. Description: its colorful body hints at its potent venom. A single bite is enough to bring down an elephant, making it something ordinary people avoid at all costs. Ordinary people avoid it. Lin Hao smirked. Too bad I'm not ordinary. As the rainbow snake hissed menacingly, Lin Hao conjured a blazing flame. Explosive flame technique, he shouted, and the level 5 spell engulfed the rainbow snake. The system prompt chimed again. Defeated a level 20 rainbow snake, earning 600 experience points. One level up kill, gaining an additional 60 experience points. Lin Hao glanced at the experience bar, noting he was just 2,900 points short of the next level. Just 5 more of these rainbow snakes, he calculated, which means 5 more explosive flame techniques. Lin Hao continued his journey toward Mount Zhaoyue. Although he wasn't actively seeking out monsters, they seemed to find him, forcing him to casually unleash a fireball spell to send them to their doom. Along the way, Lin Hao effortlessly reached level 20, and after adding 10 points to his strength, his damage output increased significantly. However, for ordinary players with average equipment, even a single rainbow snake could take them over 10 minutes to defeat, with the risk of being overpowered. Among level 20 monsters, the rainbow snake was a formidable opponent, boasting 3 skills that made it particularly challenging. Of course, such a tough monster also promised more substantial experience rewards. Regular level 20 monsters usually offered between 200 to 400 experience points, depending on their type. As Lin Hao ventured further from Wangyue City, the surrounding monsters grew increasingly powerful. Suddenly, he spotted a towering flame boar over 2 meters long, an explosive boar. Explosive boar. Level 25. Health 8000. Attack 820. Defense 740. Skill 1. Charge. Skill 2. Flame enchantment gathers free-floating fire elements from the air to coat its body, adding 10 of its attack power as additional spell damage with each attack, lasting 120 seconds. Skill 3. Self-destruct upon death, deals 300 of its attack power as area explosion damage. Lin Hao was all too familiar with this creature. It had once been his nightmare. Not because it was hard to defeat, but because he had farmed it to the point of exhaustion. The flame enchantment skill was an exceptionally rare and powerful red enhancement skill. It not only provided a significant percentage increase in damage, but also lasted for a lengthy 120 seconds. Most importantly, the extra damage it dealt was spell damage. For physical classes, this was one of the few skills that could inflict spell damage, proving especially effective against monsters with high physical resistance. Reflecting on his past life as a swordsman, Lin Hao couldn't help but chuckle. Back then, he would rush to the scene as soon as the monster respawned, relentlessly farming day and night for over a month. He even dreamed of farming in his sleep. Yet, after hundreds of explosive boars, he hadn't seen a single trace of the skill, a feeling of utter frustration that he remembers to this day. He started farming at level 20 and continued until level 30, but the skill never appeared. Eventually, he had to give up, not due to a lack of perseverance, but because exceeding the monster's level would cause both experience and drop rates to plummet. If he couldn't obtain the skill with normal drop rates, there was no hope afterward. Lin Hao laughed lightly to himself. Being a mage is so much better. I don't have to endlessly farm you anymore. I almost got sick of it back then. If he were still a swordsman now, even knowing the drop rate was extremely low, he would likely still pursue it without hesitation. The flame enchantment skill was simply too enticing. Its percentage increase would only grow more potent in the late game, ensuring it would never become obsolete. Lin Hao stood on the grass, clutching the newly acquired skill book, his eyes shining with disbelief. This flame enchantment skill book was considered priceless in the game, yet even so, it was rarely seen on the market, with most melee players never having the chance to witness it. Reflecting on his past life, Lin Hao had only managed to obtain this skill book at level 60, highlighting its rarity. Yet now, he had effortlessly acquired this coveted treasure just by casually defeating a blazing boar. The sudden stroke of luck left Lin Hao momentarily dazed, as if he were dreaming. Just moments ago, Lin Hao had been maneuvering against the thick-skinned blazing boar. The creature boasted 740 defense points and 8,000 health points, making it top tier among regular monsters. In his past life, without the defense-ignoring talent, which was almost like a cheat, Lin Hao would have needed at least 2 minutes to take one down. But now, a single blaze spell had left the blazing boar critically injured. As the monster began to enchant itself, Lin Hao unhesitatingly unleashed a flame burst, striking it squarely on the forehead. The blazing boar fell with a thud, and instead of disappearing, its body began to swell rapidly before exploding in a spectacular display of fire. The system notification chimed in. Ding, killed level 25 blazing boar, gained 1,000 experience points. Bonus 500 experience points for killing a monster 5 levels higher. Lin Hao habitually scanned the burning grassland, and suddenly, a glint of red caught his attention. It was the treasure he had never seen in his past life despite hundreds of attempts. He quickly moved forward, picked up the skill book, and after careful confirmation, couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Skill enhancement, flame enchantment. Quality, red. Class requirement, swordsman, warrior, assassin, and other physical melee classes. Effect, concentrate fire elements in the air to attach to your body, adding 10 spell damage to each attack, lasting 120 seconds. Lin Hao couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself, is my luck attribute maxed out? He knew that besides the basic attributes on the panel, there were hidden attributes in the game like luck, charm, and abnormal status resistance. These attributes were only related to a player's hidden class and were not present in initial classes. Recalling his past life as an S-level Shadow Sword Master, Lin Hao remembered his luck value was only 6 points, which was higher than the average 1 point of regular classes, but insignificant compared to the luck archmage. He secretly resolved to find a fortune teller to check his hidden attributes later. As Lin Hao was immersed in his joy, a rustling sound emerged from the surrounding bushes. 5 well-equipped players hurried out, their faces anxious as if their house was on fire, their eyes fixed intently on the skill book in Lin Hao's hand. As soon as the 5 appeared, their eyes locked onto the loot in Lin Hao's hand with the intensity of hawks. They had witnessed the red skill book drop from the fallen flame boar, likely the coveted flame enchantment. The leader, a brash young warrior from the group, stepped forward with an aggressive glint in his eyes. The warrior, in rank hidden class, was more formidable than a regular fighter. They excelled in offense, defense, and health, mastering swords, spears, and bows. Their innate ability, Quick Switch, allowed them to change weapons instantly, boosting their first attack by 10 after each switch, with only a 1-second cooldown. When used skillfully, this versatile class could rival even S rank classes. The young warrior initially intended to intimidate Lin Hao into handing over the skill book, but softened his approach upon recognizing Lin Hao's Heavenly Master nickname. Brother Heavenly Master, this flame boar is from our territory. It's not quite right for you to take it. Lin Hao chuckled. Your territory? Does it have your name on it? He recalled similar encounters from his past life, where guilds would join forces to monopolize monster zones and slaughter solo players. While survival of the fittest was common in the game, this time, they had met their match. Seeing Lin Hao's defiance, the young warrior's anger flared. This is indeed an area divided among us and the major guilds. If you don't believe me, go ahead and ask. Lin Hao replied coldly. Ridiculous. Did you get my consent for your allocations? His words sparked outrage among the group. Arrogant. Who do you think you are? You need our permission? A lone player, and you think you can challenge us? Laughable. If it weren't for your skills, we'd have cut you down already without wasting words. The young warrior struggled to contain his anger. Brother Heavenly Master, it's not easy for you to hunt monsters. How about this? I'll pay 1 million for that skill book, alright. Before he could finish, his teammates hurriedly intervened. Captain, even with our funds, we can't just waste money like this. Yeah, that's 1 million we're talking about, not just 10 or 20 bucks. If you ask me, tossing him a couple hundred would be more than enough, scoffed a guild member, a greedy glint in his eyes. Huh, Captain, you're being way too generous. If it were up to me, I'd just cut him down. Another chimed in, his tone dripping with malice. Lin Hao listened to the jarring remarks, fury igniting in his chest. His fists clenched involuntarily, and his voice was low yet menacing. You so-called guild members make me sick. Violating other players' rights, and then acting like you're doing them a favor, is disgusting. What did you say? Young and Reckless couldn't hold back any longer. He swiftly drew the large sword from his back, its tip pointing directly at Lin Hao's throat. Yet, just as he was about to launch his attack, a quicker figure flashed into view. A mesmerizing red lotus, radiating destructive energy, appeared out of nowhere. In the next moment, a crimson shockwave swept out like a blood-red beam, consuming everyone unable to dodge. The power of the LV2 Red Lotus shockwave was greater than before. Enhanced by the War God talent, it became a great equalizer. Regardless of their defenses, everyone took the same damage. For level 20 players fell instantly, while Young and Reckless, with sharp reflexes, managed to dive aside just as Lin Hao raised his staff, narrowly escaping the onslaught. Watching his fallen comrades, Young and Reckless' fury intensified. He shouted through gritted teeth. Heavenly Master, do you even know what you're doing? We, Sword Dance Gale, are not like those losers from Berserk Guild and Horizon Guild. All the same to me, Lin Hao sneered, waving his staff to unleash a fiery blast. This time, Young and Reckless had nowhere to dodge, but as a captain-level figure, he was no pushover. He quickly activated a skill that not only nullified the damage but allowed him to charge through the fiery explosion toward Lin Hao. Fearless charge? Interesting. Lin Hao instantly recognized the skill, a trump card for warrior players that negates damage during a charge. Seeing his attack was ineffective, Lin Hao ceased his assault and cast a medium barrier spell on himself. Facing this rank warrior class, Lin Hao revealed his true strength. His attack power was a formidable 17-18 points, and the LV3 medium barrier spell instantly provided him with a shield of 6,872 points. Unexpectedly, Young and Reckless' attack penetrated Lin Hao's shield. No wonder he's a captain in a major guild. At level 20, he's stronger than a level 40 solo player. Lin Hao mused, yet his hands moved swiftly, and an LV5 fiery blast hit Young and Reckless square on the forehead. 545. The damage number popped up as Lin Hao's mana increased. Despite taking the hit, Young and Reckless didn't fall. He knew defeating the Heavenly Master with a single move was impossible, so he immediately launched his next skill. Compared to him, the likes of Berserk World were simply no match. Young and Reckless' great sword, imbued with immense force, came crashing down on Lin Hao. Lin Hao instantly recognized the skill of Warrior's ultimate control move, Mighty Brick Toss. Now this is getting interesting, Lin Hao remarked, no longer holding back. He quickly used Divine Mage Protection on himself and applied the cooldown reduction effect to Fiery Blast. How is this possible? Young and Reckless was shocked to see the Heavenly Master withstand the damage without being knocked back. A flicker of fear crossed his eyes, clearly unprepared for such a formidable opponent. As we all know, the knock-up skill is instantaneous and nearly impossible to counter, regardless of how quickly or slowly the purification skill is used. However, this Celestial Master expertly managed to immunize against Lin Hao's knock-up effect, demonstrating an astonishing level of control. Such a sophisticated technique was something Lin Hao had only witnessed in the top-tier players of his own 89-level guild. Yet, here was this Celestial Master, fresh out of the novice village, executing such peak performance, which was truly shocking. The youthful arrogance on his face turned more serious, while Lin Hao worried about his own bad habit. He recalled how in his past life, he had to time the purification skill perfectly, but now, with the protection of the god of magic, he could cast skills in advance. Nonetheless, he still habitually waited until the skill was about to hit to release it, a level of caution that was unnecessary. Despite their individual concerns, the pace of the battle did not slow. Lin Hao instantly unleashed Explosive Flame, followed by Flame Burst, showcasing the formidable power of his instant cast talent. The youthful opponent anticipated this and did not attack recklessly, instead deploying a special shield. This shield not only perfectly blocked the explosive flame, but also restored 5,454 health points, bringing him back to full health. However, the subsequent flame burst shattered the shield, directly hitting the youthful opponent. The shield had a value of 6,000 points, but Lin Hao's two attacks inflicted a total of 8,081 points of damage. The remaining 2,081 damage had to be absorbed by his health bar, and without the recent health restoration, the youthful opponent might have been instantly killed by the five-fold damage of Lin Hao's Battle God talent. Lin Hao quickly deduced that his opponent was using a Life Absorption Shield, a red-tier elite skill of warriors. It creates a shield equal to the player's health, and every point of shield damage restores an equivalent amount of health. This explained why the 5,454 damage from Explosive Flame was completely absorbed and converted into health. After withstanding the attack, the youthful opponent seized the perfect opportunity to strike back. Utilizing the warrior's class talent, he swiftly switched to a spear and executed a sweeping attack sweep the army. Lin Hao exclaimed, "Impressive." He realized that the youthful opponent was showcasing all red-tier elite skills, reflecting the deep resources of a major guild. What was even more surprising was that the spear was a level 20 legendary weapon. Its exact effects were unknown, but its power was undeniable. Lin Hao had no intention of standing still and taking the hit. He speculated that the opponent's ability to ignore his shield might come from some innate talent, as a skill effect would have a noticeable visual cue. With experience from his past life, Lin Hao could easily recognize this. Considering the youthful opponent hadn't used any other skills during this time, it was likely a permanent talent. While contemplating, Lin Hao quickly executed Star Flash, instantly passing by the opponent and appearing behind him, deftly avoiding the attack. In the next moment, the cooldown-halved Explosive Flame was ready to unleash. With a bang, at nearly point-blank range, a searing fireball struck the youthful opponent at the back of the head. As the damage numbers appeared, the youthful opponent fell to the ground, defeated. Lin Hao withdrew his arm, thinking to himself, "A decent opponent, much better than those who I can defeat in a single blow." Though brief, this battle fully showcased the prowess and tactical acumen of both skilled players. The battle, though on the brink of eruption, was resolved within just a minute. Lin Hao stood at the center of the battlefield, his health and mana still full, but he had to admit that this opponent had indeed posed a slight threat. The adversary was a warrior with inscrayed talent, equipped with a slew of red skills and wielding a legendary spear. Most daunting was his ability to penetrate shields. This exemplified the chasm between elite members of major guilds and solo players. Reflecting on the start of the battle, Lin Hao dodged the opponent's Red Lotus Shockwave pounce, which was no easy feat. Pounce, like roll, falls under movement skills, but fundamentally differs from blink. These are merely ordinary movements, not spatial teleportations. Lin Hao calculated silently. As long as the timing is right, such skills can indeed evade damage, but only for skills without a lock-on effect. Once locked on, escaping is futile regardless of where you flee. In contrast, blink, as a spatial movement skill, can instantly change one's location, rendering oneself untargetable, even by lock-on skills. More importantly, spatial movement can bypass obstacles, whereas pounce and roll can be obstructed. Nonetheless, these two remain the best options aside from blink. After eliminating the enemies, Lin Hao began to collect the spoils. 5 pieces of equipment lay on the ground, their high drop rate suggesting these individuals had high sin values in life, likely having committed numerous misdeeds before encountering Lin Hao, the brick wall. All 5 pieces of equipment were level 20 red quality, and a pair of pants caught Lin Hao's attention. He read the equipment attributes silently. Yunling Mage Pants. Quality, red. Level, 20. Class requirement, mage. Effect 1. Increases magical defense by 260 points, physical defense by 140 points. Effect 2. When the wearer takes damage, movement speed increases by 10 for 30 seconds. Lin Hao pursed his lips, somewhat disdainfully putting on the pants. This level of defense was negligible to him. He didn't believe anyone could deplete his mana and directly attack him. Even if that day came, without mana, high defense would only mean waiting for death. After killing these 5, Lin Hao gained 125 dark points, totaling 131. Although these individuals were stronger than level 40 solo players, the lack of a level difference meant rewards were calculated normally. Each contributed an average of 25 dark points, which, while substantial, paled in comparison to the rich rewards of overcoming higher-level challenges. Lin Hao couldn't help but reflect. Defeating those higher-level solo players was not only easier, but also more rewarding. It seemed he needed to seek out more challenging opponents next. Once the battlefield was cleared, Lin Hao stared at the flame enchantment skill book in his hand, lost in thought. The value of this red skill book was significant, even surpassing some legendary skills. He could have exchanged it for a legendary mage skill, but after a brief contemplation, Lin Hao decisively opened Lu Yong's chat window. Hey, Lu Yong, I've got something good for you, Lin Hao thought to himself. If it weren't for Lu Yong initially giving him 20,000 yuan without any conditions, he might still be struggling to make ends meet. Not to mention, Lu Yong later gifted him the intermediate barrier technique, helping him deal with those level 40 players. Although these favors combined didn't match the value of the flame enchantment skill book, Lin Hao knew that Lu Yong never expected anything in return. Lu Yong quickly replied, "What's the good stuff? You can't send videos in this game." Lin Hao frowned, not in the mood for jokes. Time was of the essence, so he got straight to the point. "You'll see." With that, he handed over the skill book without hesitation. Lu Yong, curious, suddenly caught a glimpse of red. As the captain of the dragon battle team in the Proud Dragon Guild, red skills weren't unusual for him. However, when he saw the name of the skill book, he was stunned. After confirming it twice, his voice trembled. This is actually a god-tier damage boost skill for physical classes." Lu Yong took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement. He was thankful it wasn't a video call, or he might have been at a loss for words. He recalled his experience farming flame boars from level 20 to 30 to no avail. The flame enchantment skill had become an obsession. Although there had been opportunities before, others always snatched them away. In the Proud Dragon Guild, with his rank at the bottom among 26 captains, he had no chance of acquiring such a rare skill. "Are you hacking or something?" Lu Yong asked incredulously. "Your luck is just off the charts. First, you get a super strong self-healing skill, and now this flame enchantment. These are incredibly hard to come by. I farmed for a whole month, and most of our guild members farmed from level 20 to 30, and guess what?" He answered his own question. Out of over 10,000 people, only one lucky guy got it. Lin Hao chuckled. "Stop saying I'm hacking. I just got lucky, I guess. Maybe my luck attribute is maxed out." Lu Yong pondered for a moment and nodded. "Indeed, that seems to be the only explanation. It looks like your hidden class is more than just S-rated." He didn't press further, knowing everyone has their secrets, including himself. With that in mind, Lu Yong changed the subject. Hao accepted the skill book from Lin Hao, feeling both grateful and a bit uneasy. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to offer a gift he had prepared in advance as a token of appreciation. "Lin Hao, this skill book is too valuable. I feel a bit guilty about accepting it, so I want to give you a gift I prepared earlier." Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback and a bit puzzled. Under what circumstances would a good friend prepare a gift? He couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine, silently thankful that his orientation was perfectly normal. Little did he know, if Lu Yong heard Lin Hao's thoughts, he would probably burst out. My orientation is normal too. Okay. Unaware of Lin Hao's wild imagination, Lu Yong opened his phone and sent a link to Lin Hao. This was actually intended for your birthday, but I guess I'll have to give it to you early. When your birthday comes around, I'll treat you to a big meal. Realization dawned on Lin Hao, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, his birthday was just a few days away. After a brief pause, he politely declined Lu Yong's offer. Let's skip the big meal. Two grown men celebrating a birthday together feels a bit odd. Catching the sly glint in Lu Yong's eyes, he replied, all right, I get it. I'll invite some ladies then. There are quite a few female players in our guild who'd love to meet you, he teased with a laugh. Lin Hao decisively shook his head. Knowing that the heavenly domain was no simple matter, he didn't want to waste time on birthday celebrations. Driven by curiosity, Lin Hao clicked on the page Lu Yong had sent. The guild's merit exchange list appeared before him, filled with a dazzling array of items. From rare special tools to various precious materials and countless skill books and equipment, it was all there. He even spotted the legendary Millennium Spirit Fruit, rumored to instantly increase one's maximum health by 1,000 points upon consumption. No wonder it's the top guild in the Xia Kingdom, Lin Hao marveled to himself. As he browsed, Lu Yong's voice interrupted his thoughts. My merit points are enough for you to exchange for a red skill book. I intended it as a gift, but now it seems like I'm getting the better deal. Lin Hao quickly waved his hand. No need to be so formal. From the beginning, he hadn't expected a gift in return. While casually browsing the red skill book page, Lin Hao's attention was suddenly captured. The skill books for Red Lotus Shockwave, White Lotus Shockwave, and Purple Lotus Shockwave were prominently listed. There were 2 copies of Purple Lotus Shockwave, while the others only had 1. Pondering this, Lin Hao asked, is your guild leader eyeing the power of Death's Descent and planning to create one for himself? Lu Yong nodded in agreement. That's right, the power of Death's Descent is too tempting. These skills aren't sold individually or to outsiders. But since there are 2 copies of Purple Lotus Shockwave, you should have no problem taking one. Lin Hao declined Lu Yong's generosity. No need. Keep your merit points for yourself. I don't have a pressing need for skills right now. He was silently calculating the characteristics of these shockwave skills. Although they were independent skills, their cooldown times were somewhat unique. Even if he learned 2 types of shockwaves, using one would put the other into cooldown. It was this uniqueness of the 5 skills that led to the rumor of them being able to combine into a super skill. Aside from the shockwave skills, Lin Hao also thought of movement skills like leap and roll. A player could learn multiple ones, but only use one at a time. After using leap, roll would also go into cooldown. However, blink was an exception. It could be followed by other movement skills. A sudden flash of inspiration hit Lin Hao. Perhaps combining roll, leap, and other similar movement skills could also create a more powerful skill. Hearing Lin Hao's words, Lu Yong understood that he wasn't interested in the items in the warehouse. Lu Yong thoughtfully said, all right, I'll hold on to them for you. Maybe you'll find them useful when new items come in. Seeing Lu Yong's insistence, Lin Hao reluctantly agreed. After bidding farewell to Lu Yong, Lin Hao continued his journey towards Jiayu Mountain. However, he hadn't gone far when he encountered an unexpected situation. Ahead, a group of players was fiercely battling a massive black bear. The bear was clearly an elite monster with a health of 18,000 points. The players' panicked expressions showed that they had been caught off guard. Damn, why is there an elite monster here? A warrior player gripped his greatsword, his arm trembling slightly. Zhengfeng, what do we do? We can't handle this. The other team members looked at the ferocious black bear, their fighting spirit gone. The player called Zhengfeng, a mage, said helplessly, what else can we do? You guys run. I'm a mage and can't run fast. I'll stay and buy you some time. No way. We won't abandon a teammate, the others replied in unison. Hearing this, Zhengfeng couldn't help but twitch his lips. He retorted, have you been watching too much anime? Do you really think you're cool? Run. Save yourselves. With that, he raised his staff and cast a fire blast at the black bear. Although the damage wasn't high, it successfully drew the monster's attention. However, the bear's speed exceeded their expectations. In the blink of an eye, it charged right up to them. Just as it seemed they would meet their end, a figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere, blocking the deadly blow. Overwhelmed with relief, Zhengfeng shouted excitedly upon recognizing the newcomer. It's Master Tian. The others also noticed the name above Lin Hao's head and reacted like they were meeting a celebrity. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm seeing the legendary master alive here. I'm so moved that Master Tian would use his star flash to save us noobs. Lin Hao quickly activated a mid-level shield spell to block the bear's attacks. At the same time, he unleashed a powerful fire blast. He turned to the players behind him and said, instead of being amazed, you should back off. Zhengfeng nodded, understanding that staying would only be a burden. He wanted to warn Lin Hao about the level 20 elite monster, But seeing Lin Hao casually deal 5,454 points of damage, he swallowed his words. He could only think, didn't we all just come from the same newbie village? How could there be such a huge gap? The same fire blast, yet Lin Hao's damage was 10 times his. As the group retreated, Lin Hao focused on handling the black bear. Normally, Lin Hao wouldn't get involved in others' battles. Even if he wanted to kill monsters, he would wait until they were out of combat. Whether they were killed by the monster or defeated, it was of no concern to him. But this group was different. They had previously stood up for him against the Quangzhan Guild on the World Channel. Since they met by chance, he decided to help them out. Besides, he had no intention of letting the elite monster go. The elite black bear stood tall in front of Lin Hao, its level 20 elite status making it a formidable opponent. With an attack power of 18,000, 1,000 defense, and 860 magic resistance, plus 779 skill points, this bear was like a moving fortress. Ordinary level 20 players would struggle to even scratch its hide. However, in Lin Hao's eyes, this mighty black bear was as fragile as paper. With a simple gesture, he unleashed a blazing flame spell, sending a searing fireball hurtling towards the bear, hitting it precisely. The bear's fur singed instantly, and a pained roar echoed through the forest. The battle had only been underway for 3 seconds, yet Lin Hao had already cast 2 blazing flame spells. The bear's massive body began to falter, its health dropping to below half. It was at this moment that Lin Hao noticed a strange moon symbol suddenly appearing above the elite monster's head. What kind of skill is this? Lin Hao wondered. He was well acquainted with the bear's abilities Bite, Intimidate, and Berserk skills he had encountered countless times, yet he had never seen such a symbol before. Despite his curiosity, Lin Hao's actions didn't slow. He raised his hand again, and a third blazing flame spell roared forth. This time, the damage it inflicted on the bear shocked even Lin Hao. 40,000 damage, several players behind him exclaimed. That's insane. Not even level 30 players can do that. More like level 40. Another player added. I have a friend at level 40 who can't deal damage this high. Lin Hao hadn't expected such astonishing damage either. Even with the War God talent boost, the Blazing Flame spell's final damage should have been 27,270. How had it suddenly increased by half? He pondered for a moment and quickly connected the dots to the moon symbol that had appeared on the monster. A realization dawned on him, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. So that's it. It's the effect of the Fables staff, the Mark of Fables, he thought to himself. Every time I use a skill to attack an enemy, there's a 50 base chance to apply this mark. Once triggered, the target takes an additional 50 damage for 3 seconds. Understanding the situation, Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Although the sudden surge in damage was a good thing, he generally disliked the feeling of his abilities being beyond his control. However, Lin Hao didn't dwell too much on the Mark of Fables. He had been using the Fable staff for a long time, and this was only the first time the special effect had been triggered, indicating a disappointingly low probability. Even though the base trigger rate was 50, any living target would naturally have resistance to abnormal statuses. Even a 200 base probability couldn't guarantee the special effect would trigger every time, let alone a mere 50. Anything involving probability is a bit of a mystery, Lin Hao muttered to himself. He knew that water element mages had a legendary skill that ensured negative effects always hit. This skill was definitely on his wish list, but that was for the future. With a level 10 Fable staff, it was unlikely to last until then. In fact, if it weren't for the 10 mana regeneration effect, Lin Hao would have replaced the staff long ago. But for now, his focus returned to the nearly defeated black bear in front of him, ready to deliver the final blow. Lin Hao turned to face the group behind him, his expression serious as he warned. You should leave here as soon as possible. The Sword Dance Storm crew will likely be back any minute. These words struck like a bolt of lightning, snapping Shay Yuzhen Feng out of his shock. He suddenly remembered. That's right. I almost forgot. This is Sword Dance Storm's territory. We ran into that black bear because we were trying to avoid them. He scratched his head in confusion, furrowing his brows. Strange. I could have sworn I saw them heading this way. Was it just my imagination? Casually tossing the newly acquired red equipment into the auction house, Lin Hao replied calmly. No need to doubt. They were here. I just dealt with them. I estimate they've already respawned and are on their way back. What? You took them all out? Shay Yuzhen Feng gasped, his voice trembling slightly. Those 5 aren't ordinary players. Any one of them could easily defeat the members of the Berserk world. They're in a whole different league. Their leader, young and arrogant, is one of the top players among level 20 novices. He looked at Lin Hao with awe. No wonder you're a celestial master. You can completely outmatch these experts with just level 10 gear. As Lin Hao was about to leave, Shay Yuzhen Feng suddenly remembered something and urgently called out. Celestial Master, be careful of the Berserk Guild. I saw them bringing several level 30 players, probably coming for you. Lin Hao paused, frowning slightly. They got here fast. After a brief contemplation, he continued. While the Berserk Guild can't compare to Sword Dance Storm, level 30 players are definitely not weaker than young and arrogant at level 20. There's a gap between guilds, but it's not something a level 40 solo player can challenge lightly. He shrugged, his tone relaxed. Let them come. If we cross paths, I'll just deal with them too. With that, Lin Hao resumed his journey, walking with determination. He thought to himself, I've already wasted a lot of time. I need to hurry before I miss my chance. Lin Hao's calm demeanor and dismissive attitude towards his opponents only increased the admiration of those behind him. Someone whispered in awe, that's the true mark of a master. If someone told me the Celestial Master is actually a level 90 player, I'd probably believe it. Exactly. Another agreed. Whether it's game mechanics, skill proficiency, or understanding of the game, he doesn't seem like a novice at all. Clearly, talent is what matters most in gaming, someone mused. I used to think I was talented, but now I realize I might have misunderstood what talent really means. After Lin Hao left, he successfully reached Jiayu Mountain. Surprisingly, the Abyss Grand Priest wasn't at the mountaintop, but hidden in a concealed cave halfway up. Lin Hao examined the smooth cut of the cave entrance, thinking, this must have been freshly carved by the person inside. Lin Hao's arrival immediately caught the Grand Priest's attention. A powerful aura surged from all directions, but quickly dissipated upon recognizing him. The Grand Priest looked slightly surprised and said, I knew we would meet again, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Lin Hao smiled and nodded in response. Indeed, what a coincidence. I originally came to see the moon. The Abyssal High Priest, Dugu Ting, sat cross-legged on the ground, his face as pale as paper, clearly indicating the severity of his backstab wound. Weakly raising his hand, he spoke in a low voice, do not speak of what happened here. Leave quickly. It's best if you also withdraw from the Abyss Church and sever ties with me. A system notification sounded. The Abyssal High Priest wishes to sever ties with you. Do you accept? Without hesitation, Lin Hao chose no. His gaze was firm and his voice resolute. High Priest, I will never sever my ties with you. Dugu Ting raised an eyebrow, showing a hint of surprise. After a moment of contemplation, a complex expression flickered in his eyes. You probably don't know yet, but I am no longer the High Priest of the Abyss Church. I have become their enemy. If you insist on standing by me, you will not only face the crusade of the Light Church, but also the wrath of the Abyss Church. Do you still wish to stand by my side? Hearing this, Lin Hao's face showed a look of shock. Seeing this, Dugu Ting felt a pang of disappointment. He recalled his former glory as the Abyssal High Priest, commanding millions of followers. Even after being sealed following a great battle, when the world believed him dead, he could still feel the unwavering faith from the Abyss Church. However, upon re-emerging, he found himself betrayed by his successors, and even his once loyal subordinates had dwindled. Among their descendants, few were willing to follow him, leaving him in a state of betrayal and isolation. Dugu Ting's once gentle face twisted slightly with anger. At that moment, Lin Hao dropped his feigned look of shock, speaking calmly yet firmly. High Priest, I fear no challenge. As you said, there is a significant bond between us. I believe following you is my destiny. If I cannot overcome the challenges, it will only be due to my own lack of strength. Upon hearing this, Dugu Ting's anger vanished, replaced by a look of surprise and delight. He laughed heartily. Young one, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. From our first meeting, I sensed that you were different from the ordinary folk. Others would have already fled. In the future, you will surely be grateful for today's decision. With that, Dugu Ting closed his eyes and concentrated, casting 3 consecutive spells. The system notification followed. Ding, the Abyssal High Priest has granted you an eternal blessing, significantly increasing your agility attribute. Agility 100. Lin Hao looked at his soaring stats, feeling a sense of amazement. Indeed, the risk and reward are proportional. This 100-point attribute boost would have required at least half a month of completing complex large-scale tasks within the Light Church. But by following Dugu Ting, it was effortlessly obtained in an instant. This is the advantage of directly interacting with top-tier NPCs. The rewards they casually bestow often surpass what one could achieve through arduous efforts. Lin Hao glanced at his status panel, surprised to find his agility had reached 206 points. Reflecting on when he had 106 points and activated the Swift as the Wind skill, he was only slightly faster than a level 20 assassin, still at risk of being caught. Now, even a level 30 assassin would struggle to keep up. After all, for an ordinary profession, each level up only grants 5 random attribute points. Even if all of them were added to agility, by the time one reaches level 30, including the initial agility attribute, it wouldn't even reach 170 points. Lin Hao calculated in his mind, deeply feeling the generosity of the reward given by the former Abyss High Priest. His agility attribute suddenly increased by 200 points, which would drive assassin players crazy with envy if they knew. What excited him even more was that the system had not yet indicated an upper limit for his attributes, meaning there might be more opportunities to gain blessings in agility in the future. Just as Lin Hao was immersed in joy, Dugu Ting suddenly coughed weakly. His face turned even paler, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. This scene made Lin Hao feel a pang of concern considering that even in the dungeon, Du Guting hadn't been out of breath after casting such powerful spells. It was clear how severe his injury was this time. High Priest, are you alright? Lin Hao asked with genuine concern in his voice. He certainly didn't want this High Priest, who could bring him great benefits, to collapse. Fortunately, Du Guting recovered quickly, and his complexion soon returned to normal. He waved his hand casually and said, "Not dead yet." As he spoke, his gaze fell on Lin Hao's equipment. "You've grown much stronger since we last met, but your weapon is still quite lacking," Du Guting commented. Although the parable staff's attributes weren't bad, it clearly didn't meet the High Priest's standards. With a casual gesture, Du Guting summoned a staff with an orange glow into his hand. The staff was pitch black and embedded with a large black gem. It exuded an ominous aura, clearly extraordinary. "This is a staff I used during my time training as a magic apprentice with my master. I no longer need it, so I'll give it to you," Du Guting said, looking at the staff with a hint of nostalgia. Clearly, the staff held significant meaning for him. If not for this exceptionally talented young man who had saved him from the dungeon and stood firmly by his side, he would never have given away such a treasure lightly. Lin Hao took the staff, falling into a state of long-lasting shock as he examined its attributes. Dark Devourer. Quality, orange. Required level, 20. Class requirement, mage. Effect 1. Increases magic attack power by 1,000 points. Effect 2. Converts 50 of the effective damage dealt into temporary mana, stored in the mana gem, which can store up to 100,000 mana points for 600 seconds. The stored mana can be used to restore one's own mana or fuel skill usage. So strong. Lin Hao couldn't help but exclaim. Just the basic attribute alone, with a magic attack power of 1,000 points, was 832 points higher than his current parable staff. Such an incredible level of magic attack power was comparable to a level 40 legendary staff. Lin Hao was overwhelmed with astonishment. Even with the combined boosts from the Wrathful Mage and Warlord talents, his total mana was less than 10,000 points. In the entire realm, not even level 90 players could surpass a mana pool of 10,000 points. The strength of this staff far exceeded his imagination. Lin Hao gazed at the staff in his hand, overwhelmed by a sense of awe. This level 20 equipment had effects comparable to a max-level legendary item, making him gasp in disbelief. The first effect of the staff had already left Lin Hao amazed. It could increase the user's overall attributes by 50, an extraordinary enhancement rarely seen in low-level gear. He couldn't help but imagine the surge in his power, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The second effect was even more astonishing. The mana gem embedded in the staff could store up to 100,000 mana points, accessible without any restrictions. In his mind, Lin Hao envisioned himself casting endless spells in battle, a confident smile playing on his lips. "This is practically a divine artifact," Lin Hao murmured to himself, eagerly moving on to the third effect. Upon reading the third effect, Lin Hao's eyes widened. A fixed damage of 1,000,000 points, bypassing all defenses and invincibility effects, even rendering resurrection skills useless. His grip on the staff tightened, as if he were holding a weapon capable of immense destruction. Who in the realm could withstand such damage? Lin Hao pondered, both thrilled and a bit uneasy about the power. He hoped never to be forced into a situation where he needed to use this skill, as it would mean he was at a dead end. But if that day ever came, he was ready to deliver a cataclysmic finale to his foes. Taking a deep breath to calm his excitement, Lin Hao focused on the staff's description. A brief line of text shocked him once more. A gift personally crafted by the Dark King for his apprentice. Du Guting is actually the Dark King's apprentice? Lin Hao looked at the man before him, waves of astonishment crashing over him. The Dark King held a status in the realm akin to a deity, a legendary figure. Lin Hao had been skeptical of such legends, but now he not only met the Dark King's apprentice, but also received his staff. As Lin Hao was immersed in these revelations, Du Guting's voice interrupted his thoughts. "You have the weapon now, and next, I will teach you a forbidden technique." Lin Hao's eyes lit up instantly. Du Guting's generosity was always a pleasant surprise, and such a charismatic leader was rare indeed. Had he not been imprisoned for millennia, even the reappearance of the Dark King might not have overshadowed his influence in the Abyssal Church. Lin Hao marveled at the twists of fate, but was also grateful to have encountered Du Guting. He held his breath, ready to learn the forbidden technique from this legendary figure, filled with anticipation and reverence. As Lin Hao was focused on his training, a notification suddenly sounded in his mind. "Ding! The Abyss Priest Du Guting is offering to teach you the forbidden art, healing technique. Do you accept?" Lin Hao paused, furrowing his brow. Healing technique? How could that be a forbidden art? Despite his doubts, he cautiously thought to himself, "Accept." "Ding! You have mastered the forbidden art. Healing technique." The system promptly notified. "Be aware that if you use the forbidden art in the presence of the Light Church members, they will immediately attack you." Lin Hao quickly opened the skill information to examine this so-called forbidden art. He wondered to himself why the Light Church would prohibit even a healing technique. The skill information appeared before him. Forbidden art, healing technique, quality, special skill, class requirement, rank or above magic-based hidden class affiliated with the Abyss Church. Effect, applies a healing technique to any target, restoring a fixed 20 of the target's total health, with a maximum cap of 500 of the user's attack power. Lin Hao's eyes lit up. This healing technique was indeed unique. Ordinary healing techniques typically restore a fixed amount of health, but this forbidden art restores a percentage. What truly surprised him was the first part of the skill description: it can be applied to any target. Doesn't that mean I can heal not only teammates and myself, but even enemies? Lin Hao muttered to himself. Could it even work on monsters and bosses? If so, the potential uses for this skill are immense. As Lin Hao pondered, Dugu Ting's weak voice came through. Next, I have a task for you. I hope you can find an item that can seal light energy. My injuries are severe, but with my regenerative abilities, I can manage. However, I cannot expel the light energy within me. The system immediately displayed a quest notification. Ding, the Abyss Priest Dugu Ting has given you a quest. Find an item that seals light energy. Clues can be found at the Light Church. Lin Hao nodded solemnly. Don't worry, Great Priest, I will bring the item. Dugu Ting nodded slightly, then retrieved a delicate token from his robes and handed it to Lin Hao. Transmitting token. Quality, subtoken. Type, special item. Description, with this token, you can bypass any restrictions to communicate with the holder of the main token. This item is non-droppable and bound to Tianshur. Accepting the token, Lin Hao suddenly remembered something and tentatively asked, Great Priest, do you know Hui Yunwu? Dugu Ting pondered for a moment, then shook his head. I don't know him. I see. Lin Hao murmured thoughtfully, nodding before turning to leave the cave. Once outside, Lin Hao promptly changed his gear. He donned the Dark Devourer and put away the parable staff. Under the influence of the wrathful Tianshur talent, all attributes related to magical attack power were converted to physical attack power. Lin Hao was delighted to find that his attack power had skyrocketed from 1718 to 2550 points. This upgrade is like trading a slingshot for a cannon. Lin Hao thought excitedly, feeling the surge of power within him as he prepared for the challenges ahead. Lin Hao stood at the cave entrance, gazing at the distant city of Wanghua. The Church of Light towered in the center, housing the object of his Miss Iona Light Pearl. This precious gem was the key to completing his task. Yet, a troubling issue lingered in his mind. His relationship with the Executor had become complicated. They were supposed to be allies, but now Lin Hao served the former Abyssal High Priest, who had not only left the Abyssal Church but had become an enemy. This meant that he and the Executor might now be on opposing sides. Lin Hao keenly noticed that today, the Executor, contrary to usual, did not go for tea but went out instead. More intriguingly, the Executor clearly hadn't met with Dugu Ting. Otherwise, obtaining the Light Pearl would have been as simple as asking, without needing to commission Lin Hao. So, what was the Executor's purpose? Lin Hao speculated that it was likely an order from above to hunt down Dugu Ting, but the attempt was unsuccessful. With the uncertainty of the Executor's stance, Lin Hao had to proceed cautiously. After all, the Executor was a level 60 super expert, and not an ordinary one at that. NPCs holding key positions in factions were often more challenging than top players of the same level. If a fight broke out, Lin Hao, a mere level 20 novice, would probably have no chance of escape. While Lin Hao pondered, a monster suddenly appeared before him. It was a vine bear, level 30, with 12,000 health, 1,000 attack, and 1,000 defense. Its skills included Vine Entangle, Whip, and Pounce. This intelligent black bear could skillfully use the vines wrapped around it to launch attacks. Lin Hao was somewhat surprised to encounter the highest level monster on this map. Its attributes were even stronger than those of elite monsters in their 20s, a full 10 levels above Lin Hao. An ordinary level 20 player would have turned and fled, but Lin Hao was not the least bit flustered. Instead, he smiled slightly. Perfect, I can test the Dark Devourer's abilities on you, he thought to himself. The vine bear moved swiftly, swinging the vines like a whip. However, Lin Hao reacted even faster. He instantly cast a level 5 fire burst, and the fireball hit the vine bear's forehead with precision. The damage from this strike was so high that even Lin Hao was surprised. This was just an ordinary fire burst, not even triggering the warlord's talent. With only 12,000 total health, the vine bear could be completely defeated with just 2 fire bursts. Lin Hao glanced at the mana stone on his staff, which showed the number 3,975, exactly half of the damage dealt. At the same time, the vine bear's attack landed on him. Lin Hao didn't use Star Flash or Intermediate Barrier. He simply endured the hit. Wow, that's some serious damage, truly worthy of a level 30 monster, Lin Hao remarked, but he was unconcerned. His health remained unchanged, replaced by a loss of 1,000 mana points. Lin Hao quickly tapped into the mana stone, instantly replenishing his mana, and the stone's number changed to 2,925. Lin Hao nodded, calculating. A level 5 fire burst required 50 mana points to cast, and the numbers matched perfectly. This unexpected encounter not only allowed him to test his newly acquired abilities, but also strengthened his resolve to move forward. Lin Hao was deeply focused on studying his skills when, suddenly, the Vine Bear launched a second fierce attack. This time, he quickly activated the intermediate barrier technique, easily deflecting the oncoming assault. Without hesitation, Lin Hao cast a forbidden healing spell, targeting the Vine Bear directly. 2,400. Seeing the monster's health recover by 20, a hint of delight flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. He thought to himself, if this works on regular monsters, it should be just as effective on bosses, right? Imagining those late-game bosses with health in the millions, Lin Hao couldn't help but smile slyly. If he were to use this trick while others were in the heat of battling a boss, it could throw his opponents into instant despair. Lin Hao shook his head, chiding himself for having such a mischievous thought. He had the healing spell, yet his first instinct wasn't to use it for self-preservation, but rather to figure out how to mess with others. All right, little bear, your task ends here, Lin Hao murmured to himself, casually unleashing a blazing flame spell. Although he had just restored 2,000 health points to the monster, bringing its remaining health above half, and thus failing to trigger the War God's 5-fold talent, this attack still instantly killed the Vine Bear. The system notification chimed in. Ding, you have slain a level 30 Vine Bear, earning 1,200 experience points. You gain an additional 1,200 experience points for defeating an enemy 10 levels above you. Lin Hao's eyes lit up, instantly gaining 2,400 experience points. This place was practically his leveling paradise. Yet, completing the task at hand was his immediate priority. He glanced at his mana gem, confirming that the increased mana was 3,225 points, not the expected 3,975. Lin Hao understood this was because the monster's health was only 6,450, and any excess damage became ineffective. Despite understanding the mechanism, he felt a tinge of disappointment. If ineffective damage could convert to mana, he could just train on straw dummies in the practice field. At this point, the mana gem had accumulated 6,150 mana points, enough to sustain for 600 seconds. On his way back, Lin Hao experimented on a few more monsters and reached an exciting conclusion. The 600-second duration could be refreshed. Each time the mana gem's value increased by 1 point, the duration reset to 600 seconds. This meant that as long as he could casually defeat a monster within 600 seconds, the mana in the mana gem would never deplete. Lin Hao marveled at the craftsmanship. The mana gem's effect alone was comparable to a max-level legendary item. What was even more astounding was that the Dark King could embed such a powerful mana gem into a level 20 staff, replacing the original staff effects. It was truly the work of a master craftsman. Along the way, Lin Hao effortlessly dispatched numerous oblivious monsters, his level skyrocketing to 21. The speed of his leveling was akin to riding a rocket. However, this time, he didn't continue to enhance his strength attribute, instead allocating all points to agility. It seemed the designers realized that the low agility of the Wrath Mage could become a hindrance in the later stages. Lin Hao checked his attribute panel, noting that with the base agility plus the 10 points gained from leveling up, he had a total of just 16 agility points. He was puzzled. But the problem is, my agility is already fast enough. The Abyssal High Priest blessings had given Lin Hao a total of 200 attribute points. Looking at his status panel, he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Such an increase in attributes would make even an assassin envious to the point of tears. After a brief consideration, he decided to allocate the extra points to agility. He didn't lack damage output at the moment, so he just needed to avoid putting them into constitution and spirit. While those attributes could enhance his resistances, they were practically useless to him, and investing in them would be a waste. In addition, Lin Hao had pushed the storage of his mana gems to the limit, ready to unleash a full 100,000 points of mana. Feeling the surging energy within him, he continued on his way back. Just as he was about to leave Mount Jiayue, Lin Hao encountered an unexpected obstacle at the foot of the mountain. A massive boss blocked his path, the Iron Hoof Bull King. This beast's attributes were intimidating. Level 25, with a whopping 50,000 health points, 3,000 attack power, and an impressive 2,200 points in both defense and magic resistance. It also possessed 3 powerful skills: Iron Hoof Stomp, Roar, and Rampage. At that moment, a group of players was engaged in a fierce battle with this colossal creature. Standing at a distance, Lin Hao could hear their shouts rising and falling. Come on, everyone, give it your all. The boss's health is almost halfway down. Almost there, finally some hope. This boss's defense and health are ridiculously high. Haha, I've dealt 20 of the damage. Maybe I'll get a level 25 red gear. Damn, I'm so jealous. Lin Hao observed the battlefield carefully and suddenly noticed a few familiar figures among the crowd: Quanzhan Tianxia and his guild members. As the boss's health continued to drop, their actions started to become suspicious. Lin Hao noticed them slowly retreating and blending into the backline. He frowned slightly, thinking to himself, Are they planning another backstab? Sure enough, the members of the Quanzhan Guild didn't disappoint Lin Hao. As soon as they mingled into the backline, they unsparingly raised their swords and began attacking the unsuspecting solo players. One by one, damage numbers exceeding 1,000 appeared above the heads of the backline players. Although the boss's high defense made it difficult for them to deal significant damage to it, these fragile players were taken down in a single strike. In just a few seconds, most of the backline had been slaughtered, with screams echoing throughout. Only a few quick-reacting players managed to escape this sudden massacre. Lin Hao watched coldly, internally remarking, "This world is indeed full of danger and betrayal." As the players who had escaped the battle ran furiously, they cursed angrily, voices filled with rage and frustration. "Berserker Guild, you're not even human. Damn it, so disgusting. Unbelievable. Another backstab." They gritted their teeth and cursed. "I hope you get killed by the boss later and lose all your gear." In response to these curses, Quanzhan Tianxiao remained expressionless, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Their reputation was already notorious, and such words were like mosquito bites to an elephant, having no effect. He sneered with contempt, just the howls of defeated dogs. Life is a game, and in games, it's survival of the fittest. If you're incompetent, don't blame the world for being unfair. This remark immediately triggered a wave of even more intense curses. Talking about trash, who can beat Quanzhan Tianxia? A whole group wiped out by one Tianshi, someone mocked. Another voice chimed in. "That's right, I heard they got wiped out several times." Someone else viciously taunted. "This bunch of garbage just got lucky being born into good families. If they had similar backgrounds, no one would hire them as gold farmers." Quanzhan Tianxia had been ignoring the insults, but upon hearing the name, Tianshi, he reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, bristling with anger. A flash of fury crossed his eyes as he scornfully replied, "Tianshi is nothing. Just got lucky in the newbie village with some crappy gear. Outside the newbie village, what is he?" As he spoke, he deliberately patted his armor, the sound of metal clinking clearly. "See this? It's a treasure personally given by Quanzhan Bafeng, a level 15 legendary gear." Quanzhan Tianxiao boasted, showing off his equipment. "Plus my Xuanwu shield. I have 2 legendary items at level 15. None of my set pieces are below level 15 red gear." His tone was full of superiority. "It's not that there aren't higher level items, I just can't wear them yet. This is the guild's foundation. What does a lone player have to compare? That Tianshi is probably still in level 10 newbie gear." His team members immediately chimed in with disdain. "Exactly, that Tianshi just got some luck in the newbie village. Now facing us, he's not even worth one hand." The powerful equipment gave them unparalleled confidence, each wearing a proud smile. Following Quanzhan Tianxia, they got new gear with every level, making them extremely proud of their privilege. The solo players were left speechless, unable to argue against this blatant disparity in strength. Some who frequented forums knew Tianshi had reached level 19, but they also knew he was still using level 10 gear. In terms of resources, ordinary solo players couldn't compete with the guild. High-quality gear rarely made it to auction houses, often acquired through bartering or private deals. Despite this, these players still believed that even with such a gear difference, the Berserker Guild members were no match for Tianshi. They had witnessed Tianshi single-handedly taking on level 40 players, a gap in strength that equipment couldn't bridge. Quanzhan Tianxia seemed overwhelmed by his arrogance, confidently declaring, "Just watch. If he dares to show up, I'll make sure he doesn't leave." At that moment, a slightly mocking voice came from behind them. "Oh really?" Everyone turned sharply to see Lin Hao walking leisurely down the slope, his gaze sweeping over them with a hint of sarcasm. "You all look like a bunch of clowns." He paused, his gaze suddenly sharp. "All right, those in the bushes, stop hiding. A group of level 30 players trying to ambush someone fresh out of the newbie village. Aren't you ashamed?" Quanzhan Tianxiao froze on the spot, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He expected Tianshi to descend from here, but he hadn't anticipated his opponent being so perceptive, seeing through their ambush at a glance. "If we don't descend the mountain from this side, we'll have to take another route to reach the next city." Lin Hao stood atop the mountain, his eyes scanning the distant plains. The monsters over there were only slightly higher in level, ranging from 31 to 50. He knew that once a monster exceeded level 30, its attributes would increase exponentially. Lin Hao frowned, pondering whether the Celestial Master could handle these monsters. But what about the players? He recalled his own words. As long as the player's level doesn't exceed the map's level, it's fine. But if he rashly entered a level 50 map, level 50 players would undoubtedly swarm in. After weighing his options, Lin Hao decided to descend the mountain from this side. To ensure safety, he lured a boss, attracting a large number of players and blocking the path down the mountain completely. Although the plains were vast, there was only one path down the mountain, and even if he changed direction, he couldn't escape others' notice. At that moment, Lin Hao noticed someone hiding in the bushes behind him. This discovery surprised him because even the solo players who had been fighting the boss from the start hadn't noticed. Huangzhan Tianxiao immediately realized this might be the Celestial Master trying to trick him. The players in the bushes seemed to think the same and remained hidden. Seeing this, Lin Hao turned and pretended to leave. Huangzhan Tianxia, seeing that Lin Hao had no intention of stealing the boss, became anxious. Haha, didn't I say so? The Celestial Master only had a bit of luck in the newbie village. Once out, seeing me, he can only run away with his tail between his legs. Upon hearing this, the solo players couldn't help but roll their eyes. Someone mocked. Do you think we're fools? Stop deceiving yourself. If there's no one behind those bushes, I'll eat this boss. Huangzhan Tianxiao ignored the taunts, but seeing Lin Hao leave decisively, he realized he might really have been exposed. The players in the bushes couldn't sit still any longer. Two people jumped out, while the others remained hidden. A warrior player looked puzzled. How did you spot us? Lin Hao didn't bother to answer, casually saying, Are you going to fight or not? If not, I'm leaving. A silent swordsman player suddenly spoke up, accusing. Young people these days have no manners. However, they still didn't move forward, knowing that one more step would put them within the mage's attack range. Lin Hao laughed at this. So these are the 30-level players from the guild, huh? Quite an eye-opener. The solo players also chimed in with ridicule. They said they weren't afraid of the Celestial Master, but now they're face-palming in an instant. This is hilarious. Two level 30 players intimidated by one Celestial Master. Does laughing at this benefit anyone? The series of actions by Huangzhan Guild completely ruined their reputation. Whenever there's a chance, solo players would unleash their scorn. Lin Hao realized that in the battle of public opinion, he had never faced a losing situation. Those two level 30 players, though thick-skinned, couldn't compare to Huangzhan Tianxia. After being chastised, they felt humiliated, being intimidated by a mage lower in level than them. The two exchanged a glance and suddenly attacked. They moved swiftly, closing most of the distance with a single charge. Lin Hao didn't hold back, using his long-range advantage as a mage to cast an explosive flame spell immediately. At such close range, the swordsman player had no chance to dodge. The terrifying damage instantly took him down. The other player was left dumbfounded. Although warned about the Celestial Master's high damage, they hadn't expected to be taken down instantly. While he was still in shock, another explosive flame spell hit. The two who had just emerged were wiped out in an instant. Seeing such devastating damage, Huangzhan Tianxiao was not alarmed, but actually pleased. The Celestial Master changed his staff. He no longer has the mana recovery effect. He astutely noticed that the previously red staff had turned black. Previously, casting a spell would restore mana, but now it didn't. Although the damage had increased, the loss of survivability was a complete reverse optimization. Huangzhan Tianxia couldn't help but shout. Brothers, spread out and charge. Wear him down. Without the ability to sustain, no matter how high the damage, he wasn't afraid. Despite the enemy's scattered charge, Lin Hao's level 5 explosive flames spell remained devastatingly powerful. Flames danced through the air, consuming 6 enemies in just a few seconds. As Huangzhan Tianxia and his team rushed towards Lin Hao, they witnessed their comrades reduced to ashes. Brothers, charge! The team members seemed energized, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Even with 6 fallen, they remained fearless. After all, they had come well prepared, and the Celestial Master had lost his stamina. Seeing the enemies closing in, Lin Hao activated his swift steps. His agility, with a stat of 216, exploded in a burst, making his figure flicker across the battlefield like a phantom, leaving the warrior players unable to catch even a shadow. Just as Lin Hao was about to turn and head into Jiayu Mountain, planning to use his speed to kite them, a faint yet familiar whistling sound suddenly reached his ears. Instinctively, Lin Hao deployed his level 3 intermediate barrier spell, instantly forming a transparent shield with 10,200 points of protection thanks to his enhanced attack power. In the next moment, a black dagger, exuding a deathly aura, appeared out of nowhere and struck. The terrifying damage shattered the shield instantly and continued to hit Lin Hao, reducing his mana by 1,200 points and leaving him with bleeding, poisoning, and blinding statuses. The attacker revealed himself, and the scattered players were shocked to recognize him. Oh my god, that's the level 30 master from the Phantom Guild, Shadow, someone exclaimed. He's a legendary assassin, having successfully taken down a level 50 player when he was only level 20. 12,600 points of damage. Is this the world of experts? He seems even stronger than the Celestial Master, another player marveled. Not just that, look at the 3 negative statuses on the Celestial Master. It's outrageous. The Huangzhan Guild really went all out this time, even bringing in this master. They say he never fails, and his level is higher than the Celestial Master's. The scattered players watched this epic clash with excitement. Lin Hao also recognized his opponent's profession, Killer, the level hidden class of assassins. He quickly recalled the killer's traits. The passive talent, Killer's Insight, which increases their damage by 100 when attacking from stealth, dealing triple damage to shields. While ordinary assassins boost their attack power by 10 of their agility, killers can increase it by an amount equal to their agility, making it a profession that maximizes agility. Lin Hao's gaze fell on the weapon in his opponent's hand, recognizing it as the level 30 legendary weapon Dance of Death. This dagger was easily among the top 10 level 30 weapons, with formidable power. Facing such a formidable opponent, Lin Hao knew the real challenge was just beginning. Lin Hao faced the assassin with an intimidating white value of 782 without a trace of fear. This assassin not only dealt incredible damage, but could also trigger 3 random negative effects, with his damage doubling against foes with such effects. The Berserk Guild had clearly invested heavily to take on Lin Hao. Tired of bullying weaklings in the newbie village, Lin Hao's eyes lit up, finally facing a worthy opponent. As soon as the assassin appeared, Lin Hao quickly activated the mage's shield, instantly clearing all negative statuses. He could tolerate bleeding and poison, but the blinding effect was truly annoying. In a flash, Lin Hao applied a cooldown reduction effect to his intermediate barrier spell to handle the assassin's high damage. Without hesitation, he unleashed his explosive flame spell. While an average mage would need 0.3 seconds to charge, enough time for the assassin to strike multiple times, Lin Hao was no ordinary mage. His spell cast instantly, making it nearly impossible for even the most agile assassin to dodge at such close range. However, the assassin, known as Shadow, showed no fear and instead wore a crazed smile. He praised, "As expected of the master, your reputation is well deserved. Seeing through my attack in advance shows some skill." Just as the explosive flame spell was about to hit, Shadow casually waved his hand, and a twisted black portal appeared before him. The spell was sucked in, vanishing without a trace. Immediately after, Shadow vanished again, as if he had never been there. For the first time, Lin Hao's expression turned serious. He recognized this red space skill space warp. It created a space black hole lasting 3 seconds, absorbing all ranged attacks. It was an exceptionally domineering skill. Lin Hao thought to himself, missing the attack and immediately vanishing without lingering. This guy is indeed tricky. Other players might attack under the protection of the space black hole, allowing me to counter easily. Ranged attacks ineffective? A staff strike would still hurt. Unfortunately, the opponent wasn't reckless. At that moment, the members of the Berserk Guild surged forward like a tidal wave, entering attack range. Berserk Tianxia shouted excitedly, "Huh? He's done for. His shield of over 10,000 points is gone. Let's see how he survives now." With that, he swung his weapon down. The guild members behind him unleashed their best skills. If this wave of attacks hit, even the master would find it hard to survive. Seeing this, the scattered players felt utterly hopeless. Someone sighed. "It's over. The legend of the master will fall today." Berserk Tianxia's group came well prepared, not only boosting their strength significantly, but also bringing in such a formidable figure. "I now think the master isn't all that," another player remarked. "In an unknown fight, he probably can't beat Shadow." "That's a pointless statement," someone retorted. "No mage can beat an assassin. It's a class counter, especially against Shadow, who's no ordinary assassin." "Exactly," another agreed. "No matter how strong the master is, he's just a mage. Losing is normal, winning would be extraordinary." Everyone present had little faith in the Tianxia. It wasn't just the overwhelming numerical disadvantage, but also the lurking Shadow, ready to strike at any moment. Lin Hao scoffed, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Did these fools really think they could challenge him? In the blink of an eye, Lin Hao used Star Flash. His figure streaked across like a meteor, retreating 10 meters instantly, easily evading the melee player's assault. At the same time, a dazzling red lotus appeared out of thin air, unleashing a massive shockwave that swept through the players ahead. The melee player's fatal weakness was exposed. They had to be close to attack. Even as they tried to maintain distance, they couldn't escape the red lotus shockwave. In a flash, 7 players were reduced to ashes, disappearing from the battlefield. Huangzhan Tianxia was prepared. He launched Fearless Charge immediately, enduring the damage from the red lotus shockwave and forcing his way to Lin Hao. Remembering his last defeat vividly, he dared not act recklessly and resorted to a simple attack. Seeing the Tianxia's mana bar shrink slightly, Huangzhan Tianxia couldn't help but smile smugly. "Tianxia, even you have your day." He was convinced the Tianxia had lost the ability to restore mana through damage. Without sustainability, high damage was futile. At this moment, the Shadow, who had been waiting for the right moment, struck a deadly blow. His timing was impeccable, silently slipping behind Lin Hao just as he launched an attack. With a single stab, Lin Hao's mana dropped by another 2,100 points, nearly depleted. The situation worsened as 4 level 30 players suddenly emerged from the bushes, making the crisis even more dire. To everyone, it seemed the Tianxia was truly doomed. His main skills were on cooldown, and he had lost the mana recovery effect. If each attack could restore over 700 mana points, he might have held on longer, perhaps taking a few more down with him. But now, the battle was one-sided, and victory seemed impossible. Lin Hao glanced at his dwindling mana, less than 2,000 points left. Yet, he remained calm and composed, as if confident of victory. He made a quick decision, targeting the shadow with his explosive flame technique. The shadow reacted swiftly, dodging the lethal attack with a roll at almost point-blank range. Every move he made was decisive, as if he could predict Lin Hao's every step. Guangzhou Tianxia seized the perfect opportunity to attack. During Lin Hao's brief opening, he unleashed his newly learned powerful skill Savage Slash. 3 fierce strikes, each adding 50 more damage, totaling an astounding 3,002 points. This attack completely drained Lin Hao's mana. Meanwhile, the attacks from the 4 level 30 players were just arriving. As the Tianxia seemed on the brink of death, the onlooking solo players couldn't help but feel regret. Solo players just can't match up to guilds, someone sighed quietly. Even someone as formidable as the Tianxia struggles alone. Alas, one person's strength is ultimately limited. Another player agreed, filled with regret over the Tianxia's impending downfall. The members of the Berserker Guild surged forward like a tidal wave. Not only were they numerous, but their levels far surpassed their opponents. To everyone's astonishment, they even brought in a renowned assassin who specialized in countering mages. The spectacle left onlookers in awe. This is unbelievable. Only someone like Tianxia could hold out this long. If it were me, I'd be taken out in an instant, one player remarked. Bro, you're giving yourself too much credit, another scoffed. Do you really think you're worth their effort? At that moment, a few level 30 players seized the perfect opportunity to launch an attack. They evidently knew Tianxia's skills inside out, waiting for him to unleash the Red Lotus shockwave before springing their ambush. The lower level players were mere cannon fodder. These high level players were the real threat. If Tianxia had his previous gear setup, he wouldn't have been able to regenerate his mana fast enough to keep up with their attack rhythm. However, just when everyone thought victory was assured, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. With a mere thought, Lin Hao replenished his mana to full capacity using the energy stored in his mana gem. The once empty mana bar suddenly filled to the brim, leaving everyone stunned. What the heck? Am I seeing things? This is insane. What kind of skill refills mana instantly like that? You're mistaken, it can't be a skill. There are many mana restoration skills, but they usually recover only small amounts. A full refill must be from a super rare special item. That makes sense. It looks like a one-time use precious item. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, the 4 level 30 players launched a fierce attack, each using their most powerful skills. These 4 were clearly not ordinary freelancers. They collectively dealt an astonishing 12,619 points of damage. Lin Hao's freshly restored 6,050 mana points were instantly depleted, negating 12,100 points of damage. The remaining 519 points hit him directly. Yet, before his opponents could celebrate, Lin Hao calmly said, "If this is all you've got, you might want to bring more people next time." Berserker World's fury was palpable. You're on the brink of defeat, and you still dare to boast. However, as the words left his mouth, the sight before him made him question his sanity. Tianxia's mana bar, just emptied, refilled instantly once again. Hacker. This is insane. How is this possible? Tianxia's mana is at least 6,000 points. What item can refill so much at once? Not just that, including the previous refill, it restored at least 12,000 points. This is crazy. Such a game-breaking special item isn't even a one-off. It can be used twice. Unbelievable. Could it be? He can use it a third time? Special items are often usable once or thrice. Despite their brief despair after the attack, Berserker World and his team quickly regained their composure. They still believed the advantage was theirs. Although many had fallen, they were merely the cannon fodder. The real threats remained. For level 30 players, the super-skilled Shadow God, and Berserker World himself, wielding 2 legendary items, making him as formidable as a level 30 player. If Lin Hao knew what they were thinking, he would probably burst into laughter. This group of opponents had given it their all, revealing their trump cards, yet they only managed to deplete a little over 12,000 of his mana points. Meanwhile, his mana gem still held over 80,000. Of course, he would never reveal this secret. An unknown trump card is always the most intimidating, forcing opponents to speculate about the true extent of his power. Without saying much, Lin Hao flicked his fingers, and a fire blast instantly hit Guangzhou Tianxia, with the scorching aftershock affecting the 4 people beside him. Although this LV1 fire blast wasn't powerful enough to take them down in one hit, Lin Hao didn't mind at all. He could feel the energy in his mana gem rapidly regenerating. 1937. 1,275. 1,275. In the blink of an eye, his mana had increased by over 5,700 points. With such a formidable recovery ability, Lin Hao mused to himself, "Is there even a chance I could lose this battle?" However, Guangzhou Tianxia and his team were reignited with hope. To them, the use of that special item must be limited. Thus, they attacked even more vigorously. convinced that with their numbers advantage, they could eventually exhaust this seemingly invincible celestial master. Lin Hao's mana was depleted once more. This time, Ning didn't dodge, but instead revealed his trump card, the legendary skill Shadow Companion. A puppet with attack power and agility equivalent to Ning appeared out of thin air. This puppet, unable to be targeted or damaged, could perfectly replicate every attack Ning made, dealing equal damage for a full 10 seconds. Seeing this powerful legendary skill, Lin Hao's expression turned serious. He immediately established a mental connection with his mana gem, instantly restoring his mana to full. Meanwhile, Ying's attacks came like a torrential storm. Even without the bonus from Shadow Strike, his other skills dealt astonishing damage, not only depleting Lin Hao's mana, but also dealing over 1,000 points of actual damage. If it weren't for having drunk the everlasting tea earlier, coupled with the accumulated damage beforehand, Lin Hao might have met his end. However, reality isn't about what-ifs. The final result was that Lin Hao survived, and this formidable assassin was about to meet his demise. Lin Hao calmly stated, "You're a worthy opponent, but with just this, you're far from killing me." Before his words had fully landed, a blazing explosion spell had already been unleashed. This time, Ning had nowhere to hide. Even such a powerful assassin couldn't withstand the devastating power of this explosion spell and was instantly killed. Wow! The nearby solo players were left dumbfounded, finding it hard to believe what they were witnessing. The assassin player who had seemed almost godlike to them, capable of assassinating level 50 players at just level 20, had fallen just like that? One of the solo players who also played as an assassin spoke with a tone full of disappointment. Ning was too hasty. He shouldn't have revealed himself like that. Then he wouldn't have died. You can't really blame him, another player chimed in. It's mainly because this celestial master is too overpowering. How can a mage have so much health? Exactly, a third player agreed. That last attack clearly depleted his mana and dealt over 1,000 damage. Yet he wasn't taken down. It's just outrageous. Incredible. These top players seem like a different species compared to us ordinary gamers, as if they're playing two completely different games. The fall of Ning was like a heavy blow to the hearts of all onlookers. Even Guangzhan Tianxia and his team were left speechless in shock. If they hadn't seen with their own eyes that Tianshi's mana was depleted and his health was critically low, they would have doubted whether this guy was truly unbeatable. However, in the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. Tianshi's mana bar was full again. What the heck? This is ridiculous, someone exclaimed. That's the fourth time he's regenerated. Everyone speculated about what kind of special item this could be and why it was so overpowered. Restoring over 6,000 mana points and being able to use it 4 times in a row was unheard of. Some couldn't help but sarcastically ask, which genius designer came up with this item? It's seriously disrupting the game's balance. Are the developers blind to this? Guangzhan Tianxia was utterly despairing. He watched helplessly as Tianshi's skills came off cooldown, and the intermediate barrier spell was instantly activated. In fact, with the cooldown reduction effect from the god's protection, this skill could have been used much earlier. Tianshi had only waited because Ning was still alive, making it pointless to use it then. At this point, the remaining opponents were incapable of inflicting significant damage on the shield. A single explosive fire spell took down another player. When they finally managed to break the shield, another explosive fire spell instantly killed one more. With that, the outcome was decided, and Guangzhan Tianxia and his team had no chance of turning the tables. After defeating all of them, Lin Hao leisurely began to collect the spoils of battle, while solo players excitedly shared their experiences on the forums. Shock! Ying's first defeat. This headline immediately caught the attention of countless players. Although Ning wasn't as well known as Tianshi among the entire player base, his reputation was formidable among novice assassin players. Many didn't even finish reading the content before speculating. Ning lost? Was his opponent a level 60 player? That's the only possibility. After all, Ning could assassinate level 50 players at level 20, and now he's level 30. Only a level 60 player could pose a threat to him. However, as more people read the full story, they couldn't help but comment. Your so-called Ning isn't that impressive after all. Even with so many allies, he couldn't defeat Tianshi. Tianshi, someone was puzzled. Didn't he just leave the newbie village? Isn't his level lower than Ying's? How could he be a match for Ning? Many assassin players found the result hard to accept, but after watching the video, they could only express their disbelief. Tianshi managed to defeat over 20 players, including 7 level 30 players, and even Ning was taken down. Many assassin players were disheartened, feeling as though their idol had crumbled. The blow was immense. A master who could hunt level 50 players at level 20, even with many allies, was still no match for Tianshi. Meanwhile, mage players couldn't stop grinning. Huh? Tianshi is the god of us mage players. The one true god. Ning isn't all that, claiming to be able to kill with one strike. Yet despite stabbing so many times, Tianshi remained unharmed. That's not entirely fair, someone pointed out objectively. Ning is still impressive, being the first to survive so long after attacking Tianshi and dealing that much damage. Good point, another player agreed. Everyone else was instantly obliterated by the explosive fire spell, but he managed to hold out and deal significant damage. He certainly has skills. The forum was buzzing with activity, but Lin Hao was focused on gathering loot. This was the most critical moment of the team battle. Not picking up the spoils after a victory would be akin to defeat. The ground was littered with equipment, the lowest quality being rare items glowing with a blue light. Lin Hao's attention was drawn to two pieces emitting a dazzling orange glow, legendary items. He quickly picked them up. The surrounding solo players rubbed their eyes in disbelief, staring at the legendary items. Damn, they really are legendary items, and two of them, one player exclaimed. The Celestial Master has incredible luck. This battle must have earned him at least 5 or 6 million, another remarked. I wonder who the unlucky ones are that dropped those legendary items. They might cry themselves to sleep tonight, someone said with schadenfreude. Stop guessing. A player familiar with the equipment interjected. I recognize both of these. They belong to Berserk World. Haha, serves him right. Always backstabbing teammates. Now he's getting his comeuppance. Exactly. He was having the time of his life taking out the backline earlier. His sin value was terrifyingly high, and now it's too late to cry. The solo players discussed gleefully, more excited about Berserk World's misfortune than obtaining legendary items themselves. Lin Hao examined the two legendary items in his hands and couldn't help but muse. This unlucky fellow just bought the Xuanwu shield, and now it's back with me. Not only that, but he also threw in a legendary armor. What a generous guy. These two level 15 legendary items, a warrior's armor and the Xuanwu shield, were unusable for Lin Hao, but he decided to keep them. With the 12 items he had obtained from the world boss, plus the Dark Devourer, his collection of legendary items now totaled 15, exceeding that of an average guild. After tossing the other unusable equipment into the auction house, Lin Hao strode towards the boss. With the downfall of the Berserk Guild, the scattered guild players who had been holding their ground against the boss fled like wild horses. Lin Hao glanced at the boss's health, which was down to just over 21,000 points. Even if he went all out, he couldn't inflict the decisive 50 damage to claim all the loot. After a moment's thought, he used the forbidden technique, healing spell on the boss. Instantly, the boss's health surged by 10,000 points. What the hell? The uninformed solo players were dumbfounded. They had just struggled to deplete over 20,000 health, and in the blink of an eye, nearly half was restored. This boss doesn't have a healing skill. Is it a bug? Amidst the confusion, Lin Hao made his move. A seemingly ordinary explosive flame spell struck the boss's forehead, followed swiftly by a second one. As the 5-digit damage numbers appeared, the boss collapsed with a thud, scattering equipment all over the ground. The casual players stood in shock, rubbing their eyes in disbelief at the scene before them. The formidable boss they once struggled against, the Ironhoof Bull King with its towering 2,200 defense points, had been felled by just 2 explosive fire spells from Tianshi. How is this possible? One player stammered. Isn't that defense supposed to be impenetrable? Lin Hao felt a surge of joy as the system notifications chimed. Ding! You have slain the level 25 Ironhoof Bull King, earning 2,500 experience points. An additional 1,000 experience points for defeating an enemy 4 levels higher. Ding! The War God talent is activated. You have absorbed the essence of the Ironhoof Bull King, permanently increasing your attack power by 100 points. Ding! Player Tianshi dealt over 50 of the damage to the boss, claiming all the rewards. An idea struck Lin Hao. He quickly cast a forbidden healing spell, restoring the boss's health, and then defeated it again. This tactic was recognized by the system as valid damage output. This is practically an infinite loop exploit. Lin Hao thought excitedly. I can use this trick to claim all the rewards for myself. However, when he checked the boss's loot, he was slightly disappointed. Among the 7 items, 5 were ordinary blue gear, and only 2 were red equipment, a dagger for assassins and a necklace for mages. Lin Hao examined the bullhorn necklace closely. Quality, red equipment. Level, 25. Class requirement, mage. Effect 1. Increases maximum mana by 500 points. Effect 2. Reduces spell cooldown by 5. Not bad, Lin Hao evaluated. The cooldown reduction isn't much, but it'll definitely be useful. I can use it once I reach level 25. After defeating the boss, Lin Hao felt he was one step closer to reaching level 22. Although there was no announcement for the first kill, he didn't mind. He had already sensed the unique leveling experience of the Celestial Realm. The monsters in the Celestial Realm offered rich experience, but were incredibly tough. Ordinary players risked being counterkilled if they fought solo, and teaming up would split the experience. But for a powerhouse like Lin Hao, hunting monsters solo was akin to riding a rocket, leveling up at an astonishing pace. This explained why, among the first players to enter the Celestial Realm, only 3 had reached level 90, while most remained around level 80. The gap in strength was magnified here. Lin Hao clenched his fist, his eyes shining with determination. He knew he was standing on the brink of a rapid rise. After Lin Hao defeated the guild players, his darkness value soared to 737 points, just 263 points shy of upgrading his Red Lotus Shockwave. He initially considered continuing the slaughter at the city gates, but with a mission at hand, he had to abandon the idea. Racing back to Moon City, Lin Hao easily dispatched any monsters that blocked his path. His level had reached 22 and was on the brink of hitting level 23. The War God's talent for ignoring defense and dealing 5 times damage allowed him to level up at an astonishing pace. He once again allocated his points to agility, boosting it to 226. Lin Hao calculated that this attribute should suffice until he reached level 35, hoping the High Priest wouldn't grant him any more agility points. As night fell, Lin Hao headed straight for the Church of Light. The church doors were firmly shut, guarded by 2 heavily armored NPCs on high alert. They questioned Lin Hao's identity and purpose with a condescending tone. Lin Hao responded coldly. "I am a celestial master, a distinguished guest of the church leader. Hurry and report my arrival." The guards looked puzzled, clearly unfamiliar with the title Celestial Master. Just as they hesitated, a clear, cold voice echoed from within the church. "Let him in." The guards quickly stepped aside, wary of offending Lin Hao. With a steely gaze, Lin Hao strode into the church. Inside the dimly lit chapel, flickering candlelight cast an eerie and unsettling atmosphere. Suddenly, a gaunt figure appeared before Lin Hao. The man's eyes were indifferent, and his voice was icy. "How do you know my identity?" This question left the man perplexed. His identity was known to only a select few within the Abyss Church's upper echelons, and there was no such person as a celestial master among them. Yet, the person before him seemed to know him inside out, which made him instinctively wary. Lin Hao immediately understood that Hui Yunwu had already learned about the incident at the Wangwei Inn. Without showing any emotion, he asked in return, "Is your identity some kind of unspeakable secret?" Hui Yunwu let out a cold snort, his gaze as sharp as a blade fixed on Lin Hao. His skin was so pale it was almost translucent, even fairer than most women, and he wore the white robe of a bishop from the Church of Light. If one didn't know better, they might easily mistake him for a woman. "My identity isn't exactly a major secret, but it's not something every insignificant person should know." Hui Yunwu's voice was icy, and his eyes glinted dangerously. "You'd better give me a reasonable explanation, or even if you can keep resurrecting, I can keep killing." Unfazed by the threat, Lin Hao regarded the man before him with interest. He calmly replied, "Hui Yunwu, as I said before, you're not yet worthy of knowing my identity." This statement completely infuriated Hui Yunwu. He no longer concealed his imposing aura. His white robe began to ripple as if stirred by an invisible wind, ready to strike. At this critical moment, Lin Hao spoke slowly. "After 10 years, you haven't forgotten your mission, have you?" Hui Yunwu was taken aback by these words. The only person who should know about his mission here was his superior. Even though they hadn't met in a decade, they had maintained periodic contact, and he had never heard of any heavenly master. What puzzled him more was that Lin Hao's tone suggested he was someone of considerable importance. Hui Yunwu lowered his arms and said in a serious tone, "If you really know about this, then speak plainly." Lin Hao replied unhurriedly, "Let me help you recall. 10 years ago, under the orders of Protector Wu, you came to the Church of Light in Wangwei City, starting from the lowest level as an instructor. The reason you chose this place was that there were rumors about the whereabouts of the fragments of the Bright God Cauldron. 10 years have passed, and you've risen to the position of leader, but what about the Bright God Cauldron? Have you betrayed the Abyssal Church and forgotten Protector Wu's kindness to you?" Every word Lin Hao spoke carried a scrutinizing tone, causing Hui Yunwu to shudder internally. This young man knew about such confidential matters in detail. Could he be someone even Elder Wu dared not offend? Otherwise, Elder Wu would have informed him in advance. There was only one possibility. This young man's influence exceeded even that of Elder Wu, preventing him from revealing any information. With this realization, Hui Yunwu's demeanor immediately became more respectful. "Honorable Heavenly Master, please forgive my earlier rudeness. For the past decade, I've never forgotten my mission. Through my relentless efforts, I've finally become the leader of this branch of the Church of Light." Gripping the railing of the cathedral, I gazed down at the devoted worshippers, feeling a deep sense of accomplishment. However, this glory hasn't made me forget my true goal, the whereabouts of the fragments of the Divine Light Cauldron. I have tirelessly sought information, dispatched countless spies, and searched every possible corner. Unfortunately, these efforts have yielded nothing, like stones sinking into the sea. I couldn't help but sigh, furrowing my brow. Just then, Hui Yunwu hurriedly approached, his face filled with urgency. I raised my hand to interrupt him before he could speak. "Enough. I know your loyalty to Protector Wu, and I trust you won't betray us." Hui Yunwu's expression relaxed slightly, though his eyes still flickered with doubt. He cautiously asked, "Then, sir, why have you come here specifically this time?" A slight, mysterious smile played on my lips. "Of course, It's about the whereabouts of the divine light cauldron. Do you think I wanted to come to this small rural town? I paused, looked into Hui Yunwu's eyes, and slowly said, I already know where the fragments of the divine light cauldron are. Before I finished speaking, Hui Yunwu couldn't contain his excitement and blurted out, where? Realizing his lack of composure, he quickly apologized with a smile. Master, I lost my composure just now. I shook my head with a smile, indicating I didn't mind. In fact, I was calculating in my mind how to weave a convincing lie using my past life's experience. I was keenly aware of my current situation and dared not truly treat Hui Yunwu as a subordinate. Clearing my throat, I slowly revealed the prepared story. As for the whereabouts of the divine light cauldron fragments, it's both far away and right under our noses. Pointing to the ground of the cathedral, I said mysteriously, believe it or not, the object we've been longing for is right beneath this cathedral. What? Hui Yunwu's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at me, his face full of shock and confusion. Clearly, he was pondering why he hadn't noticed it all these years and how I came to know such incredible news. I saw through his thoughts, but had no intention of explaining. After all, I had completely fabricated this location. I was secretly relieved, thankful that Hui Yunwu didn't know my knowledge of the Divine Light Cauldron was limited to the game's background. The Divine Light Cauldron, a legendary artifact in the game's lore, was the weapon of the deity worshipped by the Church of Light. In a fierce battle with the Dark King, it shattered into fragments, scattering in different directions. One fragment was rumored to have flown towards Wanghua City. Even as a fragment, its value far surpassed that of ordinary legendary weapons. Yet, no matter how people searched, its whereabouts remained elusive. I chuckled inwardly, knowing that none of those present, not even myself, truly knew where the Divine Light Cauldron was. In the world I came from, this mystery remained unsolved. After all, such a powerful artifact, even in fragments, could have torn through space and entered another dimension. If there were any chance of finding it, players would not have given up. My gaze swept over Hui Yunwu's astonished face as I plotted my next move. The legendary story of the Divine Light Cauldron was still unknown to current players. It would take another 2 years before this astonishing secret was revealed to the public. During this time, I must tread carefully, maintaining my position while preparing for the changes to come. Lin Hao had no intention of explaining, and after Hu Yunwu imagined Lin Hao's identity, he stopped questioning. Taking a deep breath, he looked determined and said, Sir, I'll go retrieve the fragments of the Light God Cauldron right away. The night was deep, and silence enveloped the surroundings. Lin Hao suddenly spoke up to stop him. Hold on. The power of the Light God Cauldron is extraordinary. There might already be formidable light creatures underground. Are you fully prepared? Hu Yunwu smiled confidently, patting his chest. Rest assured, sir, I have some confidence in my own strength. More importantly, I carry with me a treasure bestowed by the church. If the cauldron is indeed down there, I will surely retrieve it. Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction. Very well. I'll await your good news here. By the way, those tea leaves of yours are quite nice. Perhaps you could send a few more boxes over. Hearing this, Hu Yunwu's mouth twitched slightly. A few boxes, he thought to himself, lamenting inwardly. These were 1,000-year-old spirit teas, not your average leaves. He had painstakingly collected 6 boxes over the years and barely drank any himself, having already used up one. Suppressing his heartache, Hu Yunwu forced a smile. Master Lin, I only have 3 boxes left now. If you like them, I'll have them all sent to you. Seeing this, Lin Hao knew when to stop. All right, thank you. It's my duty. Hu Yunwu replied bitterly, quickly leaving the church to avoid further extortion. Lin Hao watched Hu Yunwu leave, but didn't act immediately, in case Hu returned unexpectedly. Only after a servant delivered the 3 boxes of tea did he relax. Hu Yunwu had indeed gone underground, but Lin Hao didn't care about the method. He only knew he had to act quickly before Hu returned, or the consequences would be dire. Securing the precious tea, Lin Hao didn't even glance at it, dismissing the flattering servant immediately and starting his mission. The light pearl was enshrined in the deepest room of the church, placed on an altar. Having been part of the Moonlight City Light Church, Lin Hao knew the place like the back of his hand. Soon, he found the light pearl. Though not large, the light pearl was the size of an adult's fist, emitting a faint yellow-gold glow. Bathing in its light, one couldn't help but feel an indescribable peace. But Lin Hao had no time to dwell on this, quickly storing the light pearl in his system backpack and leaving the church promptly. Outside the church, Lin Hao didn't let his guard down, hastening towards the city gate. However, he was stopped by 2 guards. Halt! No one may leave the city at night, one guard shouted sternly. Lin Hao wasn't surprised. All cities in the celestial realm closed their gates at night, preventing entry and exit. The official explanation was to guard against more ferocious monsters that attacked at night. Of course, Lin Hao wouldn't stop there. Moonlight City was only a level 30 map at most, with weak defenses. Including the tower guards, there were only about 10 people. Forcing his way through would be easy, but he didn't want to be wanted across the city. Killing NPCs brought no benefits, but if killed by one, He would be banned from logging into the game for 3 days and remain wanted upon return a severe punishment. Seeing Lin Hao not intending to stop, the two guards assumed battle stances, one reaching for a horn to sound the alarm. Quick to react, Lin Hao cast a forbidden skill, Taunt. Instantly, the two guards began fighting each other. This skill, rarely used recently, was less effective against players outside the newbie village, who mostly had cleansing skills or items. But against regular NPCs, especially rogue types, it worked wonders. As they fought, Lin Hao swiftly reached the city gate. Though heavy, the gate wasn't insurmountable. Using the power of Starlight Flash, Lin Hao easily leapt over the wall, landing outside the city. Suddenly, a golden light shot up from the church inside the city, illuminating half of it. The light soared into the sky, then shot eastward, followed by a figure chasing after it. Looking up, Lin Hao saw that it was Hu Yunwu, though his speed was noticeably slower, struggling to catch up with the golden light. Seeing that familiar figure and recalling the golden light that had just shot out, Lin Hao's eyes widened in shock. He thought to himself, I was just making things up, and there really is something down there? A shiver ran through him, filled with regret. If he'd known, he would have waited until his strength increased before searching himself. After all, this was a shard of a divine artifact. A wave of immense disappointment washed over him, as if he had missed out on a fortune. However, he quickly sensed something was amiss. In his previous life, countless high-level players had scoured this place, turning Moonwatch City upside down, yet found nothing. Why did Hui Yunwu discover something so quickly? Lin Hao suddenly remembered that Hui Yunwu had mentioned the church gave him some kind of treasure. Could it be related? As Lin Hao pondered, he suddenly noticed the golden light heading towards Moonpeak Mountain. Du Guting was still there, healing. Lin Hao's heart tightened, thinking, this is a disaster. The severely injured Du Guting is no match for Hui Yunwu. He was in a dilemma. The task item he had just obtained might end up with the task giver facing danger. What a predicament. With this in mind, Lin Hao quickly pulled out his communication token and urgently sent a message. High Priest, a level 60 expert is heading your way. Leave Moonpeak Mountain immediately. But after waiting a moment, there was no response. Lin Hao was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan and immediately activated his speed boost skill. With 226 agility points, he dashed forward like a gust of wind. As night fell, although the monsters became more ferocious, the number of players grinding at night didn't decrease. For these players, the concept of working by day and resting by night didn't exist. Playing for 48 hours straight was the norm. The players near Moonpeak Mountain naturally noticed the dazzling golden light. Its brilliance was so intense, it could blind anyone looking at it, indicating it was a rare treasure. Hey, did you see that? There was a treasure glowing gold flying in the sky. One player shouted excitedly. Stop yelling, I'm not blind. Let's hurry and catch up. It must be priceless, another player responded. Charge, charge, charge. The treasure is mine. Don't try to take it from me. More players joined the chase. Similar scenes played out all over Moonwatch City. Though most knew the chances of a newbie player getting such a treasure were slim, who could say they wouldn't be the lucky one? With this mindset, a large group of solo players swarmed towards Moonpeak Mountain. As these players thought they were fast, a ghostly figure sped past them, vanishing from sight in an instant. The scene left everyone stunned. Was that a mage? Someone asked in confusion. This is crazy, I must be seeing things. How did that mage run faster than me, an assassin? Another person muttered in disbelief. What the heck? How is that mage so much faster than me? More players began to discuss. Stop being surprised and check the nickname, a calm voice suggested. What's up with the nickname? Someone asked, puzzled. Oh wow, it's the Grandmaster. No wonder. The crowd realized when they saw the figure's nickname. Lin Hao sprinted towards Moonpeak Mountain without stopping, encountering many familiar faces along the way. Lu Xiao, seeing his rival, made a throat-cutting gesture and threatened, Grandmaster, that treasure is ours. If you dare go up the mountain, I'll make sure you don't come back down. The rest of the group continued to intimidate Lin Hao, their words sharp as daggers, piercing his heart. Lu Xiao is right. How does a lone wanderer like you always find opportunities? This treasure is ours, and everyone else is just wasting their time. Lin Hao glanced coldly at them, thinking to himself, a bunch of fools. He couldn't be bothered with these self-important people. With a burst of speed, he quickly left them far behind. His figure was like a flash of lightning on the mountain path, disappearing from their sight in an instant. Lu Xiao and his companions stood dumbfounded, watching Lin Hao's retreating figure in shock. How is he so fast? Lu Xiao muttered, filled with disbelief. He turned to a level 30 assassin player beside him, hoping for some reassurance. However, the assassin could only shake his head helplessly. I can't keep up with him. What? Lu Xiao's expression froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. A level 30 assassin couldn't outrun a mage just out of the novice village? This defied his understanding of the game. Is he really not cheating? The doubt in Lu Xiao's mind grew stronger. Watching Lin Hao run further and further away, a sinister smile crept onto Lu Xiao's face. If you won't take the easy path, then you'll face the hard one. Once we're up the mountain, let's see where you can run. His voice dripped with malice and the thrill of revenge. Lin Hao's speed was incredible, like a gust of wind sweeping through the mountains. Along the way, he encountered members of the Berserk Guild and those from Sword Dance. Despite their hostility and the dangerous glint in their eyes, the lure of the treasure kept them from acting immediately. Lin Hao knew that once things concluded, he would face endless trouble. But at this moment, Lin Hao couldn't worry about that. His mind was set on one thing: Duga Ting must not die. If this were an ordinary game, such an important NPC would never easily die. But Lin Hao understood this was no ordinary game. Anything was possible. Hopefully, they haven't met yet. Lin Hao thought anxiously as he raced along the path from memory. If they have, I can't handle a fight against a level 60 top-tier NPC. Once he confirmed no one was following, he dashed into the cave without hesitation. Inside the cave, darkness prevailed, and the air was thick with dampness. Dugu Ting hadn't left, but Lin Hao's worst fears had come true. Hui Yunwu had arrived before him and stood in front of Dugu Ting, his expression cold. Hui Yunwu's left hand gathered a strange black energy, like the scythe of death, pressing menacingly towards Dugu Ting's chest. Dugu Ting, seemingly too injured, was meditating, unaware of the imminent danger. Stop! Lin Hao's shout echoed through the cave as he launched a blazing spell like a meteor towards Hui Yunwu. Hui Yunwu's face changed dramatically. In what seemed like an ordinary spell, he sensed a fatal threat. Confused and alarmed, he quickly withdrew his hand, forming a transparent shield in front of him. Boom! The spell crashed against the shield with a deafening roar. Cracks appeared on its surface, but it held firm. Lin Hao glanced at the shield's stats, feeling a chill over 60,000 points. This is what a level 60 top-tier NPC is, utterly absurd. Gritting his teeth, Lin Hao raised his staff high. Looks like there's no other way. Destroying the Mana Stone would be a huge loss, but if Duga Ting died, the loss would be even greater. Seeing the intruding mage suddenly raise his staff, seemingly making a difficult decision, Hui Yunwu was nearly scared out of his wits. He sensed a destructive threat from that staff. Even using his invincible skills, he would die. What kind of treasure is this, capable of threatening my life? Hui Yunwu's face paled as he shouted in terror. Master Mage, it's me. You have the wrong person. Lin Hao remained expressionless, coldly replying. No mistake, it's you I intend to kill. Hui Yunwu was thrown into utter confusion. His mind raced with countless questions. Seeing Lin Hao about to crush the staff, Hui Yunwu could no longer hold back, his voice filled with despair and fear. Great priest, save me. As soon as these words were spoken, Dugyuting suddenly opened his eyes, and a heavy aura, like a mountain, instantly locked onto Lin Hao. Lin Hao felt his whole body stiffen, as if bound by invisible chains, unable to move. Alarm bells rang in his mind. He realized that this NPC in front of him was likely at level 99. Lin Hao couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He had just been worried about Dugyuting's safety, but now it seemed like he was worrying needlessly. Even with severe injuries, Dugyuting was not someone Hui Yunwu could threaten. Lin Hao's heart raced as he quickly shouted, Great priest, don't move. It's me, the Celestial Master. The familiar voice and aura made Dugyuting withdraw his oppressive force. Looking puzzled, he asked, Why are you two fighting? Hui Yunwu's face was full of anger as he gritted his teeth and said, I want to ask him that. He came in and tried to kill me. Did I dig up your ancestors' graves? He turned to Dugyuting with a questioning tone. Great priest, do you know him? Lin Hao was equally confused and couldn't help but ask. But didn't you say you didn't know Hui Yunwu before? Dugyuting rarely showed an embarrassed look and explained, Ah, so that's how it is. This is indeed my fault. After all, it's been over 2,000 years. I can't remember all my subordinates' names, and I truly didn't recognize him before. Upon hearing this, Hui Yunwu suddenly realized. Lin Hao acted to protect Dugyuting, which meant they were already acquainted. Realizing he might have been played, Hui Yunwu's expression turned grim as he coldly asked, Who exactly are you? Lin Hao felt extremely awkward. He had initially planned to pull a fast one and leave, never to return to Moon City. Who would have thought that after all this, they were actually on the same side? He cleared his throat, trying to lighten the mood. How about I return the tea leaves to you? This remark completely ignited Hui Yunwu's fury. He finally understood that the person in front of him was not a high-ranking member of the Abyssal Church. He had been made a fool of all along. You bastard! Hui Yunwu roared. Throwing the tea leaves was a minor issue, but being mocked was unacceptable. Fortunately, Dugyuting was present, or the situation would have been difficult to resolve. Dugyuting timely intervened. We're all on the same side. It was all a misunderstanding before. Now that it's cleared up, let's all get along. He turned to Lin Hao and asked, Celestial Master, since you're back, does that mean you've completed the task I gave you? Lin Hao nodded and took out the Pearl of Light from his system backpack. Seeing this, Hui Yunwu's face turned dark as ink. Dugyuting, however, smiled and said, Celestial Master, I knew you would never let me down. Consider the tea leaves a reward for you. As for Yunwu, I have something else for you. The system notification chimed. Ding. Main quest completed. Reward acquired. 3 boxes of Millennium Spiritual Tea. Lin Hao sighed inwardly, feeling a bit shortchanged. These 3 boxes of Millennium Spiritual Tea were obtained before completing the task, but regardless, it was better than breaking a mana gem. At that moment, Dugyuting suddenly tossed a token to him. This is the Divine Artisan token. It's useless to me now, so I'll give it to you as a reward. Lin Hao caught the token, examining the mysterious Divine Artisan token with a puzzled expression. Although the Master Craftsman token sounded high-end, Lin Hao had never heard of it in his previous life. Hui Yunwu's face changed drastically, clearly not expecting the High Priest to value this young man so much as to give him the token. Lin Hao examined the attributes of the token carefully. Special quality, bound to the player, Celestial Master level, non-droppable. The simple description left him stunned. It was the only item in the entire realm that could command a Master Craftsman to create a piece of equipment for its holder. A Master Craftsman. They were capable of forging max-level legendary gear. More importantly, this piece of equipment could be customized. Lin Hao began to imagine. With the right materials, he could craft equipment perfectly suited to himself, exponentially boosting his power. He carefully stored the token, calculating in his mind. Rushing to forge the equipment now would be a huge waste, since he couldn't equip a level 100 item, and crafting something at level 20 would be utterly foolish. Lin Hao couldn't help but admire Du Guting's generosity. This gift far exceeded his expectations. After securing the treasure, Lin Hao noticed Du Guting had begun healing himself. Only then did he realize that Du Guting's injuries were perhaps more severe than he had thought. It turned out that the black energy Hui Yunwu used earlier was to suppress the light power within Du Guting. Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it would have been better if this had been explained earlier, saving him from unnecessary worry. Expelling the light power was expected to take 10 minutes, so questions about the Light God Cauldron would have to wait. During this time, Lin Hao opened the forum to browse. The hottest topic was still about Xia Rufin. In the Xia Kingdom, he was a living headline, appearing in nearly every section. One post caught Lin Hao's attention, an important strategy for the Novice Village dungeon boss. The post claimed that according to the latest information from a Celestial Master, if players dealt enough damage to the Goblin King within a specified time, a hidden mechanism would be triggered, granting a special potion. The brief post garnered over 1 million views in an hour, with the comments section filled with excitement. However, someone soon pointed out a minor error in the Celestial Master strategy. It wasn't necessary to deal 50 damage within 3 seconds, but rather within 10 seconds. This discovery gave more players hope, with many expressing their intent to try. So, you just need to deal 50 damage within 10 seconds? Lin Hao raised an eyebrow in surprise. This was new information to him. What surprised him even more was that Xia Rufin had actually made this information public. Lin Hao thought for a moment, and quickly understood the strategy of the AO Long Guild. The Novice Village dungeon is only open to beginners, so by spreading this information widely, they could attract potential players capable of inflicting massive damage on the boss in a short time. These players, benefiting from the tip, would naturally have a favorable impression of the guild, making future recruitment easier. On the forum, there was not only enthusiastic discussion among players from Xia country, but also complaints from many overseas players. Damn, why don't we have such a boss in our island nation? A player from the island nation typed begrudgingly. Our beautiful country doesn't have a goblin boss either, it's a pirate. Wait, maybe the mechanics are the same. An American player suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Oh, praise the master, I think I found a blind spot. Another player responded excitedly. The news spread like wildfire, and was quickly confirmed. Although the bosses in novice villages across different countries varied in appearance, the mechanics were indeed the same. If you could reduce the boss's health by 50 within 10 seconds, you'd have a chance to gain attribute points. However, very few players succeeded, as dealing such significant damage in such a short time was rare. Lin Hao continued browsing the forum and came across some interesting cases. A lucky assassin player from Xia country received 5 special potions out of 20 dropped by the boss. In contrast, an unlucky samurai player from the island nation died on the spot due to the 20 potions dropped by the boss. Worse yet, the mechanism could only be triggered once per person, so another attempt was futile. About 10 minutes later, Lin Hao closed the forum and noticed that Dugyuting and the others had finished healing. Dugyuting's condition had clearly improved, with color returning to his face and his aura becoming more vigorous. Lin Hao approached Dugyuting and asked with concern, "High Priest, how is your recovery?" Before Dugyuting could respond, Hui Yunwu snorted, speaking harshly. "It's not that easy. The High Priest has been sealed in the exile land for 2,000 years, already weak, and was ambushed by those beasts. It's remarkable he's lasted this long." Hui Yunwu's hostility towards Lin Hao was evident, and despite Dugyuting's mediation, he hadn't forgotten the past events. If it weren't for the staff in Lin Hao's hand, he might have already resorted to violence. Seeing the cold demeanor, Lin Hao retorted, "What's with the attitude? I didn't know you were on our side back then. By the way, What's your relationship with the high priest? Although reluctant, Hui Yunwu thought of the high priest's importance and grudgingly explained, my great-great-great-grandfather was a trusted subordinate of the high priest 2,000 years ago. After the high priest disappeared, he left a family command, telling us the high priest wasn't dead. We've been loyal to Dugyuting, not the Abyss Church. As for how we know the high priest isn't dead, that's a long story, going back 2,000 years. Stop. Lin Hao quickly interrupted, not wanting to hear a lengthy history lesson. Lin Hao interrupted Hui Yunwu's narrative, causing a hint of displeasure in Hui Yunwu. But this was precisely the point Hui Yunwu wanted to make. Suppressing his emotions, he continued. Besides Wu Hufa, there are quite a few who are loyal only to the high priest. The question is, how do we inform them that the high priest has returned? Lin Hao's eyes lit up, and he volunteered, leave this to me. Give me a list, and I'll contact them. He felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing that taking initiative was a standard move for an experienced player. Hui Yunwu turned to Dugyuting, and seeing him nod slightly, he said to Lin Hao, then I'll leave it to you. We're in a difficult situation, besieged from all sides. Even if you're exposed, don't implicate me or the high priest. With that, he handed over a list. Lin Hao took the list, and a system prompt immediately sounded. Ding, main quest updated. Find like-minded allies. Glancing at the list, Lin Hao felt a surge of joy. This was a large-scale chain quest. Upon completion, Dugyuting's faction would surely be able to compete with top forces, and he would receive generous rewards. However, it wasn't yet time to act. Lin Hao pondered for a moment and asked, do you have the fragments of the Light God Cauldron? No. Hui Yunwu shook his head, looking calm. Lin Hao was skeptical. Really? Didn't you say before that you would die to get the fragments? Why so calm now? Hui Yunwu explained, I have no reason to deceive you. I pursued the fragments of the Light God Cauldron because they can shatter space and lead to the exile land. Now that the high priest has returned, whether or not we obtain the fragments doesn't matter. What? It can lead to the exile land. Lin Hao was shocked. The exile land they referred to was the beginner's village, and he hadn't expected this artifact could travel back and forth from there. But if that was its only function, it seemed a bit underwhelming. Where are the fragments now? Lin Hao pressed. They shattered space and ran off, Hui Yunwu said, his expression suddenly changing. I followed the fragments into another space, a peculiar world. I saw moving metal boxes with people inside, chatting and laughing. Stranger still, the people there wore unusual clothes and held small metal boxes, staring at them as they walked. Most importantly, after arriving there, I was restricted by the laws of that world, and my power was greatly diminished, nearly unable to return. Lin Hao felt a chill down his spine. Moving metal boxes, could they be cars? Small metal boxes must be cell phones. This NPC actually ventured into the real world. Lin Hao was astounded, but given the anomalies in Tianyu, he was convinced that Hui Yunwu was telling the truth. NPCs in the game could indeed cross over into reality. Lin Hao stood in the cave, his mind reeling from the shocking news he had just learned. The abilities from the game could be brought into reality. If this information got out, it would undoubtedly cause a huge uproar. He recalled a half-sentence he had seen on a web page earlier and finally understood its meaning. Looking down at his hands, Lin Hao pondered. He didn't feel stronger, probably because his own power was still too low, making him no different from an ordinary person after being restricted. After all, even Hui Yunwu, an NPC at level 60, almost became a mere mortal, let alone him, a rookie just out of the beginner's village. Suddenly, a thought crossed Lin Hao's mind. Those high-level players at levels 80 or 90, their strength, even when restricted, far exceeded that of Hui Yunwu. Could they already know this secret? Lin Hao shivered at the thought, realizing how complex a situation he had stumbled into. I must develop cautiously and not expose myself too soon, Lin Hao warned himself, or I won't even be able to guarantee my freedom. Just as Lin Hao was deep in thought, Hui Yunwu's voice brought him back to reality. The restrictions of that world are gradually weakening, Hui Yunwu said thoughtfully. Maybe we can use it as a hidden development base. Lin Hao felt a chill after hearing this. The weakening of restrictions meant what? The NPC's strength would no longer be suppressed. If they clashed with ordinary people, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ordinary weapons might not harm them, and using nuclear weapons would lead to irreversible disaster. Despite his worries, Lin Hao quickly let go of these thoughts. Such major issues were not for a novice like him to worry about. The most important thing now was to improve his strength and ensure his safety. After all, in the game, you could respawn after death, but in reality, you would be truly finished. At that moment, Du Guting spoke up. The priority is to restore my strength. I will wait for you at the Light Church in Wanyu City. Be careful, Celestial Master. Before he finished speaking, Du Guting waved his hand, opening a space portal out of thin air. Seeing this, Hui Yunwu quickly followed him. In the blink of an eye, the two vanished without a trace, leaving Lin Hao alone in the cave. Damn, so heartless. Lin Hao cursed under his breath. There were still many enemies outside eyeing him, and not finding the fragments would certainly cause them to trouble him. Sure enough, Soon after, he heard players' voices outside the cave. Look, there was just a flash of light here. Strange, didn't the treasure fly to the top of the mountain? Forget the treasure, it disappeared into thin air. So what do we do now? Idiot. Of course, we seek revenge on the Celestial Master. We're many, and he's come up the mountain. It's the perfect chance. Makes sense. The players chatted as they searched, quickly discovering Lin Hao in the cave. However, Lin Hao paid them no mind at that moment because he noticed something Du Gu Ting had left behind before leaving a special scroll he knew all too well. Instant burst. A delighted smile spread across Lin Hao's face. Haha, I knew Du Gu Ting was loyal. I didn't follow the wrong person. Outside the cave, the crowd was buzzing with confusion about why Lin Hao was laughing to himself. Lu Xiao sneered. What's this? Has he gone mad? Huang Zhan Tianxiao immediately shouted. Master, this time you have nowhere to run. Lin Hao, unfazed, replied calmly. Oh really? If you're so confident, why don't you come in? Huang Zhan Tianxiao was suddenly at a loss. The memory of being counterattacked in the novice village cave was still fresh. Even with superior numbers and strength now, he dared not act recklessly. The Red Lotus Shockwave's area damage in this narrow cave was like a meat grinder. Anyone who entered would be skewered like candied fruit. Huang Zhan Tianxia turned to the assassin beside him, trying to shift the responsibility. Shadow Master, your space distortion can absorb ranged attacks. How about you lead the way? Shadow cast him a cold glance, as if to say, are you an idiot? Space distortion could indeed counter the Red Lotus Shockwave, but the master had more than one trick up his sleeve. In such a confined space, a single explosive flame could instantly kill him. Even if the first strike was blocked, the second would be fatal. Huang Zhan Tianxiao scratched his head awkwardly, caught in a dilemma. The master with the Red Lotus Shockwave was like an insurmountable mountain in this cave. Unless they could level the cave, no one dared to rush in. But their current strength was clearly not enough to accomplish that. A large group of independent players arrived upon hearing the news. Although they hadn't found any treasures, watching the spectacle was worth the trip. Many streamers pointed their cameras at Huang Zhan Tianxia and his group, provoking a wave of ridicule. Really? The Guangzhou Guild and the Tianya Guild together have over 40 people, including level 30 experts, and they're scared to enter the cave against one master. What a bunch of useless cowards. You can't say that. It's mainly because the master is too strong. Anyone else would have been killed hundreds of times by now. Sigh, it's so disappointing. I used to admire the Shadow Master, but he doesn't even have the courage to face the enemy. Exactly. Didn't people say before that the master would be instantly killed if he met the Shadow Master? Why aren't they saying that now? Huang Zhan Tianxia and his group were used to such criticism, but the once revered Shadow found it hard to endure. He had come to redeem himself, but with the master in the cave, he didn't want to risk his life. As everyone was stuck in a stalemate, a voice suddenly rang out. Make way. A young and arrogant player from the Jinwu Fengyun Guild squeezed through the crowd, pulling a red scroll with a mysterious aura from his system backpack. The scroll depicted a red flower, with a small figure being drawn into it. Lin Hao was startled, thinking, he actually has a traction scroll. The effect of the traction scroll is simple yet powerful. It designates a target within a 500-meter range and instantly brings them before the user, regardless of terrain. While this spatial scroll is not a rare treasure, it is certainly not an ordinary item. Lin Hao understood that with a large guild backing them, they could indeed acquire any kind of treasure. Shadow's eyes lit up with excitement. As long as they could pull the Celestial Master out of the cave, they could easily subdue him. Young Reckless immediately began to deploy. Everyone get ready. Charge your powerful skills in advance. As soon as the Celestial Master appears, focus your fire right there. He pointed to a spot in front of him, indicating the target location. Despite their reluctance to be commanded, the likes of Furious Battle World complied for the sake of defeating the Celestial Master. Mages and archers prepared their strongest skills, ready to unleash them as soon as the Celestial Master appeared. Lin Hao couldn't help but be impressed by their meticulous preparation. Furious Battle World's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Now you're scared? Too late. Over these past days, the term Celestial Master had almost become his nightmare, as he was consistently defeated in their confrontations. But this time, he was convinced the Celestial Master had no escape. Young Reckless had a sudden realization and urgently reminded them. The traction completes instantly. You need to release your skills 0.1 seconds early to prevent him from using Starry Flash to escape. You have to anticipate, understand. Although his tone was unpleasant, he indeed pointed out a crucial detail. While ordinary players would struggle to dodge all attacks in an instant, the Celestial Master's abilities were formidable. This time, they would rather risk damage overflow than hold back. Seeing their thorough preparations, Lin Hao couldn't help but applaud. Impressive, but unfortunately, your luck is lacking. Before he finished speaking, he pulled out a scroll emanating a strange aura. This unexpected item immediately caught everyone's attention. Could it turn the tide? A sharp-eyed player recognized the scroll and immediately turned pale, retreating hurriedly. Run. It's the mysterious scroll the Celestial Master used before against a boss. What? Damn. Wait for me. Is it true? Is that the scroll that summons death itself? Exclamations of shock echoed, and panic spread like a tidal wave among the crowd. The once confident formation instantly crumbled, as everyone realized the situation had completely reversed. Believe it or not, I'm out of here, shouted a solo player as he turned to flee the scene. I don't want to risk my life just for a bit of entertainment. Leveling up is hard work. As soon as he finished speaking, it was as if he had triggered a chain reaction. A large group of solo players, like startled birds, began to scramble away in panic, fearing that a moment's hesitation would cost them the experience points they had worked so hard to earn all day. Meanwhile, the guild players turned their gazes towards their respective leaders, their intentions clear. At the leader's command, they would run without a second thought, not daring to look back. They had witnessed the power of the Reaper's descent in videos and knew that if even a world boss couldn't withstand it, what chance did they stand? Watching Lin Hao and another player's palpable hesitation, Young and Reckless couldn't help but sneer. No wonder your ambushes always fail. With this kind of stupidity, it's no surprise, he said coldly. His words were like adding fuel to the fire. Battle Frenzy was instantly enraged, clenching his fists and glaring fiercely. Even if the other party was from Sword Dance Storm, one of the top 10 guilds in Xia Nation, he wouldn't allow anyone to insult him like that. What did you say? He growled through gritted teeth. Young and Reckless remained unfazed, looking even more disdainful. What? Did I lie? Think about it. If the Celestial Master really had a mysterious scroll, would he waste time listening to us babble here? Battle Frenzy was taken aback, recalling his past encounters with the Celestial Master. Indeed, the Celestial Master was always decisive, never wasting words when he could take action. So why was he acting so out of character this time? Damn, almost got fooled again. Battle Frenzy cursed, clearly convinced by Young and Reckless analysis. Lin Hao's face turned sheepish, having just been planning to slip away quietly with his people during the conversation. Many solo players, having heard this, began to regain their courage and were tempted to move closer. However, the streamer players remained the calmest. For them, losing a level wasn't the worst thing. They were more eager to capture every detail of the Reaper's descent. After all, it was a rare chance for views. Yet, they couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed now, as the scroll in the Celestial Master's hands might not be the real mysterious scroll. The atmosphere in the live stream turned bizarre. An emotionally charged mage player shouted, "No! My Celestial Master God, you can't die." Meanwhile, some assassins who had been on the receiving end before laughed with schadenfreude. Huh? What goes around comes around. Now it's your turn. More people began to defend the Celestial Master. Even if the Celestial Master dies here, so what? Being besieged by 3 major guilds, it's an honorable death. Yeah, way better than that shadow guy, someone agreed. Last time, so many people from the Battle Frenzy Guild tried to kill the Celestial Master and ended up being counter-killed. Embarrassing. Ah, it's just a shame, someone lamented. We won't get to see the majesty of the Reaper's descent again, or else everyone here would be doomed. Just as everyone was convinced that the scroll in his hand was fake, Lin Hao couldn't help but shake his head. His voice was calm and cold, stating the obvious. I gave you a chance, and yet you couldn't take it. Is it possible that I haven't used the scroll because I think you're not worthy? This statement hit every guild member present like a sledgehammer, leaving them feeling deeply insulted, their hearts churning with anger and humiliation. Insolent. Saying we're not worthy? You're just being stubborn in the face of death. Quang Zhan Tianxia was furious, clenching his fists tightly, veins bulging. No wonder you're a master. Even your lip service is impressive, but ultimately, it's all about fists. Amidst the tense standoff, Nian Shaoqing Quang suddenly stepped forward, a sly gleam in his eyes. He shouted, "Everyone get ready. I'll count down from 3, and when I reach 1, attack together." Got it. Quang Zhan Tianxia suppressed his anger and nodded slowly. This self-proclaimed master's arrogant demeanor, treating them like fools, was even more infuriating than the master himself. Although others felt displeased, they chose to endure for the sake of dealing with the master. Seeing everyone nod in agreement, Nian Shaoqing Quang began his deliberately loud countdown. 3, 2, attack. To everyone's surprise, just as he reached 2, Nian Shaoqing Quang suddenly used a traction scroll on Lin Hao without warning. It turned out he had already pulled Quang Zhan Tianxia, Lin Hao, and Ning into a temporary group chat during the preparation phase. The loud countdown was merely a ruse to mislead the master. The real attack was triggered at 2. Quang Zhan Tianxia and Lin Hao had already revealed this plan in the guild chat, and all their previous actions were part of a carefully orchestrated act. The sudden turn of events left the onlooking solo players shocked. Wow, that coordination is impressive. No wonder they're a guild. They can suppress so many solo players. They've got skills. Exactly. I've seen solo players clash with a guild before. The solo players outnumbered them 3 to 1, but still ended up fleeing. And that guild isn't even highly ranked in the celestial realm. I have to say, The master didn't lose unjustly this time. Three major guilds going all out and using such underhanded tactics. Who wouldn't fall for it? However, Lin Hao remained unfazed. Having survived countless ambushes in his past life, he was accustomed to such tricks. He had seen these tactics dozens of times and wouldn't be easily fooled. The moment they began counting, Lin Hao decisively used a burst scroll, upgrading the Red Lotus shockwave to its maximum level, transforming it into Death's Descent. He immediately activated his swift movement skill. Just as he was about to break through the encirclement, the traction scroll's effect locked onto him. Lin Hao's figure vanished in an instant, seemingly about to be teleported away. At the critical moment, he unhesitatingly unleashed Death's Descent. A bizarre scene unfolded. Lin Hao's body, though in a state of traction and supposed to leave the space, was forcibly halted midair. Everyone was bewildered, but Lin Hao was well aware of his skill's effects. The moment death appeared, the concepts of time and space were completely sealed. His traction state was forcibly interrupted, suspending him in midair. Originally 260 meters away from everyone, he was now less than 100 meters away. With Death's Descent's attack range being 200 meters centered on himself, it meant everyone was encompassed. Nian Shaoqing Kuang and Lu Xiao were immediately terrified, yet unable to react. They could clearly see death hovering above them, their minds racing, but they couldn't even lift a finger, let alone use any skills. That really is a mysterious scroll. The solo players who had retreated 200 meters away were now filled with shock. They witnessed the breathtaking showdown, realizing they might have witnessed the birth of a legend. The players caught in the Death God's domain were, as if petrified, unable to move. Meanwhile, those outside remained unharmed. Some curious players attempted to rush in to see what was happening, only to be stopped by an invisible barrier they couldn't break through. This was the magical effect of the isolated space. Inside the Death God's realm, fireballs, water spheres, and arrows floated midair, defying the laws of gravity. If Newton were to witness this scene, he might just jump out of his grave in disbelief. At that moment, the Death God made a move. In an instant, the Death God vanished without a trace, and the world returned to silence. All that remained on the ground were scattered pieces of equipment, silently recounting the fierce battle that had just taken place. This unexpected ambush concluded in a way no one had anticipated. In the live stream, viewers were buzzing with excitement. Even though the screen was pitch black, the bullet comments poured in like a tidal wave, expressing their exhilaration. Witnessing the Death God's descent again, these effects are out of this world. The three major guilds tried to besiege the Master, only to be completely wiped out. The Master is my idol. Still doubting the authenticity of the scroll in the Master's possession? Ha ha. I knew the Master couldn't possibly fail. Why have all those assassin players gone silent? Yeah, your proud shadow god vanished without a trace before even being seen. He activated stealth mode immediately, and by the end of the battle, only one piece of equipment was left. While everyone was still immersed in the shock of the Death God's arrival, Lin Hao had already begun collecting the spoils of war. Over 60 members from the three major guilds participated, resulting in 23 pieces of equipment dropped. Although the drop rate wasn't particularly high, the quality was exceptional, with each piece being at least of blue quality. Among these, Lin Hao found a particularly eye-catching level 20 red mage ring. He carefully examined its attributes. Spirit ring red quality. Class requirement, mage. Equipment level, 20. Effect 1. Increases maximum mana by 200 points. Increases spell attack power by 100 points. Effect 2. Provides an additional 30 magic power boost based on the wearer's spell attack power, up to a maximum of 500 points. Note, this effect only applies when equipped and can be refreshed upon changing the wearer. Lin Hao silently praised the ring, recognizing it as having top-tier effects for red equipment. The moment he picked up the ring, his passive skill as the Anger Mage activated, converting all spell attack-related attributes to physical attack power. Upon checking his attribute panel, Lin Hao saw his physical attack power soar to 2,650 points. This value allowed him to enjoy all the bonus effects. In comparison, the previous owner of the ring only gained an increase of 268 points, 232 points less than Lin Hao. Although this difference might seem small, Lin Hao only gained 500 points of attack because the ring's bonus cap was 500 points. His ability to get a 268-point boost meant he had reached the potential maximum. Once Lin Hao donned the ring, the previous owner's bonus was instantly refreshed. A mere level 20 red ring provided him with a 600-point attack boost, filling Lin Hao with joy. He realized that this piece of equipment would be a significant asset in enhancing his strength. Lin Hao stared at the powerful ring in his hand, calculating silently. Originally, this ring could only increase his attack by 200 points when at full health, but now it provided him with a boost of 400 attack points and an additional 200 mana. With a slight wave of his hand, an unassuming fire spell erupted, delivering an astonishing 9,450 points of damage to its target. The dust of battle was still settling when a glint of excitement flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. Defeating these players not only enhanced his equipment, but also rewarded him with a substantial amount of dark points. One level 30 player's contribution was particularly notable, granting him 1,168 dark points in one go. Swiftly calculating in his mind, Lin Hao realized that combined with his previous accumulation, he now held 1,905 dark points. He was just 95 points shy of leveling up his Red Lotus Shockwave twice. Without hesitation, Lin Hao invested 1,000 dark points to upgrade the skill to level 3. The skill description appeared before him. Red Lotus Shockwave LV3 unleashes a 7-meter wide, 40-meter long wave of light, dealing fixed damage of 1,500 plus 400 of attack power in an area. It is highly effective against shields, inflicting 2.4 times damage. The wave has a piercing effect, unaffected by monsters or players blocking it. Satisfied, Lin Hao nodded, feeling the surge in power from the upgraded skill. His gaze swept over the low-level freelance players around him, weighing the pros and cons. These players were mostly at levels in their teens, even lower than him. Eliminating them would yield negligible dark points and could provoke a backlash on the forums, not worth the trouble. Lin Hao understood that to accumulate dark points quickly, he needed to target the well-established guilds. As Lin Hao pondered, the outcome of this battle sparked heated discussions worldwide. At the headquarters of the AO Long Guild, Xiao Rufin and Bei Muxue were deeply analyzing the Reaper's Descent skill. The power of Reaper's Descent far exceeds our expectations, Xiao Rufin said gravely, his eyes shimmering with amazement. He initially thought the skill's greatest advantage lay in its vast attack range, immense damage, and the ability to ignore shields and strike twice in quick succession. However, the effects observed in the video were just the tip of the iceberg. Bei Muxue, the guild's most formidable mage, was equally stunned by the skill's impact. Her eyes gleamed with desire, as if she could already envision herself dazzling in various scenarios after mastering this skill. Indeed, it's unbelievable, Bei Muxue murmured. It even has the ability to lock time and space, which is unheard of in large-scale skills. She began to imagine that mastering Reaper's Descent would significantly elevate her personal prowess and her standing in guild wars. To her, this skill was like a portable nuclear bomb. Even if unused, it was enough to instill fear in the enemy. Apart from the revival skill of water element mages and a few invincibility skills, I can't think of anything that can withstand the Reaper's strike and survive, Bei Muxue analyzed, frowning slightly. And even with invincibility skills, timing is crucial. Once Reaper's Descent is activated, locking time and space, it's too late to trigger invincibility. Xiao Rufin nodded in agreement, adding, if the opponent activates invincibility preemptively, we just need to wait for it to end before unleashing the skill. The strength of this skill truly surpasses our expectations. A hint of anticipation flickered in Bei Muxue's eyes as she softly asked, Brother Fan, did those two guilds agree? Xiao Rufin understood what she meant and nodded slightly, his eyes reflecting a hint of intrigue. The Aolong Guild is just 2 steps away from their ultimate goal of synthesizing the arrival of the Grim Reaper. They have already secured the 3-colored shockwave, but the remaining 2 are in the hands of other guilds. However, the asking price from these guilds is outrageous. They want to exchange 1 red skill for 2 legendary skills. Xiao Rufin reported this situation to Bei Muxue, who was immediately furious upon hearing it. Are they trying to rob us? Bei Muxue exclaimed through gritted teeth. 2 red skills for 4 legendary skills. They must be dreaming. Despite their anger, they understood that they had no choice but to continue collecting slowly. Fortunately, the lack of recent guild wars gave them some breathing space. Meanwhile, a Celestial Master craze was sweeping the Tianyu Forum. The battle not only highlighted the Celestial Master's calmness in crisis, but also showcased his repeated comebacks from desperate situations, drawing the attention of many players. What made him even more admirable was his principle of not bullying the weak, in stark contrast to some notorious players. Take an Ing, for example. Although he was famous among assassin players, he was viewed differently by others. The forum was filled with stories of him unjustly slaughtering solo players, which severely damaged his reputation. In contrast, the Celestial Master not only won the admiration of fellow mage players, but also attracted a diverse group of fans from other professions. Of course, his handsome appearance also earned him a significant female following. With the growing number of supporters, a fan club for the Celestial Master emerged. The group created by Shui Yuzifeng reached the staggering limit of 10,000 members within just a few hours. The discussions inside were lively. The Celestial Master is amazing. He always makes a comeback. It's more thrilling than watching a movie. I bet when the Celestial Master reaches level 90, his strength will rival that of the Mortal God. Should keep it down. If the Mortal God's fans hear this, there'll be a fight. True, it's too early to tell. The Celestial Master will take at least 3 more years to reach level 90. However, Lin Hao was unaware of all this buzz. Even if he knew about the fan club, he wouldn't pay much attention. After all, in his previous life as the top player, his fan base had already surpassed tens of millions. and now he was just starting over. Looking back, Lin Hao's public image wasn't particularly outstanding. In his quest for rapid growth, he didn't hesitate to kill and loot. If game players were divided into chaotic evil, lawful good, and neutral observer factions, he would have undoubtedly leaned towards chaotic neutral in his previous life. Now, Lin Hao's change in strategy wasn't due to a sudden moral awakening, but rather because killing solo players no longer provided any real benefits. More importantly, he realized that Tianyu was not just an ordinary game. The power within it could potentially affect reality. Therefore, as long as he wasn't provoked, he had no intention of harming others. As for Kuang Zhan Tianxia and Nian Shaoqing Kuang and their group, Lin Hao was already planning to confront them. He wanted to show them that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Of course, Lin Hao would never admit that he was actually interested in the substantial dark value they carried. After spending some time, Lin Hao returned to Wangyue City. By now, his level had skyrocketed to 23, with his agility attribute increasing by 10 points, reaching a total of 236 points. This impressive leveling speed could only be attributed to the relentless waves of sacrificial monsters. Back in Wangyue City, Lin Hao didn't rush to complete his main quest. After all, the person he needed to find wasn't in this city and was still far away. He first headed to the familiar environment of the Wangyue Inn, which brought him a sense of comfort. As soon as the inn's attendant saw Lin Hao, he beamed with a smile, his enthusiasm noticeably higher than their first encounter. "Master Tianxia, please, come inside," the attendant said respectfully. Lin Hao nodded in acknowledgement and took out 2 boxes of tea from his pocket, handing them to the attendant. "Could you brew these with your famous mountain spring water?" Although he wasn't sure if the spring water was necessary to unlock the tea's effects, Lin Hao saw no harm in taking advantage of the opportunity. The attendant gladly accepted the tea and led Lin Hao to his usual seat before hurrying off to prepare the tea. Once settled, Lin Hao took out a 3rd box of tea perpetual life tea. He had already consumed this tea, maximizing its effects, so drinking more would be pointless. Lin Hao recalled the miraculous effects of the perpetual life tea. A single drink could increase his health by 1,000 points. Suddenly, he remembered that the Oolong Guild seemed to have a Millennium Spirit Fruit, which could also boost health by 1,000 points. Though the effects were identical, different items wouldn't trigger a cap. With this in mind, Lin Hao immediately contacted Lu Yong and effortlessly traded for the Millennium Spirit Fruit. This was the advantage of being part of a large guild abundant resources and convenient trades. Lin Hao examined the spirit fruit in his hand with satisfaction. It resembled a mythologized ginseng fruit, emitting an enticing aroma. Without hesitation, he consumed the fruit, and the system promptly notified him. "Ding, you have consumed the Millennium Spirit Fruit. This fruit has a special effect, permanently increasing your maximum health by 1,000 points. Ding, the effect from the Millennium Spirit Fruit has reached its limit. Consuming more will not yield additional effects." Despite expecting this, Lin Hao was still delighted by the easy attribute boost. This is the reality of the strong getting stronger the more powerful you are, the more resources you can access, creating a positive cycle. Lin Hao checked his health and was astonished to find it had reached 3,400 points. As a mage, none of his equipment boosted maximum health. This meant that, based solely on his base stats, his health even surpassed that of tank classes. At that moment, the attendant returned with 2 pots of freshly brewed tea. Although puzzled as to why the Tianxia wanted so much tea, he complied without question. After all, even Lord Huiyan Wu treated this guest with utmost respect and had specifically arranged to gift him 3 boxes of tea. This Tianxia's status was undoubtedly extraordinary. The attendant was about to introduce the origins and exceptional qualities of the 2 types of tea, hoping to build a rapport, when Lin Hao waved his hand and said, "That's enough. You can leave now. I prefer to drink my tea without someone watching." Hearing this, the attendant's smile froze momentarily, and he swallowed the words he was about to say. He nodded respectfully and left the room, though he couldn't help but think to himself, "This guest gulps down tea as if it were plain water, hardly the behavior of someone savoring tea." Once the attendant had gone, Lin Hao's gaze fell on the 2 teapots on the table. Each tea had special effects. One increased mental attributes, while the other boosted physical attack attributes. Logically, as a Fury Mage, he didn't rely on mental attributes, so trading it for other items would be more beneficial. However, Lin Hao understood the game well. He knew that a Fury Mage could learn skills from any magic class, so mental attributes might be useful in the future. He recalled a skill called Conversion that allowed mental attributes to be converted into strength attributes, and vice versa. There were many similar skills. Lin Hao calculated that enhancing initial attributes could only be beneficial, making it a risk-free investment. He picked up the Millennium Bodhi tea and poured himself a cup. After drinking it in one go, a familiar system notification sounded. "Ding, you have consumed Millennium Bodhi. This tea has special effects, and your mental attributes have been permanently increased by 21. Lin Hao continued pouring and drinking the tea until he had maximized his mental attribute. In total, he increased it by 78 points. added to the previous 22 points and the original 10 points, bringing his mental attribute to 110. For a level 23 mage, this was just passable. However, Lin Hao didn't mind since a Fury mage didn't rely on mental attributes for damage. Next, Lin Hao turned to the other pod of T-Heroes T. It was said to be the favorite of a hero named Mo Ryun, who was renowned for slaying a demon god and saving people. Lin Hao knew little about this backstory, but he guessed that the so-called demon god wasn't a significant character. Otherwise, he would have heard about it. In contrast, top-tier entities like the Dark King and the God of Light appeared in every major event. Lin Hao drank the hero's tea in one go, and his strength attribute instantly surged by 100 points, reaching its limit. At this point, with just his strength attribute alone, he had reached an astonishing 500 points, equivalent to an attack power of 1,000. Lin Hao looked at his attribute panel with satisfaction, his eyes glowing with confidence. His attack power had reached an astounding 1,600 points, and that was without any equipment bonuses. With the addition of his gear, his total attack power soared to 3,250 points, a figure that would make even level 40 warrior players envious. With a gentle wave of his staff, a searing flame arced through the air. This was his pride and joy, the LV5 explosive flame spell, which dealt a staggering 10,050 points of damage each time it was cast. Astonishingly, he could unleash this spell every 0.5 seconds, easily surpassing the 10th sandamage threshold. After leaving the Wangyue Inn, Lin Hao headed straight to the dungeon entrance in Wangyue City. A number of players were gathered there, their gazes inevitably drawn to Lin Hao. The dungeon, Gate of Delay, was a challenge designed for levels 10 to 30, matching the area's level range. Although Lin Hao was only level 23, he felt that simply leveling up was no longer crucial. His eyes bypassed the crowd of players, fixing on the dungeon entrance as he contemplated the potential reward of a rare red skill book for quickly completing the dungeon. Noticing Lin Hao, the surrounding players wore peculiar expressions. Someone couldn't help but advise, "Master, you'd better wait until you're level 30 before attempting this." Another player chimed in, "Yeah, this dungeon is a mage's nightmare. If you're aiming for a quick run, perhaps you should choose a more suitable dungeon." Listening to these well-meaning warnings, Lin Hao's lips curled into a slight smile. He knew these players were unaware of his true strength. In their eyes, this dungeon was indeed a challenge for mages. The monsters inside didn't deal much damage, but their delay skills could significantly extend the cooldown time of the target's abilities, a huge problem for skill-reliant mages. However, Lin Hao wasn't worried. His gaze swept over the nearby players, most of whom were classes that relied on basic attacks, like archers. For them, the dungeon was indeed less challenging. But Lin Hao knew that with his capabilities, even a seemingly disadvantageous dungeon could be handled with ease. Without offering any explanation, he quietly approached the dungeon entrance. Under the surprised gazes of the other players, Lin Hao's figure vanished into the glow of the dungeon. He knew that soon he would prove through his actions that his choice of dungeon was not out of ignorance, but because he was fully prepared. Lin Hao knew this dungeon like the back of his hand because he had challenged it in his previous life. Back then, he was a level 30 Shadow Sword Master with multiple enhancement skills, and due to their longer cooldown times, the delay effects had limited impact on him. Now, as a mage, the difficulty had indeed increased, but he was still confident. "Thanks for the reminder, but I've got this," Lin Hao replied confidently, drawing the attention of the surrounding players. If not for his nickname, Tianshi, everyone would have thought this mage was crazy for daring to challenge the Gate of Delay. But since it was Tianshi, the outcome was unpredictable. After all, Tianshi's abilities far surpassed those of ordinary mages, and even many level 30 players were no match for him. Without hesitation, Lin Hao stepped into the dungeon, leaving a group of players discussing behind him. "Do you think Tianshi can clear it?" "I doubt it. Tianshi's damage is high, but that delay skill is just nasty." "Exactly. No matter how strong your skills are, you have to be able to use them. My skill with a 1-second cooldown turned into 30 seconds after getting delayed, and I was stunned. Plus, the delay effect can stack, theoretically pushing cooldowns to 10 minutes, which is just insane." Many players were puzzled by Lin Hao's choice. With his impressive damage, he could easily breeze through any other dungeon, so why make things difficult for himself? Once hit by the delay, the cooldown for his explosive flame technique would skyrocket, with dire consequences. Upon entering the dungeon, Lin Hao was fully aware of the concerns of the players outside, but he knew this dungeon posed no threat to him. The delay skill, no matter how troublesome, required the mobs to have a chance to cast it. Just then, a system notification sounded. "Ding, first time entry detected into the level 1030 dungeon, leaderboard activated. Your performance will be recorded in terms of time and process. Would you like to disable external recording?" Lin Hao had heard this prompt countless times in his previous life and was used to it. The completion time determined the score, which couldn't be hidden and would appear on the speedrun leaderboard. The shorter the time, the higher the ranking. As for the process, players could choose whether or not to make it public. When Lin Hao chose to give a negative response, The players outside the instance erupted into excitement. "Oh my god, the Celestial Master didn't turn off the sync feature," one player exclaimed, their voice filled with disbelief. "That's the Celestial Master for you," another player praised. "Isn't he worried about others finding his weaknesses through the video?" "Weaknesses? The Celestial Master?" A voice interjected with disdain. "Buddy, you must be joking." The surrounding players nodded in agreement. A seasoned player analyzed. "I've racked my brains and can't think of any weaknesses he might have. He's a squishy mage, yet he can take at least 5 times the damage I can. And that's not all," another player added. "Everyone knows mages and archers have short legs, but when the Celestial Master runs, even assassins can't catch up." "Exactly," someone agreed. "Not to mention his insane damage output. He's practically invincible, with no apparent weak spots." As the discussion continued, the players' curiosity was fully piqued. They set aside their upcoming instance and focused intently, waiting for the final outcome. One question lingered in everyone's mind. Could someone as powerful as the Celestial Master clear this nightmare of an instance for mages? Amidst the chatter, Lin Hao quietly entered the first stage. Before him stood 3 massive, dark yellow creatures, resembling oversized caterpillars. These were the dreaded unicorn sluggish beasts that struck fear into the hearts of countless mages. Lin Hao quickly glanced at the creature's attribute panel. Unicorn sluggish beast. Level 30. HP 12,000. Attack 980. Defense 1,130. Magic resistance 1430. Skill 1, sluggish bubbles. Spits out a large number of bubbles in front, increasing the cooldown of all skills by 1 second for each bubble hit. This effect stacks. Skill 2, gravity field. An innate field of the sluggish beast, reducing speed by 100 points within 5 meters. This effect stacks. Skill 3, entangle. The sluggish beast extends its massive tongue to pull entangled enemies in front of it. Troublesome foes, Lin Hao remarked succinctly upon seeing the sluggish beasts again. Though their health wasn't particularly high for level 30, and their basic attributes were ordinary, their 3 skills were extremely vexing. The sluggish bubbles covered a wide area, spewing dozens of bubbles at once, each adding a 1-second cooldown. Worse, these bubbles lingered for 5 seconds. For melee classes, the choices were either to risk charging through the bubble field or wait helplessly for 5 seconds. Either option made speedrunning seem unlikely. Adding to the nightmare were the entangle and gravity field skills. A single sluggish beast could reduce speed by 100 points, stacking to a staggering 300 points with 3 beasts. Given that most non-agile classes had around 120 agility at level 30, entering their field made escape nearly impossible. Even more crippling, the sluggish bubbles extended cooldowns, making skill casting difficult. For mage players, this was the epitome of despair. It's no wonder the unicorn sluggish beast consistently ranked in the top 50 of the most annoying monsters list created by mage players. In this instance, the 3 sluggish beasts appeared simultaneously. Tianyu likely intended this to increase the instance's difficulty. Their fields merged into one, allowing them to cover each other and prevent being picked off individually. Ironically, this design inadvertently gave Lin Hao an opportunity. Just as he stepped into attack range, a brilliant flash of fire erupted from his hand, heading straight for the 3 sluggish beasts. To Lin Hao, the power of the LV1 flame burst seemed lacking, but that was precisely what he wanted. His strategy focused on wearing down the enemy. The 3 unicorn sloth beasts' health had dropped below 10,000, just within the execution range of his explosive flame technique. Without hesitation, Lin Hao unleashed the spell, instantly obliterating one of the beasts, accompanied by a system notification. Ding! Killed a level 30 unicorn sloth beast, gaining 1,200 experience points. An additional 840 experience points awarded for killing a creature 7 levels higher. Ding! First-time entry into a level 1030 dungeon. Experience doubled, totaling 2040 experience points. At that moment, the surviving sloth beasts began to cast their spells. They didn't willingly take hits. It was simply that Lin Hao's casting speed was astonishingly fast, with no casting delay. They were attacked mid-chant, with one already sent to the afterlife. A torrent of bubbles spewed from the mouths of the sloth beasts, targeting Lin Hao. Although this skill moved slowly, the distance and lack of retreat options usually forced players to take the hit. However, Lin Hao opted for a different approach, using a starry flash to leap over most of the bubbles. Unfortunately, he still collided with a few at the back, causing all his skills to have an additional 10-second cooldown. Fortunately, the explosive flame had just cooled down, allowing Lin Hao to cast it again and take down another sloth beast. He then faced a 10.5-second cooldown period, with his flame burst not yet ready. Facing the last monster, Lin Hao chose not to use his trump card, instead opting for 2 basic attacks with his staff. Lin Hao was prepared for this damage, but the players outside the dungeon were stunned. Wow, you're telling me this is a mage? This is insane, folks. This mage's basic attack deals over 10,000 damage. Indeed, it's crazy. I have a friend who got a super powerful red skill. and it only deals just over 5,000 damage. This is depressing. I'm not even going to mention the damage. I'm just curious how high a Celestial Master's agility must be for their staff to leave after images, attacking faster than my archer. The players outside the dungeon were deeply impacted, regretting watching the video. They had previously worried the Celestial Master wouldn't clear the dungeon, but it now seemed only a matter of time. However, the next challenge was even tougher. Lin Hao's flash was on cooldown, and 5 unicorn sloth beasts awaited him in the second stage. Would he have to rely on swinging his staff? Though a Celestial Master's survival skills were high enough to avoid being killed by the monsters, his speed would certainly decrease. At this point, Lin Hao smoothly entered the second stage. Facing 5 unicorn sloth beasts, he decided to use his ace in the hole. As the flamboyant red lotus appeared, a blood-red beam shot towards the 5 beasts. They didn't even have time to assess their surroundings before being collectively sent to the great beyond. Outside the dungeon, players were left at a loss for words beyond exclaiming, "Unbelievable." The second stage, which had given them so much trouble, was effortlessly cleared by the Celestial Master. Next was the dungeon's boss, the most challenging part of the run. Many players had been stuck here for over 10 minutes before barely passing. However, for Lin Hao, this might just be another challenge waiting to be conquered. The Twin-Horned Sluggish Beast, a level 30 boss, stands formidable with its 30,000 health points, 1458 defense, and 1600 magic resistance. Its 1800 attack power is particularly intimidating. Lin Hao stared at the enormous caterpillar before him, even larger than he remembered, recalling the challenging battles he faced against it in his past life. This creature possesses 4 troublesome skills: Sluggish Bubble, Heavy Pressure Field, Entangle, and Life Drain. The Heavy Pressure Field is especially tricky. Any creature within a 5-meter radius suffers a 100-point drop in agility, and the effect can stack. Even more despairing is its Life Drain ability, which penetrates shields and allows it to recover health through attacks for a full minute. The battle was imminent. The Twin-Horned Sluggish Beast initiated with Sluggish Bubble, but Lin Hao remained unfazed. At that moment, the creature used Entangle, dragging Lin Hao towards it. During the pull, Lin Hao shattered dozens of bubbles, instantly extending all skill cooldowns by several seconds. Simultaneously, the effects of the Heavy Pressure Field enveloped him, causing his agility to plummet by 100 points. The players watching felt a sense of balance seeing this scene. They marveled at the beast's nastiness, noting that even a Celestial Master struggled against it. Some analyzed that the Celestial Master's skill cooldowns were likely extended by at least a minute, while the bubble skill's cooldown was only 30 seconds, suggesting the Celestial Master might not be able to cast skills in time. Some players lamented that if the Star Flash hadn't been used prematurely, there might have been a chance for counteraction. At this moment, Lin Hao's situation was indeed precarious. Although he hadn't sustained serious damage, all his skill cooldowns were extended by 73 seconds. Worse, this extension wasn't considered an abnormal status, meaning even Divine Protection couldn't dispel it. Even with effects to have cooldowns, the impact was minimal. However, Lin Hao remained confident in the face of the agility drop caused by the Heavy Pressure Field. He activated Divine Protection, instantly restoring his normal agility and becoming immune to all abnormal statuses for the next 30 seconds. This was the perfect counter to field skills. While they could continually apply effects, they couldn't breach the defense of Divine Protection. Amidst the crowd's astonishment, they witnessed a jaw-dropping scene. The Celestial Master Lin Hao raised his staff, striking the boss's head repeatedly with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, transforming into a whirlwind of attacks that left everyone present dazzled. The Twin-Horned Sluggish Beast struggled fiercely, but its attacks felt like mere tickles against Lin Hao. When its health dropped below 50, the boss activated its Life Absorption skill, but it was in vain. Lin Hao's mana shield converted all damage into mana consumption, leaving his health untouched, and the boss couldn't siphon any life force from him. Suddenly, the War God's talent was triggered, signaling the boss's end. System notifications rang out in quick succession. You have defeated the level 1030 dungeon boss, the Twin-Horned Sluggish Beast, earning 10,000 experience points. Defeating a boss 7 levels above you grants an additional 7,000 experience points. First-time dungeon entry, experience points doubled, earning an additional 17,000 experience points. Lin Hao instantly amassed 34,000 experience points, which, combined with previous gains, propelled him up 2 levels. His level soared to 25, and his agility attribute rose to 256 points. War God's talent activated. You have absorbed the essence of the Twin-Horned Sluggish Beast, permanently increasing your attack power by 100 points. You are the first player to complete the dungeon in under 1 minute, with a final completion time of 38 seconds. You have achieved an unprecedented record and are eligible for a nationwide announcement opportunity. Would you like to hide your name? Lin Hao chose no, and the system notifications relentlessly played in his ears, almost driving him to distraction. The nationwide announcement immediately resounded. Congratulations to player Tianxia for achieving an outstanding time of 38 seconds, claiming the top spot in the level 1030 beginner dungeon. You are awarded 10,000 experience points, 10 gold coins, and a random red skill book for your class. We encourage all players to continue striving. The announcement was broadcast twice, shocking all online players. What? Cleared in 38 seconds. Players who were busy grinding stopped in their tracks, incredulously checking the leaderboard. The information left them dumbfounded. Although they didn't know which level 30 dungeon Tianxia had cleared, none of the best records for level 30 dungeons had broken the 3-minute mark, let alone 1 minute. Who exactly is this Tianxia? Twice now, they have compressed the national record to under a minute, leaving other players bewildered and in awe. Players outside the instance stared at their screens, dumbfounded, as they watched Lin Hao clear the delay gate instance. For a mage, this instance was practically a nightmare. Yet Lin Hao had managed to defeat the boss by literally bashing it with his staff. Players rubbed their eyes, wondering if they were seeing things. Even berserkers hadn't shown such ferocity. The news spread like wildfire across the forums. A cascade of bewildered comments erupted. Isn't Tianxia a mage? How could he possibly clear the delay gate? His damage was insane, but he couldn't use his skills. Did he dodge all the bubbles? Impossible. I heard he took all the bubbles he'd in while fighting the boss and still managed to beat it with his staff. The forum was instantly flooded with question marks, as players struggled to accept this reality. However, once the video was uploaded, everyone had to believe it. Lin Hao's terrifying attack speed put even assassin players to shame. Even more shocking was the fact that Lin Hao was under level 30 when he cleared the instance, and he was wearing some level 10 gear. Incredible was the only word players could find to describe it. Some began analyzing the positive impact this could have on national battles, while others lamented for players of Lin Hao's cohort, as they had lost their chance to compete for ranking rewards. Meanwhile, those like Young and Arrogant were on pins and needles after watching the video. They used to be able to exchange a few blows with Lin Hao, but now they couldn't even see his shadow. Berserker World and Lu Xiao could barely come to terms with it, having already witnessed Lin Hao's terrifying growth rate. But Young and Arrogant found himself in a state of despair. He recalled the first time he faced Lin Hao, where although he was solo killed, he could at least exchange a few moves. During their second encounter, he was instantly killed by Death's Descent, but he comforted himself by attributing it to a special scroll. Now, seeing Lin Hao clear a level 30 instance in under a minute, he could no longer deceive himself. Young and Arrogant bitterly realized that if he attempted the level 30 instance, he likely wouldn't even pass the second stage. Lin Hao's growth was terrifyingly fast. Despite joining the game later than them, he had left them far behind. I always thought I was a genius, Young and Arrogant murmured, his eyes filled with desolation. But now I realize that genius is just the starting point for someone like him. Being so thoroughly outpaced by a player who entered the game later shattered Young and Arrogant's pride. Meanwhile, Lin Hao stood inside the instance, ready to face his next challenge. Lin Hao's experience points surged by another 10,000, bringing him tantalizingly close to his next level up. His eyes were drawn to the two mesmerizingly glowing red items dropped by the boss's staff and a rare skill book. Among the skills of the double-horned sluggish beast, Life Drain was undoubtedly the most valuable to players. In contrast, Sluggish Bubble had a wide range, but was excruciatingly slow, rendering it nearly useless in open terrain. Eagerly, Lin Hao picked up the skill book, his heart racing as he examined its contents. A wave of excitement washed over him. It was the Life Drain skill he had been dreaming of. The skill book emanated a red glow, detailing its effect. It grants a special state that allows normal attacks to penetrate shields and restores an equivalent amount of health with each attack for 60 seconds. Lin Hao couldn't help but mutter to himself, "My luck is off the charts." The value of this skill was undeniable. The ability to penetrate shields with normal attacks for 60 seconds alone made it incredibly valuable, not to mention the added life-stealing effect. If placed in the auction house, it would surely cause a bidding frenzy. While it might be slightly less appealing to mage classes, for Lin Hao, an extraordinary rage mage, it was a perfect fit. His physical attack power was unmatched among level 25 players, his attack speed outpaced even that of assassins, and his health was far superior to typical fragile classes. Lin Hao was determined to acquire this skill, not for the life-stealing effect his formidable mana shield already made him nearly invincible, but for the sustained shield-piercing ability. This would give him a significant advantage against bosses whose shields were tougher than their health. Having learned the skill, Lin Hao turned his attention to the red staff. However, upon examining its attributes, disappointment washed over him. Despite being a level 30 red staff of decent quality, it paled in comparison to his Dark Devourer. Without hesitation, Lin Hao tossed the junk staff into the auction house and focused on the red skill book rewarded by the system. He silently hoped, "Please, let it not be another attack skill. My damage output is already high enough." With a mix of apprehension and anticipation, Lin Hao opened the skill book. In an instant, Delight surged through him once more. It was an incredibly rare and invaluable invincibility skill. The red glow of the psychic shield flickered before Lin Hao's eyes, and he couldn't help but feel ecstatic. This skill was among the top 20 invincible skills for mages. Lin Hao carefully examined the skill description, red quality, mage class requirement, and the effect of using 1,000 mana points to activate an invincible shield for 1 second, with the option to inject another 1,000 mana points to extend it by 1 more second. Lin Hao calculated in his mind that the top 19 invincible skills were all legendary. For this red skill to be among them was no small feat. He couldn't help but compare it to the general invincible skill, Invincible Golden Body. Although the Invincible Golden Body lasted for 3 seconds, the caster couldn't move, whereas the Psychic Shield allowed both offensive actions and movement, greatly enhancing flexibility. What excited Lin Hao even more was that the Psychic Shield could extend its invincibility time upon upgrading. This was rare among other invincible skills. The only downside was the consumption of 2,000 mana points, which was quite a burden for ordinary mages. But Lin Hao smirked, thinking, with 100,000 mana points stored in my mana gem, this consumption is nothing. Lin Hao calculated silently that with the Dark King's gift and generous dark value, upgrading the Psychic Shield wouldn't be difficult. However, he decided to focus on the Red Lotus Shockwave first, as the allure of the Reaper's Descent was greater. Having acquired 2 rare red skills in succession, Lin Hao felt elated, his eyes glinting with anticipation. Meanwhile, Young and Arrogant was leading a team leveling up outside. Suddenly, he received a warning from Berserk World. Be wary of the Celestial Master. It's best not to go out when you don't know his whereabouts. Young and Arrogant was puzzled, and just as he was wondering about it, a familiar red beam struck from behind. By the time he reacted, he was already dead on the ground. Young and Arrogant was stunned, incredulously shouting, "What the heck? I'm gone just like that? Not even assassins are this sneaky." His voice was filled with shock and unwillingness, yet it couldn't change what had already happened. Lin Hao's attack swept through like a fierce gale, instantly knocking down the entire squad along with their captain. The team members lay on the ground, disbelief and anger etched on their faces. They had never imagined they would be the ones ambushed, nor did they expect to be defeated so swiftly and decisively. "Captain, that Celestial Master is so despicable," one team member gritted his teeth. "He actually ambushed us. I can't believe it." Another team member angrily pounded the ground. "A master like him should have some dignity. This is just unfair. I just leveled up after dropping 2 levels, and now I've dropped again," a third team member shouted in frustration. The captain clenched his fists, his eyes burning with the fire of revenge. "Let's fight him. This is outrageous." The team members echoed his sentiments, their anger boiling over. They were used to bullying others, never considering one day they might be the ones ambushed. Only the youngest of them sighed silently, knowing that no matter how well prepared they were, against a Celestial Master-level opponent, they were just offering themselves up for defeat. Unless they could enlist stronger players from their guild, it was wiser to steer clear. Lin Hao stood aside, quietly calculating the gains from this kill. Although these players' levels were lower than his, yielding fewer dark points, he still gained 132 points. Adding to the previous 905 points, his total reached 1037 dark points, enough to upgrade the Red Lotus Shockwave by another level. Once the Red Lotus Shockwave reached level 4, its power became even more formidable. It could create a light wave 8 meters wide and 45 meters long, dealing a fixed 2,000 plus 450 attack power and area damage. If the target had a shield, it would inflict 2.6 times the damage to the shield. More importantly, this light wave had a penetrating effect, neither blocked by monsters nor players. Lin Hao was secretly pleased, just 1 level away from permanently upgrading the Red Lotus Shockwave to the Death's Descent bug level skill. He glanced at the remaining 37 dark points, thinking he only needed to accumulate 963 more to achieve his goal. Unfortunately, the group from Berserk World seemed to have wised up and were nowhere to be seen. Lin Hao had no intention of waiting around. His time was precious, and he had more important matters to attend to. Next, his target was a special item crucial to all players, the Extraction and Conversion Orb. The effect of this item was simple yet powerful. By consuming 3 unused legendary pieces of equipment, it could extract the active effect from one piece and turn it into an independent active skill. Such a dominant effect, if not for its limited 3-use capacity, would be as valuable as the Dark King's gift. With the Extraction and Conversion Orb, Lin Hao could extract the Starlight Flash and Mage's Shield from his equipment, freeing himself from the constraints of these outdated items. Especially the Starlight Boots, whose attributes no longer match Lin Hao's growth. Without the orb, even if he maxed them out, he would have to continue using these low-level items unless a higher-level replacement appeared, which was highly unlikely. Lin Hao knew the value of the Extraction and Conversion Orb, especially since it was the only one in the entire realm. Having missed it in his previous life, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip by again. Lin Hao stood on the dilapidated streets of the slums in Wangyue City, his gaze fixed on a black market merchant squatting nearby. The merchant had spread a patchwork black cloth in front of him, displaying a variety of equipment and items. Lin Hao chuckled to himself, wondering if the merchant could really make any sales in such a destitute area. He approached slowly, the distinctive glow of legendary equipment standing out in the dim surroundings. As soon as the black market merchant saw him, his eyes gleamed with greedy anticipation, and he plastered a fake smile on his face. Esteemed customer, whatever you need, just say the word. If the price is right, I'll even pluck the stars from the sky for you. The merchant greeted enthusiastically. Lin Hao smirked coldly, thinking, who would fall for such nonsense? If black market merchants were trustworthy, they wouldn't be called black market merchants, would they? Many have been swindled by such sweet talk, losing their deposits and seeing the seller vanish without a trace. His eyes scanned the stall. Most of the items were unremarkable, but 3 pieces of legendary equipment stood out. Among them, a pair of mage shoes particularly caught his attention. Shoes of enchantment, orange quality, level 30 mage exclusive. Not only did they increase movement speed by 20 and magic attack by 150 points, but they also had an enchantment resonance effect, doubling the damage of the next skill. Lin Hao quickly calculated. Paired with his Crimson Impact and War God talent, the damage could easily exceed 150,000. If upgraded to Death's Arrival, the power would be unimaginable. Noticing Lin Hao's interest in the shoes, the black market merchant's eyes brightened, and he said with a grin, if you like this item, you can trade it for just 5 pieces of legendary equipment. Lin Hao sneered inwardly. A year ago, he had already learned the whereabouts of these shoes through his connections. Now, he finally had the chance to claim them for himself. This transaction wouldn't be as straightforward as the merchant imagined. 5 pieces? Why don't you just rob me? Lin Hao retorted bluntly to the black market merchant. Surprisingly, the merchant wasn't offended. Instead, he smiled and explained, oh, you have it wrong, my friend. You just need to give me any 5 legendary items, no matter the level. With 5 unused legendary items, you can exchange them for a powerful piece of gear. It's a win for you. Lin Hao smirked inwardly, but kept his face neutral. You make a good point, but I won't trade. In truth, Lin Hao coveted the equipment. However, he planned to get it for free. Once he completed his mission and obtained the extraction orb, he intended to take down the black market merchant when the time was right. Then, everything at the stall would be his. According to the game rules, if you kill an NPC and they have the items on them, nothing will drop. But conversely, if the items aren't on them, you can kill them and take the loot. Of course, the black market merchant had no idea of Lin Hao's sinister plan and cheerfully suggested, all right, how about a different deal? If you bring me the Mechanical King's life core, I'll give you this equipment. Deal. Lin Hao agreed without hesitation. The system notification chimed in. Ding, you've accepted a hidden quest. Defeat the Mechanical King solo and obtain the Mechanical King's life core. Reward. Lin Hao was secretly thrilled. The quest had triggered as expected. He knew that expressing an interest in buying legendary equipment but not actually purchasing it would lead to this quest. However, he also knew that even if he obtained the life core, the cunning merchant wouldn't keep his promise and would escape, a situation that had driven players mad in his previous life. Lin Hao recalled that after escaping, the black market merchant would relocate and continue collecting legendary items. Once he gathered 10, he would activate the extraction orb. But it was at that point that players he had previously scammed would catch up to him, kill him, and the extraction orb would drop. So, obtaining this item required 2 conditions, acquiring the life core and offering a large number of legendary items. Lin Hao calculated that he already had 10 legendary items ready, so all he needed now was the life core. Lin Hao headed towards the mechanical ruins on the far left of Jiayue Mountain. According to the game's backstory, this area was a mechanical academy 10 years ago before being abandoned for unknown reasons, leaving behind a mass of mechanical creatures. Since the monsters were created after the fact, this area was still considered a safe zone where players couldn't attack each other. In theory, such a monster-dense, safe zone should attract many players for farming. However, the reality was quite the opposite. It was the least recommended farming spot in all guides. Indeed, Lin Hao didn't see a single soul on his way there. The reason was simple. The monsters here were incredibly tricky. They weren't hard to fight, but would self-destruct. Worse, they didn't explode upon death, but would trigger a self-destruction when their health dropped below 20, gaining a high shield to prevent instant killing. The explosion was not only powerful, but also didn't count as a player kill, so no experience points were gained. Without enough firepower, it was all for nothing. Even more challenging was the monster density. You might not have finished off the first one before others swarmed in. These factors combined made players avoid this place. At this moment, Lin Hao encountered the first Monstera Cyclops mech. Cyclops mech. Level, 25. Health, 10,000. Attack, 1,000. Defense, 800. Magic resistance, 800. Skill 1, / deals 3 consecutive hits of 50, 100, and 150 of its attack power. Skill 2, Self-destruct if health drops below 20, extracts the energy core, creates a shield equal to 20 of max health, then crushes the core to deal 300 attack power in an area explosion. The moment the Cyclops mech spotted Lin Hao, its remaining eye glowed blood red. It quickly locked onto its target, drew its lightsaber, and charged forward. Enemy intrusion detected, extermination protocol activated. The mechanical voice emanated from within the Cyclops mech, like a declaration of war. Lin Hao assumed a defensive stance, his eyes sharp and vigilant. Suddenly, a blinding red light erupted around him as a group of dilapidated robots emerged from every corner. These robots were in various states of disrepair. Some had only one arm, others were missing a leg, and some had even lost their heads. Enemy intrusion detected, extermination protocol initiated, echoed a chilling mechanical voice throughout the desolate ruins. Lin Hao was relieved he was not visiting at night, or the scene would have been even more terrifying. 10 mechanical monsters launched an attack simultaneously, their power overwhelming. A typical level 25 player would likely flee in panic, and even a level 30 expert would struggle to cope. Yet Lin Hao remained unfazed, immediately activating an intermediate barrier spell. A transparent energy shield materialized, boasting a shield value of 13,400 points. Seizing the moment, Lin Hao unleashed a fire blast spell. A monster with a health of 10,000 points fell instantly, killed in one strike. The battle erupted in full force as the mechanical monsters retaliated fiercely. The attacks of 4 mechanical monsters rained down on Lin Hao's shield, inflicting a staggering 12,000 points of damage. This is why players are wary of challenging a group of monsters under concentrated fire. Even the strongest opponent can be overwhelmed. Lin Hao cast another fire blast, bringing down another mechanical monster. At that moment, 6 more monsters joined the fray. Lin Hao chose not to withstand the assault, instead using Starflash to leap 10 meters back. A vivid red lotus bloomed in the air, followed by a blood-red shockwave sweeping through. The remaining 8 mechanical monsters were obliterated in this fearsome attack, not even leaving a chance to self-destruct. Simultaneously, Lin Hao leveled up again, officially reaching level 26. His agility attribute increased by 10 points, reaching a total of 266 points. After clearing the Hall of Monsters, Lin Hao continued deeper. The scattered mechanical foes he encountered along the way were no longer a threat, easily dispatched with a single fire blast. Although the experience points were slightly reduced due to the level difference, the journey was still rewarding. He was now just over 10,000 experience points away from level 27. Lin Hao couldn't help but marvel. With the Fury Mage and War God talents, leveling up is a breeze. One casual fire blast nets 1,000 experience points. It's incredibly efficient. Soon, Lin Hao reached the end of the mechanical ruins, the territory of the Mechanical King. Unexpectedly, a team was already challenging the boss. Observing closely, Lin Hao realized it was a formidable 5-person squad. All members were at least level 30, well-equipped in red gear, with even a few legendary items. Lin Hao recognized them as a team from the Xingqiang Guild, whose strength surpassed Jinwu Fengyun. Unlike Jinwu Fengyun, Xingqiang Guild had a branch in Moonlight City and boasted numerous level 30 experts, making it the strongest guild in the city. Notably, their team had a balanced composition, unlike Jinwu Fengyun's all-swordsman lineup, making them harder to counter. Lin Hao's eyes were fixed on the massive boss amidst the mechanical ruins. The Mechanical King, a formidable level 30 entity, boasted 50,000 health points, 2,000 attack power, 1,500 defense, and magic resistance. Its skill set was intimidating. Cleave as a basic attack, reserve energy that unleashed in critical moments, eternal life that ensured its resilience, and energy shield that provided additional protection. Lin Hao studied these skills carefully, feeling a hint of disappointment. He knew the Mechanical King had a legendary skill shield counter, but the chance of it appearing was frustratingly low. This skill made the shield impenetrable and reflected damage back to the attacker for 30 seconds. For a shield warrior, it was a dream skill. While Lin Hao was deep in analysis, members of the Star Guild noticed him. A scar-faced, fierce-looking man warned gruffly, "Tianshi, we found this monster first. If you dare to snatch it, don't blame us for being rude." Lin Hao frowned slightly at the words, responding coolly, "Can't you speak nicely? I'd like to see how you plan to be rude." Sensing the tension, a female player quickly stepped in to mediate, speaking gently, "Don't mind him, Tianshi. This guy always speaks without thinking. We all know someone like you wouldn't bother with stealing a monster." Unmoved by her words, Lin Hao replied bluntly, "Don't flatter me, I don't fall for that. I won't snatch the monster, but if you get killed by it, that's not my problem." The female player smiled and replied, "If we really fail, then feel free." This exchange sparked reactions from the other Star Guild members. The fierce man sneered, and others looked at Lin Hao with less seriousness. A mage player quietly mocked, "What, Tianshi? He's just afraid of our Star Guild, isn't he?" "Yeah, Tianshi is just like that, saying we'll be killed by the boss as an excuse for himself," another chimed in. Everyone's gaze turned to the boss. By now, the Mechanical King's health had dropped below half, and with the water element mages healing, their team was in top condition. Each member held their strongest attack skills, brimming with confidence. Although standing at the back, Lin Hao could hear these whispers. The female player didn't stop her companion's remarks either. If it weren't for being in a safe zone where he couldn't attack players, Lin Hao would have taught them a lesson with a Red Lotus shockwave. More importantly, Lin Hao knew that to obtain the heart of the Mechanical King, it had to be killed solo. He calculated silently, willing to take out the group along with the boss if the opportunity arose. Despite the restrictions, Lin Hao wasn't planning to give up. Once the boss was defeated, it wouldn't respawn for 3 days, and he didn't have time to waste. His focus returned to the Mechanical King in battle, pondering how to achieve his goal without breaking any rules, while also giving these arrogant players a lesson. As time passed, the Mechanical King boss's health quickly dropped to 20. At this critical moment, the boss activated its backup hidden energy, instantly forming a shield around itself with a staggering 25,000 points. The blue energy barrier was like an impenetrable armor. The players of the Star Guild were well prepared for this sudden change. Calm and composed, they began to execute their precise coordination. The lightning element mage player formed seals with his hands and cast an extremely rare large-scale amplification skill. 5 brilliant lightning bolts shot from his fingertips, infusing himself and 4 other teammates. In an instant, a faint layer of lightning enveloped the 5 of them, increasing their damage by 10 for the next 3 seconds. Although the individual boost wasn't huge, the combined effect of the 5 players amounted to a 50 overall damage increase. Theoretically, they could deal 150 increased damage within those 3 seconds, making it a powerful team amplification skill. The other 4 didn't hold back either, unleashing their most potent skills. The air was thick with tension because they knew if they couldn't break the shield and defeat the boss within those 3 seconds, each of them would suffer 10,000 points of true damage. This damage was unstoppable, even by invincibility skills, leaving no one able to survive. In an instant, colorful skill lights burst around the Mechanical King like a dazzling fireworks display. Massive damage numbers continuously bombarded the boss's shield, creating deafening impacts. Everyone gave their all, as if pouring their very lives into this final strike. Under the amplification skills boost, the first round of attacks from the 5 successfully shattered the Mechanical King's shield. The blue energy barrier shattered like glass, dissipating into stardust in the air. However, the crisis wasn't over. The second effect of the backup hidden energy activated, and the Mechanical King's resistances skyrocketed to 3,000 points. Despite this, the 5 showed no signs of worry. Only a second had passed, and they were already preparing their second wave of attacks. Although this round's power was reduced due to the increased resistances, and their strongest skills were on cooldown, the 5 still managed to inflict nearly 6,000 points of astonishing damage. At this point, the Mechanical King's health had dropped to below 4,000. The dawn of victory seemed within reach, and the players of the Star Guild couldn't help but smile. The fierce-looking man turned to Lin Hao with a challenging look, as if silently asking, "Do you think we'll fail now?" Lin Hao met his gaze with a meaningful smile. The man was momentarily puzzled, but in that split second, he suddenly noticed a gentle, holy light above the boss's head. That effect was unmistakable to everyone. It was healing? Before anyone could react, the boss's health surged by 10,000 points. Simultaneously, their third wave of attacks hit. Despite dealing over 5,000 points of damage collectively, the boss, which should have been killed instantly, remained standing due to this unexpected healing. The members of the Star Guild were stunned, as if struck by lightning, standing there in disbelief. Their minds were filled with questions. What was happening? How could the boss have a healing skill? Was it some hidden mechanism? But they quickly dismissed this theory. This boss wasn't new, and no one had ever mentioned it having a hidden mechanism. Instantly, everyone was thrown into chaos. A player couldn't help but exclaim, "This is ridiculous, recovering 10,000 health in one go, more than my entire health." The Star Guild's plan had completely fallen apart. They had come fully prepared, only to encounter this fatal surprise. The fierce-looking man was unwilling to give up and wanted to make one last effort, but it was too late. The Mechanical King suddenly raised its life core, and its previously cold, mechanical voice now carried a hint of anger. Then, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the dungeon. "Backup hidden energy, activate." As soon as he finished speaking, the core of life suddenly erupted with a dazzling light, and damage numbers in the 5 digits appeared like raindrops above everyone's heads. As the light faded, the 5 people had already fallen to the ground. Lin Hao quickly moved to their bodies, deftly picked up 2 pieces of red gear, and casually tossed them into the auction house. He secretly rejoiced, having easily earned over 100,000 credit points from this encounter. The sudden recovery of the boss's health was, of course, Lin Hao's doing. The forbidden technique. Healing had worked its magic at the critical moment. Without it, he would have had to wait another 3 days. After using the backup hidden energy, the boss didn't die but instead entered a disengaged state, with its health visibly regenerating. Lin Hao didn't rush to attack, but patiently waited for the boss to fully recover. In less than half a minute, the boss's health was back to 50,000 points. Only then did Lin Hao calmly walk forward, and as soon as he entered attack range, he unhesitatingly unleashed an explosive flame spell. The power of the level 5 explosive flame was still astonishing, instantly cutting away a fifth of the boss's health. At this moment, the mechanical king locked onto its target, drawing a light sword from its back and charging towards Lin Hao. To other players, this mechanical king might have been troublesome, but to Lin Hao, this close combat giant posed no threat at all. Lin Hao unleashed 2 more explosive flame spells. Although the mechanical king moved with incredible speed, reaching Lin Hao in an instant and raising its light sword to strike, Lin Hao completely ignored the attack and directly used a Crimson Lotus Shockwave. The level 4 Crimson Lotus Shockwave, combined with the War God talent bonus, dealt staggering damage. From start to finish, the mechanical king never even touched the hem of Lin Hao's clothes. The raised light sword suddenly vanished, and then the entire body of the mechanical king began to collapse. The high execution threshold didn't even allow it to activate its backup hidden energy, ending the battle in 3 seconds, akin to defeating a minion. The system notification sounded immediately. Ding! You have killed a level 30 mechanical king, gaining 10,000 experience points. Killing an enemy 4 levels higher grants an additional 4,000 experience points. Ding! War God talent activated. You have absorbed the essence of the mechanical king, permanently increasing your attack power by 100 points. Lin Hao quickly checked his level, and, sure enough, it had increased again. He was now at level 27, and at this rate, reaching the maximum level seemed within reach. He might even become the first max-level player before Xiao Ranfan and the others. After the mechanical king's body vanished, 6 pieces of equipment were scattered on the ground, each glowing with different colors. Lin Hao quickly moved forward to inspect these spoils of battle. 4 items shimmered with blue light, while 2 emitted a red glow, but he quickly lost interest. Their attributes and effects were rather mediocre, far inferior to the rare items dropped by hidden bosses. Despite this, Lin Hao wasn't disappointed. He had already achieved his true goal for this trip. He swiftly collected the unnecessary equipment, planning to sell them at the auction house later. His attention then locked onto the peculiar glowing core on the ground, the life core of the mechanical king. Lin Hao carefully picked up this special item. The system immediately displayed a prompt: life core of the mechanical king, special item. A rare core containing life energy. He quickly stored the core in his system backpack and then turned to head back. Upon returning to the slums, Lin Hao spotted a familiar figure from afar. The black market merchant greeted him enthusiastically as soon as he saw him. "Ah, my friend, looks like you've got what I asked for." Lin Hao nodded in confirmation and took out the life core from his backpack. The merchant's eyes gleamed with greed as he reached out to grab it. Lin Hao swiftly pulled it back and calmly asked, "Where's my item?" He wasn't about to fall for this swindler's tricks. The black market merchant chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his hands together. "I was so excited, I almost forgot about our deal." But instead of handing over the agreed equipment, he put on a troubled expression. "The item you wanted has already been sold. Maybe you could take a look at something else." "Already sold?" Lin Hao asked incredulously. "Yes." The merchant nodded, leading Lin Hao to the stall. Lin Hao scanned the items, disappointment written all over his face. The sorcerer's boots were indeed gone. "This is just my luck," Lin Hao thought, frustrated. "If I'd been decisive earlier, I wouldn't have missed out." He sighed deeply, regretting the missed opportunity to acquire a valuable item with a 100 enhancement effect. This experience taught Lin Hao a valuable lesson. When something is worth it, it's better to pay the price and secure it promptly, rather than try to get it for free. Seeing Lin Hao's lack of interest in the other items, the black market merchant became anxious and started aggressively promoting 2 other legendary items. However, their attributes were either average or unsuitable for a mage, so Lin Hao wasn't interested. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Hao. Feigning interest in the life core, he said, "I actually have some knowledge about life cores. They're usually used in very old and energy-consuming machines, which are often masterpieces. Do you have a masterpiece in your possession?" The merchant was taken aback but then replied cautiously, "You're right, I do have a masterpiece, but it's my treasure, so I can't show it to you." Lin Hao's suspicions were confirmed. Not even a glimpse, huh? It must be the extraction conversion orb, he thought, already planning his next move. "That's a shame, not being able to see a master's work," Lin Hao said, feigning disappointment before turning to leave. The black market merchant watched Lin Hao's retreating figure with growing anxiety. He hadn't secured the life core yet. Lin Hao was about to leave when a black market dealer blocked his path. The man's eyes gleamed with greed as he fixed his gaze on the life core in Lin Hao's hand, urgently saying, "Don't rush, my friend. I wouldn't show this to just anyone, but you don't seem like an ordinary person." Sensing an opportunity, Lin Hao responded directly, "If you let me see the master's work, this life core is yours." The black market dealer was overjoyed at these words and quickly pulled out a fist-sized black sphere from his pocket. It looked unremarkable, but Lin Hao could barely contain his excitement. I've shown you the item. Now hand over the life core, the dealer said with a smile, although he held the sphere tightly. Lin Hao frowned with displeasure. It seems you lack sincerity. With that, he made as if to leave. Panic-stricken, the dealer quickly asked, what kind of sincerity do you want? I want to hold it and take a closer look, Lin Hao demanded. No way. The dealer refused firmly, clearly valuing the sphere highly. Seeing this, Lin Hao decided to take a risk. What are you worried about? This may be the black market, but it's still a safe zone in West City. Are you afraid I'll just run off with it? The dealer smiled awkwardly and remained silent. Lin Hao had a flash of inspiration and suggested, why don't we go to the city guards and have them witness the exchange? That should put your mind at ease. The dealer agreed but offered his own suggestion. Let's find someone from the Church of Light instead. I don't trust the city guards. Hearing this, Lin Hao was secretly delighted. This was a golden opportunity. The influence of the Church of Light was indeed extraordinary, as even a black market dealer trusted them more than the city guards. All right, Lin Hao agreed readily. Since I'm the one asking to see the item, we'll do it your way. The dealer was relieved to hear this. He often engaged in shady dealings and naturally preferred to avoid contact with the city guards. The Church of Light, being less involved in such matters, seemed like a better option. The black market merchant quickly found 2 members of the Church of Light to serve as witnesses. Lin Hao took the opportunity to buy a black robe and put it on to avoid being recognized. He quietly congratulated himself on his foresight, as the 2 armored guards in heavy armor were the ones who had previously prevented him from entering the church. The 3 approached Lin Hao. The guards paid little attention to the man in the black robe, while the merchant, though puzzled by Lin Hao's attire, quickly surmised that he might have had a run-in with the church, further convinced that bringing witnesses was a wise move. Sir, these 2 guards are highly esteemed throughout the Church of Light. You can rest assured now, the merchant said with a smile. Lin Hao nodded in agreement, then handed over the life core to the merchant while firmly gripping the extraction and conversion orb. The system displayed only question marks for the orb's information, as it was not yet his. According to the agreement, he had only 3 minutes to examine it. Just as the merchant was feeling smug, Lin Hao suddenly launched an attack. A precise fireball spell hit the merchant's head, followed swiftly by a second strike. The merchant fell without even a chance to cry out, his face full of disbelief in his dying moments. The 2 Church of Light guards were stunned. The worst they had anticipated was a robbery, not that Lin Hao would dare to commit murder on the spot. Meanwhile, a system warning sounded in Lin Hao's mind. Warning, you have killed a black market merchant and are now wanted by Moon City. The city guards are on their way. Warning, you have broken the Church of Light's witness agreement and are now blacklisted. Church guards are on their way. The warnings echoed, heralding the immense trouble Lin Hao was about to face. As the system issued frantic warnings, 2 guardians of light shot towards Lin Hao like arrows released from a bow. Anger blazed in their eyes as they shouted, reckless fool, how dare you challenge the Church of Light? You're courting death. Just as the guards' attacks were about to rain down like a storm, Lin Hao swiftly tore off his identity-concealing cloak. In an instant, one of the guards' pupils contracted in shock, as if struck by lightning, and he halted his actions. Quick to react, he delivered a flying kick to his charging companion, sending him sprawling. Breathing heavily, the guard spoke with a mix of respect and confusion. Master Tianshi, what are you doing here? Lin Hao remained calm, standing with his hands behind his back as if the chaos had nothing to do with him. I was entrusted by your leader to deal with this unscrupulous merchant. It's over now. With that, he began collecting the spoils, clearing out the black market trader's stall. The 2 guards exchanged bewildered glances. The leader's commission? Why weren't we informed? They pondered silently, but dared not question him. After all, Lin Hao was indeed a guest of honor to their leader, who had even gifted him a rare tea that they had never tasted. The taller guard nervously stepped forward and cautiously asked, Master Tianshi, you say you were commissioned by the leader. Do you have any proof? Lin Hao chuckled coldly. Proof? Do I need something like that? If you think I'm lying, feel free to arrest me. No, no. The guard quickly waved his hands, afraid of offending this important figure. However, the other guard discreetly took out a communication stone and contacted Hui Yunwu. After all, committing murder in the city was a serious crime, and they needed to clarify how to handle this tricky situation. Leader, did you assign Master Tianshi a task? The guard cautiously inquired. Hui Yunwu was startled, quickly realizing that Lin Hao might be in trouble. He decided to play along, helping Lin Hao out without implicating himself. I did assign him a task. How has he done? The guard truthfully reported. Master Tianshi just killed a black market merchant and is now wanted by the city guards. Hui Yunwu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then instructed, if he's killed him, so be it. That merchant was no good anyway. Also, tell Master Tianshi that such trivial matters don't require his intervention. He should prioritize my task finding the Biming grass. The guard respectfully acknowledged and immediately relayed Hui Yunwu's message to Lin Hao. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's mouth twitched slightly. Well, borrowing your name, and now I'm sent to find Biming grass. he silently grumbled, understanding Hui Yunwu's intent. It was a way to smooth over the trouble while also requesting a favor in return. Lin Hao reluctantly agreed, thinking that he only promised to look for it, not to deliver it immediately. At that moment, a large group of city guards and guardians of light arrived at the scene, shouting, "Reckless fool! How dare you cause chaos in Moonwatch City? Surrender immediately!" Lin Hao remained composed, unfazed by their presence. As expected, the two guards immediately stepped forward, sternly reprimanding. "How dare you speak to Master Tianshi like that? Master Tianshi is a distinguished guest of the leader and just helped him punish a villain." The city guards and guardians of light were stunned, then quickly composed themselves, bowing apologetically to Lin Hao. "Master Tianshi, our apologies for the offense." Lin Hao smiled faintly, responding in a neutral tone, "No harm done. You were simply doing your duty. This operation wasn't reported, which was my oversight." Hearing this, warmth spread through the crowd, as they silently thought, "What a good person." Lin Hao waved goodbye to the last person and finally had a moment to assess the gains from his journey. His gaze settled on the mysterious sphere the extraction conversion orb. This unique item emitted a soft glow, seeming to hold endless possibilities. Lin Hao carefully read its description. By using 3 pieces of legendary equipment of any level as a medium, it can extract the active effect of 1 piece of equipment and convert it into an active skill. However, the equipment from which the effect is extracted will be damaged. The current status showed inactive, requiring a life core to activate. What surprised Lin Hao the most was that the item could be used up to 10 times. He had initially thought it was only 3, especially since in his previous life, this item was discovered by players a year later. Lin Hao suddenly realized that the black market merchant must have already used it several times. "Haha, I've really hit the jackpot this time," Lin Hao exclaimed to himself excitedly. Not only did he gain 7 extra uses, but he also ended up with 2 pieces of legendary equipment for free. The cost was merely helping Hui Yunwu find a biming grass. Lin Hao calculated that he currently had 17 pieces of legendary equipment. Even without counting the Dark Devourer and the Wasteland Robe, he still had 15 pieces. This meant he could extract a total of 5 active effects. Driven by curiosity, Lin Hao continued to examine the extraction conversion orb's description. When he read the line, "A trinket casually made by the Dark King," he was stunned. This was something created by the Dark King, and it was just a casual creation? Lin Hao couldn't help but marvel. As expected of a man serving as a backdrop, not only powerful, but also a god-tier craftsman. Lin Hao carefully took out a life core and infused it into the extraction conversion orb. In an instant, the once dark sphere turned into a dazzling ball of light, its blinding glow illuminating half the slum. Lin Hao was relieved that there were no other players around, or it would surely have attracted a crowd of curious onlookers. The light gradually dissipated, and the sphere dimmed again, but its status had changed to activated. Upon closer inspection, 10 star-like light points could be seen inside the sphere, flickering intermittently. Lin Hao carefully stored the extraction conversion orb and left the slum. Although he now possessed this powerful item, he wasn't in a hurry to extract the effect of Starflash. After all, he didn't have particularly strong footwear equipment on hand yet. After leaving the slum, Lin Hao headed directly to a tea house. His most urgent task now was to reach level 30 as quickly as possible, since level was the key to everything. He chose this place because it hid a special quest, more precisely, a clue to triggering a hidden boss. Inside the tea house, a somewhat down-and-out storyteller was on stage recounting an ancient tale. He spoke slowly. It said that long, long ago, Moon City was struck by a terrible plague, leading to countless deaths. The deceased were buried in a mass grave behind Picking Moon Mountain. It's rumored that at night, ghosts appear there. However, before the storyteller could finish, the audience erupted in boos. "Get off the stage. Not this old story again," an impatient listener shouted. "Yeah, the ghosts in the mass grave are just a myth," another chimed in. "It's just full of skeleton monsters, not a single ghost in sight." "Tell a different story," a third voice called out. "The first time was interesting, but after hearing it so many times, I can practically recite it." The storyteller looked down at the skeptical audience and declared resolutely, "I say it exists, so it does. If you can't see it, that's your problem." This statement immediately caused a stir. Several burly men rolled up their sleeves, revealing muscular arms, their eyes blazing with anger, clearly ready to teach this arrogant storyteller a lesson. Sensing the danger, the man's expression shifted, and he slipped away through the crowd like an eel, disappearing around the street corner in an instant. Lin Hao saw the opportunity and quietly followed. He skillfully avoided passers-by, keeping his eyes locked on the fleeing figure. The man, realizing he was being followed, turned with anger on his face. However, when he heard Lin Hao say, "I believe your story," his anger was instantly replaced with surprise. "Really?" A glimmer of light flashed in the man's eyes, and he scrutinized Lin Hao carefully. Seeing the legendary gear Lin Hao wore, the man's smile grew so wide it almost overflowed. "Young hero, the man said enthusiastically. You must have followed me because you want to know how to see the ghost, right? Lin Hao nodded in acknowledgement. That's right. Name your conditions. As long as they're not excessive, I can meet them. To his surprise, the man shook his head and exhaled deeply. I don't need anything. To be honest, the ghost I mentioned is actually my great-great-great-grandfather. He was a martial arts fanatic who didn't die on the battlefield but from a plague, and his soul has never been at peace. I want you to defeat him so he can leave satisfied. Just then, Lin Hao's system notification chimed. Ding! You have triggered a hidden quest. Liberate the martial fanatic soul. Reward: random red skill book. Condition for the martial fanatic soul to appear. Defeat 20 skeleton creatures alone within half an hour to prove your strength. After accepting the quest, Lin Hao left the bustling Moonwatch city and headed towards the desolate mass grave. Along the way, he casually dispatched a few low-level monsters, easily leveling up to 28 and adding 10 points to his agility attribute. The mass grave was a level 30 grinding spot, a distance away from Moonwatch City. The monsters here were all level 30, and players above that level had long moved on, so those grinding here were mostly level 20+ players teaming up. As Lin Hao arrived at the mass grave, he saw a 4-person team struggling to deal with a skeleton creature. They had been fighting for 10 minutes and were finally about to defeat the monster. Haha, this one is about to die. Great, after 10 minutes, we're finally going to finish it. Sigh, I shouldn't have come here with you guys. 4 of us took 10 minutes to deal with one monster. We might as well be outside grinding level 20 monsters. Alright, we're here now, let's just make the best of it. Lin Hao hadn't planned to bother with these novices, but when he saw their usernames, he couldn't resist a bit of mischief. He quietly cast a skill. Forbidden Technique. Healing Spell. Activate. The nearly defeated skeleton creature suddenly gained 2,400 health points, as if reborn. The 4 members of the Tianya Guild were stunned, their expressions shifting from joy to despair and bewilderment. What the heck? Skeletons can heal themselves. This is ridiculous. What kind of bug is this? Come on, don't mess with us. We've been at this for so long, and we're so close to success. As they suspected a game bug, a red shockwave filled with destructive energy descended from the sky. The terrifying damage not only instantly wiped out the 4 players, but also killed the monster they had been struggling with for 10 minutes. The 4 players turned into white light and vanished, leaving behind a chaotic battlefield as evidence of the sudden tragedy. The system notification sounded simultaneously in the ears of the 4, and their expressions instantly turned grim. Damn it! How did the Celestial Master end up at the mass grave? One of them cursed, his voice filled with frustration and anger. This is just too unlucky. Not only did we fail to kill the monster after all this time, but we also lost a level. Another complained, a glint of unwillingness in his eyes. Who was the genius that dragged us to the mass grave? I want to punch him. The 3rd person clenched his fists, speaking through gritted teeth. The Celestial Master is too much. I'm going to tell Liu Xiao about this. The last person shouted in anger. If he can't handle it, I'm quitting this guild. Exactly, the others chimed in. Joining this lousy guild hasn't brought us any benefits. Running into the Celestial Master means certain death. It's just too frustrating. Word spread quickly, reaching Liu Xiao's ears. Hearing that the Celestial Master was at the mass grave, Liu Xiao hesitated. He was acutely aware of the power gap between himself and the Celestial Master, choosing to avoid him even when they crossed paths. However, he also understood that if he didn't turn the tide soon, the entire branch's morale might crumble. At that moment, Liu Xiao noticed that members of the Xingqian Guild also seemed to be searching for the Celestial Master. An idea flashed in his mind. Perhaps I can use their strength. A gleam appeared in his eyes as he quickly devised a plan. Meanwhile, Lin Hao was oblivious to the fact that the novices he had defeated were gathering reinforcements. If he knew, he would probably say, "Good job, bring more people." At this moment, what he needed most was dark points. More opponents could potentially help him permanently synthesize the Death's Descent skill. Lin Hao's gaze fell on the skeletal soldier before him as he quickly analyzed its attributes. Skeleton Soldier, level 30. Health, 12,000. Attack, 1,450. Defense, 1,230. Magic resistance, 1,198. Skills, Frenzy. This level 30 skeleton monster had a health pool of 12,000 and a defense of 1,230, making it considerably stronger than ordinary level 30 monsters. But for Lin Hao, defense was a negligible attribute. How long it could last against him depended entirely on its health. With just 2 blasts of his explosive fire spell, he could easily send the skeleton monster to its doom. Lin Hao spent more time navigating the mass grave in search of targets than he did actually fighting. To encounter the hidden boss, he needed to single-handedly kill 20 skeleton monsters within half an hour. This prerequisite was a massive challenge for any player under level 30. Yet, Lin Hao completed the task in less than 5 minutes. By the time he defeated the 20th skeleton monster, his level had reached 29, just one shy of the map's limit. Meanwhile, most players from his starting village were still struggling around level 20. Lin Hao's leveling speed was that remarkable. Even more surprising was that Lin Hao had never deliberately farmed monsters to level up. He had always focused on completing tasks. If he devoted his time to monster farming, his leveling speed could have been even faster, but that would mean sacrificing other rewards. Lin Hao understood that upon reaching level 30, the system would automatically unlock advancement quests. The attribute points gained and the experience required for subsequent leveling would double. Level 30 marked the true beginning of the game. Everything before was merely a familiarization process. As Lin Hao pondered these things, the sky above the mass grave suddenly darkened, and a light rain began to fall. The gray sky, filled with flashes of lightning and rumbling thunder, added a touch of eeriness to the desolate graveyard. In the intermittent light of the lightning, a figure clad in heavy red armor appeared before Lin Hao. This figure flickered in and out of view like a ghost, giving off an otherworldly vibe. The phantom of the reluctant martial arts enthusiast, a level 30 hidden boss, looms in the shadows of the mass grave. His ethereal form exudes a formidable aura, an attack power of 60,000 that cuts like a sword, 3,400 points of defense, and 3,200 points of magic resistance that stand like an impregnable fortress. Though his 2,980 health points are not as astonishing as his other attributes, they still far exceed those of ordinary foes. This once-renowned warrior, undefeated in countless battles during his lifetime, ultimately succumbed to a plague. Unwilling to accept such an end, he became a ghost, trapped in this graveyard, endlessly seeking a worthy opponent. The arrival of Lin Hao seemed to ignite the remnants of his battle spirit. Lin Hao was astonished to discover that this boss's attributes far surpassed those of the mechanical king he had faced before. Even more intimidating was his deadly skill set. Rupture Sword LV3, a single strike enough to instill fear in enemies. When the long sword is swung with full force, it deals a terrifying 300 damage, with an additional 200 damage bonus against shields and metal. Warrior's Duel, a unique skill created by the martial arts enthusiast himself. With the shout, "Face me in an honorable duel," he can draw the target into a special barrier. In this 60-second duel space, the barrier's shield value reaches 5,000 of his attack power. Parry, a counterattack skill of true masters. When attacked, it can parry all damage except area attacks, lasting for 10 seconds. This skill showcases the martial artist's ability to counterattack at a critical moment. Lin Hao was secretly alarmed, as this was his first encounter with an enemy who had honed skills to LV3. At the same level, humanoid monsters are already stronger than ordinary ones, and this martial arts enthusiast, once an NPC, could easily crush them. Suddenly, the ghostly man appeared, pointing his long sword at Lin Hao without a word. "You have great skill, why not spar with me?" Before the words had fully left his mouth, he had already moved in front of Lin Hao, his sword whistling through the air. In a split second, Lin Hao deployed a level 3 intermediate barrier spell. With an attack power of 3,450, a shield with a strength of 13,800 points instantly formed. The ghostly man's sword struck heavily, dealing an astonishing 3,400 points of damage. Lin Hao was about to counterattack when he saw the ghostly man's sword suddenly turn crimson. The Rupture Sword's special effect was about to erupt. He felt a chill in his heart. If this strike hit, it would inflict over 20,000 points of terrifying damage, which even his shield could not withstand. In the blink of an eye, Lin Hao used Starlight Flash to narrowly evade the deadly blow. He then swiftly launched a Blast Flame spell. However, the ghostly man was prepared and activated the parry skill. With a single swing of his sword, Lin Hao's Blast Flame was reflected back at him with even greater speed. The shield shattered under the violent impact, and the remaining 200 or so points of damage struck Lin Hao directly. At that moment, he experienced firsthand the terrifying power of his own attack. Lin Hao remained vigilant, knowing this ghostly man was undoubtedly the strongest boss he had encountered in the game so far. Even the once dominant mechanical king could not withstand 3 seconds against him. Yet this martial arts enthusiast, with the ability to counter long-range skills, could at least hold his own for 10 seconds. A fire blast was ineffective at this moment, as its initial damage was a single target attack, with only the subsequent shockwave being an area attack. Moreover, due to its lower level, the damage was insufficient to effectively strike the enemy. After weighing his options, Lin Hao decisively activated Swift Steps. With an agility attribute of 296, his speed was like lightning, making it difficult for the ghostly man to touch him. Lin Hao felt a surge of joy. Once the parry's 10-second effect ended, the scales of victory would tip in his favor. Lin Hao cautiously maintained a certain distance from the ghostly man, ensuring he neither let him escape the battle nor got too close. Suddenly, the ghostly man halted his pursuit, fixed a piercing gaze on Lin Hao, and shouted, "Face me in a fair fight." Before Lin Hao could react, the scene around him changed abruptly. He found himself in a unique space encased in a transparent shield about 100 meters in diameter, completely isolating him from the outside world. Even with his speed, maneuvering in such a confined space was difficult. The battle had only lasted 7 seconds when the ghostly man charged at him like an arrow released from a bow. Seeing no way to escape, Lin Hao was not scared but rather pleased, thinking, "Since you enjoy chasing, I'll give you a big surprise." In an instant, a dazzling red lotus bloomed out of thin air. The red shockwave swept out with the force of a raging tide, hitting the ghostly man directly. This red lotus shockwave was an area attack and couldn't be deflected. However, the ghostly man's resilience left Lin Hao stunned. After taking a direct hit from the red lotus shockwave, his health was still above 50. Even more shocking, he charged through the barrage of red light to stand before Lin Hao, raising his long sword to strike. Holy crap, are you really a ghost? Lin Hao was completely taken aback by the boss's formidable strength. In his previous life, he had never faced this boss. The hidden boss was renowned because no one had ever defeated him. Initially, some tried to profit by selling boss information. But as word spread, although many knew of him, no one could conquer him. Many players shared the prerequisite tasks publicly, hoping a skilled player would break through. Yet, until Lin Hao's time travel, this boss remained undefeated, a testament to his immense power. Lin Hao had once refused to believe the tales and returned to Moon City to test his skills. Unfortunately, he was over level 30 then and couldn't trigger the task. Now, he had the chance to make up for that regret. As Lin Hao's thoughts raced, the ghostly man's attacks came like a storm. Lin Hao dared not take them heeded, decisively spending 1,000 mana points to activate a psychic shield. Using the invincibility skill, he blocked the sword strike, and as the deflection time ended, Lin Hao launched a frenzied counterattack. The ghostly man's attack speed was astonishing. Lin Hao barely withstood 2 attacks before the man swung his sword again. Lin Hao's mana quickly dropped by 1,700 points, but he remained calm. His mana stone reserves were ample. With a thought, his mana was instantly replenished. At this point, the ghostly man's health had dropped to Lin Hao's execution threshold. A level 5 explosive flame spell landed, and massive damage numbers flashed above the man's head. Soon, he ceased his attack, his figure gradually becoming phantom-like. As he was about to vanish, a genuine smile appeared on the ghostly man's face, and he praised, "Well done." With those words, his figure completely disappeared, leaving behind a red skill book and a letter quietly lying on the ground. Lin Hao couldn't help but marvel. What a formidable opponent. No wonder so many couldn't solo him in the past. He calculated in his mind. With 60,000 health points, far superior attack and defense capabilities, and incredibly strong skills, he had virtually no weaknesses. If not for the War God talent that allowed Lin Hao to ignore the boss's defensive attributes and enjoy a 5-fold damage boost later on, this battle might have turned into a truly tough fight. The system notification sounded abruptly, announcing a remarkable victory. Ding! You have slain the level 30 hidden boss, Wu Qi, earning 20,000 experience points. Killing an enemy 1 level above you grants an additional 2,000 experience points. The strength of this hidden boss was indeed formidable, offering double the experience reward compared to the mechanical king of the same level. Following this, another alert appeared. Ding! Your War God talent has activated, absorbing Wu Qi's primal power, permanently increasing your attack power by 100 points. This talent's effect was astonishing, allowing one to grow stronger with each kill. Ding! You are the first player to slay Wu Qi, granting you the opportunity for a nationwide announcement. Would you like to hide your name? The system inquired. No. As soon as the response was given, the entire nation of Xia reverberated with the announcement 3 times. Nationwide announcement. Congratulations to player Tianshi for achieving the first kill of Wu Qi, earning 10,000 experience points and 10 gold coins. We hope all players will continue to strive forward. This message exploded like a bomb in the gaming world, causing a massive stir. Especially in the Sword Dance Storm Guild, where a Swords Mana level 89 powerhouse and guild leader, Jian Wang was visibly shocked upon hearing the news. What? That Wu Qi has been slain. Jian Wuing exclaimed in disbelief. This hidden boss had been discovered by them recently, and even his elite players below level 30 couldn't last 3 minutes against it, let alone defeat it. Jian Wuing pondered silently, realizing that the greater the boss, the richer the rewards for its defeat. Particularly with this sword-wielding hidden boss, whose background was extraordinary. If there were follow-up quests, it was highly likely to obtain a legendary skill usable by swordsmen. With this in mind, Jian Wuing could no longer hold back. Although he didn't have a branch in Moon City, many people had been there due to Wu Qi, thus activating the teleportation array. He decided to set off immediately. Meanwhile, Lin Hao began examining the boss's loot. The first thing that caught his eye was a red skill book. Unexpectedly, it wasn't the broken sword he had anticipated, but a unique skill created by Wu Qi Warrior's Duel. The skill book detailed Warrior's Duel Red Special. Quality: an exceptionally powerful NP-created skill, comparable to a legendary skill. Class requirement: none. Effect: draws a target into a special barrier for 60 seconds. The barrier's shield value is 5,000 of the user's attack power. Lin Hao couldn't help but marvel. This Wuqi must have been frequently ambushed to have created such a practical skill. This isolation barrier, with a 100-meter diameter, makes escape nearly impossible once trapped. It's especially effective against highly agile enemies that tend to jump around. As a survival skill, its effect is outstanding. It instantly creates an ultra-strong shield with 5,000 of one's attack power, far surpassing the intermediate barrier spell. With Lin Hao's current attack power of 3,550 points, he could immediately generate nearly 180,000 shield points of defense. This is an extraordinary level of protection. Even more impressive, this shield lasts for 60 seconds, completely overshadowing the intermediate barrier spell. It can not only pull enemies into the barrier for a kill, but also be used defensively by drawing allies inside for protection. The only drawback is that this barrier acts like a transparent dome placed on the ground. Until the barrier is breached, those outside cannot attack those inside, and vice versa. Lin Hao pondered the various scenarios where this powerful skill could be applied, preparing thoroughly for the upcoming new adventures. Lin Hao's eyes suddenly lit up, and countless possibilities of his newly acquired skill flashed through his mind. He couldn't help but marvel at the shield with 5,000 attack power. Its strength was simply astonishing. Even the top-level legendary shields couldn't match such an exaggerated figure. After learning the skill, Lin Hao bent down to pick up the letter on the ground. As expected, this letter was the key item to trigger the hidden quest. He held his breath and carefully read the relic from the formidable hidden boss, thinking it might be closely related to a legendary skill. The letter was quite lengthy, but Lin Hao read every word. The first part narrated the life of the ghostly man. His name was Su Long, and he was born over 300 years ago into a scholarly family. As the eldest son of the Su family, he didn't enjoy reading but preferred martial arts. With the family's affluence, he could afford renowned teachers and eventually achieved success after years of hard training. However, one night, despite his family's dissuasion, Su Long resolutely left home to pursue martial arts and was never heard from again. The latter part revealed a shocking secret. Su Long had secretly collected treasures and hidden them. Knowing that he had many enemies and fearing an untimely death, he didn't expect to succumb to a plague and die far from home. The letter detailed the treasure's location and implored the reader to return it to the Su family. Just as Lin Hao finished reading, a familiar system notification sounded. Ding! Hidden quest triggered, the traveler's treasure. Description: Su Long left behind a substantial treasure located in the Panlong Mountains. Please find the treasure and return it to the Su family. Reward: legendary skill book for your class. A legendary skill book for my class. Lin Hao exclaimed in surprise. He had expected that the subsequent quest would at most reward skills for physical combat classes like swordsmen or warriors. He didn't anticipate a legendary skill exclusive to his class. It's worth noting that although Lin Hao was classified as a mage, his true class was the Fury Mage. The thought of acquiring a legendary skill exclusive to the Fury Mage filled him with excitement. Carefully storing the letter, Lin Hao opened his attribute panel. At this point, his level had officially reached 30. Nickname: Tian Shi. Class: Fury Mage. Level: 30. HP: 3,750. MP: 5,400. Strength: 500. Constitution: 7. Spirit: 110. Agility: 306. Attack: 1,900. Defense: 14. These were merely Lin Hao's base attributes. Out of the 1,900 attack points, 900 were from the War God talent. With equipment, his attack would soar to 3,550 points, and his mana would reach an impressive 8,300 points. Such terrifying attributes were beyond the reach of even typical level 50 players. For opponents of the same level, a single fire blast could easily obliterate them, with damage to spare. At that moment, the prompt for the advancement quest also appeared, unveiling a new chapter in Lin Hao's adventure. Lin Hao stood in place, his brow slightly furrowed as he pondered the level 30 advancement quest. He knew that such quests typically weren't too difficult, often involving defeating a specific boss or achieving a certain accomplishment. However, the difficulty of the quest often depended on the profession. The rarer and more powerful the profession, the more challenging the quest. He couldn't help but feel a bit worried, fearing that the system might assign him a particularly tricky task. However, when the system notification sounded, Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief. The task was straightforward, an advancement trial requiring him to challenge and defeat at least 20 level 30 players solo. For ordinary players, this would undoubtedly be a hellish difficulty, but for Lin Hao, the biggest challenge was finding 20 willing opponents. As he was contemplating, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. The master is indeed still here. Lu Xiao's excited voice called out. Lin Hao looked up to see Lu Xiao approaching with 10 big shots from the Xingqian Guild. You again? Lin Hao scanned the dozen or so people in front of him and immediately recognized 4 of them as the novices from the Tianya Guild he had easily dealt with before. He instantly understood the situation. They had obviously sought help after being bullied. He had to admit, The guild was indeed united in this regard, not ignoring their members when they were in trouble. Lin Hao carefully observed the newcomers. There weren't many from the Tianya guild, just those 4 novices and Lu Xiao, who had some strength. The other 10 were level 30 players from the Xingqian guild, mostly familiar faces. Suddenly, a large crowd appeared behind them, at least 100 people. Lin Hao initially thought it was guild reinforcements, feeling a bit of pressure. But he quickly realized they were all solo players who had come to watch the spectacle. Hurry, hurry. The show is about to start. No wonder he's called the Master, daring to offend the Xingqian guild. Looks like the Master is in trouble now. The Xingqian guild has deep roots in Wangyue City. No, I have faith in the Master. He'll definitely turn the tables. The players chattered animatedly, and Lin Hao couldn't help but marvel at their curiosity. Wherever there was excitement, they were sure to be there. After all, most people play games for fun, and who would want to miss out on some entertainment? At that moment, a fierce-looking, scar-faced man from the Xingqian guild couldn't hold back and shouted, "Master, was it you who healed the boss during the fight with the Mechanical King?" This wasn't an unfounded accusation. Lin Hao had used this skill in front of others multiple times, and those 4 novices had witnessed the skeleton monster suddenly regain a large amount of health. Earlier, he had used the same technique on the Ironhoof Bull King. With so much evidence, they couldn't help but believe that this player could actually heal bosses. Facing the accusation, Lin Hao remained calm and casually replied, "Since you figured it out, why bother asking?" He knew full well that since they had come looking for him, they wouldn't leave peacefully. A fierce confrontation seemed inevitable. The female player from the Star Guild was furious upon hearing this. She glared at Lin Hao, her voice trembling with anger. "Tianshi, didn't you say you wouldn't steal our monsters?" Lin Hao shrugged innocently, responding, "I didn't steal anything." His tone carried a hint of mockery, as if challenging her intelligence. The female player was at a loss for words, her face turning red with both anger and the frustration of having no rebuttal. Technically, Lin Hao hadn't stolen any monsters. At that moment, a player in a luxurious robe stepped forward from the crowd. He stared coldly at Lin Hao, disdain flickering in his eyes. "Tianshi," he said in a low, threatening voice. "You've had it easy so far, but you clearly don't understand the strength of a top guild. Offend our Star Guild, and as a lone player, you're as good as dead." This statement hit the solo players present like a heavy blow. Although they disliked the arrogant attitude, they couldn't deny the vast gap between solo players and guild players, especially when facing a top guild. Yet Lin Hao remained unfazed. He looked at the other player with a scornful smile. "With just you lot? I'm well aware of the power of a top guild, but among equals, I've never been afraid. If you want to kill me, you better bring at least 100 people. Just 10 level 30 guys daring to come here is laughable." As soon as Lin Hao finished speaking, the surrounding solo players erupted in cheers. "That's Tianshi for you, always so bold. I'm a fan now. Star Guild or not, they're no match here." Their cheers echoed around, supporting Lin Hao's fearless demeanor. Arrogant, the mage player spat coldly, stepping to the front of the group. As he moved, everyone's attention was drawn to him. Even Lin Hao couldn't help but take a few more glances. The mage's distinctiveness wasn't his appearance, but the astonishing gear he wore. Each piece of his equipment shimmered with the unique glow of legendary items, all top-tier level 30. "Wow, is this the might of a top guild?" The onlooking solo players exclaimed in disbelief, most seeing such a concentration of legendary gear on one person for the first time. This setup meant he could single-handedly take on all the solo players present without being at a disadvantage. Soon, someone in the crowd recognized the mage. "That mage is probably the president of the Star Guild's branch in Wangyue City, Wank Sinking," someone whispered. "No wonder he's so bold, daring to challenge Tianshi. He's got the guts to back it up. Man, if I had that much legendary gear, I'd be even bolder." Now Tianshi has a real opponent. Wank Sinking isn't just any mage. I've heard he's also in a hidden profession, and it's an S-class hidden profession. I've heard that too. Although I'm not sure what the hidden profession is, it must be strong, or the Star Guild wouldn't invest so much in him. As the crowd murmured, Lin Hao quickly discovered the mage's details. He indeed had a hidden mage profession, the incredibly powerful Star Element Mage. This profession was a rare treasure coveted by all guilds, with a core ability to double the effects of enhancement skills. This doubling effect was comprehensive. Not only did it double damage enhancements, but also the duration of skills, and even the number of targets benefiting from skills. For example, if he used a single target enhancement skill, he could apply the same enhancement to an additional person. If it was originally a group enhancement skill for 5 people, in his hands, it could be used on 10. Astonishingly, this doubling effect could even apply to the skill effects of equipment. With such an extraordinary talent, any guild would prioritize cultivating him above all else, sparing no effort or expense. Lin Hao realized that this confrontation might be far more challenging than he initially thought. Lin Hao stared at the player in front of him, who radiated an aura of legend, feeling a surge of surprise. The familiar enchanted boots stood out, precisely the rare equipment he had once missed buying from a black market trader. Stargazer stepped forward from his group, confidently proclaiming, "Let me show you the power of the Star Guild. We wouldn't have come if we weren't prepared to handle you." In the past, Lin Hao might have sneered at such grandiose words. But now, recognizing the opponent's profession, his expression grew serious. This was his first encounter with a player possessing an S-level hidden class, and the situation had suddenly become tense. Stargazer began to cast amplification skills, magic flowing from his fingertips. "Mana focus," he shouted, and a brilliant energy enveloped his 10-member team. Originally a skill meant for 5, its effect was expanded by the Star Mage's innate abilities. Lin Hao realized why Stargazer had brought only 10 people more would have been counterproductive. The effect of Mana Focus was astonishing. A skill that normally increased power by 15 for 5 seconds had been extended to a 30 increase for 10 seconds under the Star Mage's control. This significant boost left Lin Hao secretly alarmed. But this was only the beginning. Stargazer continued with Gale Force, boosting the team's speed, followed by Weakness Extension, a legendary skill that made Lin Hao inhale sharply. It could have all-range damage received by those blessed, a potentially devastating blow to Lin Hao, who excelled in long-range spells. After a barrage of spells, Stargazer activated the Enchantment Resonance effect of his enchanted boots. Enhanced by the Star Mage class, this effect, which originally doubled the next skill's damage by 100, was boosted to 200 and could also benefit a teammate. He bestowed this terrifying amplification on a nearby swordsman ready to strike. Although not a hidden class, this swordsman was far superior to ordinary ones. Now, with a 30 damage boost and 200 attack enhancement, his destructive power had reached an astonishing level. Lin Hao calculated silently. In Tianyu, similar amplification skills typically couldn't stack to prevent players from achieving boss-killing levels of damage through combo chains. However, Enchantment Resonance, due to its uniqueness, could stack with skills like Mana Focus, resulting in an incredible increase in damage. Finally, Stargazer paused his actions. His rapid casting was thanks to the two main talents of the S-level Star Mage: comprehensive skill amplification and instant casting of enhancement skills. While not matching Lin Hao's ability to instantly cast all skills as a Fury Sage, the effects of this S-level hidden class were intimidating. Lin Hao realized that an unprecedentedly challenging battle was about to unfold. The onlookers were utterly stunned, left speechless by the seamless and impressive maneuvers of Stargazer. Although they couldn't fully recognize all the skills being used, having been in the realm for over 2 years, they could make a pretty good guess. "Wow, are those all red amplification skills?" one player exclaimed in disbelief. "This is insane. Is this the power of a top guild? A level 30 player being this wealthy?" Another player remarked in awe. Amidst the chatter, someone voiced their concern. "I feel like Celestial Master is really in trouble this time. With so many amplification skills in play, their damage might be on par with his." "And that's not all," someone added. "Stargazer just used Weakness Extension. Their entire team takes half damage from ranged attacks. We're doomed. It was already a long shot, and now with half damage, how can we win?" As expected, solo players can't compete with guilds. Of course, except for those useless ones like the Horizon Guild and Berserk Guild. Just then, a discordant voice chimed in. "Really? Do you have to insult me even now?" Liu Xiao, who had been all smiles, turned sullen upon hearing the criticism, a flicker of anger crossing his eyes. At this moment, Lin Hao was indeed in a precarious situation. The meticulous preparations of the Star Guild had far exceeded his expectations. Activating swift steps, he chose to strike first. As soon as he was within range, his LV5 explosive flame spell shot out like an arrow. However, the Star Guild was clearly prepared, on high alert for Lin Hao's sudden attack. In a split second, a shield warrior stepped in front of Stargazer, quickly summoning a shield and absorbing the damage. The LV5 explosive flame spell should have dealt 10,950 damage, but due to the weakness extension effect, only half the damage was inflicted. This shield warrior was evidently no ordinary player, clad entirely in red quality gear. After taking the hit, his shield still had over 7,000 points remaining. As an initial class in the realm, shield warriors have a unique talent effect. Their shields not only double in value, but are also impenetrable. Seeing Lin Hao's attack easily thwarted, Stargazer couldn't help but smile smugly. "Celestial Master, do you see the gap between us now? I'll give you a chance to join our Star Guild. Let bygones be bygones, and I promise you'll be my top priority for training." The prowess of Celestial Master was undeniable. Recruiting such a promising talent could potentially allow them to compete with the mighty Dragon Guild. As for the concern that Celestial Master might usurp his resources, Stargazer wasn't worried. After all, he was the younger brother of the Star Guild's head, his position unshakable. Moreover, they weren't competing in the same league. Stargazer focused on team-wide amplification, while Celestial Master excelled in individual combat. Even if Celestial Master eventually learned amplification skills, it wouldn't matter. Who would complain about having more team members with amplification skills? In the large-scale battles, even national wars involving thousands or tens of thousands of players, one person's amplification abilities can't cover such a vast battlefield. Thus, Stargazer's promise to prioritize Celestial Master was genuine. At this point, the surrounding solo players turned their attention to Lin Hao, curious to see if he could resist such an enticing offer. Joining the Star Guild is undoubtedly a dream come true for many players. This powerful guild is rich in resources and particularly generous with equipment, offering rare red gear at every level. However, Lin Hao remains indifferent to this. He had already turned down a personal invitation from the Proud Dragon Guild's president, so he certainly wouldn't accept an invitation from a branch leader of the Star Guild. While gazing at the stars didn't underestimate Lin Hao, he was still brimming with confidence. He looked Lin Hao straight in the eye, his tone carrying a hint of provocation. I know you're a top player with many tricks up your sleeve, but I've seen plenty of top players, and you won't stir up much trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly locked a skill onto Lin Hao. Take this, Demon Bind. Gazing at the stars shouted. In an instant, chain-like effects tightly bound Lin Hao. Yet, Lin Hao's speed didn't decrease, leading the unaware spectators to believe the skill hadn't worked. But Lin Hao's expression changed dramatically, clearly realizing the seriousness of the situation. Demon Bind, despite its ordinary name, was a truly legendary skill. It not only restricted an enemy's abilities, but was also notoriously difficult to deal with. An enemy hit by it couldn't recover mana for 120 seconds by any means, and this state couldn't be purified. Even powerful skills like Divine Protection could only extend purification time, and couldn't fundamentally dispel this state. To completely resolve it, one either had to wait for the time to pass or use higher-level dispel skills like Erase, Cleanse, or Eliminate. However, these skills were also legendary, and Lin Hao clearly hadn't mastered them yet. With his mana restricted, Lin Hao's sustainability and survivability took a significant hit. This was undoubtedly the biggest crisis he had faced. Lin Hao thought to himself, after restricting my output, now they're limiting my mana recovery. Quite ruthless. Unfortunately, you came at the wrong time. He stopped in his tracks and resolutely used the warrior duel skill, locking it onto gazing at the stars. Face me in an honorable duel. Lin Hao shouted. Gazing at the stars couldn't help but laugh. An honorable duel? I didn't expect you to be so naive, master. Why duel when I can gang up on you? Why should I give up my advantage? Just as others were about to agree, a transparent shield suddenly unfolded. Surprisingly, this shield only trapped gazing at the stars inside, while those standing with him were suddenly flung nearly 100 meters away. A mage player looked at the shield warrior in surprise. When did you learn such a powerful shield skill? Yeah, Shaoli, this skill is amazing. It flipped me 100 meters away with one move. Why didn't you protect us too? Another player chimed in. Wow, look at the shield's health. 177,500. I didn't miscount, did I? This shield has nearly 180,000 health. No way. It really is 177,000. At first, I thought it was 17,000. What kind of skill is this? It's incredible. Shaoli, you've really outdone yourself, coming up with such a powerful skill. With this skill, you'll definitely have a place among shield players. The surrounding players were full of astonishment and chatter, clearly shocked by the sudden emergence of this powerful shield. The members of the Xingqiang Guild were overjoyed to have such a powerful teammate. When the shield deployed, an unprecedented sense of security enveloped the entire area. An 180,000 HP shield was simply astonishing. Even more exciting was the fact that Shaoli was only at level 30 and already possessed such strength, indicating limitless potential for growth. After all, shield skills have always been calculated by multipliers, closely related to defense and health points. As these attributes improve, the strength of the shield is bound to skyrocket. This scene also caught the attention of many solo players. They stared wide-eyed, almost dropping their jaws. A level 30 player able to cast a shield with 180,000 HP was out of this world. Even the legendary Tianshi at his peak would have to tread carefully. However, the shield warrior named Shaoli looked bewildered. Huh? But I didn't activate any skill. Alright, stop being so modest. Excessive humility is arrogance. A nearby swordsman player patted his shoulder, eyes gleaming with envy. You should just take the credit and stop pretending. With such a powerful skill, you'll have plenty of opportunities to show off in the future. There's no need to keep flaunting it in front of us. Shaoli sensed something was wrong and quickly shook off the swordsman's hand, reiterating seriously. I really didn't activate any skill. This must be Tianshi's doing. Everyone was initially surprised, then turned their gaze toward the protective shield. Sure enough, Tianshi was right there. Damn, the mage player's face changed dramatically, urgently shouting. Everyone attacked together and smashed this shield. The others quickly realized and launched a fierce attack. 9 strikes rained down like a storm, with the swordsman dealing an incredible 14,000 damage under enhanced conditions. Yet, the shield remained unmoved. As the enhancement time was about to run out, they had no choice but to go all out with a frenzied assault. The solo players nearby were dumbfounded, whispering among themselves. Are they crazy? Why are they attacking their own shield? No idea. Have they been turned by Tianshi? Fools. Didn't you see Tianshi is inside the shield too? Oh my god. Is Xingqian Guild really going to take on Tianshi alone? Forget it. There's no hope. This is clearly Tianshi's shield. He needs to deal with Xingqian Guild first. That's it. This skill is just too overpowering. Exactly. I saw someone stand in front of Xingqian Guild and get pulled inside while others were blown away. This skill ignores obstacles. Isn't Tianshi a mage? How can he create a shield that even a shield warrior would envy? Just as Xingqian Guild was in utter panic, Lin Hao charged straight at them. As a mage focused on support, Xingqian Guild knew he stood no chance against Tianshi. Even though he had some offensive capabilities, they were insignificant compared to the overwhelming power difference. However, after a brief moment of panic, Xingqian Guild quickly regained his composure. He didn't need to kill the Celestial Master. He just needed to restrain him and deplete his mana. The duration of the Demon Bind was 120 seconds, enough time for his teammates to easily deal with the Celestial Master. Skyward cast a high-level barrier on himself, instantly enveloping his entire body with a transparent shield of over 9,000 points. He knew this barrier wouldn't fully block the Celestial Master, but as long as it drained even a bit of his mana, it would be considered a success. Next, Skyward concentrated his mana and released a slow-moving water orb glowing with blue light towards Lin Hao. Although this skill could significantly reduce the target's movement speed, it needed time to take effect. Lin Hao, sensing the danger, swiftly dodged the incoming water orb and quickly closed the distance with Skyward. Lin Hao activated Life Drain, his staff tracing residual shadows in the air as he fiercely struck at Skyward. The shield was rendered useless under the effect of Life Drain, and Weakness Extension could only affect ranged damage, having no impact on melee attacks. As a fragile mage, Skyward quickly fell under Lin Hao's relentless assault. Outside the barrier, 9 players were frantically attacking the shield. The nearly 180,000 shield value left them feeling hopeless. The person they aimed to rescue was already dead, yet the shield remained unbreakable. The scar-faced, burly man suddenly realized the danger and shouted, "Everyone, spread out. Watch out for his Crimson Lotus Shockwave." They understood that continuing to waste major skills on the shield would only put them at a disadvantage. Instead of waiting for skill cooldowns, they decided to wait for the shield to dissipate on its own. After all, they didn't believe the shield could last forever. Lin Hao was also in a predicament. The Demon Bind had sealed his ability to draw mana from his mana stones. While he could still use them to cast skills, he couldn't replenish his own mana. Without the ability to sustain himself, he couldn't withstand the attacks for long. Lin Hao began to consider whether he should turn and flee. With his high agility of 306 points, these people likely wouldn't even catch a glimpse of his shadow. As Lin Hao weighed his options, a large number of figures suddenly appeared around him. He quickly noticed that these newcomers were all well-equipped level 30 players, numbering over 40, surrounding the entire barrier shield from all directions. Focusing his attention, Lin Hao recognized that these individuals all bore the guild name of Sword Dance Storm. Leading them was none other than the youthful and arrogant player he had previously encountered. Lin Hao was secretly surprised that a player not even level 30 could command so many high-level players. It was clear that the status of an S-class warrior in a major guild was indeed extraordinary, far beyond that of ordinary players. Once they had surrounded Lin Hao, a young and arrogant voice shouted, "Master, hand over the legendary skill book after completing the mission, and we might spare your life." Hearing this, Lin Hao smirked coldly. He glanced at the players around him, all eyeing him like hungry predators, and scoffed, "You guild folks sure have big mouths. If you think you can kill me, go ahead and try." Despite his calm exterior, Lin Hao was calculating inwardly. Facing around 40 well-equipped level 30 guild elites, he couldn't be entirely confident. Moreover, his mana was currently sealed, putting him at a disadvantage. In the worst-case scenario, he could be killed in an instant. At this critical moment, a flash of inspiration struck Lin Hao. He quickly checked his dark points, 38 from defeating Stargazer, 42 from taking down 4 rookies, plus what he had left over, totaling 117 points. Although it was still away from upgrading the Red Lotus Shockwave, he suddenly remembered that the Owlong Guild had a Red Lotus Shockwave book. With this thought, Lin Hao immediately contacted Lu Yong. When the call connected, Lu Yong sounded slightly surprised. "Hao, what's up? You rarely contact me." "Yong, it's urgent. No time for chit-chat." Lin Hao spoke quickly. "Help me redeem the Red Lotus Shockwave." Red Lotus Shockwave? Lu Yong looked troubled. Their guild leader had recently mentioned synthesizing Death's Descent for their own members. Sending the skill outside might not be appropriate. If it were the Purple Lotus Shockwave, he wouldn't be as hesitant, since there were 2 copies. But after a brief moment of thought, he agreed. Lu Yong swiftly used merit points to redeem the Red Lotus Shockwave and unhesitatingly gifted it to Lin Hao. "Thanks a lot." Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving the skill book. "Between us, there's no need for thanks." Lu Yong waved his hand, sounding relaxed. "If you're in trouble, of course I'm going to help." Despite this, he felt a bit bitter inside. unsure how to explain the skill book's disappearance to others. Lin Hao noticed Lu Yong's unease and was about to say something when the young and arrogant player raised his weapon. Master, he shouted angrily. We gave you a chance. Since you didn't take it, let's settle this once and for all. Before he finished speaking, more than 40 people launched a fierce attack simultaneously. The remaining 9 members of the Star Guild weren't idle either. Although they didn't get along with Sword Dance Storm, their current goal was the same. Over 50 level 30 elite players attacking at once was a truly overwhelming sight. Each blow dealt over 4,000 points of damage, striking the shield of the barrier like a torrential downpour. The shield couldn't even hold for a second and was shattered instantly. The surrounding solo players quickly backed away, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire and killed instantly. What a powerful attack. The shield broke in an instant. Is this what a guild war looks like? Bringing out so many elites to fight one master. The master really is on a different level. Yeah, with such a strong lineup, they could take down a boss easily. I wonder if the master can turn this around. Are you dreaming? With over 50 experts, how could they lose? Yeah, the master's current situation is like a candle in the wind. Its time is running out. Lin Hao successfully upgraded the Crimson Lotus Shockwave to level 5, and the system prompt immediately sounded. Ding! You have officially upgraded the Crimson Lotus Shockwave to level 5. You can now permanently synthesize the Reaper's Descent. Would you like to proceed? Please note, the basic skill will disappear after synthesizing a higher level skill. Without hesitation, Lin Hao responded. Do you even need to ask? Upgrade it now. Ding. Request confirmed. Congratulations, you have successfully synthesized the Reaper's Descent. Lin Hao was thrilled, his eyes gleaming with the light of victory. Haha, it's finally become a permanent skill, no longer just a one-time experience card. Young and Reckless saw Lin Hao about to face a dire situation, yet still laughing, and his heart was immediately filled with alarm. Remembering what happened at Mount Jiayue, he couldn't help but wonder. Could he have another mysterious scroll? Impossible, such a powerful scroll can't just be something you casually pull out. Despite his doubts, Young and Reckless feigned calmness and shouted loudly, pretending, even if a deity comes, they can't save you this time. His words were both a threat to Lin Hao and a way to bolster his own courage. Lin Hao, unimpressed, retorted, a deity can't save me? Are you sure? Young and Reckless didn't answer, instead leading the charge. He secretly felt relieved that Lin Hao hadn't produced anything resembling a scroll yet. Huh, he's just pretending to scare me off. But I'm not easily scared. Trying to intimidate me, are you? Everyone felt victory was within reach, and genuine smiles appeared on their faces. They were confident that the first kill of the Heavenly Master was within grasp. However, in the next moment, all their smiles froze. The Reaper suddenly descended, and time and space were instantly locked. Everyone enveloped in the Reaper's domain couldn't even move a finger. A fear from deep within their souls swept over them, making them question if this was even a game. Young and Reckless was shocked, mumbling in disbelief. How is this possible? He was sure his eyes never left the Heavenly Master, and he hadn't seen him use any scroll. Could it be that the Heavenly Master has permanently synthesized this skill? Young and Reckless felt a numbness. A feat unachieved by anyone for years was so easily accomplished by the Heavenly Master. Guild members were filled with regret, lamenting why they had rushed in so quickly. Freelance players were even more distraught, having come to watch the excitement, but ended up risking their lives. The Reaper showed no mercy, sparing Lin Hao while everyone else was equally cut down. The damage was so high that no one could survive. When the Reaper vanished, only a pile of equipment was left on the ground. Lin Hao quickly checked his skills and found that the Reaper's Descent had indeed not disappeared. He breathed a sigh of relief, finally having permanently obtained this super bug-like god-tier skill. He thought to himself, in the future, no matter how many come, they cannot withstand a single strike from the Reaper. However many come, however many will fall. Looking at his dark value, it had skyrocketed by 1886 points in an instant. This was the most and fastest he'd ever accumulated. Combined with the dark value he had saved before, his total now reached 2,003 points. This meant he could now upgrade a red skill by 2 levels. A smile played on Lin Hao's lips, his eyes shining with ambition and anticipation. He knew his strength had just taken a qualitative leap forward. The players from these guilds are really generous. Knowing I was low on dark points, they rushed to give me nearly 2,000. Lin Hao glanced over the battlefield. Besides him, the only ones still standing were the solo players positioned further back. Their eyes were filled with awe, not just at the power of Death's Descent, but also at the sight of the equipment scattered all over the ground. So many pieces, all glowing red, and some sharpied players even spotted 2 legendary items among them. Isn't it said that red and legendary gear are extremely hard to come by? Why can't a single piece of blue gear be found among all these items? If they weren't wearing their own shabby green gear, they might have doubted if the weakest gear in this game was actually red. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, guild players are amazing. Not a single piece of their equipment is below red quality. It's so tempting. It's making me consider joining a guild. Are you crazy? These aren't just any guild players. They're the elite. If every one of them had a full set of red gear, no guild could sustain that. Yeah, it's just that the Celestial Master is too powerful. These players didn't even have a chance to showcase their skills before being wiped out. Honestly, if everyone gets wiped out instantly, I could do it too. The solo players gazed at the scattered equipment, and their hearts were definitely tempted. But no matter how arrogant a player might be, none dared to snatch anything under the Celestial Master's watchful eye that would be tantamount to suicide. Lin Hao began to clean up the battlefield, a task always laborious at this point. The game had no auto pickup function. Every item had to be collected manually. Despite the effort, the thrill was real. The sight of the red glow was immensely satisfying, not to mention the 2 legendary items among them. The guild player's equipment was impressive, ranking above average among level 30 red gear. Unfortunately, although there were mage items of decent quality, they still couldn't compare to what he was wearing. So, Lin Hao turned his attention to the 2 legendary items. One was for a swordsman, and the other was just what he needed. Starlight Mage Pants. Quality, orange. Level, 30. Class requirement, mage. Effect 1. Increases magic defense by 520 points, physical defense by 230 points. Effect 2. Increases maximum health by 500 points, maximum mana by 500 points, and casting speed by 15. Effect 3. Triggers a Starlight Burst effect, dealing 200 attack power as area damage to enemies, and increases attack power by 100 of maximum health for 30 seconds. A pretty decent piece of gear, very versatile. It not only boosts both defenses significantly, but also increases health, mana, and even casting speed. For an average mage, this gear could greatly enhance their survivability. However, for Lin Hao, the double resistance attribute was negligible, and casting speed was even less relevant, could cast Death's Descent instantly. So, this equipment was somewhat redundant for him. The real value lay in its third effect, an active skill. Lin Hao gazed at the system panel with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. The 200 area damage of the Death's Descent skill might not be astounding, but it was quite handy for finishing off or wearing down enemies. What pleased him even more was that this skill temporarily boosted his health. However, noticing the 180-second cooldown, he couldn't help but frown. Despite this, Lin Hao equipped the skill without hesitation, as it enhanced his overall strength. Death's Descent had become a permanent skill, yet Lin Hao remained humble. With the wealth of experience from his past life, he knew there were hundreds of ways to counter this seemingly powerful skill. He was well aware that Death's Descent was not powerful and could even become a liability in certain scenarios. For instance, in missions where protecting or rescuing NPCs was crucial, this indiscriminate area skill might cause unnecessary harm. With this in mind, Lin Hao's thoughts turned to the Red Lotus Shockwave. He was impressed by its practicality, as it could play a key role in almost any situation. The only downside was that the Shockwave series of skills shared a cooldown. Suddenly, a thought crossed Lin Hao's mind. Did Death's Descent belong to the Shockwave series? If not, would they still share a cooldown? This idea made Lin Hao's heart race. If the 2 skills didn't share a cooldown, he could maximize the use of both powerful skills. Even if they did share a cooldown in the worst-case scenario, he could still use the Shockwave flexibly when Death's Descent was limited. Lin Hao was eager to test this, but unfortunately, he was out of skill books. He couldn't help but silently grumble about the guild members, wishing they would comply and let him upgrade with dark points. But Lin Hao knew that if they heard these thoughts, they would probably be furious. After all, no one would willingly stand by and let someone else take them down. After clearing the battlefield, Lin Hao contacted Lu Yong. He informed Lu Yong that Death's Descent could be synthesized using just one color of Shockwave, provided it was leveled up to the maximum. He also cleverly mentioned that Xia Rufin owed him a favor due to a dungeon strategy, allowing Lu Yong to claim that the Red Lotus Shockwave was given by Xia Rufin. This way, Lu Yong could obtain the skill without finding himself in an awkward position. Lu Yong felt relieved upon receiving the message. He understood the sensitivity of the matter, and mishandling it could be seen as a betrayal of the guild. But with Lin Hao's explanation, he no longer had to worry about being held accountable. After all, the guild leader owed a favor, and Lin Hao provided valuable information in exchange, leaving others with nothing to say. After wrapping up all the loose ends, Lin Hao reopened the system panel. As expected, the advancement quest was completed, allowing him to continue leveling up with his experience points no longer locked. Even more exciting was that upon completing the advancement quest, the attribute points he gained with each level up would double. Already ahead in attribute growth compared to others, this advantage now widened significantly. Lin Hao could clearly see that he would receive 20 attribute points per level, filling him with anticipation for his future development. After completing the advanced mission, Lin Hao could finally unlock a secondary profession. In the world of Tianyu, each player can choose a lifestyle-related secondary profession that doesn't involve combat, such as a blacksmith, alchemist, chef, or fisherman. Among these, blacksmiths and alchemists are the most popular due to their significant benefits to the main profession and their high profitability. Lin Hao recalled his past experiences. A skilled blacksmith could forge legendary equipment, although only a few pieces had been made over the years, and their attributes were often lacking. Alchemists were rumored to create special potions that permanently enhanced attributes, but no one had ever successfully crafted one. These professions held immense potential, but also came with great risks. They required a large investment in materials and a high chance of failure during the crafting process. A single mistake could render all efforts worthless. In contrast, the fishing profession was much more relaxed. With just a fishing rod, one could enjoy a leisurely fishing lifestyle. It was a popular choice, second only to blacksmiths and alchemists. Fishing not only allowed players to exchange rare items with NPCs, but also provided the chance to acquire valuable skills. Fishermen formed a unique community, and ordinary players avoided offending them to prevent being blacklisted and losing opportunities to purchase special skills. However, Lin Hao had little interest in these common secondary professions. He understood that secondary professions, like main professions, required a significant investment of time and effort. Only by reaching a certain level could they benefit the main profession. In his view, it was more worthwhile to spend this time leveling up by fighting monsters. Lin Hao's understanding stemmed from his past life as an ordinary blacksmith apprentice. Even at the maximum level, many important pieces of equipment remained beyond his reach. Unless he could achieve a master-level secondary profession, he didn't want to waste time on it. However, master-level professions, whether as an alchemist or blacksmith, were extremely rare and typically involved unique quests. Those fortunate enough to complete the quests and become masters never revealed the quest locations, leaving Lin Hao without any leads. With this in mind, Lin Hao decided to temporarily set aside his plans for a secondary profession. He chose to focus on resolving the ghost quest, curious about the legendary skills of the furious mage. The letter mentioned the Panlong Mountains, which were not in Moonlight City, but further away in Dragon's Pine City. Lin Hao's adventure was just beginning. Longji City is a mysterious place, surrounded by endless mountain ranges. The local NPCs compare these towering peaks to the spine of a dragon, which is how the city got its name. This imaginative name has attracted countless players in search of treasure, convinced that dragons in the game love to hide their riches here. However, until Lin Hao's arrival, no significant discoveries had ever been made. The terrain of Longji City is complex and ever-changing, with steep mountains and deep valleys everywhere. The players here are shrewd and cunning, adept at using the terrain to set ambushes. In stark contrast is Wangyue City, which is mostly vast plains, with only the terrain around Jiayue Mountain being somewhat complicated. Lin Hao had already decided to make Longji City his next destination. It is a map suitable for players between levels 30 and 50, separated by several cities. For the sake of efficiency, he naturally wouldn't choose to travel on foot. Upon returning to Wangyue City, Lin Hao headed straight for the Church of Light. He said to Hui Yunwu, "Old Deng, activate the teleportation array. I need to go to Longji City." Hui Yunwu cast him a cold glance and retorted, "Where's my biming grass?" Lin Hao shrugged, "Couldn't find it. Until you find it, I won't do anything for you." Hui Yunwu replied indifferently, clearly unwilling to be taken advantage of. Lin Hao was a bit surprised, not expecting Hui Yunwu to actually have a way to let him traverse multiple cities. Although he could use teleportation tasks to go to cities he hadn't visited before, he couldn't bypass the map level restrictions. This discovery excited him. Having an inroad made things much easier. "I'm planning to find the biming grass right away," Lin Hao assured confidently. After leaving the Church of Light, Lin Hao began recalling the quickest way to obtain biming grass. It usually grows on cliffs, and Jiayue Mountain might have some. But in his previous life, he wasn't an alchemist and knew little about herbs, so he would have to search extensively. This idea seemed troublesome, and he even considered changing his mind, directly activating the teleportation array to the farthest city, then spending some time traveling to Longji City. Just then, Lin Hao suddenly remembered a hidden herbalist NPC in Wangyue City who might have biming grass. He decided to follow through with this lead and headed to the slums. After about 10 minutes of searching, Lin Hao finally found this NPC at the entrance of a secluded alley. She was an elderly lady, around 80 or 90 years old, dressed in coarse linen, holding a worn-out cane. Her face was full of wrinkles, with only a few teeth left. Despite her white hair, she was surprisingly spirited, giving off the vibe of a kind, neighborhood grandmother. Seeing Lin Hao approach, the old lady greeted him with a smile. "Young man, what do you need?" Lin Hao nodded, his gaze falling on the herbs laid out on her stall. The so-called stall was just a piece of tattered cloth, displaying various herbs. These herbs were not cheap, costing hundreds of gold coins, with some only available through barter. Gold coins were not abundant for Lin Hao. Monsters didn't drop coins, they could only be obtained through specific tasks. Lin Hao had never considered the coin issue when accepting tasks, focusing more on skill books and rare equipment. However, even without coins, it wasn't a problem, since even the most ordinary legendary equipment could easily sell for a few hundred coins. Lin Hao stood before the dilapidated stall, his eyes fixed on the precious biming grass. He felt a surge of joy, but also a tinge of worry since the herb wasn't priced. Sure enough, when he asked about the price, the stall owner, a kindly-looking old woman, shook her head and said in a raspy voice, "Want the biming grass? Bring me some crescent grass in exchange." Disappointment washed over Lin Hao. Crescent grass was also a legendary herb, just as difficult to obtain as biming grass. As he turned to leave, the old woman suddenly smiled and said, "Young man, I know where you can find crescent grass. How about fetching it for me?" A clear ding sounded, and a system prompt appeared. Side quest triggered. Obtain crescent grass. Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback, surprised by this unexpected way to trigger a side quest. He suppressed his astonishment and accepted the task. The old woman continued. The Apothecary Guild is holding a competition for novice apothecaries. Winning first place will get you the crescent grass. Lin Hao realized why the side quest had been triggered. This NPC was a mentor for apothecaries, offering the chance to become an apothecary apprentice. "But I'm not an apothecary," Lin Hao said, following her lead. A sly glint appeared in the old woman's eyes. "That's all right, young man. I can help you become an apothecary, but you'll need to pay a small price." "What kind of price?" Lin Hao asked curiously, thinking that prerequisite tasks for secondary professions usually involve completing a series of trivial tasks, more tedious than costly. The old woman held up 2 bony fingers and said, 10 legendary items." "What the?" Lin Hao exclaimed instinctively. "Why don't you just rob someone?" 10 legendary items, seriously? The old woman remained unruffled, smiling as she continued. "Don't be hasty, young man. Let me finish. I'm not offering to make you a mere apothecary apprentice, but an apothecary master." "Apothecary master?" Lin Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you serious?" He calculated quickly. If he could exchange just 10 ordinary legendary items for a secondary profession as an apothecary master, it would be a fantastic deal. Among all the players in the realm, known apothecary masters were extremely rare. Apothecary masters could create potions that permanently increased attributes, making them worth the legendary items. The old woman nodded solemnly. "Of course, it's true. I never deceive." Lin Hao didn't respond immediately, remaining cautious. He knew that in the realm, NPCs like black market merchants often swindled players. The role of an apothecary master wasn't something just any NPC could offer. It was a significant role within the game. Moreover, he had never encountered this NPC in his previous experience, nor was she frequently mentioned on forums. Seeing his hesitation, the old woman retrieved a scroll-like item from her robe. After carefully examining it, Lin Hao's doubts were dispelled. It was indeed a genuine apothecary master profession scroll. "Now you can rest assured, I never lie," the old woman said with a smile. Lin Hao nodded and checked his inventory. Including the 2 legendary items he had previously acquired, he now possessed 19 legendary items. 3 were equipped, and 16 were currently in use. Exchanging 10 was no problem. Without hesitation, he took out 10 level 10 legendary items obtained from defeating a world boss, prepared to trade them for this rare opportunity with the old woman. The old lady didn't care much about the level of the legendary equipment. As long as it was legendary, it was enough for her. Soon, the transaction was completed. Lin Hao looked at the profession scroll in his hand, unable to contain his excitement. This was the treasure he had dreamed of in his previous life. He examined the scroll closely and saw the words, "Master Alchemist Profession Scroll." The quality section glowed with a golden light, while the special description read, "The lifetime experience of a master alchemist is contained within. Once used, you too can become a master alchemist." Taking a deep breath, Lin Hao used the scroll without hesitation. In an instant, a golden light enveloped him, and a system notification sounded. "Ding! You have used the Master Alchemist Profession Scroll. Your secondary profession is now set as Alchemist. Strive to improve yourself and create powerful potions soon." Eagerly, Lin Hao opened his secondary profession panel. Nickname, Tianshur. Profession, Master Alchemist. Level, 100 experience points needed for the next level. Effect 1. When creating potions, the strength attribute can also be utilized, and upon successful creation, double experience rewards are granted. Effect 2. Triggers the Miraculous Aid effect, increasing the success rate of the next advanced potion by 50. For intermediate or basic potions, the success rate is increased to 100, with no fluctuation in the final success rate. Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction. The effects were just as described on the forum. Ordinary alchemist potion success rates are linked only to the spirit attribute. However, a master alchemist can use the strength attribute as well, flawlessly create lower-level potions, and significantly boost the success rate of advanced potions. The only downside is the long cooldown time of 12 hours for this effect. As for the alchemist level, it primarily determines the types of potions that can be crafted. Beginners start with basic potions and can access more advanced formulas as they level up. This is similar to other professions, like blacksmiths starting with wooden swords and eventually crafting legendary weapons, or fishermen starting with small fish and ultimately catching deep-sea whales. After becoming a master alchemist, Lin Hao decided to adjust his plans. The top priority is to participate in the novice competition organized by the Alchemist Association. He only needs to register within 3 days of becoming an alchemist. The first prize is very Intasinga level 30 legendary equipment of his choice. As for the Moonlight Herb, that's just a bonus. Lin Hao already had a plan in mind. He wanted to choose a pair of mage shoes to replace his current Starlight boots. While the Starlight Flash ability was practical, the other attributes of these boots were no longer keeping up, as they weren't even considered legendary equipment. With his status as a master alchemist, Lin Hao was determined to win first place. Leaving the slums behind, Lin Hao headed straight to the Pharmacists Association. The scene before him made him raise an eyebrow slightly. Players were bustling around, clearly all drawn by the allure of the legendary level 30 equipment. After all, at a time when everyone is just starting, who wouldn't want to seize the opportunity? As Lin Hao surveyed his surroundings, a familiar figure caught his eye: Stargazer, the defeated member of the Xingqiang Guild, accompanied by a gentlemanly-looking man. Lin Hao narrowed his eyes, feeling a sense of caution. Stargazer also noticed Lin Hao, and his anger flared instantly. If they weren't in a safe zone, he might have already acted on his impulse. The memory of being humiliated last time when he tried to settle a score was still vivid, and the mocking glances from his guild members seemed to linger. This grudge was deeply etched in his heart. What? Is this your place? Lin Hao glanced coldly, not even bothering to give him a full look. If they weren't in a no-combat zone, he would have sent him back to the respawn point already. Lin Hao's indifferent attitude only further infuriated Stargazer. He had never been treated with such disdain before. Just as tensions were about to boil over, the gentlemanly man suddenly spoke, breaking the impasse. Master, don't be so arrogant. Since you're here at the Pharmacist Association, you must be here for the competition too. Do you dare to have a match with me? Not interested, Lin Hao replied succinctly, turning to leave. He had no time to play games with children. Are you afraid? The gentlemanly man tried to provoke him, but Lin Hao remained unmoved. At that moment, Stargazer had a flash of inspiration and shouted, I'll wager my enchanted boots. If you win, they're yours. Are you serious? Hearing this, Lin Hao stopped in his tracks. The enchanted boots boost effect was extremely tempting, a 100 damage increase, perfectly complementing the wide-range damage of Death's Descent. He had felt a bit regretful not acquiring it when he defeated Stargazer before, and now it was being offered willingly. Stargazer nodded solemnly and added, Since it's a bet, you should put something up too. I think the mage key would be a good choice. 1 piece of legendary equipment for my mage key. Lin Hao scoffed, waving dismissively. I'll only bet my wasteland robe. Plus, you'll need to offer another piece of legendary equipment. What? Stargazer exclaimed. Why don't you just rob us? If you're unwilling, then forget it, Lin Hao said, pretending to leave, showing no interest in further negotiation. To the gentlemanly man, this seemed like a sign of insecurity. They had already put up the enchanted boots, acquired through 5 pieces of legendary equipment. What was another one? Besides, he knew a bit about the wasteland robe's effects. Acquiring it would be beneficial. After weighing the options, the gentlemanly man decisively agreed. I agree, we'll add another piece of legendary equipment. But we must first put everything in escrow to prevent any cheating. Sure, that's exactly what I had in mind, Lin Hao replied readily, catching the gentlemanly man off guard. Yet, Stargazer suddenly felt a twinge of unease. The gentlemanly man noticed his concern and said with some displeasure, Do you think I will lose? No. Uncle Wu. Stargazer hesitated before finally voicing his doubts. I just feel that someone as cunning as Master never fights a battle he isn't sure to win. The elegant man let out a disdainful laugh, a glint of confidence flashing in his eyes. He thought to himself that the Master had never encountered him before and had underestimated his abilities. While he knew he couldn't match the Master in combat prowess, he was absolutely confident in his potion-making skills. Not long ago, he acquired a rare secondary profession, Potion Master. This profession had a unique feature. When concocting potions, the success rate could be boosted by one's mental attributes, reaching up to 100. And his mental attributes were exceptionally high. He had once spent a fortune on a spiritual fruit, which increased his mental attributes by 100 points. What can that physical attack-focused master compare with, he thought smugly. Besides, I have a trump card. Stargazer seemed to realize this as well, and his expression became noticeably more relaxed. He considered that although the master was a mage, this particular mage focused on physical attacks rather than magical ones. So, how high could his mental attributes be? In contrast, Uncle Wu's mental attributes were a staggering 283 points, a clear advantage. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the notary office. The place was bustling with people, evidently involved in similar transactions. It took them some time to complete the formalities, depositing their items and setting the conditions, wherein the victor would claim the other's items. With the paperwork done, the group returned to the Alchemist Guild. Stargazer sneered. Master, it's too late for you to back out now. The master retorted defiantly. I should be the one saying that to you. Thank you for going to the trouble of bringing me 2 legendary items. The elegant man scoffed. Humph, "Master, enjoy your moment while it lasts." With that, he walked straight into the examination room. Lin Hao, seeing that the time was right, had no interest in continuing the verbal sparring with Stargazer and followed them into the examination room. The examination room was spacious and bright, large enough to accommodate 50 people taking the test simultaneously. The room was already filled with people, each standing before a simple workstation laden with various herbs. Number 23. Lin Hao found his designated spot according to the prompt. Soon, the examination officially began. The examiner announced the task. Within half an hour, use the herbs on the table to produce 5 bottles of basic life potions. There were 6 sets of herbs available, meaning only one failure was permissible. Successfully crafting 5 potions would earn the lowest rewarda participation prize. Failure to complete the task would incur charges for herbs, space, and registration fees, totaling 10 gold coins, which wasn't much for a level 30 player. As the test began, Lin Hao immediately immersed himself in the potion-making process. Although it was his first time crafting potions, after transitioning to Potion Master, he found it surprisingly intuitive. He quickly mixed the herbs and moved to the crucial crafting stage, where a player's mental attributes were put to the test. For crafting ordinary basic life potions, 100 points of mental attributes could translate to a 100 success rate, though there was a 10 margin of fluctuation. Essentially, with 110 points of mental attributes, success was guaranteed. For mage players, this was typically not challenging. However, participants weren't there for just the participation prize. To stand out, the quality of the potion had to be improved. For a good quality basic life potion, 100 points of mental attributes only converted to a 50 success rate. An excellent quality potion converted to just 10. For a perfect quality potion, 100 points of mental attributes amounted to only a 1 success rate. Thankfully, there were only 6 sets of herbs. Otherwise, many might have risked everything for that one chance. With only one chance to fail, even the most confident participants dared to take only one gamble. After all, even if they succeeded in crafting a perfect potion, they needed to ensure they had 5 bottles on the table. Additionally, crafting 6 bottles was futile, as scores wouldn't add up. Only the 5 highest scoring potions would count toward the final score. From these rules, it was clear that the Alchemist Guild encouraged newcomers to be adventurous and daring in their attempts. Winning the basic prize is easy, but securing the top spot requires both skill and luck. Lin Hao understood this well as he scanned through the astonishing records on the forum. Probability is such a mysterious thing, Lin Hao muttered, recalling the legendary European emperors. Some people seem to be naturally blessed with luck, turning a 1 chance into a 100 certainty. He remembered the forum user Sui Feng Er Chi, a lucky player with only 120 points in mental attributes, who miraculously crafted 6 perfect grade beginner life potions in a row. This record remained unbroken, becoming a popular topic among players. Lin Hao glanced at his own attribute panel, noticing his 110 points in mental attributes. A slight smile appeared on his face as he felt grateful for choosing to drink all the tea instead of exchanging it for other items. Although this value seemed modest, Lin Hao had his ace in the hole, his astounding 500 points in strength, a level even pure physical classes couldn't match. When crafting potions, success rates depend solely on one's attributes. Equipment and item attributes are irrelevant. However, Lin Hao's War God talent granted him an additional 900 attack power, equivalent to 450 strength points. This brought his effective attribute total to a staggering 1,060 points. Lin Hao quickly calculated the possibilities. Crafting ordinary grade beginner potions? A piece of cake. Even with a string of mishaps, success was guaranteed. But that wasn't his goal. Good grade beginner life potions? With a 530 success rate, it was rock solid. And the excellent grade ones? A 106 base success rate, even considering a 10 fluctuation, left him with a 96 chance at worst. Lin Hao paused and thought. He was usually a risk taker, but at this crucial moment, he decided to play it safe. Perfect potions are tempting, but a 10.6 success rate is just too low. If I fail, not only will the excellent potion be lost, but I'll also lose 4 legendary items. Lin Hao weighed his options. Since I can secure the excellent potion, why take the risk? As Lin Hao made his decision, a refined man nearby also made his choice. This alchemy master boasted 283 points in mental attributes, undoubtedly the highest in the room. With his class bonus, his success rate for crafting beginner potions was incredibly high. Good grade life potions? A 150 success rate made it a breeze. The refined man brimmed with confidence, thinking, no one here can surpass my success rate, especially not that attack-focused celestial master. With this confidence, he began his potion crafting process. Time flew by, and 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The scoreboard outside started flashing, showing the scores of the participants. These 3 minutes were precisely the time required to craft good grade potions. The leaderboard displayed 50 names, with scores showing for 46 of them. The results of the competition were about to be revealed, and the air was thick with tension and anticipation. Wu Zhongxing, a refined gentleman, stood out with the highest score, overshadowing the competition. Beside him, 3 other players also successfully created excellent potions. The competition hall was silent, with only these 4 scores shining brightly. Most of the other participants ended with 0 scores, clearly having failed in their risky attempts at high-difficulty potions. The remaining players played it safe with ordinary potions, securing a stable but unimpressive result. Stargazer stared intently at the leaderboard, calculating his chances. Among the 4 who crafted excellent potions, it was hard to tell if any had relied on luck. What excited him more was that the scores of 4 others, including Tianshi, had yet to be revealed. This suggested they might have failed, as crafting an excellent potion usually took just 3 minutes, and the longer it took, the lower the success rate. Sure enough, a few seconds later, the other 3 scores appeared as zeros. Stargazer couldn't contain his joy, a smile creeping onto his face. Not only would he get the coveted Starlight boots, but he could also take a jab at Tianshi's arrogance and possibly claim the legendary first-place equipment. This competition was proving to be quite the windfall. Outside, the friends and family of the participants looked displeased as their loved ones scored 0. They whispered among themselves, "Sigh, Xiaofeng was too reckless. I told him not to gamble and just make a normal potion. Isn't it better to take the participation prize?" Exactly, my boyfriend wouldn't listen either, and now even the participation prize is out of reach. Let's not be too pessimistic. Failing once doesn't matter as long as they don't repeat the mistake. I hope they come to their senses and aim for the participation prize, which still offers a decent amount of coins. Meanwhile, Tianshi's name caught the attention of many. Is Tianshi really competing here? Isn't he a physical attack player? Could he be a dual class with magic? No way. How can someone be so strong with evenly distributed attributes? What's more puzzling is why his score hasn't been revealed yet. People were buzzing with confusion. Overhearing the discussions, Stargazer couldn't resist a sarcastic remark. Do you even need to ask? He probably knows he failed and is stalling to avoid activating the potion. I bet he'll claim he's not in top form today. No sooner had he spoken than Tianshi's score was revealed. A perfect 10. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Stargazer's eyes widened, questioning if he was hallucinating. Only an excellent potion could earn 10 points, and it typically required around 4 minutes to concoct. For Tianshi, a physical attack player, to not only craft an excellent potion but also beat the time was astounding. Everyone around was equally stunned. They had thought it a miracle if Tianshi managed a good potion, but this overturned the miracle itself. Some couldn't help but doubt. Could Tianshi be cheating? Forget it, there's no cheating in this realm. Then he must be a dual-class player. Yeah, he's already formidable in physical attacks, and now his mental attributes are just as strong. Stargazer snapped back to reality, arms crossed, analyzing calmly. Maybe Tianshi just got incredibly lucky and accidentally succeeded. Many agreed with this theory. Makes sense, this is all about probability, pure speculation. Tianshi always turns the tables at the last moment. Luck must play a huge part. His luck attribute must be sky-high. But if luck becomes a constant, doesn't it effectively become part of one's strength? The crowd fell silent at this thought. However, Stargazer remained skeptical, convinced that Tianshi couldn't be so lucky next time. Lady Luck doesn't favor the same gambler forever. Why should it always be him? Just because he's handsome? The things gained through luck will eventually have to be repaid with skill, he muttered through gritted teeth, eyes burning with envy and resentment. It was clear that Wu Zhongxing had the same thought. He sneered inwardly, believing that the master was just guessing. He was convinced that the master couldn't succeed again next time. This is the master's tactic, trying to put pressure on me and make me lose my composure, Wu Zhongxing thought to himself. But I won't fall for it. I will focus on steadily producing good quality potions and won't be tempted into taking risks. He carefully calculated the scores. A good quality potion was worth 5 points, while an excellent quality potion was worth 10 points. He was only 5 points behind. As long as the master failed once, he could catch up immediately. With this thought, Wu Zhongxing encouraged himself and continued to concentrate on making potions. Lin Hao was unaware of these people's internal struggles. For him, the success rate of making excellent quality potions was as high as 106. Unless he was extremely unlucky. Even if the final success rate dropped by 10 to 96, he wouldn't fail due to a 4 chance. His success was almost guaranteed. In a flash, 3 minutes passed. The leaderboard outside refreshed again. Stargazer saw that Wu Zhongxing had made another good quality potion, bringing his score to 10 points, and he breathed a sigh of relief. His biggest worry was that Uncle Wu would lose his composure and start trying to make excellent quality potions, only to fail. Failure wasn't scary, but a collapse in mentality was. This is the master's strategy, Stargazer thought to himself. As long as we stay steady and don't take unnecessary risks, victory will be ours. He glanced at the leaderboard again and found that besides Wu Zhongxing, only one other player had successfully made a second good quality potion. The other 2 players were still at 0. I told you, Lady Luck doesn't always favor gamblers, Stargazer muttered to himself. Despite saying this, as long as the master's score wasn't announced, his heart remained anxious. This feeling was unbearable. Fortunately, the master didn't keep him waiting long, and soon his heart sank completely. Another 10 points. Seeing the master successfully make another excellent quality potion, Stargazer couldn't sit still any longer. He began to question, how can this be? Is the master really dual-skilled with such high mental attributes? No, that's impossible. One needs 1,000 points in mental attributes to have a 100 chance of making an excellent potion. How could anyone reach 1,000 points at level 30? Even a cheater wouldn't be that outrageous. Stargazer was deeply puzzled. Meanwhile, the surrounding players were much more accepting. After all, they weren't the ones gambling, nor were they risking legendary equipment, so they were happy to watch the show. The master is truly a man who creates miracles. Yeah, he used to focus on physical attacks, and now he's amazing at making potions too. I think the master might just be lucky. Didn't the forums mention someone with only a bit over 100 mental points making 6 perfect grade potions? You have a point. The master might really just be lucky, with not so high mental attributes. Stargazer was beyond caring. Whether it was high mental attributes or pure luck, the fact was the master had successfully made 2 excellent quality potions, bringing his score to 20 points. His own composure was slipping, let alone Wu Zhongxing, who was inside taking the test. As expected, Wu Zhongxing's mental state completely collapsed. Looking at his pitiful score of 10 points, he realized that Tianshi was already 2 full levels ahead with superior grade potions. Worse yet, Tianshi could maintain his lead by steadily producing more of these high-quality potions. Faced with this harsh reality, Wu Zhongxing was forced to take a risk and attempt to create an excellent potion. As a potion master, his base success rate was 28.3, which barely increased to about 35 with professional bonuses. However, this probability was still too low for him. Failure would make the outcome of the competition a foregone conclusion. In his desperation, Wu Zhongxing retrieved a trump card from his system Inventor Yen extremely rare special herb. This herb significantly increased the success rate of potion making, but he only had 2 of them, and there were still 3 rounds left in the competition. At this moment, he could no longer worry about the future and carefully added the herb to his potion. A miracle occurred as the original 35 success rate skyrocketed to 85. Despite this, Wu Zhongxing's heart continued to race. Even with an 85 chance, it was hard to feel secure in such a critical moment, especially with a 15 chance of failure still looming. Meanwhile, Lin Hao remained much more relaxed. Even in the worst-case scenario, he had a 96 success rate. If he were to fail once, he had another chance to try again, and he was still 10 points ahead. Soon, it was time for the scores to be updated. This time, only 40 names remained on the leaderboard. 10 unfortunate contestants had been eliminated after failing twice in a row. At this point, only 2 scores had yet to be revealed: Wu Zhongxing and Tianshi. Starry Sky, feeling nervous with sweaty palms, knew Wu Zhongxing must be taking a risk by attempting to make an excellent potion. Please don't fail, he prayed silently. As if the heavens heard his prayers, Wu Zhongxing's score soon appeared on the leaderboard, 20 points. He had succeeded. Starry Sky let out a sigh of relief and was pleasantly surprised to discover that Tianshi's score hadn't changed and remained at 20 points. This meant Tianshi's attempt had failed. Gazing at the stars, he couldn't help but burst into laughter, his eyes gleaming with a sense of triumph. Haha, I knew he was just bluffing all along, he thought to himself, delighted. A guy focused on attack stats would never invest in mental attributes. The dawn of victory seemed to be beckoning him. The surrounding players were unaware of this secret wager, merely watching the scene with a hint of regret. Someone sighed softly. It seems that luck doesn't favor one person forever. Suifeng Erqi suddenly chimed in. What did you say? It's a shame for Tianshi. When it comes to luck, he's quite a bit behind Suifeng Erqi. That guy once crafted 6 perfect potions in a row. Meanwhile, Lin Hao was oblivious to the whispers around him, only feeling that his luck had hit rock bottom. No way, at a 106 probability, even with a 10 deviation, there's still 96. How could it fail? Lin Hao was deeply puzzled, as this failure rate was beyond his imagination. Reflecting on his journey, his luck had never been this bad, and he had even stumbled upon rare red skill books multiple times. Could it be that luck is truly balanced? The more fortunate you are at the beginning, the more unfortunate you become later? Lin Hao pondered. Fortunately, he had played it safe earlier and hadn't risked attempting a perfect potion, otherwise, he might have been out already. Just then, Lin Hao noticed a slightly provocative glance from the corner. Following the gaze, he saw Wu Zhongxing's smug face. Tianshi, you can't hold on to things gained by luck, Wu Zhongxing said with a grin, having not only turned the tables, but also gained the upper hand. Although he and Tianshi both had 20 points, Wu Zhongxing still had one chance to fail, whereas Tianshi he dared to keep gambling. Lin Hao indeed felt the pressure. If he attempted to craft a superior potion and failed again, he would be out. Even though the odds of failing twice in a row were slim, he still felt uneasy. This probability feels like a mystery, More thrilling than going all in on stocks, Lin Hao mused. If he failed, he would not only gain nothing, but also lose the Wasteland Robe. 3 powerful legendary items and a bonus, with a total value exceeding $1 billion. After weighing his options, Lin Hao ultimately chose to craft a good quality potion. 530 success rate. How could this fail? He thought wryly. Unless a meteor suddenly crashes down, destroying the Alchemist Guild and taking me out with it. But if that happened, we'd all be doomed. Meanwhile, Wu Zhongxing made his decision as well. He had a special herb, so he opted to continue crafting a superior potion. Even if he failed once, he still had another chance. And if he succeeded directly, his chances of winning would greatly increase. Although he considered challenging a perfect potion, the less than 10 success rate led him to choose the safer 85. 3 minutes later, the scoreboard updated. Only 17 people remained in the competition. The rest had been eliminated due to 2 failures. Tianchu's score was now 25 points. Gazing at the stars, he smiled knowingly. He had anticipated that Tianchu would choose the good potion. After all, with another failure meaning elimination, the safe choice was inevitable. Wu Zhongxing had chosen an excellent potion, just as he had anticipated. Now, he could only hope that Lady Luck would favor him. He was well aware of his team's capabilities. A 15 failure rate wasn't high, but it was definitely something to be cautious of. Anything could happen. Moments later, the results were announced. Wu Zhongxing successfully crafted another excellent potion, boosting his score to 30 points. Staring at the sky, unable to contain his joy, he burst into laughter. Victory was within reach. Not only had he overtaken his competitors, but he was also leading by 5 points, with room for 1 failure. The surrounding players were puzzled by his excitement and began to discuss. One player wondered, what's going on? Isn't the Star Guild quite strong? Even if they win first place, it's just a level 30 legendary item. It's a treasure for us, but not something a big guild would get so worked up over. Who knows, maybe he's just thrilled to finally beat the Celestial Master, another speculated. What's the big deal? Someone scoffed. The Celestial Master's real strength lies in his power. Even if he loses in the potion contest, it won't harm him much. Won't harm him, Wu Zhongxing smirked. Have you heard of the Wilderness Robe? It has a powerful active skill that grants invincibility for 30 seconds. In terms of value, you couldn't match it by selling all your gear. His words were irksome, but they finally understood why he was so excited. Who wouldn't be tempted by a skill granting 30 seconds of invincibility? This loss is huge for the Celestial Master, someone remarked. Indeed, finding such a powerful item again will be tough, another agreed. With his 5-point lead, Wu Zhongxing felt invigorated. Confident of victory, he knew that although he had used up the ingredients to boost his success rate, he still had room for 1 failure. He decided to aim for an excellent potion for his final attempt. Even if he failed, he could settle for a good quality potion. With this plan in mind, he began crafting. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had just successfully crafted 3 potions, with no room left for failure, and was trailing by 5 points. He realized he needed to employ some psychological tactics. Although he could use his potion master skills to create a perfect level beginner potion, it would only yield 20 points. Wu Zhongxing still had 2 attempts left, and if he succeeded again, Lin Hao would lose. Despite estimating that his opponent's success rate for crafting a perfect potion was less than 5, probabilities were unpredictable. In past dire situations, Lin Hao had always turned the tables with skill and strategy, confident in his eventual victory. But this time was different. When probability was involved, even a 99 chance of success left a 1 possibility of failure. This loss of control made him uneasy. He finally understood the cautious words often repeated by those who tread carefully. A 98 chance? That's as good as walking into a trap. 3 minutes passed, and this time Lady Luck did not favor Wu Zhongxing. His score remained at 30 points. Only then did he notice that Lin Hao hadn't started crafting his potion. Was this a psychological battle? The score gap was small, just 5 points. Wu Zhongxing had crafted 5 potions, failing 1, and needed only 1 more to complete the challenge. The Celestial Master had crafted 4 potions, failing 1, and needed 2 more. Although Wu Zhongxing was leading by 5 points, the Celestial Master could tie the score with 1 more excellent potion. However, Wu Zhongxing was determined to win this round. In the event of a tie, the first to complete their potion would claim first place. In other words, even if the scores were equal, as long as he finished first, the victory would be his. With this in mind, a contemptuous smile played on Wu Zhongxing's lips. Trying to pressure me? Let me teach you a lesson instead. Wu Zhongxing finally made up his mind to start crafting high-quality potions. He calculated that by doing so, his score would reach 35 points. For Tianchu to surpass him, there was only one difficult path left. To first craft a good quality potion, and then successfully make an excellent one to achieve 40 points. A confident smile appeared on Wu Zhongxing's lips. An excellent potion? Even for him, a master alchemist, the success rate was only about 35. For Tianchu, who mainly focused on trivial pursuits, the chances were even lower. He wasn't willing to take that risk, as a failure would mean immediate elimination. Lin Hao noticed Wu Zhongxing's actions and didn't hesitate any longer. He activated his divine assistance skill and suddenly found crafting beginner potions incredibly easy. In his view, even a perfect grade beginner life potion was guaranteed to succeed as long as it was in the beginner category, with no fluctuation in success rate. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Wu Zhongxing successfully crafted a good quality potion, and his score was fixed at 35 points. Looking up at the stars, he breathed a sigh of relief. His biggest worry was that Uncle Wu would recklessly choose to make an excellent potion and fail, essentially handing victory over to someone else. Looking up at the stars, feeling smug, he glanced at Lin Hao and thought, let's see how you, Tianshi, can turn the tables now. You'd have to succeed twice in a row, and one of those has to be an excellent potion. The onlookers shook their heads as many had already seen enough and didn't want to witness a smug display any longer. Although they weren't familiar with Tianshi, the arrogance of looking up at the stars was off-putting. His disdainful attitude towards casual players wasn't likely to win him any fans. In any situation, the majority are always ordinary people. If they had to choose a winner, they'd prefer Tianshi over looking up at the stars. Unfortunately, for Tianshi, turning the tables seemed nearly impossible. However, just as everyone was about to leave, a terrified scream from looking up at the stars stopped them in their tracks. How is this possible? Everyone turned back to see looking up at the stars standing frozen, eyes vacant, as if he'd suffered a major blow. Just as everyone was puzzled, a sharp-eyed player exclaimed, "Look, Tianshi's score is 45 now." "What? No way. It's really 45. He crafted a perfect potion. That's Tianshi for you. Always turning the tables in desperate situations." Wu Zhongxing found it hard to accept reality, muttering to himself, "No, this can't be." Up until then, he had the advantage. How did it slip away? He recalled that Tianshi hadn't crafted any potions yet. Was he waiting for him to reveal his hand? Regret filled him as he silently berated himself. If I'd known, I should have taken a risk too. Though it was too late for regrets, Wu Zhongxing couldn't help but admire Tianshi's boldness. Even though crafting an excellent potion would have been enough to beat him, Tianshi opted for the riskier perfect potion. Putting himself in Tianshi's shoes, Wu Zhongxing knew he could never make such a choice. After all, even as a master alchemist, without special herbs, the success rate for a perfect potion was only 5. Lin Hao observed looking up at the stars and Wu Zhongxing's reactions and shook his head. He thought, is there really a need for such a fuss? Young people these days really need to build up their resilience. Lin Hao stood in front of the alchemy table, holding the last potion in his hand. His gaze was resolute, and a slight smile played on his lips, a clear sign of his confidence in his performance. Despite the unexpected failure of a potion with a 96 success rate earlier, he remained unfazed. Although the competition had not officially ended, the outcome was evident. As a savvy alchemist, Lin Hao knew there was no need to take risks with a high-difficulty formula when victory was assured. He decisively chose a reliably good-grade potion, completing the final round of alchemy with steady hands. As the steam slowly dissipated, Lin Hao's results were revealed to everyone. 2 good-grade potions, 2 excellent-grade potions, and 1 perfect-grade potion, with a total score of 50 points. In comparison, Wu Zhongxing, who ranked second, had only crafted 3 good-grade and 2 excellent-grade potions, totaling 35 points, a clear gap. The bell signaling the end of the competition rang out, and Wu Zhongxing, along with others, quietly packed up their equipment and left the arena without a word. Lin Hao remained standing, exhaling softly before opening his secondary profession panel. The system notification chimed in his ear, detailing the experience points each potion brought. 20 points for good grade, 50 points for excellent grade, and a substantial 100 points for perfect grade potions. As a master alchemist, Lin Hao enjoyed a double experience bonus, amassing an impressive 480 experience points in just half an hour, jumping 4 levels. Lin Hao smiled slightly, contemplating the development of his secondary profession. Compared to his main profession, leveling up the secondary profession was much easier. Before level 10, each level up required a fixed 100 experience points. Even beyond level 20, the experience requirement grew slowly, with a significant increase only every 10 levels. With his exceptional success rate in alchemy and the double experience bonus, Lin Hao was fully capable of raising his secondary profession to levels 20 or 30 in a single day. However, he wasn't in a hurry to do so. In his view, occasionally practicing alchemy was sufficient. The primary focus remained on leveling up his main profession, as the secondary profession's level could not exceed that of the main profession. With the first place reward granted, Lin Hao received the opportunity to choose a piece of legendary equipment for any profession and any part at level 30. Initially, he intended to replace his shoes with a legendary pair, but since he had already been gifted a pair of enchanted boots by a friend, he changed his plan. After brief consideration, Lin Hao decided to select a necklace for a mage. He was currently wearing the bullhorn necklace obtained from defeating the Ironhoof Bull King at level 25, which only added 500 points to maximum mana and reduced skill cooldowns by 5. Replacing this item would undoubtedly bring the greatest enhancement to his combat power. Soon, 3 mage necklaces appeared before Lin Hao. After careful comparison, he chose the one in the middle, an orange equipment named Lightbringer's Talisman. This level 30 necklace not only increased his maximum mana by 1,000 points and provided 300 points of magical and physical defense, but it also boosted casting speed by 20 when affected by abnormal statuses. Most impressively, it featured a Light's Protection effect, capable of dispelling a high-level negative status and granting immunity to all basic negative statuses for 1 second upon activation. Lin Hao looked at the new equipment with satisfaction, already planning how to integrate it into his combat strategy. The Holy Light Talisman felt like a warm ray of light, compensating for Lin Hao's shortcomings. Although the second effect seemed somewhat trivial to him, the active skill, Holy Light Protection, was a revelation. He couldn't help but recall his helplessness when he was previously trapped by magic, and now he finally had a strategy to counter it. Carefully, Lin Hao removed the horn necklace and put on the Holy Light Talisman. He could feel a gentle energy coursing through his body, as if an invisible shield was enveloping him. With a spring in his step, Lin Hao headed towards the notary office. He took out the Wasteland robe and glanced at the 2 new legendary items. One of them, despite being legendary, had mediocre attributes, and if not for its golden glow, it might have been mistaken for an ordinary red item. What truly caught Lin Hao's attention was the pair of enchanted boots. He examined their attributes closely. Enchanted boots. Quality, orange. Equipment level, 30. Requirement, mage. Effect 1. Increases movement speed by 20. Effect 2. Enhances spell attack power by 150. Effect 3. Triggers enchanted resonance, causing the next skill to deal an additional 100 damage. After confirming the attributes, Lin Hao went to the Moonlight Inn and chose a secluded tea table. He instructed the attendant to ensure no interruptions and then took out the extraction conversion orb. At that moment, he had 12 legendary items, with 3 exceptional ones already equipped. Including the newly acquired enchanted boots, he had 8 items available for use. Taking a deep breath, Lin Hao felt a slight sweat on his palms. It was his first time using the extraction conversion orb to transform the active effects of equipment into skills, a process that was both thrilling and nerve-wracking. Thankfully, everything went smoothly. Lin Hao selected 3 and used legendary items as sacrifices and successfully extracted the Starlight Flash skill. The extracted skill was sealed within a smooth orb, named Special Skill Orb, Starlight Flash. By activating the orb, he could instantly release the Starlight Flash, with effects identical to the original equipment at 10-meter traversal distance, with a 30-second cooldown. The Starlight Boots, now devoid of the Starlight Flash, were rendered useless, but Lin Hao didn't mind. Without the Starlight Flash, they were just ordinary red equipment. Lin Hao examined the skill orb briefly before putting on the enchanted boots. Compared to the previous Starlight Boots, his attack power increased by 100 points, and his movement speed improved by 5. Although the attribute boost wasn't substantial, the active skill of the enchanted boots was the real highlight. This venture proved highly rewarding. Lin Hao not only converted Death's Descent into a permanent skill, but also acquired a powerful augmenting skill, and his equipment was revitalized. He could feel a significant enhancement in his overall strength. Moreover, Lin Hao successfully obtained the Moonbud Grass. After leaving the Moonlight Inn, he headed straight to the slums, where he traded with an herbalist's wife for the North Sea grass. Having completed these tasks, Lin Hao returned to the Church of Light. The journey reminded him of early online gaming quests. However, this time he didn't encounter Hui Yunwu. The church staff recognized their esteemed guest and promptly informed him. Lin Hao waited patiently, confident that Hui Yunwu would arrive soon. Lin Hao opened the forum and quickly scanned the message board. As expected, private messages flooded in like a tide, filled with invitations to join guilds, buy equipment, and requests for team leadership. Without the patience to sift through each one, he directly typed Mage's Treasure Vault into the search bar, instantly narrowing down the messages to 3. The first 2 were unrelated to the Mage's Treasure Vault, but the third caught Lin Hao's attention. The sender, nicknamed Sword at Will, seemed to be a seasoned swordsman player. The message was concise yet mysterious. I know about the Mage's Treasure Vault, but it's a serious matter. We need to meet in person. You can choose the location. With caution in his heart, Lin Hao thought for a moment before replying. We can meet at the Dragon Roar Arena in Longji City. As soon as he sent the message, the other party responded immediately, agreed. This quick response made Lin Hao realize that the person was likely a guild member, monitoring the forum regularly. Just then, Hui Yunwu returned and asked directly, "Did you bring what I asked for?" Lin Hao nodded and handed over the Biming Grass. Hui Yunwu was surprised by how quickly Lin Hao had found the Biming Grass, but he didn't ask further, leading Lin Hao to the basement of the Church of Light. Only then did Lin Hao discover that Hui Yunwu had secretly built a basement beneath the church, equipped with teleportation arrays connecting multiple cities. No wonder this guy could mysteriously disappear after scamming players in the past. He was well prepared, making it difficult to track him down. Breaking the silence, Hui Yunwu warned, there are many experts in Longji City, so be careful. Also, don't forget the main mission. We have people in Longji City who might be able to help you once you find her. Lin Hao nodded in agreement. He knew the contact in Longji City was Yin Shangxue, a powerful level 60 NPC, on par with Hui Yunwu. Although he hadn't interacted much with her in the past, her reputation preceded her. As Lin Hao prepared to step into the teleportation array, Hui Yunwu said with a complex expression, when you see her, tell her Yunwu misses her a bit. This statement left Lin Hao momentarily stunned. Could Hui Yunwu have feelings for Yin Shangxue? Before Lin Hao could ponder further, the teleportation array activated. When the light faded, he found himself in Longji City. The architectural style of Longji City was vastly different from Moonwatch City, exuding a heavy and ancient aura. 30-meter-high walls stood majestically, with strict defenses. Yet these towering walls seemed insignificant compared to the dozen or so peaks rising nearly 1,000 meters in the distance. Though there were slightly fewer players than in Moonwatch City, the city was still bustling with activity. Lin Hao quickly adjusted to the environment and headed towards the Dragon Roar Arena, ready to uncover the secrets of the mage's treasure vault. As soon as Lin Hao stepped into the Dragon Roar Arena, he was engulfed by a wave of cheering. This place was a favorite among players, offering not only the chance to participate in fierce duels, but also to place bets and showcase their gambling skills, attracting countless combat enthusiasts and gamblers. The venue was divided into a bustling outer corridor and tranquil private rooms, the latter boasting excellent soundproofing, creating two distinct worlds. Many people enjoyed this contrast, as the outside excitement highlighted their sense of superiority while they engaged in lively discussions inside. Naturally, this privilege wasn't cheap, with even the most basic private rooms starting at 10 gold coins. For Lin Hao, this amount was trivial. He was about to casually book a room when he suddenly sensed an intense gaze. Looking up, he saw a swordsman player in a black robe, with a playful smile on his lips, walking towards him. The man made no attempt to hide, but Lin Hao's immediate awareness surprised him. You must be the Celestial Master. The swordsman initiated the conversation. I'm Jian Wuying, the leader of the Sword Dance Storm Guild. Lin Hao was slightly taken aback, not expecting to encounter this top-level player, at level 89, in a city where the average level was below 40. He studied the man in black before him. Seemingly ordinary black robe, clothes, and shoes, but in reality, all were legendary level 80 gear, even down to the black ring on his hand. This deliberate ensemble made Lin Hao mentally label him as a show-off. Jian Wuying's smile was somewhat frivolous, though not hostile. Lin Hao guessed he might be a young master from a wealthy family, unscathed by the harsh realities of life, hence his irritatingly smug smile. Coupled with his position as the guild leader of Sword Dance Storm, Lin Hao felt no inclination to warm up to him. Do you need something from me? Lin Hao asked coldly. Indeed, Jian Wuying replied with a faint smile. I think you're talented and would like to offer you a chance to join us. Lin Hao chuckled coldly. If I refuse, are you going to show me who's boss? Jian Wuying waved dismissively. Young man, don't take yourself too seriously. Even if you reach level 30, you're just a bigger ant, and I could crush you with one hand. Believe it. Facing this provocation, Lin Hao didn't back down, even against a formidable level 89 opponent. If you think you can, go ahead and try. Oh, Jian Wuying was somewhat surprised. He knew the Celestial Master was tough, but not this tough. Celestial Master, you're quite an interesting person, but you're underestimating me. The Proud Dragon Guild might scare others, but that doesn't mean it scares me. His threat was clear. Lin Hao remained unfazed. If President Jian has nothing else, you might as well leave. Jian Wuying didn't catch the pun, but felt a bit uneasy. You can call me President Wuying. Besides, I'm here to exchange information with you. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his voice. Are you the Sword Follows Heart who contacted me on the forum? Sword Without Shadow waved dismissively, clearly unwilling to answer the question. He retrieved a yellowed sheepskin map from his system backpack, densely marked with the exact location of the mage god's treasury. Seeing this, Lin Hao didn't press further about the other's identity and pulled out the map he had prepared from his own backpack. The two quickly exchanged maps, and Sword Without Shadow seemed to lose interest in continuing the conversation. His figure suddenly blurred and vanished in an instant, as if he had never been there. The sudden appearance of Sword Without Shadow posed a considerable threat to Lin Hao, but he remained calm. Even if the other intended to target a level 30 player, Lin Hao had means to protect himself. He calculated silently that the Dark Devourer, after crushing a mana gem, could deal 1,000,000 points of true damage, ignoring shields and invincibility effects, and preventing resurrection. With such power, not even Sword Without Shadow, nor the combined forces of all the mighty in the realm, could withstand it. As for what to do afterward, Lin Hao knew well. With his past life experience, if he wanted to hide, these people would never find him. Although doing so might slow down his leveling speed a bit, it would still be much faster than others. Lin Hao stopped thinking about it and focused on examining the map. He was surprised to find that the location of the mage god's treasury was much closer than he had anticipated. He originally thought the treasury would be in the magic city, guarded by a great sage, as any renowned mage NPC had some connection to that place. It was rumored that the magic city was personally established by the mage god. But unexpectedly, the mage god had buried the legacy near the Panlong Mountains, close to Longji City, which happened to be Lin Hao's next destination. This was undoubtedly great news for Lin Hao. The magic city was a level 90 endgame dungeon, far beyond his current level. Lin Hao took out the letter from the ghostly man and, after careful comparison, discovered that the two treasure locations did not overlap. The mage god's treasury was on the left side of the Panlong Mountains, while the ghostly man's treasure was on the right. This meant he could only choose one. After careful consideration, Lin Hao decided to unlock the mage god's treasury first. Besides the legendary skill book, the treasury might contain other opportunities. In contrast, although the ghostly man's treasure could provide a legendary skill book for his class, it required him to return to Moonlit City to return the treasure to the Su family. Therefore, Lin Hao planned to unlock the mage god's treasury first to enhance his combat power. Having made his decision, Lin Hao strode out of the Longshao arena. As a somewhat famous player in the realm, many recognized him. Some greeted him warmly, others eyed him discreetly, and even some unfriendly glances were cast his way. Lin Hao paid no heed and headed straight towards the Panlong Mountains. Upon leaving Longji City, players outnumbered monsters, and the scene of players fighting over monsters was chaotic. Lin Hao walked a considerable distance without encountering a single monster. It wasn't until he was about to step into the Panlong Mountains that he encountered his first monster of the journey. The image of the fighting ape appeared before Lin Hao, its massive build and fierce eyes clearly showcasing its strength. A level 38 monster with 34,000 health points, 2,900 attack, and 2,749 defense. These attributes made Lin Hao raise an eyebrow. The fighting ape's two skills caught Lin Hao's attention. The triple punch can inflict continuous damage at 50, 100, and 150 of its attack power, while the berserk state is more troublesome, triggering when its health drops below 50. Although it can't use skills during this state, its normal attacks deal 100 more damage. Lin Hao calculated silently. Monsters above level 30 indeed showed a significant increase in attributes. Recalling his time in Wangyue City, monsters around level 30 had health points generally around 10,000, at most not exceeding 20,000. This fighting ape, just 8 levels higher, had more than doubled its health, and its other basic attributes were equally exaggerated. For ordinary players just entering Longji City, the strength of such monsters was indeed a huge leap, which explained why they clustered at the city gates to farm monsters. But for Lin Hao, such creatures posed no threat, merely requiring a few more uses of his explosive flame technique. The battle was imminent, and Lin Hao, taking advantage of his longer reach, launched the first attack. His level 5 explosive flame was powerful, instantly taking away a third of the fighting ape's health. The ape reacted, swinging its massive fist towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao easily dodged the attack using his starry flash, followed by another explosive flame. The ape's health dropped below half, prompting it to pound its chest furiously, emitting a deep thumping sound. Its muscles swelled, and its eyes turned blood red, clearly entering its berserk state. Seeing the ape's lengthy skill preparation, Lin Hao chuckled to himself. He seized the moment when his explosive flame's cooldown ended and launched a decisive blow. As the damage numbers appeared, the ape collapsed with a thud, its body slowly dissipating as if it had never existed. Throughout the fight, the ape hadn't even touched Lin Hao. A system notification sounded. Defeating the level 38 fighting ape awarded him 1,520 experience points. The 8-level gap bonus granted an additional 1,216 points, totaling 2,736 experience points for Lin Hao. Lin Hao mused that soloing higher-level monsters was indeed the fastest way to level up, but it required significant strength. At this rate, defeating 21 more monsters would level him up. Although monsters above level 30 were stronger, they also provided more experience points. After defeating the fighting ape, Lin Hao continued forward, officially stepping into the coiling dragon mountains. The monsters here were fiercer, with levels ranging from a minimum of 40 to a maximum of 50. Some tricky monsters could even pose a threat to Lin Hao. Consequently, there were noticeably fewer players, and monster encounters became more frequent. Lin Hao had barely taken a few steps when he encountered the first monster of the coiling dragon mountainsa, coiling dragon rock lizard. This level 46 monster had even more exaggerated attributes, boasting 50,000 health points, 4,100 attack, and 3,762 defense. It also possessed skills like charge, constrict, and venomous bite. Lin Hao squinted, knowing the real challenge was just beginning. Lin Hao faced the obstructive Panlong rock lizard and launched an attack without hesitation. A fiery explosion spell roared out, instantly igniting the battle. The massive reptile closed the distance between itself and Lin Hao with astonishing speed, its long tongue darting out like lightning to ensnare Lin Hao's body. In the nick of time, Lin Hao cast an intermediate barrier spell, enveloping himself in a dazzling energy shield. Despite the rock lizard's fierce attack, it couldn't penetrate this impenetrable defense. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Hao unleashed another powerful explosion spell, followed by activating the special skill of his Starlight Leggings Starlight Burst. The relentless assault pressed the rock lizard's health below half, and Lin Hao knew victory was within reach. He withstood another heavy blow from the creature, his shield on the verge of collapse, but his final explosion spell struck just in time. As the rock lizard fell, the system notification sounded, declaring victory in the battle. Lin Hao was surprised to find that the bonus experience points from defeating a higher-level creature far exceeded his expectations, making him realize that the game's mechanics might be more complex than he had imagined. While Lin Hao was reveling in his victory, he suddenly sensed something unusual behind him. He turned and called out, "No need to hide, come on out." As soon as he spoke, 5 people emerged from the bushes. This team was well-equipped and of a high level, but to Lin Hao's surprise, they weren't from the Sword Dance Storm Guild. Instead, they belonged to a guild named Silence, which was unfamiliar to him. Lin Hao warily assessed these unexpected visitors, noting that they were already under resurrection and damage amplification statuses, clearly indicating hostile intentions. Faced with this sudden threat, Lin Hao's nerves tightened, ready to confront the intense battle that might ensue. Lin Hao stood in the level 30 to 50 map, as 5 players clad in ornate gear approached him with predatory eyes. Their gaze fixated on the treasures Lin Hao carried, greed written all over their faces. "It seems like you're after the treasures I have, aren't you?" Lin Hao sneered, silently cursing himself for forgetting the level rules of this area. The leading warrior player grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. "You figured it out. It said that a man with a treasure is guilty. What does a level 30 solo player like you need so many treasures for? We'll do you a favor and keep them safe for you." The other players chimed in with feigned smiles. Lin Hao frowned and retorted, "Do you really think you've got me cornered?" The warrior player puffed out his chest, confidence dripping from his voice. "Heavenly Master, you must still think you're on a level 30 map. As level 40 players, our basic attributes aren't much weaker than yours." He elaborated on the advantages of level 40 players: double the attribute growth, over 10,000 health points, advanced resurrection skills. This was their confidence to ambush the Heavenly Master with 5 players. A glint of cold determination flashed in Lin Hao's eyes as he decided to teach these arrogant players a lesson. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Reaper's Descent. The figure of the Reaper materialized in the air, and although the 5 players were surprised, they showed no fear, trusting in their resurrection skills to protect them. However, when the Reaper's scythe swung down, everything changed. A system notification echoed in their ears. "Ding! You have been killed by player Heavenly Master. Resurrection skill is activating." In an instant, all 5 collapsed, their health dropping to 0. The warrior player frantically typed in the team channel, incredulous, "What the hell? Resurrection can fail." The others were equally bewildered, except for the mage player, who seemed to be pondering something. Moments later, the mage exclaimed, "I've got it. The effect of this Reaper's Descent is far stronger than we thought. Enemies killed by it can't be resurrected." This revelation caused an uproar among the players. "Can't be resurrected? That's overpowered," the warrior player exclaimed. The archer player echoed, "Yeah, I remember you mages have a red skill with just one effect, preventing a selected enemy from resurrecting upon death. Just that one effect makes it a red skill." Lying on the ground, the 5 players gazed at the fading spectral Reaper in the sky, filled with awe and regret for this powerful skill. They never imagined that their greed would lead to such a dire consequence. The terrifying power of Death's arrival struck the players like a heavy hammer to their hearts. This skill not only deals incredible damage and covers a wide area, but it also ignores time-space constraints, shield defenses, and can even easily break revival effects. Players exchanged shocked glances, their disbelief evident. They had never encountered such an all-powerful, undefeatable skill, leading them to wonder which genius designer was behind it. "How can anyone else play now?" Someone couldn't help but complain. "From now on, all skills will be divided into 2 categories, Death's arrival and everything else." "Exactly," another player agreed. "No matter how strong a skill is, it's nothing compared to death." The once diverse skill system of the game world collapsed in an instant. Players, disregarding the loss of their levels, rushed to the forums to share this startling discovery. If Death's arrival isn't nerfed, the game is doomed. Arrogant developers, open your eyes and see that Death's arrival is absurdly overpowered. A warrior player detailed their experience, sparking widespread discussion. "At first, I thought it was just clickbait," a player commented. "But after reading the content, I have to admit you're right." "No, you're absolutely right. This explosive damage paired with perfect effects shatters the game's balance to pieces. Strongly demand the nerfing of Death's arrival. If nothing else, just remove this broken skill." "Where are the developers? We need an explanation." The shocking effect of Death's arrival caused an uproar among the player community, with more and more people joining the discussion. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, the developers remained silent. However, there were also some rational voices. The developers wouldn't make such a rookie mistake, right? Someone questioned. Maybe it's been exaggerated? More people began calling out to Lin Hao. Master Lin, is Death's arrival really that overpowered? Yeah, this effect is too exaggerated. They must be exaggerating, right? Master Lin, give us a definitive answer. At that moment, Lin Hao had just sold the red equipment dropped after defeating 5 players. Suddenly, his message panel started shaking uncontrollably. What's going on? Lin Hao frowned. Can a game pod even get a virus? This was his first time encountering such a strange situation. He opened the panel and immediately understood the reason, then closed it, uninterested in dealing with it. Although the game world supposedly had an official side, Lin Hao had long known it was merely a facade for an ordinary game. Even the so-called officials couldn't truly intervene in the game. So what was the point of explaining? As for whether Death's arrival was overpowered, the answer was obviously yes. Especially in Lin Hao's hands. Even the 3-second preparation time was eliminated, making it even more formidable. But the skill wasn't without flaws. Lin Hao simply chose not to reveal its weaknesses. When these players calm down, they'll figure it out, Lin Hao thought. This kind of thing can't stay hidden for long. Lin Hao stood apart from the bustling forum, resolutely making his way towards the sorcerer's treasury. As the scenes of the deep Panlong Mountains unfolded, the area was scarcely populated, inhabited only by formidable monsters ranging from levels 48 to 50. Despite their strength, they posed little threat to Lin Hao. His mana stone contained 100,000 mana points, more than enough to sustain his continuous casting of the explosive flame spell, reducing any obstructing monsters to ashes. Lin Hao silently reflected that if there were a skill capable of disrupting the balance of the heavenly realm, it would undoubtedly be the combination of the mana stone and mana barrier. Coupled with the talents of the wrathful mage and the warlord, this comprehensive power was unparalleled. Missing any component would have prevented him from reaching his current heights. As he forged ahead, Lin Hao lost track of how many monsters he had slain. By the time he noticed, his level had soared to 32, meaning he had gained over 120,000 experience points. After reaching level 30, the attribute point distribution for the wrathful mage returned to normal, with all points allocated to strength. Each level up added 20 points to strength, totaling 40 points every 2 levels. Lin Hao couldn't help but marvel at the impressive increase in physical attack power for the wrathful mage, which remained at the forefront even without the warlord's talent boost. Additionally, each level up granted an extra 100 points to maximum mana and health, doubling the previous increase of 50 points. The benefits of leveling up were becoming increasingly rewarding, and if this progression continued, defeating a boss with a single skill might no longer be a mere fantasy. At last, Lin Hao arrived at the entrance of the sorcerer's treasury. The treasury blended seamlessly with a large mountain, its surface covered in green moss, making it nearly imperceptible without the map's marker. He retrieved the sorcerer's key from his backpack and inserted it into the ancient door. With a deafening rumble, the door slowly rose. Lin Hao had grown accustomed to such scenes. Although the noise might attract attention, no one else could reach this place. Upon entering the treasury, Lin Hao was surprised by the vastness of the interior. The space was open and empty, as if the entire mountain had been hollowed out. There were no treasures, monsters, or trap mechanisms along the way. It wasn't until he reached the end that a transparent barrier wall suddenly appeared behind him, cutting off his retreat. Before Lin Hao lay a magical creature, quietly resting. It was a spectral figure about 3 meters tall, resembling a heavily armored knight. However, the armor contained not a human, but a humanoid elemental energy being. The energy it emitted was so powerful that it was intimidating, clearly not an adversary to be underestimated. Sensing Lin Hao's presence, the energy knight abruptly stood upright. In a halting voice, it said, "Mage, Key Bearer, Inheritor, level 32. Before the words had fully left its mouth, the energy waves it emitted weakened sharply, and it conjured an energy long soared out of thin air. "Inheritor, accept the trial." The energy knight's voice echoed through the treasury, heralding the commencement of an intense battle. Lin Hao had anticipated the scene that was about to unfold. He recalled his past life experience of obtaining the Sword Saint's treasure, and the fierce battle was still vivid in his mind. The energy knight before him, a unique magical construct, was the key to this trial. This level 32 energy knight had daunting attributes: 32 health points, an attack power of 200,000, a defense of 3,000, and a magic resistance of 5,000. It possessed 5 powerful skills. Energy absorption, permanently reduces spell damage taken by 50. Energy release, consumes 10 of its maximum health to deal 2,000 true damage. Energy slash, consumes 10 of its maximum health to inflict 300 attack power damage. Energy squeeze, consumes 20 of its maximum health to imprison the target for 3 seconds, followed by 500 attack power explosion damage. Energy Drain. Instantly restores all health when its health drops below 20. Lin Hao pondered that the Energy Knight's strength was comparable to the player's level, but far exceeded that of a hidden boss of the same level. It boasted high attack and defense, an enormous health pool, and a 50 damage reduction against mages. However, Lin Hao quickly devised a strategy. If I can block its fifth skill, it will lose health with each attack and be unable to recover, eventually leading to its own defeat. Lin Hao had a plan in mind, but without a skill blocking ability, he had no choice but to face it head-on. The battle commenced. Lin Hao launched the first attack, unleashing a blaze spell that instantly reduced the Energy Knight's health by over 11,000 points. However, this was merely a drop in the ocean for its vast health pool. The Energy Knight swiftly counterattacked, but Lin Hao's shield, enhanced by his attack, absorbed 9,000 points of damage with ease. Lin Hao cast another blaze spell, bringing the Energy Knight's health below 150,000. Realizing that Energy Slash was ineffective, the Energy Knight switched to using Energy Squeeze. Intense energy surged from all directions, immobilizing Lin Hao. In 3 seconds, a massive explosion damage was imminent. In this critical moment, Lin Hao used his Star Flash ability, deftly evading the slash and escaping the blast radius with spatial movement. Taking advantage of the Energy Knight's momentary vulnerability, Lin Hao launched another blaze spell. By now, the Energy Knight's health had dropped below half, with just over 80,000 points remaining, entering Lin Hao's kill zone. With the Curse Resonance effect activated, Lin Hao's next attack damage was boosted by 100. The Death's Descent skill was triggered, and as Death's Scythe swung down, an astounding damage figure of nearly 280,000 appeared above the Energy Knight's head, even surprising Lin Hao. The combined effects of the warrior's talent and Curse Resonance led to this staggering damage. The Energy Knight's health bar was completely depleted, but it did not perish. Congratulations, Trial Challenger. You have passed the test, it said before stepping aside, ceasing its attacks. Lin Hao checked the Energy Knight's information again, discovering it had transformed into a level 90 special magical construct, with all attributes now unknown. Indeed, a level 90 entity, Lin Hao thought. Just like the Sword Saint's shadow in the Sword Saint's treasury. Their true power is likely on par with a level 99 top-tier boss, but there's no need to go all out against a trial challenger. An invader, however, would probably taste despair. Having defeated the Energy Knight, Lin Hao continued onward. Now it's time for the rewards, he thought excitedly, eager for the legendary skill he was about to receive. Hopefully, it's a functional skill, Lin Hao silently wished, knowing that the treasures within the God of Magic's treasury would not disappoint. His curiosity grew stronger, and he couldn't wait to explore and see just how extraordinary the treasures could be. Lin Hao pondered as he confidently moved forward. This time, his steps were unhindered, and he quickly arrived at a staircase made of rough stone blocks. At the top of the stairs, a massive treasure chest awaited him quietly. The chest was not dazzling with gold, but exuded an ancient and rustic aura. Upon closer inspection, it was just an ordinary large wooden box. Lin Hao couldn't help but marvel at the casual style of the mage god. Cautiously, he approached the chest and inserted the mage god's key into the lock. Suddenly, the key emitted a brilliant golden light before disintegrating into powder. Simultaneously, the chest opened with a click. Eagerly leaning forward, Lin Hao found 2 skill books neatly placed inside, along with an unknown small item and a perfectly preserved fruit. His eyes were immediately drawn to the skill books, one of legendary status and the other of red quality. He picked up the legendary skill book first, and after reading it carefully, a look of ecstatic joy appeared on his face. No wonder it's the mage god's treasure. This skill is absurdly powerful, Lin Hao thought to himself. This skill book was neither offensive nor amplifying, but rather more versatile and valuable than both. The skill, named Rapid Execution, was of orange quality and required a mage profession. Its effect was to instantly reduce a skill's cooldown by 600 seconds. If the cooldown reduction resulted in an immediate skill refresh, the next use would be cost-free. This simple description concealed astonishing power. Lin Hao quickly calculated the potential of this skill. Reducing a cooldown by 600 seconds was simply incredible. Even his prized skill, Death's Descent, had only a 120-second cooldown. This meant that, in extreme cases, he could potentially cast Death's Descent 4 times in a row. At worst, he could use it twice. More importantly, Rapid Execution could be applied to any skill, making it the king of versatility. The only downside was its own 600-second cooldown. But Lin Hao knew well that no skill in the celestial domain was perfect. True strength came from the clever combination of skills, minimizing weaknesses, and even turning them into advantages. After learning Rapid Execution, Lin Hao turned his attention to the other red skill book. To his delight, it was Purple Lotus Shockwave. He had been considering looking for a Shockwave series skill book to verify if it shared a cooldown with Death's Descent. Unexpectedly, fate had granted his wish. Purple Lotus Shockwave had the same effect as Red Lotus Shockwave, with the only difference being the visual presentation, the color of the lotus, and the emitted light. Lin Hao quickly learned this skill, but noticed that only a level 90 energy knight was available as a target. He immediately dismissed the idea of testing it here, fearing any mishaps. Though losing a level was not a big deal for him, as he leveled up quickly, his sin value was alarmingly high. If he were to die accidentally, the loss would be significant. After careful consideration, Lin Hao decided to suppress his urge to experiment with the new skill. His gaze returned to the treasure chest, and he reached for the perfectly preserved spiritual fruit, filled with anticipation and excitement for the unknown. Lin Hao gazed at the crystal-clear Bodhi fruit in his hand, marveling at its rarity. Without hesitation, he popped the fruit into his mouth, savoring its unique flavor. Instantly, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! You have consumed a Bodhi fruit. This mystical fruit has a special effect, permanently increasing your mental attribute by 100. Shortly after, another notification followed. Ding! The effect you gained from the Bodhi fruit has reached its limit. Consuming more of this fruit will not have any additional special effects. Feeling the surge of power within, Lin Hao's mental attribute skyrocketed from 110 to 210 points, filling him with excitement. He took a deep breath to calm himself, then turned his attention to another oddly shaped item. It was a wooden tool resembling a doll, yet it emitted an unusual aura. Lin Hao examined this special item called the Heart's Desire doll, and its effect made his eyes light up. Select a monster of no more than level 50 and choose one of its active skills. Upon solo killing the monster, you are guaranteed to obtain the skill book for that skill. Note: only skills that the monster itself can use will drop. Lin Hao's excitement was palpable. The value of this item was simply immeasurable. Although limited to level 50, he knew that the strength of a monster's skills wasn't solely determined by its level. A skill from a level 50 boss could be rarer and more powerful than one from a level 99 boss. He began to search his mind for suitable monsters. His first thought was the Mechanical King in the mechanical ruins of Moonwatch City, whose Shield Warrior core skill was indeed tempting. But Lin Hao quickly dismissed this option. The probability of the Mechanical King carrying that skill was too low, and even if he obtained it, it would be more useful for trading than for himself. Suddenly, a perfect choice came to mind: the level 50 hidden boss, the Vermilion Bird Beast Cub, Huowu. Lin Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he couldn't wait to put this plan into action. The young form of the Vermilion Bird, Fire Dance, is a hidden boss whose strength surpasses ordinary imagination. Not only are the conditions for its appearance demanding, but even the now much stronger Lin Hao finds it difficult to match. The most terrifying aspect of this young beast is its extraordinary skill, Vermilion Divine Body. The effect of this skill is astonishing. It limits any single damage taken to within 10 of its maximum health, and for every 10 health lost, it draws surrounding elements to form an indestructible fire element shield. This shield is not only impenetrable, but its shield value is fixed to the health lost. Even more frightening is that each time the shield is broken, the damage output of the young Vermilion Bird increases by 10. Lin Hao calculated in his mind that this skill has limited use for him. It is better suited for opponents with enormous health, proving exceptionally effective in team battles. More importantly, it is a passive skill that even his prized puppet cannot target. Despite this, Lin Hao still covets the other skills of the young Vermilion Bird. Each skill is absurdly powerful, making it hard for him to choose. He decides to make a decision based on the actual situation when the time comes. However, it's too early to consider these matters now. Lin Hao knows well that he is not yet a match for the young Vermilion Bird. There is a time limit for challenging it, and once time runs out, it will vanish without a trace. Therefore, Lin Hao plans to make thorough preparations before seeking it out. For now, he decides to stick to his original plan and search for the treasure left by the ghostly man. This decision fills him with a sense of anticipation, as there might be unexpected surprises waiting for him. Exiting the mage's treasury, Lin Hao sees that quite a few players have gathered outside. Due to the barrier at the entrance, these people cannot enter or see what's inside, and can only wait anxiously. Lin Hao, however, can clearly see them and even hear their conversations. Do you think this place is the mage's treasury, which means there must be treasures left by the mage? One player exclaims excitedly. Of course, but we don't know who went inside, another responds. Who cares who it is? Finders keepers, someone shouts loudly. That's right. With so many of us here, he should at least share some of it, another joins in. A player who looks a bit hesitant quietly asks, but what if the person inside doesn't give anything? This question causes a moment of silence. Someone can't help but laugh and says, with so many of us here, would he dare not to? Just then, Lin Hao emerges from the mage's treasury. He glances at the crowd of players, his lips curling into a slightly teasing smile as he asks, what if I don't give anything? Huh? Then don't blame us, a man instinctively scoffs, but his voice halts abruptly when he realizes it's Lin Hao. You're the Celestial Master? The man exclaims, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Lin Hao raises an eyebrow and replies, what do you think? The man initially shows fear, but quickly regains his composure. He calculates that the Celestial Master is only level 30, while he is over level 40, and with so many people around, there's nothing to fear. With newfound confidence, the man puffs out his chest and says, "So what if you're the Celestial Master? You understand the rule of finders keepers, right? If you don't share, none of us will agree." Hearing this, Lin Hao's face shows an amused smile, as if watching a farce. He quietly observes the suddenly emboldened man, waiting to see how things will unfold. The man suddenly felt a wave of unease wash over him. Just moments ago, the place was bustling with activity, but now an eerie silence had taken over. He turned around abruptly, only to find that the once noisy crowd had vanished without a trace, leaving just a few of them standing there alone. "Damn, you cowards!" the man exclaimed in frustration and helplessness. Fortunately, a few others had stayed behind, seemingly unafraid of the Celestial Master. Trying to maintain his composure, he turned to his remaining companions and encouraged them. "Don't be scared, guys. No matter how strong the Celestial Master is, he's still just one person." However, his words were met with a few forced smiles that looked worse than crying. These people weren't unafraid of the Celestial Master. They were simply stuck in the front with nowhere to retreat. Those who fled had each found their own way. Some concealed themselves. Others sprinted away at full speed, using every trick in the book, almost as if they could fly or disappear. But these slower ones had no choice but to stay and face the impending crisis. "Strength in numbers, huh?" one companion commented with a bitter smile. "What good is that if a grim reaper descends on us? You must never visit forums, do you? Really got us into trouble here." Another added, "Maybe if we'd talked nicely, nothing would have happened. After all, Celestial Masters don't kill indiscriminately. Now, let's just hope we don't lose our gear." They were filled with regret, wishing they had known the Celestial Master was involved so they wouldn't have come to watch. At that moment, Lin Hao spoke up, his tone laced with amusement. "You all showed up just in time. Survive 2 moves, and we'll call it even." "2 moves? Who do you think you're looking down on?" the man retorted disdainfully. "We're all level 40 players. Do you really think you can take me down in one hit?" As he spoke, he raised his shield, and a barrier with over 20,000 points appeared instantly. Lin Hao eyed the man with interest. Interesting, a shield warrior. As in a level-hidden class, shield warriors had much higher shield capacity than regular shield fighters. Unlike shield fighters who relied solely on defense, shield warriors could enhance their shields with offensive power. Seeing this, the others also picked up their weapons, ready to fight. Facing off with a Celestial Master, even if they died, it wouldn't be a total loss. Lin Hao didn't immediately use Death's Descent. He wanted to test his theory first. A purple lotus bloomed on his chest, followed by a purple beam of light shooting forward. The LV-1 purple lotus shockwave wasn't particularly powerful. Even with double damage to shields, it only broke through the shield warrior's defense. The others, scattered as they were, managed to avoid the attack. The shield warrior laughed heartily. "The Celestial Master's damage is high, but it's not as strong as they say." The others, seeing that the Celestial Master's attack was indeed blocked, felt their confidence surge. Could it be that the forum rumors were exaggerated? Someone murmured softly. Lin Hao paid no attention to their reactions, his focus entirely on the Death's Descent icon. To his delight, Death's Descent hadn't gone into cooldown. This meant that Death's Descent and the Shockwave series didn't share a cooldown time. Lin Hao couldn't help but smile, completely ignoring the presence of the others. Seeing Lin Hao dismiss them so lightly, the man was incensed. "What are you waiting for? I'll take the hits. You guys start attacking." He was full of confidence, knowing his shield warrior skills were plentiful. The players nodded, convinced that the Celestial Master wasn't as fearsome as the legend suggested. Among them were 3 archers and 4 mages, all long-range attackers. Being short-legged classes, they hadn't been able to flee quickly and ended up staying. Now, with their class combination and the shield warrior's seemingly indestructible shield, they felt they might actually stand a chance. They recognized the iconic purple lotus shockwave, thinking the Celestial Master probably couldn't use Death's Descent. With that in mind, what was there to fear? However, just as they were brimming with confidence and ready to counterattack, a chilling voice echoed in their ears. Death's Descent. Fear washed over the crowd like a tidal wave as their expressions changed drastically. The promise from the Tianshi, "Take 2 hits, and I'll let you go," now seemed like a mere joke. Who could survive under Death's scythe? As Death swung his scythe, terrifying damage numbers erupted above everyone's heads. The shield warrior confidently activated his shield, only to quickly realize he had made a fatal mistake. Even with an impenetrable shield, the staggering damage was enough to shatter it and easily claim his life. The terrifying combination of spell resonance and Death's Descent was simply unbeatable. Players over level 40, considered elites, were as fragile as paper under this strike. For Death, overcoming higher-level challenges was as easy as taking candy from a baby. However, without the support of spell resonance, the damage from Death's Descent was barely over 20,000, making it difficult to kill the tenacious shield warrior. Lin Hao effortlessly wiped out these overconfident players, gaining 680 points of dark value. Despite their lackluster strength, their levels were significantly higher than Lin Hao's, making the gains considerable. Combined with previously unused dark value, the total reached 2,683 points. Without hesitation, Lin Hao upgraded the Purple Lotus Shockwave by 2 levels, leaving 683 points of dark value. Among the loot, 2 pieces of mediocre equipment appeared, which Lin Hao disdainfully tossed into the auction house. Leaving the mage god's treasury, Lin Hao headed straight for the treasure site of the ghostly man. Unlike the mage god's treasury, hidden deep within the Panlong mountain range, this treasure was closer to the exit. Although the monsters' levels decreased along the way, they were still far above Lin Hao, providing abundant extra experience. Upon reaching the marked treasure peak, Lin Hao leveled up again, reaching level 33. His strength attribute increased by 20 points, significantly boosting his damage. For Lin Hao, leveling up had become effortless, without the need for deliberate monster grinding. If not for the strict level requirements of certain important items, he was confident in reaching level 50 in a short time. While Lin Hao was pondering, the scene before him left him stunned. The treasure entrance was heavily fortified, with a fully armed team of NPC guards on high alert, ready to kick away even a stray dog trying to approach. Such tight security. Had something significant happened? Lin Hao was puzzled. In his past life, he had never heard of such a situation. But upon reflection, he realized his understanding of Longji City was indeed shallow. At that time, he should have been arduously grinding blazing pigs in Wangyue City, yearning for that elusive skill book. After reaching level 30, his first destination wasn't Longji City, but another city. His unfamiliarity with Longji City was unsurprising. Lin Hao paused at the guard post, his brow slightly furrowed, and asked, "What's happening up ahead?" A burly guard sized him up with a hint of disdain in his eyes, and replied coldly, "No comment. Keep out." This cold attitude irked Lin Hao, and he thought to himself, "Oh, great. Judging people by appearances, huh?" Despite his annoyance, he knew that clashing with the guards in Longji City was not a wise move. He couldn't help but think of Hui Yunwu from Wangyue City and mused, "Sigh. If this were Wangyue City, no NPC would dare speak to me like that." Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Hao. He remembered that Hui Yunwu had asked him to find Yin Shangxue, who seemed to be a member of the Longji City Guard, and quite a high-ranking one at that. With this in mind, Lin Hao decided to return to the city to find Yin Shangxue, reasoning that he might as well use her name to his advantage. He planned silently. "Let's see if these guards dare stop me then." Without delay, Lin Hao set off back to Longji City. Unable to use any teleportation spell in the wild, he had to rely on his legs. Fortunately, his high agility meant it didn't take him long to return. Along the way, he dealt with any monsters that appeared, swiftly dispatching them. By the time he re-entered Longji City, he was nearing level 34. Lin Hao quickly located the city guard's office, but was once again stopped at the door. Growing impatient, he said, "Are you sure you want to block me? I'm a friend of your deputy commander." The tall guard sneered and replied dismissively, "You need a better excuse. We hear that 100 times a day." Realizing that other players had already blocked this avenue, Lin Hao insisted, "I really am a friend of your deputy commander, Yin Shangxue." The guard, waving him off impatiently, responded, "Our deputy commander's name isn't exactly a secret. Move along." Lin Hao found himself in a dilemma, realizing that contacting Yin Shangxue at this time was more challenging than he had anticipated. Just as he was about to give up, inspiration struck, and he decided to take a long shot. "Do you know Hui Yunwu? He's the one who sent me to find your deputy commander." Lin Hao expected this to be a futile effort, given the distance between Wangyue City and Longji City. However, to his surprise, the tall guard jolted at the mention of that name, nearly dropping his spear. He quickly said, "Please wait here. I'll go inform them immediately." With that, he dashed inside as if faced with an urgent matter. Lin Hao stood in front of the city guard's office, filled with puzzlement. The guard's familiarity with Hui Yunwu exceeded his expectations, prompting him to speculate about the relationship between Yin Shangxue and Hui Yunwu. His thoughts were tangled, with various possibilities intertwining in his mind. A guard hurriedly ran out, interrupting Lin Hao's thoughts. "Sir, please follow me," he said. Lin Hao nodded and followed, still pondering the situation he was about to face. As he entered the office, Lin Hao was surprised to find it much more spacious than he had imagined. There were a dozen or so orderly rooms, with the largest one in the center, and the room where Yin Shangxue was located on the right. Lin Hao gently knocked on the door, and a clear female voice came from inside. "Come in." He pushed the door open and was immediately drawn to the woman sitting at the desk. She wore a red soft armor, her eyes sharp as a blade, and exuded an aura that commanded attention. "Are you the one sent by Hui Yunwu?" the woman asked directly. Lin Hao hesitated for a moment before replying. "I suppose you could say that. My name is Tianshi, and Hui Yunwu asked me to deliver a message. He said he misses you a bit." Upon hearing this, a slight smile appeared on Yin Shangxue's lips, and a gentle look flashed in her eyes. After all these years, he finally knows how to yield, she murmured to herself, then asked, did he say anything else? Lin Hao shook his head. That was the only message. Yin Shangshue's expression instantly turned cold, and her tone became stiff. I see. If there's nothing else, you should leave. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Lin Hao decided to get straight to the point. Actually, I was sent by the high priest Du Guting. He has escaped from the exiled land. Are you serious? Yin Shangxue stood up abruptly, striding over to Lin Hao with disbelief shining in her eyes. Lin Hao nodded and took out the Dark Devourer from his coat. This is the staff personally given to me by the high priest. Yin Shangshue's gaze fell on the staff, and she was deeply shocked. She knew well the origins of this staff, said to be a treasure bestowed upon the high priest by the Dark King himself. That the high priest entrusted such an important item to this young man showed the level of trust and importance placed on him. Realizing this, Yin Shangshue's attitude visibly softened, no longer seeing Lin Hao as merely a messenger. Her eyes now held a mix of scrutiny and curiosity, as if reassessing the significance of the young man before her. Lin Hao walked into the hall of the Abyss Church, greeted by Yin Shangshue's face, which wore a mask of false friendliness. Her eyes gleamed with shrewdness, as if she were appraising a rare commodity. Little Celestial Master, it seems you must be highly trusted by the Grand Priest. You didn't come to me just to deliver a message, did you? Yin Shangshue's voice was sweet as honey, yet laced with hidden sharpness. Lin Hao chuckled inwardly, maintaining the same insincere smile on his face. He mused to himself, how realistic even NPCs know how to size people up. Yin Shangxue, Lin Hao cut straight to the point. I'm here to ask if you're loyal to the Grand Priest Guting. Of course. Yin Shangxue nodded without hesitation, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. I've long been displeased with those people, now that our Grand Priest has finally returned. She paused, her tone suddenly softening. Also, you can call me Sister Shangxue. Lin Hao was about to ignore this apparent overture when Yin Shangxue suddenly pulled out an object resembling a token from her pocket. Its familiar shape made Lin Hao's pupils contract. It was the Dark King's gift. As long as you call me Sister Shangxue, Yin Shangxue waved the token in her hand. I'll give you 3,000 dark points as a gift. Lin Hao was taken aback. Dark points could be traded? But his reaction was quicker than his thoughts, almost reflexively saying, thank you, Sister Shangxue. This wasn't about being stingy, but the lure of 3,000 dark points was too tempting. It was just a word, after all, and it wouldn't cost him anything. On the surface, Yin Shangxue remained calm, but inside, she was astounded. She had merely speculated that the Grand Priest might have given the Dark King's gift to this young man, but it turned out to be true. The Dark King's gift was a rare treasure in the entire celestial domain, originally held only by the 8 Great Elders. Now, only 3 were left in the Abyss Church, and 5 elders didn't have this item. She gritted her teeth inwardly. The token she held was actually a replica made by the church, far less functional than the genuine article. When she defeated a target, the dark points she obtained were less than half of what the original could earn. Moreover, there was a cap on how many dark points she could earn each day, maxing out at 5,000. The most frustrating part was that her token could only store up to 50,000 dark points, unlike the genuine one with unlimited storage. While Yin Shangxue was internally tumultuous, Lin Hao retrieved his own Dark King's gift, curious about how to proceed. How should I operate this? He asked. Suppressing her jealousy, Yin Shangxue lightly tapped her replica against Lin Hao's genuine token. With a mental command, she precisely transferred 3,000 dark points. As Lin Hao watched his dark points increase by 3,000, he felt elated. Finally, he could upgrade his Purple Lotus Shockwave to the maximum level. At the same time, he was astonished to discover that the woman's token still held over 40,000 dark points. As a player, he could only earn dark points by defeating other players, so how did this NPC acquire them? A chilling thought crossed Lin Hao's mind. Could she be obtaining them by defeating NPCs? He recalled the rumors he'd heard upon entering the game about the accidents befalling the Light Church and the city guards, and it suddenly clicked. These weren't just game backgrounds, they were this woman's handiwork. Lin Hao shivered. She was truly ruthless. Yin Shangxue put away her token, finding it increasingly irksome in her hand. She quickly composed herself and asked, Little Celestial Master, your strength must be more than it appears, right? Would you be able to help your sister with something? Lin Hao squinted, cautiously replying, help? I might be able to, but it depends on what exactly you need. Yin Shangxue nodded slightly, a hint of meaning flickering in her eyes. She asked, Lin Hao, are you aware of the mountain peak on the right side of the Panlong mountain range that has been sealed off by the city guards? Lin Hao raised an eyebrow and replied, I just experienced that myself. Those city guards stopped me, and I was planning to ask you what was going on. Yin Shangxue smiled faintly. Since you've encountered it, it's easier to explain. They sealed it off under the city lord's orders. The city lord? Lin Hao's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He thought to himself that the city lord of Longji City was an elite NPC at level 80, and even a level 90 boss wouldn't stand a chance against him. For such a powerful figure to suddenly order a mountain peak to be sealed must mean something significant is happening. Seeing Lin Hao's confusion, Yin Shangxue continued. The reason the city lord sealed off that mountain is because a black dragon appeared there. A black dragon? Lin Hao exclaimed in shock. He searched his past memories but couldn't recall any rumors of a black dragon in Longji City. He speculated, could it have been quietly dealt with by the city lord? Yin Shangxue gently shook her head and corrected. To be precise, it's the incarnation of a black dragon. She paused and then changed the subject. Little brother, have you heard of the demon god? The demon god. Lin Hao frowned, trying to remember. The term seemed familiar but wasn't clear in his mind. Suddenly, he recalled seeing it in the description of a tea called Hero's Tea. The tea was named after a man named Mo Ryun, who had once slain the demon god, and the nameless tea was his favorite. Unsure if the demon god Yin Shangxue mentioned was the same one he knew, Lin Hao tentatively asked, are you talking about the demon god that Mo Ryun killed? Yin Shangshue's eyes showed a hint of surprise. She had only casually mentioned it, not expecting this young man to actually know such an ancient secret. The story of Mo Ryun slaying the demon god was scarcely known, especially since it happened over 2,000 years ago. You know quite a lot. Yin Shangxue nodded approvingly, then shifted the conversation. Actually, the demon god didn't truly die. Divine beings are not so easily killed. Divine beings? Does this world really have gods? Lin Hao pursued. Previously, he wouldn't have cared about the game's lore. But after realizing that the realm was not an ordinary game, his interest in the backstory had grown, thinking it might come in handy someday. Yin Shangxue confirmed with a nod. Divine beings do exist. But her tone lacked any reverence. So-called divine beings are merely creatures more powerful than us. To the ants we can crush with a single slap, we are their gods. The demon god is acknowledged as a supreme being by everyone. Even the Dark Lord can only fight to a draw with it, neither can defeat the other. Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that as long as it wasn't a mythical figure capable of moving mountains and covering the sky with a single hand, it was manageable. The thought of such a legendary being appearing in reality was daunting. He asked thoughtfully, Sister Shangxue, are you telling me all this to imply that the black dragon is the demon god? Smart, Yin Shangxue praised with a smile. Then her expression turned serious. The demon god has been sealed in the Panlong mountain range for thousands of years. Now the seal has weakened, allowing a fragment of it to escape. Fortunately, the city lord discovered it early. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Yin Shangxue let out a sigh of relief, as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. However, Lin Hao's brow was furrowed, his voice trembling with disbelief. Sister Shangxue, you can't be thinking of sending me to deal with that demon god's avatar, are you? His face was full of concern as he continued. Even if it's just an avatar, it might have 1/1000th of the original's power. But a demon god is still a demon god. It's not something an ordinary boss can compare to. If I encounter it halfway, I might not even have a chance to escape. Yin Shangxue couldn't help but laugh, a hint of mischief in her eyes. Look at you, so scared. How could I possibly send you to your death? Besides, can't you resurrect? What's there to fear? Lin Hao remained silent, inwardly grumbling. It's easy for you to say. Losing a level upon revival is one thing, but if all my equipment gets destroyed, are you going to compensate me? Sensing Lin Hao's hesitation, Yin Shangxue realized he was reluctant to take the risk. She deftly changed the subject. Actually, you don't need to deal with the demon god's avatar. You just need to help me block some people. Block people? Lin Hao was puzzled. Weren't we supposed to kill that black dragon? How did it suddenly become about blocking people? Yin Shangxue shook her head and patiently explained. Killing the black dragon is the responsibility of the city lord and the city guards, not someone like me, an executor of the Abyss Church. Lin Hao suddenly understood. You mean to take this opportunity to ambush the current commander and replace him? It's so much easier talking to someone smart, Yin Shangxue praised sincerely, then elaborated further. She walked over to the table, picked up a teacup, and took a sip to moisten her throat before continuing. The black dragon, which is the demon god's avatar, is around level 60 and quite formidable. The city lord can't act right now. He needs to maintain the seal to prevent a greater disaster. Therefore, the task of killing the black dragon falls on me and that commander Li. We're both level 60 experts, but that's not enough. For this operation, Dragon Ridge City's elite will be fully mobilized. Yin Shangxue paused for a moment to ensure Lin Hao was following her thoughts, then succinctly said, the commander and I will first go up to control the black dragon and prevent it from escaping. About 3 minutes later, our respective guards will flank from both sides to assist. Your task is to intercept another group halfway up the mountain and hold them off. Leave the rest to us. Lin Hao was a bit surprised. Just hold them off, not kill them? Yin Shangxue smiled. Those are top-level elites at level 50, not just ordinary soldiers. More importantly, they outnumber us, so you have to be cautious. Don't be reckless. If you can hold them for 5 minutes, we'll consider it a victory. Upon hearing that the opponents were level 50 elites, Lin Hao put aside any underestimation. He calculated in his mind. Level 50 elite NPCs are as powerful as elite monsters of the same level, and some are even comparable to bosses. While killing neutral NPCs doesn't yield experience, defeating enemy faction NPCs not only grants experience, but also faction points. Faction points can be exchanged for numerous treasures, and with enough, even legendary equipment can be obtained. Lin Hao couldn't contain his excitement and eagerly asked, "How many of them will come?" Yin Shangxue thought for a moment and replied, "The number of elites should not exceed 40. Having too many weak ones would just get in the way." 40, Lin Hao exclaimed, but there was a hint of eagerness in his voice. Yin Shangxue mistakenly thought Lin Hao was scared and felt a bit disappointed, her evaluation of him dropping. However, what Lin Hao said next surprised her greatly. "Not even 40, so it's just over 30? That's a bit few," Lin Hao said confidently. Yin Shangxue was initially taken aback, then smiled and said, "No wonder the high priest took a liking to you. You have quite the spirit. Since you put it that way, will you help me with this?" Lin Hao replied seriously. "Since Sister Shangxue has asked, of course, I'll help. It's just that." Before he could finish, Yin Shangxue interrupted with a knowing smile. "Don't worry, you'll be rewarded. If you successfully help me hold them back, you can choose any piece of legendary equipment from the city guard's armory." At that moment, Lin Hao's system notification sounded. Ding! Main quest updated. Help Yin Shangxue kill Li Xiaoming. Quest description: Li Xiaoming has a group of powerful subordinates, and you need to help Yin Shangxue's team stop them. Quest reward: choose any piece of legendary equipment from the Longji City Guard's armory. Lin Hao accepted the quest without hesitation. The city guard of Longji City, being an official force in the heavenly domain, had formidable equipment. There was no reason to pass up a legendary item. After accepting the quest, Lin Hao asked, "Sister Shangxue, are the allies you're bringing also from the Abyss Church?" Yin Shangxue shook her head. "They are loyal to me as the deputy leader, not to the Abyss Church's officials." Lin Hao nodded thoughtfully, probing further. "I see. So, at a critical moment, it wouldn't be an issue if I took them out as well." Yin Shangxue chuckled lightly, apparently unaware of the gravity of Lin Hao's words. "If you can manage that, I have no objections." Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief. If the enemies were indeed overwhelmingly strong, beyond his control, he could use Death's Descent to take everyone down, allies included. After all, Yin Shangxue had said she didn't mind. Thinking of this, Lin Hao couldn't help but admire Yin Shangshue's generosity, which stood in stark contrast to Hui Yunwu. Speaking of Hui Yunwu, Lin Hao suddenly became curious about their relationship. Since he was now more familiar with Yin Shangxue, Lin Hao directly asked, "Sister Shangxue, what's your relationship with Hui Yunwu?" Upon hearing the question, the smile vanished from Yin Shangshue's face, as if she was unwilling to recall the past. Lin Hao was about to change the subject when she unexpectedly began to speak. "Hui Yunwu and I could be considered as senior and junior disciples," Yin Shangxue sighed, continuing. "We were both orphans, taken in and taught martial arts by Protector Wu. But Hui Yunwu and I were different. I was just an ordinary orphan with ordinary parents, while Hui Yunwu's parents were high-ranking members of the Abyss Church who died on a mission. Therefore, both the Abyss Church and Protector Wu paid more attention to and cared for Hui Yunwu. I understand that it's only natural, as my parents never contributed to the Abyss Church." Yin Shangshue's voice was low, a hint of sadness flickering in his eyes. He continued, "I understood it all back then, but there was still a hollow feeling inside me, even the thought that maybe I didn't belong here." Yin Shangshue's hand unconsciously tightened, his knuckles turning white. He took a deep breath, his voice gaining a firmer edge. "So I broke away from Protector Wu and vowed to make something of myself. This was both to repay the kindness of Protector Wu and the Abyss Church, and to prove to them that even without the legacy of my parents, I can be no less than Hui Yunwu." At this point, Yin Shangshue's eyes glistened slightly, clearly showing genuine emotion. Lin Hao listened quietly, surprised by the complexity of their relationship. Initially thinking they were lovers, it now seemed more like they were childhood rivals. But having spent so many years together, they must have developed a deep bond. In any case, the relationship was complex, but not antagonistic. Yin Shangxue quickly composed himself, clearing his throat and resuming his usual tone. "All right, your curiosity should be satisfied now. It's time for you to head out, to the left entrance of the mountains. My people are waiting for you there. The mission to hunt the Black Dragon is about to begin." Lin Hao nodded and turned to leave the city guard's office. The sunlight streaming through the window cast a long shadow behind him. Upon leaving the office, Lin Hao immediately checked his dark points, 3683. Without hesitation, he allocated 3,000 points, instantly boosting his Violet Lotus Shockwave from LV2 to max level. Violet Lotus Shockwave LV5 creates a 10-meter wide, 60-meter long light wave, dealing fixed 3,500 attack power area damage. If the target has a shield, it inflicts triple damage to the shield. The skill has a piercing effect, not blocked by monsters or players. Looking at this familiar yet powerful effect, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Not long ago, he had invested so much time and effort to max out Crimson Lotus Shockwave. Yet now, Violet Lotus Shockwave reached its peak so effortlessly. Just then, a nationwide announcement sounded. Nationwide announcement: congratulations to player Jian Fengqi for achieving the first kill of the Dragon Ridge Savage Ape, rewarding 10,000 experience points and 10 gold coins. We hope all players continue to strive for excellence. The announcement repeated twice, and Lin Hao pondered. No wonder he hadn't seen Jian Wu Fengyun for so long. He must have been off hunting a hidden boss. This timing likely means he stumbled upon it by chance after Lin Hao. Lin Hao wasn't worried. Instead, he felt a sense of anticipation. A wealth of dark points was beckoning him, precisely what he needed. He had already decided that the next skill to upgrade would be the Psionic Shield, a potentially life-saving invincible skill. Despite his smooth progress so far, Lin Hao never let his guard down. He knew all too well that those who harbored such arrogance often met a tragic end. With this caution in mind, Lin Hao strode forward, ready to face the challenges ahead. Lin Hao left Longji City, the teleportation beads in his backpack gently clinking together. With determined and steady steps, he headed towards the Panlong Mountains. At the entrance to the mountains, a group of about 50 to 60 players was enthusiastically grinding monsters. Haha, this elite monster is about to fall, one player shouted excitedly. Clearing the area is great. No one dares to compete with us. Our leader's strategy is brilliant, another agreed. With our two guilds joining forces, even the big guilds wouldn't dare to mess with us. Immersed in the thrill of monster hunting, the group was close to leveling up when a worried voice broke the jubilant atmosphere. I heard Tianshi has arrived in Longji City too. Shouldn't we be careful? Careful of what? Someone dismissed. Tianshi has some skills, reaching level 30 so quickly, but it's just level 30. Exactly, another chimed in. We're almost level 40, why fear a level 30 player? He may have flaunted in Wangyue City, but here, we'll teach him a lesson. Just then, a cold voice came from behind. Sounds like you're talking about me? Lin Hao approached, a mocking smile on his lips. Seems you're all too busy to even check the forums? The crowd turned to see Lin Hao, and someone exclaimed, whoa, it's really Tianshi. Haha, perfect timing, someone taunted. Time to show you the might of our Guangzhou Guild. And our Tianya Guild, another voice echoed. The crowd instantly abandoned their monsters and advanced towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao scanned his surroundings, looking relaxed. Just as well, saves me the trouble of finding you. The members of the two guilds spread out, numbering around 50 to 60. The leaders were not Lin Hao's familiar Guangzhou Tianxia and Lu Xiao. Those two were probably still struggling in Wangyue City. As the enemies closed in, Lin Hao unhesitatingly unleashed Death's Descent. He never bothered with pre-battle chatter, directly summoning death. With a swing of the scythe, 5-digit damage numbers flashed above the crowd's heads. When Death retracted the scythe, all that remained on the ground was a heap of equipment, the players having vanished without a trace. This time, the kills didn't even require activating spell resonance. Lin Hao surveyed the scattered equipment, slightly surprised. These guilds seemed never to learn their lesson. This clearing was likely another massacre. Despite the quantity of items, their quality was appalling. With Lin Hao's current power, he didn't even care for red equipment, and here most were green, with few blues, let alone reds, and even many whites mixed in. The former dominators of Newbie Village 10086 seemed so pathetic after leaving. But Lin Hao wasn't surprised. After all, their guild leader was only around level 60, unable to defeat even some guild elites, so their members' equipment was naturally subpar. After sorting through all the equipment, Lin Hao checked his dark value. Although these players were weak, their levels were indeed higher than his, and the higher level kills significantly boosted his dark value. Satisfied, Lin Hao nodded and continued on his journey. After defeating these enemies, Lin Hao was astonished to find he had gained a total of 2,132 points of dark value. This number made him reflect on how difficult life had been before. A sudden increase of over 2,000 points was something he could never have imagined in the past. Lin Hao realized that as the game progressed, accumulating dark value seemed to become easier. The strength and level of enemies were continuously increasing, meaning that in the future, he might only need to defeat a high-level enemy to gain over 100 points of dark value. He began to reassess the value of the Dark King's gift, a special item that far exceeded his expectations. Even if the dark value he received were halved, Lin Hao would still feel immensely satisfied, as it was undoubtedly a priceless treasure. Including the dark value he had previously gathered, Lin Hao now had a total of 2,815 points. Without hesitation, he immediately allocated 2,000 points to upgrade his psionic shield, boosting it to level 3 in one go. The upgraded psionic shield LV3 saw a significant enhancement in its capabilities. It could activate an invincible shield for 1 second by consuming 1,000 mana points. And just as the shield was about to dissipate, an additional injection of 3,000 mana points could extend its duration by 3 more seconds. for seconds of invincibility is akin to a game-breaking advantage in high-level duels. Lin Hao understood that in top-tier combat, even half a second could determine the outcome. He rarely used this skill before because there were few opponents who could push him to the brink. However, he firmly believed that while a skill might never be used, it was essential to have it, as it could be the key to survival and turning the tables in critical moments. In contrast to skills, Lin Hao had lower demands for equipment. He knew that equipment would eventually become obsolete, just like the gear he obtained at level 10, which had long been forgotten. However, the skills he learned at level 10, such as explosive flame, intermediate barrier, and lightning speed, continued to be useful and would remain valuable in the future. This was the intrinsic value of skills. In the game's auction house, legendary equipment could occasionally be seen, but skill books were rare. Even the lowest grade green skill books were hard to come by. This highlighted the preciousness of the Dark King's gift. Without it, Lin Hao might not have been able to upgrade explosive flame to the maximum level, let alone Death's Descent. However, since acquiring the extraction conversion orb, Lin Hao had started paying more attention to equipment. The orb could still be used 9 more times, meaning he could potentially extract 9 legendary skills from equipment. This prospect filled Lin Hao with anticipation. As Lin Hao finished tidying up and was about to move forward, he suddenly noticed a large group of people heading his way in the distance. Upon closer inspection, sure enough, they all bore the guild name Sword Dance Storm above their heads. It seemed these people were indeed coming for him. Lin Hao recalled the scene when he cast Death's Descent earlier. Death was suspended high in the air, visible to anyone in this open area unless they were blind. Although this revealed his location, for Lin Hao, it was not a disadvantage, because what he saw was a large group of moving dark value points approaching him. Lin Hao was secretly delighted, realizing that today he might have the chance to upgrade his psionic shield to the maximum level. As he pondered these thoughts, the swift players from the guild had already arrived in front of him. They began to spread out, clearly aware of and prepared for Lin Hao's skills. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.